Driven completely insane by his sister's death, this guy locked himself away, mastered the sword, and basically morphed into an absolute lunatic. Not your average hero. You and I might think he belongs in an asylum, but stick with me here. Meet Gislene, the famously useless, absolute trash-tier prodigal son of the noble Count Perdium. Yet somehow, this giant dude cosplaying as a polar bear just got completely thrashed by him. The giant glares at him, absolutely furious, but Gislene's opening line is even saltier. He just smirks and says, "Pretty cozy in there, huh? I dumped a serious ton of cash into making that trap." He slowly walks closer, looking down at him like absolute bottom-of-the-barrel trash. His voice drips with pure disgust. "Do you like it?" The guy bites his lip, raging as he snaps back, "Are you that garbage, Gislene?" "You mean you already knew my plan?" Gislene just lets out a dark chuckle. Being a generous guy, he answers his dying question. He tells him he knew that, and obviously, a whole lot more. Like exact troop numbers, every hidden spy, and who funded them. To him, these guys are just a bunch of dancing clowns. He is totally trapped right in the palm of his hand with absolutely zero way to escape. Hearing this, the dude refuses to believe it. "Impossible. I kept a trump card totally hidden." He screams out in denial. "How could you? How dare a useless bastard like you?" Instantly gets stomped flat. His face looks like a squashed pancake right under Gislene's boot. He sneers and snaps, "Shut your mouth." Then he rips off the mask, hiding his real face coldly, saying, "Try invading as many times as you want. I will win this battle and the next one too. I will win them all." Gislene flashes a totally psychotic smile. He smirks and asks, "Do you want to know why?" "Because I know every single plan." Now pay close attention, let's jump back 1 year to see how this started. Over in the Lutania kingdom near Perdium territory, a young guy wakes up in a tiny tent completely hungover, utterly confused, panting hard like he just ran a marathon. Wait a minute, he's actually still alive. Impossible. Just a minute ago, he was on the battlefield where some psycho blasted a massive hole through his chest. He bites his lip hard. Damn it, forced to kneel right at his enemy's feet in that final battle. This red-haired guy standing there is loving Gislene's misery. He smirks and says, "So it all really ends like this. Gislene Perdium, Mercenary King, and one of the strongest fighters on the continent. The battle is finally over. This highly punchable guy is actually a top 7 continental powerhouse." The esteemed knight raises an eyebrow. "Any last words?" Gislene glares up, sneering coldly. "No, just sad I couldn't finish my revenge." "Go to hell, you sick bastard." Young clicks his tongue. So arrogant. He really didn't expect him to be the eldest son of the fallen Perdium family. "So you ditched your family after your sister died?" Hearing this, Gislene is completely stunned. "How do you know? You're from a totally different kingdom." Yoon casually replies, "Of course, I know. I worked incredibly hard to track you down. Turns out he teamed up with the Delphin family to ruin them. You and I felt that bombshell right. It hit him like a truck. There were actually others behind the conspiracy besides Duke Delphin." Seeing the desperate denial in his eyes, Yoon smiles. "You're dying anyway, so explaining is useless. Just accept your reality." Gislene tries, violently struggling, screaming, "You bastard, I will never forgive you." Too bad his shattered body can't do a thing. Yoon scoffs with pure disgust. "Fine by me." Then he instantly swings his sword, sending fresh blood flying everywhere. Snapping back to the present, Gislene frantically checks the mirror and touches his neck. Yoon definitely chopped his head off, but it's still attached. So was that whole execution just a hallucination? He looks way younger too. Is he just completely wasted? Gislene wildly looks around the room. Or did he get captured as some lab rat for crazy mages? Those arrogant punks, he'll make them regret keeping him breathing. Right at that moment, someone comes rushing in, screaming like a pig heading to slaughter. The young master turns and spots a very familiar face walking in Ricardo. He stammers nervously, "Please come out, I know you're awake." But right as he speaks, a freezing blade hits his neck, scaring the poor guy so badly he almost pisses himself. Gislene whispers darkly from behind, "Answer me and you live." Or maybe not. His eyes are dripping with pure killing intent, looking absolutely ready to eat Ricardo alive. Ricardo sweats bullets, trembling violently. "Young master, don't you think this is a bit too much?" "No, it isn't." Gislene is totally baffled. Makes you wonder what kind of reaction is that while getting threatened. "Stick with me here, this regression story is wild." He frowns. "What are you talking about?" Ricardo sighs. "You got angry and fell asleep." Gislene is totally confused. "What I did that?" Ricardo scoffs coldly. "Did one little nap make you forget absolutely everything? You were throwing a fit over leading the orc subjugation squad." Orcs. Gislene just frowns, trying to remember, but his mind is totally blank. Getting annoyed, he mutters. Angry. "What kind of nonsense are you babbling about?" Ricardo, completely done with him, just sighs heavily. "Just pack your gear, everyone is waiting." Still super confused, Gislene blankly asks, "What gear? Where are we going?" Snorting slightly, Ricardo rolls his eyes. "Where to the Perdium estate, obviously." That single name makes Gislene freeze. He desperately grabs Ricardo by the shoulders, shaking him and shouting, Say that one more time. Now Ricardo is confused why the extreme reaction. Gislene interrogates him. You mean the ruined Perdium estate? A moment later, he finally steps outside to get a good look at his surroundings. Well then, it really is the Perdium estate. How is it completely intact? He watched this place burn to ashes. Is this some kind of crazy hallucination right before death? Right then, Ricardo leans in close and whispers, did you have a nightmare or something, calling our own proud family a ruined estate? If the Count hears that you're getting kicked out, Gislene agrees, reaching up to pinch his own cheek hard. And wow, that actually hurts. He almost groans out loud. So this is real, a much younger face and a completely untouched estate. Gislene has returned to the past. As a kid, he absolutely hated his family. His childish tantrums caused endless trouble. Eventually, everyone in the family just started completely avoiding him. Unable to handle the harsh criticism, Gislene ran away. Years later, he rose up as a legendary mercenary. He survived countless brutal battles, sharpened his combat skills, and carved out a massive reputation for himself. After that, Gislene returned to the Perdium estate to finally make amends. But when he arrived, his entire family had already been turned to ashes. That was the start of it all. He lost absolutely everything. But right now, everything is still here. Everyone he loved is still alive. Thinking about it makes him so happy he starts giggling like a complete weirdo. But whenever he could honestly sing from pure joy right now, it is just a little too early to celebrate. Thinking back, Gislene glances at Ricardo, walking right beside him. An orc subjugation mission, he could never forget that specific bloody day. Watch closely now. Today, almost the entire squad gets slaughtered. In his past life, Gislene just joined them to build his reputation. They were told there were only 3 orcs. He arrogantly thought an inexperienced rookie like him could just easily wipe them out and play hero. But when they actually got there, over 20 of them. Most died because Gislene was too stubborn and demanded to lead the charge. He could easily slaughter them now since orcs have 0 tactics. The real problem is, would these soldiers even believe him? Because right now he's just useless trash. While Gislene is thinking, something suddenly whizzes right past his head. Startled, he looks back and sees a massive chunk of shattered wood smash into the ground. Instantly, the soldiers start screaming warnings. Orcs, they're here. Sure enough, an orc horde violently crashes through the camp. Gislene is completely caught off guard. Already did they attack this early before. The second the orcs rush in, they just start brutally slaughtering the panicked soldiers. The camp's defenses are completely shattered in an instant. Right then, a loud roar echoes out. Get into formation, don't panic. Form a defensive line. The guy shouting is Skovan, the actual squad commander, as he bravely dives straight into the bloody battle. But everyone let their guard down, ambushed with 0 preparation. And their numbers way higher than the reports ever said. At this rate, his whole unit will be wiped out. While Skovan is totally panicking, someone suddenly calls out to him from behind. Skovan flinches, turning around just to see a massive orc swinging an axe down. In that split second, Gislene sprints into action. Before the blade hits, he grabs Skovan by the shoulder and without a moment of hesitation violently throws him backwards. You and I definitely didn't expect this from the spoiled kid. Skovan is totally stunned, but then Gislene actually charges forward completely alone. 0 hesitation, he drives his sword straight into the monster's thick wrist. But he doesn't stop there, he violently twists the blade. The blade cleanly slices the beast's hand right off. Skovan is absolutely mind-blown. Even the soldiers in the middle of fighting completely freeze to watch. The giant orc screams in pure, agonizing pain. Its massive body violently crashes down. Gislene pulls his sword back, muttering with some regret. Guess I can't use my mana yet. Wish I traveled back a bit earlier. Then he turns around, walking towards Skovan and speaking coldly. You're the commander, right? Skovan has 0 clue what he's doing until Gislene just holds out his hand and bluntly demands, hand it over. Skovan trembles and asks, hand what over? Gislene narrows his eyes and calmly replies, command. Skovan freezes. He repeats it. Trust me, you'll want more. Let's dive right in. Gislene demands command of the troops. Skovan finally snaps out of his shock, silently cursing this absolute idiot of a kid. Handing over control when all his men's lives are hanging by a thread. Yeah, that's a massive no from the commander. He instantly rejects him flat out. No way. Gislene just stands there totally stunned as Skovan pushes himself right up off the dirt. He stays calm but firm. You think this is a game? I don't care if you're the young master, I can't just hand you command just like that. Gislene watches him walk away, feeling seriously annoyed. It's incredibly frustrating, even though he'd totally do the exact same thing if some random idiot suddenly showed up demanding to lead. Right in the middle of their argument, an orc charges them. Skovan instantly shoves the kid back, shouting that he's got this covered. He tells him he's way too inexperienced to lead an army. Gislene just lets out a heavy sigh. Well, if that's how it is, guess there's no other choice. Without missing a beat, he straight up throws his sword, scaring the absolute life out of Skovan. He violently dodges to the side. Once the blade flies past, the commander spins around, grabs the kid by the collar, and furiously screams. What on earth are you doing? Gislene doesn't even bother explaining, leaving the commander twisting with pure, unadulterated rage. But a second later, he realizes something crazy. Gislene's thrown sword is buried directly inside the attacking orc's skull. Its eyes roll back in pure agony before it face plants into the dirt, totally dead. Skoven just stares at the scene, utterly speechless. How did he hit its weak point like that? Right then Gislene speaks up. Your name is Skoven, right? Do you know what matters most in a real battle? If our army is terrified, there is zero chance we're winning this fight. They need a push. Now watch closely, because right here, Skoven sees him transform. Before anyone can even process what's happening, Gislene dashes forward. Zero wasted movements. He leaps into the air and plunges a sword right down into another orc's head. The surrounding soldiers are absolutely shell-shocked, and even Skoven is left frozen completely solid in his tracks. Gislene ignores their reactions entirely. His eyes burn with pure savagery as he glares at the monsters and screams, "Bring it on, you freaks. I'll slaughter every single one of you." Without hesitating, he charges the remaining mob, dropping them one by one with lethal precision. Skoven watches from the sidelines, completely dumbfounded. He wonders if he's dreaming, because even as a skilled magic user, he couldn't pull this off. How is a scrawny young master like him doing this? It's painfully obvious Gislene is exhausted, yet he uses the tiniest micro-movements to dodge their strikes, putting his flawless swordplay to work to strike their weak points perfectly. It's exactly like watching a grandmaster without aura, or honestly something even more legendary. The realization drains all the color from the commander's face. While everyone else is busy standing around looking stupid, Gislene is busy taunting the surviving monsters. He sneers at them coldly. Is this really it? You guys don't even deserve to be called warriors. Enraged, the entire pack immediately starts chasing after him. Ricardo sees this horrible setup and panics, screaming out loud. They're all going after the young master. Is he seriously making a run for it? I know what you're thinking. Suddenly, Skoven steps forward, leaving his soldiers totally bewildered by his random movement. Ignoring their frantic calls, Skoven is completely lost in his own thoughts. What on earth is Gislene actually planning? Charging in and grabbing aggro was smart, but now he's running away, and he's heading straight toward a massive towering cliff. Right then, a spark of realization flashes in the old man's eyes. It's like the missing puzzle piece just clicked. His expression shifts to pure urgency. Skoven whips around and roars a command. Everyone form a shield wall right now. He orders the squad to follow Gislene's trail. Meanwhile, our crazy hero has already reached the cliff's edge. He's absolutely positive that if Skoven is truly a skilled commander, he's figured out the master plan by now. Even though he'd rather hack them all to pieces, his pathetic stamina just won't let him keep fighting. Still, this is all under his control. Without hesitating, he throws himself straight off the massive cliff. The orcs chasing him skid to a dead stop, totally confused. What kind of trick is this guy pulling? Right on cue, Skoven's men are waiting nearby. Falling through the air, Gislene flashes a smug grin. Letting his body plummet, he screams at the top of his lungs. Do it now, Skoven instantly shouts. Push them all over the edge. The second he says it, the men lock their shields into a massive iron wall. Without a single ounce of hesitation, they forcefully bulldoze the confused monsters backward. Their eyes are burning with absolute resolve, and their effort finally pays off. The screaming orcs are shoved off the ledge, free-falling straight down the massive drop, turning into a highly disgusting puddle of mashed flesh at the bottom. Seeing this absolute carnage, the exhausted soldiers finally breathe a sigh of relief, cheering wildly that they survived and wiped them out. Skoven rushes to the edge, screaming for the young master. And trust me, you and I are gonna love this ending. Gislene had jammed his sword deep into the cliff face to save himself. Stick with me here, he managed not to fall, but his energy completely drained. Seeing him safe, Skoven was absolutely thrilled. He smirked with a totally satisfied smile, quickly reaching down for him to grab. Only problem, Gislene's arm was just completely dead weight. His grip on the sword chain slipped, and just like that he plummeted down. Seeing this, the faces of Skoven's group instantly turned pale. Terrified screams quickly echoed throughout the entire mountain area. A few hours later, deep in a heavy daze, Gislene suddenly heard something. Someone calling out his name. A very young, childish voice, but he immediately recognized it. It was a voice burned deep into his memories. Elena, his little sister. All those shattered memories rapidly pieced themselves back together, pulling Gislene so deep he couldn't even break free. He stared blankly at the memories swirling all around him and let out a long sigh. These were his past memories of Elena. Right then, someone reached out and forcefully pulled him away. By the time Gislene turned his head to look back, he saw Elena's completely panicked face. "Brother, let's go together." Escaping from that intense dream, Gislene slowly opened his eyes, staring blankly up at the ceiling right above his head. Then he looked down at his own trembling hands. Gislene finally let out a big sigh of relief. He survived, looks like they saved him. Gislene quickly pushed himself up to sit. Still, totally exhausted, his groggy mind actually thought this was all just a crazy dream. but a sharp needle-like pain quickly hit him, waking him right up. Gislene pursed his lips and muttered, "This is definitely the heavy backlash of pushing my body past its limits. But hey, being alive is good. Now watch closely here." Suddenly a voice rang out. "Young master, you're awake." Gislene flinched and snapped his head over spotting a girl dressed in a maid outfit walking right in. He immediately recognized her. It was Belinda. She slammed a basin of water down on the table, sounding completely annoyed as she snapped, "Do you have any idea how worried I was? I literally told you already you should have just let the actual soldiers handle those nasty orcs." But before she could even finish her rant, Gislene suddenly lunged forward and hugged her tight. Belinda was completely freaked out by this, her voice shaking. "What are you doing? Did I do something wrong?" Gislene just flashed a massive radiant smile and replied, "No, I'm just incredibly happy to see you again." Belinda was his personal tutor. Since he was a little kid, she had always stayed by his side, no matter how stupidly he acted. But after the Perdium family turned to pure ash and she went missing, he never saw her again. Honestly, Gislene didn't even expect to reunite with her like this. Belinda let him hug her for a bit before speaking up. "We literally see each other every single day. Why are you so happy?" Gislene didn't answer right away. He was deeply debating whether or not to tell her the actual truth. After hesitating for a long while, he finally spoke seriously. "Listen very closely, Vum is going to face a massive disaster." Hearing this, Belinda looked completely clueless. "What on earth are you talking about?" Gislene took a very deep breath and slowly said, "The truth is, I died and came back to life." Hearing that, Belinda was totally speechless and just sighed. "Yeah, sure, those orcs almost killed you." Seeing her dismissive reaction, Gislene frantically tried to explain. "That's not what I mean." But Belinda wasn't having it, constantly scolding him. "Do you realize that because of you, the Perdium family faced so much danger?" She talked like a literal machine gun. Gislene couldn't even get a single word in edgewise, so he had to just stand there helplessly listening. "You and I both know the truth, but getting her to believe it, zero chance." Suddenly, Belinda muttered, "Seriously, if you're still injured when the festival arrives, what are we going to do?" Those words made Gislene jolt in absolute surprise. Seeing his reaction, Belinda raised an eyebrow and asked, "Did you forget, lady? Elena has been eagerly waiting for the festival day just to go with you. It's the absolute perfect chance for you two to get closer." If she hadn't mentioned it, Gislene would have totally forgotten that this time of year always had a massive festival going on. In his past life, he had zero time to enjoy the festival because of all those horrifying experiences. Thinking about it, Gislene lowered his voice and asked, "How long until the festival?" Belinda thought for a second before opening her mouth. "Let's see, the festival happens next week, so you have about half a week left." Hearing that, Gislene immediately fell into deep silence. 1 week later, the exact day his life changed forever. While he was deep in thought, an innocent little voice suddenly rang out. "Big brother, are you in there?" Gislene flinched and whipped his head toward the door. The terrifying memory that haunted him for so many years rushed back the day Elena vanished from this world entirely. But right now, she was still perfectly alive, safely appearing right in front of him. Gislene's emotions instantly exploded. He ran over and hugged Elena tight, leaving the little girl completely shocked and confused. Even Belinda, standing nearby, was utterly stunned. Elena panicked and cried out, "What's wrong with you? What kind of weird surprise is this?" Gislene whispered in a low voice, "I missed you." Elena was genuinely freaked out. She used both hands to shove him hard, panicking. "Let me go, you're scaring me." Wholesome moment ruined instantly. Gislene got pushed backward by the little girl, rubbing his chest in mild shock. He couldn't help but marvel. What kind of crazy strength is this? Was she always this strong? Just then Elena glared at him coldly, saying, "Belinda told me to come here." "What kind of weird game are you playing? You think doing this makes everything okay?" Gislene asked in total confusion. "Make what okay?" Elena looked really bothered, bringing up some super harsh things he'd apparently said before, then asking, "Did you forget everything?" Hearing that, his face cringed like he stepped in pure trash. "So what do you and I learn here? Past actions backfire." "Wait, I actually said that. Let's dive right in." Our main character was absolute garbage to Elena in the past, but watch him suddenly apologize. After hearing that apology, both girls in the room completely freeze in sheer terror. Elena screams out in total disbelief, "I heard an orc attacked him." "Did you get hit in the head? Talk about karma coming back to bite you." Gislene quickly tries to explain, "No, I am seriously fine. Why would you guys say I got attacked?" But right after saying that, a massive headache hits him. Instant karma. Seeing him like this, Elena just cannot help but crack a smile. "Oh right, you are perfectly fine." Then he just passes out. After saying that, she and Belinda start giggling uncontrollably. Gislene looks up at them and a sudden warmth fills his chest. Everyone is exactly as he remembers them. Why the heck did his past self waste time on such useless garbage? For the festival next week, Gislene had completely refused to go with Elena. Taking the blame for the expedition team made him absolutely furious. And tragically, that was the very last time he ever saw her. Elena's body was later found ripped to pieces alongside her guards. The guilt absolutely crushed Gislene to his core. Now watch this part closely. He really should have gone with her. Suddenly, a heavy knock echoes from outside the door. Can we come in? Right after Elena's personal guards, Jamma and Philip walk right in. Elena glances over at the two of them and asks, what is going on? I told you guys to wait outside. Jamma awkwardly explains, sorry, but the servants need you to double-check the festival preparations, my lady. Hearing this, Gislene looks totally confused and asks, why are they asking Elena? Belinda thinks his question is absolute trash. She claps back, you seriously do not know, young master. It is because you literally party all day. I have no idea how short on staff Perdium must be to force a noble lady to do all this work. And just like that, Elena heads out with her two guards. Gislene slightly furrows his brow. Are they really that incredibly short on hands here? He never cared about anything back then, so obviously he had zero clue. Thinking it over, he steps up and offers to help her out. Elena immediately stops dead in her tracks. She side-eyes Gislene hard. Belinda also stares at him like he is a complete idiot. She mutters in pure disbelief. He wants to help us. Elena's voice shakes as she asks, did he seriously get hit in the head? A little later, at the festival prep area. Just hearing Gislene's voice makes the townsfolk shake in pure fear, like they just saw the plague. The siblings are loudly arguing outside. Gislene is trying to pitch in, but Elena is doing everything to chase him away. The two of them are causing a massive scene across the market. Gislene argues with her while deep in thought. You and I know what is coming. Elena's body was found near the slums far from the festival. Someone lured or dragged her there. To stop this absolute tragedy, he needs to track who enters the city. Suddenly, a loud shout echoes from right behind him. Young master. Snapping out of his thoughts, Gislene jumps and turns around. He sees an old man in full armor standing there, completely dripping with sweat. Gislene immediately recognizes him as Fergus. Spotting the boy, Fergus sprints over frantically, shaking his shoulders and asking, are you totally fine? Your humble servant rushed straight here after hearing the news about the orcs. Gislene feels incredibly awkward about this whole situation. On the flip side, Elena is thrilled to finally dump this deadweight. She quickly says, he's been acting super weird ever since he woke up. Please just drag him back to his room. Fergus happily accepts the order, as you wish, my lady. Hearing this, Gislene feels even more helpless. This old guy is getting in his way again. With no other choice, he will just figure out next week's disaster later. Realizing this, Gislene decides not to push it. He glances sideways at Fergus and asks, old man, is there an abandoned training ground in the city? Take me there right now. Fergus completely panics and asks in confusion, why wait for training? Gislene answers him with a totally straight face. Fergus gets even more confused, refusing to believe his own ears. What did you just say? A little later, a castle outside the market. Fergus brings Gislene straight to the location. Looking at the massive courtyard ahead, he is absolutely stunned. He blurts out, this is way better than I expected. This spot is absolutely perfect for Gislene to train. He never saw anything like this during his mercenary days. As expected, the weapons here are fully stocked and brand new. Fergus walks alongside him and explains, we maintained this place just in case you needed it. I was certain you would come here someday. Hearing those words, a sudden memory hits Gislene hard. Wait, did he do this in my past life too? The more he thinks about it, the more he feels like pure garbage. Stepping forward, Gislene pats Fergus on the shoulder and lets out a heavy sigh. I need to live a long time, old man, because dying feels like absolute crap. Fergus is completely baffled. You are acting like you already died once. Gislene gives a deadpan nod, winks, and says, you are sharp, I literally died and regressed. Too bad, Fergus thinks it is a total joke. He sighs helplessly and says, anyway, you can head back now, old man. I am going to start my training right here. Fergus immediately bows to accept the order. I will just stand guard outside. Gislene watches his retreating back, an intense wave of regret washing over him. He always treated everyone like total enemies, but his past self was just so incredibly shallow. Honestly, they were all so good to Gislene. So what do you and I take from all this? He absolutely will not let history repeat itself. In the past, Elena's tragic death sparked a massive war that completely destroyed Perdium, but not this time. All right, stick with me. This is the exact moment his family's downfall began, so Gislene has to fix it right here. First, he needs to get much stronger, but time is running out. But first, Gislene absolutely has to control his mana. That insane energy is the only way humans can break their natural limits. Everyone says feeling mana is the hardest part, but our boy Gislene, he mastered that while literally fighting on the battlefield. He just needs to connect with the mana particles in the air and spin them into a solid core. For a guy who survived thousands of battles, making a mana core is a piece of cake, but just doing that won't make Gislene one of the 7 strongest fighters alive. Using that magic book he swiped plus a human's natural mana core, he can actually create 2, maybe even 3 of them. He links the cores together, creating an absolutely explosive, massive source of raw energy. But hitting 3 cores pushes his physical body past its limit. Blood literally starts dripping from his face. He sighs frustrated. 3 is the max right now, even though he hit 5 in the past. He spits out a mouthful of blood. This crazy method gives you an insane burst of power really fast, but the trade-off, it burns through massive amounts of mana. That is exactly why he lost to Eden in his past life. That coward attacked with knights when Gislene's mana ran dry. In a fair fight, he totally would have won. Sure, it's a super unstable technique, but right now, it is enough. Gislene is young and time is on his side. This time around, he is definitely going to crush that bastard Eden. And the mastermind behind the Delphin family who destroyed his territory, dead meat. Gislene will slaughter all of them. His eyes flash, blood red, grinding his teeth in pure rage. Now pay attention, here is where it gets real. A week later, Gislene gears up. He packs all his weapons, totally ready for tonight's battle. After that, he heads to the festival alone. Seeing him, Elena literally cannot believe her eyes. She looks suspicious and gasps, "You actually came. What is going on? You never do stuff like this." Gislene just casually shrugs. "As a citizen, I should at least show up." Elena frowns at him. "You are acting really weird right now. I heard you trained all week." Gislene smirks slightly. "What is wrong with a knight heir getting some practice in?" Elena chuckles, mocking him. "You never cared before. You called Dad annoying and said you wanted to be Lord right away." But honestly, she is super happy about his change. Skipping along, she smiles. "Well, I like it this way anyway." It feels like the old Gislene is back. He watches Elena walk ahead. Over this past week, he realized something huge. Because his actions completely change, people's impressions of him and the future itself are already shifting. The massive events seem the same, but it is really tough to predict how he is impacting all the smaller details. Using his future knowledge perfectly is Gislene's main mission. He needs to handle every curveball with absolute efficiency. Preparations are totally done. No mistakes allowed, he tells himself. Then Gislene joins Elena for a festival stroll. While Elena happily dives into the bustling crowds, Gislene's mind is too heavy to actually enjoy the atmosphere. Elena walks around a bit more, then finds a quiet corner by the castle to sit. Stretching, she mutters, "Yeah, it is fun. But it is boring when every year is identical." Nothing new. Gislene does not share her relaxed mood at all. "You and I both know something's off, right? The festival is ending, but zero action. Is it because Elena is here?" Right then, a sudden voice cuts straight through Gislene's thoughts. "Do you want to check somewhere else?" Elena's guard walks right up and suggests, "Our friend said there is a brand new event happening. Interested?" Hearing that, Elena instantly lights up. "Really? That sounds super fun." Without another thought, she follows right behind them. Gislene stares at their backs from behind, muttering quietly, "So it is you guys. The family traders, Elena's escort knights, Jama and Philip. They were supposed to be the most trusted knights. They protected Elena since she was a little kid. In his past life, they supposedly died defending her. But here is the sick truth: the loyal guards were actually backstabbers. These undercover rats completely deserve to die." A little later, they lead the two siblings straight to an empty lot. Jama excitedly announces, "We made it." Except, there is literally absolutely nothing around them. Not even a single soul in sight. Elena looks instantly disappointed. "Are you sure there is a show in this dirty place?" Jama quickly tries to explain. "They must still be setting up. People will arrive soon." Elena scoffs. "Do not be ridiculous. Who would ever perform in a dump like this?" Meanwhile, Gislene is carefully scanning their entire surroundings. Sure enough, it looks like an empty street, but look closer, obstacles are completely blocking every single escape route. They definitely prepped this trap. While Gislene thinks, his arm gets yanked. Elena drags him like a literal rag doll. Jama panics and steps in. "My lady, we are already here. Do you not want to see the performance?" She scoffs without looking back. "No thanks. And trust me, you and I will love seeing this trap backfire next." "All right, stick with me, this gets wild." Gislene gets dragged until his arm actually hurts. He grumbles, "Have you been training? Why are you so strong?" Elena completely ignores him, still pulling him along. But suddenly their path is completely blocked. Philip glares at them, his face twisted in a nasty, malicious sneer. He smirks. "Hold on a minute there, my lady." Seeing that super creepy look on his face, Elena instantly panics and takes a step back. Trembling, she stammers, "You guys are acting super weird. What is going on with you?" Realizing the gig is totally up, Jama lets out a heavy sigh. "Oh man, I really didn't want to scare you." But then his tone completely shifts into something super sinister. "It's just, someone made us a very reasonable offer." Elena shivers, mumbling in absolute confusion. "What kind of offer?" Right on cue, footsteps echo from right behind them. A guy in a blue cloak strolls up with two lackeys. The leader, Frank, chuckles with obvious satisfaction. "Just as expected, your workflow is incredibly clean and efficient." Jama smirks proudly. "Of course it is. We brought the girl exactly as promised. Now let's wrap up this little transaction right here and now." But right then, Frank notices something else. He frowns, staring hard. Hey, isn't that the oldest son of the Perdium family standing right there? I definitely don't remember asking you to bring him along too. Gislene simply narrows his eyes at the guy. For now, he just stays perfectly still. Jama brushes it off casually, replying, "Don't worry, I'm throwing him in completely for free." The idiot blindly followed us without even realizing this place is about to be his grave. Finally, Gislene decides to cut in. Hey Jama, so you really just sold us out. Do you honestly think you can get away with something like this? Jama chuckles softly, pouting as he fires back. Why don't you worry about your own neck first? We just need to run away to somewhere really far and we are golden. He complains he's completely sick of this pathetic, dirt-poor wasteland anyway. Getting tortured by those absolute savages just isn't worth it anymore. Now pay attention, this is where it gets crazy. He claims tons of people want to ditch Perdium, but mid-sentence Gislene dashes forward and slashes him. Just like that, Jama gets a one-way ticket to the afterlife. This sudden brutal move absolutely shocks the onlookers. Nobody expected this seemingly weak kid to just snap and attack. Gislene calmly pulls his sword back, scoffing coldly. But at least they would never ever sell us out to enemies. Am I wrong, saying that he glares right at the remaining traitor? Sensing massive danger, Philip panics and instantly grabs Elena as a human shield. He bites his lip, cursing out loud. That idiot Jama, an actual knight, losing to a total amateur like him. But the moment Philip finishes talking, a sword pierces right through his forehead. Before dropping dead, he can only mutter one final phrase. This is impossible. In just a few seconds, Gislene absolutely deleted both traitors. Witnessing this insane bloodbath, Frank's two henchmen are left completely frozen in pure shock. Is that really the oldest Perdium kid? I thought he didn't have any real combat experience or even the most basic physical training at all. Judging by his appearance, that is definitely him. Frank finally speaks up, his voice totally grim. Even though they completely dropped their guard, he still instantly killed two actual knights using a mana-infused attack. Got to admit, his skill level really isn't half bad. Meanwhile, Elena is clutching tightly onto Gislene. Her voice trembles as she asks, "Big brother, what in the world is actually going on here?" But Gislene doesn't give her an answer. He hesitates for a second, then literally knocks the poor girl out. He had no other choice, really. Keeping Elena awake would just make her a huge liability while he deals with the remaining trash. I know what you're thinking, brutal right, but she needs to sleep. Frank totally misunderstands, thinking he just wants to spare her the gory sights. Frank laughs. Thanks for doing my job for me, oldest son of Perdium. Right after he struts forward with his henchmen, lowering his voice menacingly. You're way different from the rumors. We actually plan to take care of those two traitors ourselves. He asks if Gislene has been hiding his true skills this whole time. Gislene casually readies his sword, his tone ice cold. What exactly does that have to do with you? In reality, his mind is racing, calculating the fastest way to butcher these three guys. The two lackeys on the side, completely irrelevant fodder. But the guy standing in the middle is radiating mana on a completely different level. Because of that, Gislene knows he has to end this super fast. Mind made up, he asks coldly, let me ask you one simple thing. Who exactly ordered this hit? Frank just chuckles, answering with pure arrogance. Do you really need to know that if you're about to die? Gislene glares right back, speaking coldly. I figured you wouldn't just spill the beans easily, but you'll be begging to tell me very soon. Right as he speaks, his blade completely overflows with surging mana. One of Frank's goons suddenly speaks up. Should we just take his head right now? Frank shakes his head. No, capture him alive and snap all his limbs. Break him until he literally goes insane. He needs to writhe in pure agony to achieve that truly beautiful shape. The goons nod. Yes, boss. Both thugs instantly take the order and dash forward like a hurricane. But right then, Gislene pulls something from his pocket and throws it without a single drop of hesitation. Seeing the projectile, the two thugs look a bit panicked. Wait, why the heck is he throwing a flare now? While he hesitates, the flare smashes directly into his face. Before the guy can even process it, Gislene blitzes forward completely, sweeping his legs and slamming him down hard. The other thug sees this but doesn't even panic. He just snorts with absolute disdain, instantly swinging his sword down. Too bad, Gislene's speed is on another level. He flawlessly blocks the strike. He side-eyes the thug, his own gaze absolutely dripping with murderous intent. You and I both know this isn't over. With insane skill, he slips his hand past the enemy's blade, flawlessly drawing his sword to strike. Alright, stick with me here. Gislene frees his hand and without hesitating cleanly beheads that guy, but suddenly he senses some serious killer intent coming right at him. It's Frank, taking advantage while he handles those two sneaking up for a cheap shot. Luckily, Gislene reacts lightning fast, raising his sword to block. That actually catches Frank completely off guard. He actually blocked a perfect sneak attack. While Frank is busy thinking about it, our main character strikes right back. His blade slashes straight down, carving a deep cut across Frank's neck. The pipe he was smoking instantly drops from his mouth. but the guy still swings back. This startles Gislene, who doesn't dare drop his guard and quickly throws up his sword to defend. Frank smirks coldly, surprised. If I didn't have my mana, I would have just lost my head. Gislene simply cannot believe his eyes. Alive, after a direct neck strike, he actually focused mana around his throat just to reduce the damage. Right then, Frank says coldly, I don't know where a kid learns such weird swordplay, but you are going to die right here. The moment he finishes talking, an evil smile appears. Then Frank charges right at Gislene. Mocking him mid-fight, he says, you can't beat me with that weak little mana. He is absolutely convinced he'll win. Super smug, right? But watch closely, Gislene is smiling right back at him. This totally freaks Frank out, making him literally shudder, and while he's distracted, Gislene unleashes a devastating downward slash, then delivers a brutal kick right to his face. Frank goes flying back. He looks up scoffing, didn't I already tell you? That amount of mana won't work. But right after saying that, Frank spits up fresh blood. His body drops straight to the dirt. He is completely panicked now. What in the world just happened? That attack's power hit totally different. There is zero chance he could pierce his reinforcement with just that basic skill level. Right now, Gislene slowly walks up to Frank, coldly stating, I never thought there was an actual mastermind behind Elena's death. So it was you. While talking, he starts gathering raw energy directly from his mana core. In under 3 seconds, he unlocks his third mana core. Feeling that intense power, Frank screams out, how can you enhance your mana that much? Obviously, Gislene ignores him, completely charging forward with momentum that literally tears the wind. His speed is insane. Frank turns pale with absolute panic. Not daring to slip up, he frantically raises his sword. The two swords violently clash together. But right then, Gislene pushes forward aggressively, swinging down with a massive heavy strike. Even though he is just blocking, Frank's entire arm goes numb. Plus, his weapon is already showing signs of cracking. He is totally freaking out. Impossible. Even drawing massive amounts of mana has an absolute limit. I know what you're thinking, this extreme mana boost is unheard of. Gislene literally looks like a totally different person. Losing focus in a fight is a fatal mistake. Just like that, Frank's blade gets completely shattered by Gislene. The sword's force is strong enough to slice right through him. Fresh blood starts raining down from his body. But Gislene doesn't stop there. He charges fiercely, driving his sword straight into Frank's stomach. The pain hits instantly, making him scream like a dying pig. Taking the chance, Gislene grabs Frank by the neck, pinning him hard against the wall, killer intent flooding his eyes. He says coldly, should we finish our little chat? Who ordered you to do this? Frank angrily bites his lip. He won't die easily, he'll drag the Perdium lady to hell with him. Acting on instinct, a dagger appears in Frank's hand, aiming straight for the unconscious Elena on the other side. But right then, thin threads completely bind his hand. This catches Frank totally by surprise. Before he can even process it, Gislene's freezing voice echoes, let's make a little deal. He warns him not to try anything stupid. Answer the question, and I'll pull the sword out. Frank stares at the weird threads wrapped around his hand, totally confused. Is this pure mana? When did he even cast this? This is actually a sneaky skill from Gislene's past life. Less powerful, sure, but definitely good enough for now. Right then, Gislene tightly grips the sword buried in Frank's gut. Someone of your level definitely knows how to heal yourself. But what happens if he destroys his mana core? Hearing this, Frank's face immediately drops in absolute panic. Only now does he realize Gislene's blade, accidentally or on purpose, is literally stabbing right into his precious mana core. Frank screams loudly in pure agony, feeling his mana scattering away. He yells out in terror, are you completely crazy? One mistake and mana backflow will literally blow this entire area to pieces. Do you want to kill yourself? Gislene smirks coldly. Only guys with zero skills worry about that. I can handle it just fine. Pure fear takes over Frank's face. You and I know exactly why he realizes Gislene will actually end him. Let's dive right back into the madness. Terrified of dying, Frank completely loses his pride, acting like a total coward as he screams out, it was Count Desmond. He confesses the Count ordered this. The old guy needed a fake excuse to spark an all-out war between the Perdium and Digo families. Hearing this, Gislene frowns instantly. So it was Desmond. In his past life, these dirty jobs were always handed off to the Duke's sketchy allied families. Did Duke Delphin seriously dare to set up this insane plot without any solid backing? Putting the pieces together, Gislene presses him. So that is exactly why you targeted Elena. Too scared to lie, Frank nods frantically. But right as he finishes, Gislene shoves his sword a few inches deeper. Frank screams in pure panic, what are you doing? This is not what you promised. Gislene chuckles coldly and snaps back. So what? You have slaughtered countless people, yet now you are terrified of dying. Suddenly, Frank bursts into manic laughter, throwing Gislene off guard for a second. Pushing his head right up against Gislene, he sneers cockily. Killing me changes absolutely nothing. My work with Digo is already done. You think anyone will believe a total nobody like you? The Perdium family will burn in this war. Mid-sentence, Gislene slams Frank's face against the stone wall. His voice turns ice cold. Let me tell you something. I came back from the dead, so this time everything changes. Instantly, his eyes flare with pure terrifying killing intent. Don't blink now. Without hesitation, Gislene completely shatters Frank's mana core, making him scream out in pure agony. Right after that, a massive beam of mana shoots straight up from the dark alley. 2 seconds later, boom, it explodes brightly like fireworks lighting up the night sky. Down in the dark alley, the brutal, bloody scene perfectly matches the wild fireworks above. Truly a flawless night for a murder, with the street now flowing like a river of blood. The traitors from his past life have finally paid the price. Gislene glances back, a massive wave of pure relief washing over his tired face. He finally saved Elena. At that exact moment, the heavy sword slips right out of his hand and hits the ground. His exhausted body sways completely, ready to collapse. The sharp pain in his chest is just too much, forcing Gislene to violently cough up a mouthful of blood. Dropping to his knees on the dirt, he pants heavily and wipes the dark blood from his mouth. He bites his lip and mutters, "Damn it. Back when I was the Mercenary King, blowing up 3 cores was absolutely nothing. There is no way I am going down over something this pathetic. But right now is definitely not the time to stress about that." Gislene still has some serious business to finish in the room straight ahead. He immediately rushes inside, and just as expected, the entire place is a total disaster zone, heavily splattered with fresh blood everywhere. Staring at the body lying right there in the wreckage, Gislene lets out a heavy sigh. In his previous life, they found another corpse right next to Elena in this exact spot. Based on what that coward Frank spilled earlier, Digo's own son was brutally murdered right alongside his personal escort knight. So this was their sick method to silence them and frame them as Elena's killers. Once this massive setup gets exposed, an all-out war is guaranteed. Knowing this, Gislene decides to completely erase the evidence right now. Acting fast, he tosses an explosive and blows the tiny house sky high. Massive flames instantly erupt throughout the dark alley. Gislene carries Elena safely back, successfully pulling off his very first step to stop the past timeline's absolute tragedy. He absolutely refuses to let those scumbags get their way. But you and I know villains never rest, right? Up in that nearby tree, a spy is quietly watching everything unfold. Waiting until Gislene and his sister finally leave the alley, the spy quickly vanishes into thin air. Meanwhile, deep inside a gloomy underground basement, a shady group gathers for a serious meeting. A guy hiding under a dark black cloak reports in a low, shaky voice, "We completely failed, even though we literally sent the very best guys we had available." Hearing this absolutely pathetic excuse, another figure aggressively snaps back in a deep voice. "You seriously could not even handle taking out one single little girl?" Trembling and hesitating for a long moment, the guy finally grits his teeth and forces the words out. "It is all because of Gislene Perdium." The second that name drops, the whole group instantly explodes into confused whispers, because absolutely everyone knows the Perdium family's eldest son is complete worthless trash. Someone immediately steps up and loudly questions him. "You obviously know perfectly well that Gislene is nothing but a useless piece of garbage. Are you seriously just using him as an excuse right now?" The cloaked guy frantically shakes his head, defending himself. He is completely different from the pathetic rumors we heard. He then proceeds to spill every single insane thing he just witnessed to the group, especially the terrifying way Gislene was freely manipulating his mana. He describes the ruthless, lightning-fast way he wiped out enemies and exactly how Gislene brutally executed Frank before smartly destroying all the evidence. It was like he transformed into a totally different monster. But hey, they already finished setting up the Digo family, so triggering the territory war is totally secure. The guy begs the furious crowd for just one more chance. Instead, every single person in the room verbally rips him apart like a total stray dog. One guy is even evil enough to suggest executing him right there on the spot. Right in the middle of their toxic screaming match, a deeply commanding voice cuts through, so noisy. Instantly, the entire room drops into dead silence. The leader speaks up again, his voice dangerously low. "What kind of chance do you want?" Feeling bold, the guy yells back, "I will eliminate Gislene Perdium." The leader coldly replies, "Exactly how?" The cloaked guy slowly explains his master plan. "I am going to carefully set up a perfectly natural one-on-one duel. I already have the perfect guy in mind." Before the leader can respond, the impatient crowd below cuts in, demanding to know who is it. He names Canlodes, famous for purely brutal swordsmanship despite his youth. "We are stopping here, but trust me, you will want to stick around for this upcoming fight. Let's dive in." He was already a symbol of ultimate power. Honestly, nobody in the north could even match Can's crazy strength. Plus, Can is related to Gizel, so forcing them to meet isn't necessary. You could totally call this a massive advantage. Hearing this, the crowd immediately fell into deep thought. The guy in charge pondered for a second, then opened his mouth with a warning. "Fail again and there won't be a next time." The subordinate answered in total fear, "I won't let you down." Fast forward a few days. At the Perdium City training grounds, per usual, Fergus went to find Gizel to grab some lunch. But the second he walked in, something crazy sharp flew straight at him. Once he finally got a good look, he saw a super thin thread wrapped tight around his sword, sitting outside the door. In the blink of an eye, the blade came flying right back inside. Giselle caught the sword flawlessly, and he busted out a few epic sword moves before finally stopping. Only then did Giselle even notice someone was standing at the door. Fergus quickly rushed over, bowing respectfully. My apologies, you were just so focused on your training that, right there, he suddenly stopped mid-sentence, hesitating before asking, how did you pull that off just now? Giselle frowned in pure confusion, but he quickly realized exactly what Fergus. Watch closely, this is where he breaks the rules. He gave a quick demo, slowly explaining it is a mana thread using mana like a rope. In his past life, Giselle literally used this trick all the time. But with his current skill level, he'd have to blow up his core to use it like before due to low mana. But by making just one single thread to save energy, he could still pull it off without needing a massive mana pool. After hearing that, Fergus was still super confused. He muttered in pure shock, I have been training with mana forever, but I have never seen anything like this. Just a few days ago, he was not even using mana, just training all by himself. How could he possibly come up with a crazy mana trick like this? Giselle stared at the guy spacing out, frowning as he asked, do you need something? Only then did Fergus remember why he even came here, hastily saying, actually, I just came over to talk to you about this. Giselle asked in total confusion about what. Right then Fergus bowed his head to him, saying with absolute sincerity, thank you for protecting the lady. Giselle was honestly a bit startled, pouting as he replied, you are thanking me. That is just what I had to do. Let's go eat. After that, the two of them quickly left the training grounds and headed back to the castle. A few days passed. The festival got paused, all because an escort knight plotted to sell the count's daughter. Meanwhile, back in her room, Elena rested her chin on her hand, full of absolute annoyance, saying, everyone thinks I am lying when I say you were the one who saved me. You should go tell them something. Giselle completely refused to get involved, shaking his head. It is fine, they wouldn't believe it anyway. Once Belinda found out the whole truth, she was also absolutely furious, her face twisting as she cursed, Jamma and Philip are the ones who betrayed you, right? Those total scumbags. I knew they were perverts. Sitting across from them, Giselle flashed a deeply satisfied smile. Since Elena was still alive, he had successfully. You and I both know the villains never quit, right? He managed to stop the war, but he can't keep fighting them off totally alone forever. He desperately needs to build an army. Right then, a servant rolled in the food cart. Giselle let out a sigh. He had to learn more about politics to pull that off. Thinking that over, he grabbed his fork, ready to eat lunch. But the exact moment the servant lifted the silver lid off the food, there was just one tiny piece of bread inside, barely a crumb. Giselle instinctively frowned. Is this stuff actually meant to be eaten? He looked up straight at Belinda and asked, why in the world are we eating our dessert first today? Belinda let out a heavy sigh. What dessert? You know our current situation. But what did Giselle know? Absolutely nothing. He was totally clueless. Before he could even figure out how things got this bad, an ear-shattering noise erupted from down below, practically bursting his eardrums. The townspeople down there were screaming their lungs out. Compensate us for the damages caused by canceling the festival. By now, a huge crowd had gathered right in front of the castle, gripping weapons and demanding massive payouts. The soldiers tried their best to calm them down, but it was practically useless. Giselle stared down from the window, asking in total confusion, what the heck is going on? Belinda seemed to have totally predicted this mess. She sighed heavily. I knew they would act like this. Hearing that, Giselle glanced right over at her. She slowly began to explain the truth. You know our district has tons of merchants who make a living straight off the festival profits. Last year was definitely good enough for them. But since the festival got canceled after just one single day, they have every right to be furious. Giselle frowned the second he heard that, hesitantly asking, is our district's situation really that awful? This is not good at all. They will only get angrier if you do not help them out. Thinking it over, he shot a look at Fergus. What are the guards doing? Send them down there to calm that angry mob immediately. Fergus hit Giselle with an even wilder surprise. We do not have any guards left. Most of them got deployed straight into the monster forest to rebuild the area because of a massive orc raid. Hearing that, Giselle finally remembered. Realm was basically stuck in a permanent state of war, thanks to the northern barbarians. Plus, there was literally a monster forest where beasts could pop out and attack at absolutely any given moment. So what do you and I make of this epic mess? Giselle is completely broke, has 0 soldiers, and is stuck in an absolute total disaster. Realizing all of this, he quickly pulled Belinda aside for a serious chat. He lowered his voice and asked, you are my financial manager, right? Let's dive right in. Use that money to calm the merchants, he orders. But Belinda just shakes her head. We are completely broke. Gislene stares at her in panic. What do you mean broke? She sighs, reminding him that the Count totally cut off his allowance because he spends cash like water. The terrifying reality finally hits Gislene like a ton of bricks. Our guy is officially dead broke with absolutely 0 coins to his name. Unable to handle this tragic situation, he immediately holds his hand out and begs, just give me a little cash. Belinda totally pouts and shoots him down. I have no money. Gislene dramatically staring out the window, deeply rethinking his entire pathetic life choices. No money and no soldiers left to command. Without a single penny in his pocket, he literally cannot do anything right now. Even having future knowledge is completely useless without funds. He desperately needs some cash first, but is there any way out? Wait, wasn't there something hidden back at the estate? Right at that moment, the sound of rushed footsteps echoes from outside. Ricardo slams the door open, panicking as he calls out for the young master. Startled, Gislene turns around and asks, "What is the rush?" Ricardo frantically reports the bad news. "Young Master Can is here to see you." Hearing that specific name, Gislene instantly freezes in pure shock. Meanwhile, down at a local tavern, Scoven is getting beaten to an absolute pulp. His attacker refuses to stop, relentlessly throwing heavy punch after punch. The guy's strength is completely off the charts. He punches so hard that his hands are already covered in Scoven's blood, and Scoven cannot put up any resistance at all. He's too weak to fight back, getting battered until he literally coughs up fresh blood. Now watch closely, this is where things get tense. When Gislene arrives, he finds Scoven on the dirt floor, his body trembling uncontrollably from the pain. Seeing the old man's horrible state, Gislene is deeply confused. Then his eyes lock onto a massive towering figure, built like a giant black bear standing right in front of him. The giant flashes a fiercely wicked smile. "There you are, Gislene." Gislene looks up at the towering man, feeling like he has definitely seen this guy before, and in a flash, it clicks. He recognizes this face immediately, knowing this huge guy way too well. It is Canlodes, the heir to the Lodes family, who is closely allied with the Perdium house. Back in the day, he was actually Gislene's only real friend. But at the same time, Can is also his worst enemy. Because of that, the cold glare Gislene shoots at him right now is extremely unfriendly. While Gislene processes this, Can slowly steps toward him. He glances over at Ricardo and asks, "What exactly is going on here?" Ricardo sighs quietly. "You can see it. We got a report about a huge tavern brawl and found out Can was here causing trouble with his escort knights." Recognizing them, Can demanded to know if the wild rumors about Gislene were actually true. So Scoven went ahead and explained every single crazy detail to him. But the second he heard the story, Can aggressively grabbed Scoven by the jaw. With a cold voice, he asked, "Are you daring to lie to the Lodes family heir?" And that is how this mess started. Now Can speaks up with total disgust. "If you are going to talk, get your facts straight." He claimed that you, a guy who has never trained, somehow took down a massive orc totally barehanded, and that you also killed off a bunch of traitorous escort knights by yourself. So he decided to give Scoven a tiny little wake-up call to snap him back to reality. Can flashes a totally mocking smile. "None of this bloody mess would have happened if he had just stopped lying to my face right from the start." Hearing all this nonsense, Gislene suddenly feels a very strong urge to punch someone. Can is exactly this kind of awful guy, always treating him like a pathetic little errand boy. Every single time he visits Perdium, he causes massive trouble, and despite the utter chaos, nobody dares to say a word because Gislene is basically treated as his subordinate. Absolutely no one dares to look down on Can. He is nothing like Gislene, who always struggles with a deep inferiority complex. Can, on the other hand, rocks the bold confidence of a true heir. And because of that massive gap between them, Gislene constantly gets criticized even more. Thinking about all this unfair history, Gislene simply cannot help but sigh out loud. Seeing his calm reaction, Can smirks. Normally, Gislene would have attacked him blindly after this much obvious provocation. "You and I both know something deeper is going on." Earlier at the Lodes estate, Can suddenly received a shady offer from someone. That mysterious person wanted Gislene dead. They promised that if Can successfully finished this dark mission, the higher-ups would heavily support the Lodes family in return. Can frowned at the guy and replied in a deep voice, "Taking care of a weak kid like Gislene is easy, but he is still technically a noble heir. Why would I risk taking his life?" But the shady figure pushed harder. "We can just trick the fool into joining a totally legal duel. We will easily stage an unfortunate accident on the spot. To everyone watching, it will just look like a normal tragic dispute between two hot-headed heirs." The guy even said he would tag along, disguising himself as a regular escort knight to control the situation from the shadows. So Can had absolutely zero things to worry about. This was a rare golden opportunity for him. Hearing all those sweet promises, Can momentarily hesitated. After a long silence, he finally spoke. "I have to take the life of my own cousin Gislene. Fine, I am in." And that completely explains today's insane situation. Can figure the higher-ups wanted to wipe Gislene off the map because something had recently changed. If that was the case, he could easily use this chance to get some personal revenge too. Snapping back to the present, Can instantly speaks up. "Hey, what are you doing?" Gislene cannot help but feel deeply confused. What kind of nonsense is this giant spouting now? Can raises an eyebrow, mocking him. "Why are you just standing there? Since you came all this way, shouldn't you bring me what you actually prepared?" Gislene asks with pure confusion. "Prepared what exactly?" Can just sits there looking totally relaxed, smiling calmly. He smirks. "I heard the festival got delayed, so let's hype things up with a duel. And that is where we leave it. Trust me, You are going to want to see this fight. All right, stick with me here. We always see arrogant nobles pulling this exact stunt right. He seriously asks Gislene if he said something wrong. Hearing this garbage, Gislene sinks into deep thought. After a second, he suddenly asks, "Are you talking about that specific arrangement?" It finally hits him. This arrogant jerk always expects free booze and women whenever he visits. The old Gislene actually met his demands just to avoid getting beat up, but those days are over. This clown wasted way too much of his cash. Belinda mentioned his allowance got slashed recently. This guy is definitely the reason why. But honestly, it's a blessing in disguise. Gislene realizes something. The perfect opportunity is right here. His walking ATM can is sitting right in front of him. Time to get all that money back. While Gislene is plotting, Ken suddenly snaps at him, totally breaking his concentration. He raises an eyebrow. "If you remember then, hurry up and bring the goods." "I am waiting here." Shockingly, Gislene just nods along. "Of course I should bring them right over." Right. Ken is completely caught off guard. But his next sentence leaves the noble absolutely dumbfounded. "Wait, don't you have a massive debt to pay me first?" Not just Ken, but his knight standing nearby is equally shocked. Ken glares at him suspiciously. "Pay what?" Gislene just breaks into a cold smile. He speaks calmly. "You know I had to fund your little requests with my own pocket money. Cough up 1,000 gold principal and interest." This demand infuriates the guy. He snarls in pure anger, 1,000 gold. All that trash combined wasn't even worth 100. And you provided it to thank me for being your friend. Consider it a friendship fee. Friendship, what an absolute joke. Gislene snorts coldly. "I was basically your personal doormat. Now watch closely because this changes everything." He demands the cash right before kicking Ken out. Instantly, the whole tavern drops into dead silence. Even Ricardo is absolutely stunned. What on earth is his young master talking about? Right then, Ken scrambles up from the floor. He glares coldly. "Are you acting this bold because I went way too easy on you?" He claims Gislene is acting tough just because he spread some fake rumors about defeating an actual knight. He calls him a useless parasite sucking the life out of this territory. No wonder everyone up north calls him an absolute bastard. He claims the heir only spouts pure nonsense. The second he finishes talking, Ken swings a heavy fist straight at his face. But our guy just stands there super chill. He waits until the fist is inches away, then casually ducks to the side. Watching this unfold, the crowd goes totally speechless in shock. This makes Ken even more furious. He grinds his teeth and screams, "You little bastard." But instantly Gislene counters with a brutal punch right to the gut. In a flash, Ken looks absolutely terrible. He desperately reaches out to catch the incoming fist. Right then, a sneaky smile flashes across his face. Seeing this weird reaction, Gislene is super confused. Did I punch his brain into mush or something? While he is trying to figure it out, Ken stumbles and drops to his knees. The knight quickly rushes over in a panic. "Young master, are you okay?" Gislene squints at him, rolling his eyes in disgust. "Get up and stop crying. I know you blocked that hit." Before he can answer, the knight screams. "Back off, Gislene, do you realize what you are doing?" Hearing the commotion, the tavern crowd starts whispering wildly. Gislene frowns, totally unable to hide his cold sneer. "So they want to play dirty, fine. You and I know exactly what's happening." Ken is kneeling on the floor, secretly exchanging a sneaky look with his knight. He smugly whispers, "How was my acting?" The knight smiles back. "Brilliant. You set the trap perfectly," making everyone believe Gislene is totally at fault. This gives them the perfect excuse to demand a duel. Ken smirks. This is a super rare chance to get some serious heavy-hitting backup. He needs to leave a massive impression this time. Like his knight said, it is the perfect moment to crush the fading Perdium family forever. With that in mind, he dramatically pulls out some gloves. Looking completely offended, he yells out, "How dare you insult the honor of a noble?" Spewing filthy lies. "You attacked me just because I demanded the actual truth. Gislene, I challenge you to." Before he can even finish his epic speech, a glove smacks him right across the face. Gislene totally beats him to the punch. "I challenge you to a duel," Ken loads. Hearing this, Ken is actually surprised, but it plays right into his hands. Gislene glares at him with pure ice. "You dare slander me? An official heir standing before the Perdium people, assaulting my personal knight, and mocking the entire nobility's honor." Hearing this crazy speech, Ricardo thinks his boss has lost his mind. He says it so smoothly too. But Gislene literally does not care. He stares Ken down, raising an eyebrow like a total boss. "You won't refuse, right?" This direct taunt catches both Ken and his knight totally off guard, but a cold smirk quickly returns. "I knew you were dumb enough to dig your own grave. Fine, I accept. And trust me, you guys want to see what happens next." Challenge accepted. With that said, he draws his blade. Ken raises an eyebrow, warning him not to regret this even if he ends up dead. Gislene scoffs. "Regret? Trust me, you and I are about to watch this guy do things Ken wouldn't even imagine in his wildest dreams." He glances at a totally confused Ricardo nearby and calls his name. Since the festival got abruptly paused, the hype that was peaking just totally cooled down in an instant, leaving all the stranded tourists super frustrated. They are probably borderline ready to riot right now, mainly because they literally cannot spend their cash or kill time anywhere. Seeing this chaotic situation, Gislene figures throwing a little impromptu entertainment event to calm the angry mob might actually work out fine. So right here, right now, he is standing casually on the arena stage with Can to host a public one-on-one duel. The crowd immediately swarms the place. That empty marketplace instantly transforms into a super loud, massive buzzing spectacle. They even set up a legit betting booth for the fight. Gamblers start pouring in and gold coins are flooding into the merchants' pockets like an absolute waterfall. Seeing this circus, Ken gets completely annoyed. He stabs his sword into the ground, his voice dripping with pure anger. How dare you turn a sacred duel into a cheap market act? Let me be perfectly clear before we start. Even if you beg and surrender, my blade will not stop. With that threat, he holds his sword to his neck, mocking a brutal death. Hearing this, Gislene isn't even slightly surprised. He completely expected Ken to be thinking exactly like this. He narrows his eyes, staring coldly. Looks like we finally have a big enough audience, so let us begin. But before he even finishes, Ken interrupts him. Now pay attention here, you and I need to watch this closely. He smirks, claiming they cannot bet if things stay exactly like this. Hearing that bold claim, the surrounding crowd instantly falls into total confusion. Hesitating for a second, the bookmaker awkwardly speaks up. Literally nobody is betting on Duke Gislene. Hearing this harsh reality, Gislene just glances at the old man and goes totally silent. The crowd immediately starts whispering and gossiping. Everyone absolutely believes he does not have a single chance to win. Hearing all the mocking whispers, Ken just cannot hold back a giant sneer. Oh wow, even a cheap market crowd totally ignores your existence. Right at that very moment, someone suddenly steps up and slams a massive money bag directly onto the betting table. It is Scoven. Even though he is heavily injured, he still had Ricardo support him all the way here just to back up Gislene. I bet everything on Duke Gislene. Seeing this loyal move, Gislene honestly cannot help but flash a really satisfied smile. Having someone actually believe in you feels pretty awesome. But wait, it is not over yet. Another heavy coin pouch drops on the table. This time it is Elena and Belinda. Elena confidently announces she is betting on her big brother too. Seeing the little girl, Scoven and Ricardo are instantly left completely shocked. Since when did these siblings get along so well? Even Gislene never expected her to show up here, let alone actually join the gambling pool. The surrounding civilians are just as totally mind-blown by this. Ignoring everyone's dramatic reactions, Elena stares right at the shocked bookmaker and casually asks, is this amount enough? The old guy frantically nods, saying, yes, this is definitely more than enough. Meanwhile, Ken glances over at Belinda, a sudden flash of panic briefly hitting his eyes. But Ken quickly recovers, scoffing coldly about being forced to wait for absolute nonsense. The second those arrogant words leave his mouth, the battle officially kicks off. Gislene raises an eyebrow, mocking Ken. You and I both saw this coming, right? He casually jokes that since he is older, attacking first would be pretty embarrassing. Hearing this insane taunt, Ken is confused, then simply watches as Gislene smoothly draws his blade. He casually spins the sword in the air a few times, striking an absolutely cinematic perfect battle pose. Smirking right at him, Gislene dares him to bring it on. This flashy move leaves Ken slightly thrown off guard, but he quickly snaps back into reality, laughing mockingly at the sheer disrespect. Do you seriously not think it is way too late to start acting like the bigger man? With that said, he immediately lunges forward with explosive speed. He leaps high into the air, hesitating 0 seconds before bringing his heavy sword crashing down. Refusing to be careless, Gislene brings his blade up to block. Ken sneers, coldly shouting that he is lowering himself way too much just to save face. After yelling that, he furiously throws his arm outward. A ridiculously brutal attack is unleashed, forcing Gislene to slide several steps backward. Remember, Ken is literally a full head taller than our main guy, so this absolute bloodbath feels exactly like fighting a raging bull. Ken grips his weapon tightly, endlessly raining down devastating heavy slashes. Thankfully, Gislene dodges just in time, otherwise his entire body would absolutely be shattered, just like the ruined ground, Ken just totally destroyed. Seeing this wild display, the crowd goes absolutely crazy. They praise young Master Ken, saying Gislene cannot even handle a single real hit anymore. Ken gets incredibly arrogant hearing this praise. He genuinely never even considered losing, but seeing that smug grin honestly just makes Gislene completely annoyed. Just look at him acting like a total petty villain on top of the world. Down below, Belinda is extremely worried, her voice trembling in fear. What should we do, Lady Elena? We seriously need to stop them right now. But Ken is already drowning in overconfidence, shouting that it is too late. No matter who the opponent is, the exact second they point their sword at Ken, they have already walked right into his trap. Enemies get totally overwhelmed by his massive power, convinced they cannot counterattack at all, causing them to completely drain their own stamina during the brutal fight. Eventually, when the opponent is completely exhausted from dodging, they leave a fatal opening and the only thing waiting for them is absolute death. Ken has won every single match like this, hoping to totally crush Gislene today. So what do you and I take from this? As he watches him dodge, Ken just keeps smiling. Alright, stick with me here, you are about to see a massive flex. He smirks. You improved. Then he switches his sword hand. Gripping his blade tight, he lunges forward. But Gislene blocks it effortlessly now. Ken groans wildly, swinging his weapon like an absolute maniac. He furiously shouts, "Great, you were always so good at running away back then." But in that exact split second, Gislene's figure suddenly vanishes. This leaves Ken completely stunned, yet he still throws a strike toward Gislene. That single heavy blow instantly sends our guy flying into the air. Everyone tracks their every movement, totally shocked right now. Ken, on the other hand, looks ridiculously smug. It is all over now. But right at that moment, Gislene just spins a few times in midair. He looks down, a sharp flash of determination in his eyes. Immediately after, Gislene states in a freezing tone, "I wanted to go easy on you, but you completely crossed the line." Finishing his sentence, he channels raw mana into his feet and lands perfectly safely. Without a single second of hesitation, he charges forward with his sword. He rushes in like a moth to a flame, giving Ken zero time to react. Too late, his blade already slashes right into his opponent. Ken's pupils instinctively shrink. He never expected such an insanely sudden attack. The crowd watching outside completely loses their minds in utter chaos. Did he just regain his balance by focusing magic in his legs? Right then, Gislene suddenly lets out a very deep, heavy breath. Then he speaks with absolute ice. "What an arrogant swordsman. You really think you are the strongest one in this entire arena. Just because opponents fear your power. Now watch closely. You and I are about to see him truly open this guy's eyes." Hearing this disrespect, Ken instantly blows up. He furiously screams at him, "Oh really? And how exactly are you going to help me?" The second he speaks, he swings his sword with lethal fury. Gislene does not panic at all. He calmly steps back, perfectly dodging the heavy strike. Plus, he smoothly lands a brutal kick right on Ken, then uses that momentum to launch himself high into the air. Zero hesitation. He completely takes the upper hand, dropping relentless attacks. In the blink of an eye, Ken is desperately forced onto the defensive. They exchange over a dozen rapid blows with no clear winner. But right then, Gislene stomps down hard on Ken's sword on the ground. He pins it with sheer leg strength so his opponent cannot move, then casually unloads a few lightning-fast slashes right at him. Gislene's face right now is completely deadpan, zero emotion. On the flip side, Ken's body is covered in nasty wounds, fresh blood pouring out everywhere. Seeing this brutal scene, the crowd below is totally stunned, but they quickly start whispering and gossiping out of their minds. What was that just now? Duke Gislene has leveled up so much. Wait a second, is he actually going to win this? Over here, Elena finally breathes a massive sigh of relief. Scoven feels way more at ease too. Ken is absolutely furious, cold sweat soaking his forehead. Meanwhile, Ken in the arena looks down at his own gashes and falls into deep thought. The cuts are actually very shallow. Gislene totally could have cut way deeper, meaning he did this on purpose. How could a street thug like him possess sword skills like that? Gislene narrows his eyes at him, their intense gazes instantly locking. Suddenly, right at this exact moment, an idea pops into his head. He bluntly tosses his weapon. "I know what you and I are thinking. Why," he says, "a skill gap just isn't fun." So from now on, he is fighting barehanded. Ken's face flushes beet red at this insane provocation. Gislene totally ignores him, speaking coldly. "Maybe I should take this chance to educate you with my bare hands," saying that he rolls up his sleeves, revealing absolutely solid arms. Ken tightly grits his teeth, glancing around. He asks back in pure raging fury, "Educate me." While Ken is fuming, Gislene sticks his tongue out. "Yeah, you do not look so good against my swordsmanship, so I will take a massive handicap. I will fight barehanded, you will feel much better." Then he also bets an extra 2,000 gold, completely doubling the original wager. He bets that he will absolutely win. Gislene's wild words make everyone around start buzzing. Barehanded, 2,000 gold. But this is a duel between two fighters. Ken, standing outside, is undeniably stunned. To think he actually dared to challenge Ken in a barehanded duel. He never realized he should be grateful for this absolute madness. Lady Luck is still on his side. Right then, a merchant outside suddenly screams, "All right, raising the huge bets for you. This will be a barehanded match. Young Master Gislene versus Young Master Ken." Once he says this, the whole crowd below erupts into gossip. Completely unlike last time, this is now a two-way betting war. Some people are betting on Ken while others throw their money on Gislene. Gislene is extremely confident in his own godlike abilities. Naturally, Ken feels the exact same way. He scoffs coldly, "Bare hands? You make me laugh." "Fine, then step right up and fight without a weapon." Saying that, he pushes himself up from the dirt. Then Ken rips off his cloak, charging forward with lethal aggression. The deafening cheers of the crowd mixed with Gislene's blatant disrespect. It makes Ken completely lose his mind. He screams in pure rage, "I will slaughter you with my sword." Seeing this scene, Belinda immediately yells, "This is freakish, young master. You need to draw your sword too." Ken is not stopping at all, his blade hacking wildly toward Gislene, but our main guy literally could not care less. He calmly stands there. "Thoughts have gotta beat sense into you. Trust me, you and I will love seeing his next strike. Stick with me, you and I are about to watch Gislene keep his word." He charges in with just his fists, easily dodging Can's blade right before launching a strike. His feet are an absolute blur, gliding across the dirt like he is actually flying. He successfully maneuvers right behind the guy and drives a punch deep into Can's gut. But Gislene doesn't stop there. His other hand immediately balls up into a tight fist, landing a brutal uppercut right under his chin. Completely caught off guard by this wild combo, Ken lets out a heavy groan of pure pain. His head is spinning and he staggers backward. Ken shakes with rage. How on earth did those punches move so weirdly like that? He glares up at Gislene, standing right in front of him. At the exact same time, the crowd around them absolutely loses their minds and starts cheering. It is so hype. Young Master Gislene might actually pull off a huge win here. Sensing that the entire vibe is on his side, Gislene just smirks, raises an eyebrow, and says, "Get up, man. I have not even started yet." That brutal taunt mixed with the wild roaring crowd completely triggers Can's violent side. He heavily grits his teeth in pure rage and lunges forward with his sword, but Gislene smoothly dodges it again. His combat skills have totally reached an absolute god tier. Every single movement is flawless. He weaves through strikes while countering Ken perfectly. Every punch Gislene throws lands right on a critical weak point, beating Ken into absolute pulp. Ken cannot even launch a counterattack, let alone open his mouth to curse. He just has to swallow his pride and take the beating. Strike after strike, Gislene absolutely wrecks him, pummeling him into oblivion until his face swells up like a balloon. Right then, Gislene walks over and grabs him by the hair. His voice turns ice cold. "I feel truly sorry for your father." Ken looks totally confused. "Here is where you and I need to watch closely." Seeing his reaction, Gislene calmly continues. Count Perdium's back Perdium up even when it was on the verge of total ruin, all because he was real friends with my own father. Yet here his son is acting completely against his will. Hearing this, Ken instantly gets pulled right back into a memory of the past. A few years ago, back at Count Perdium's estate, Ken wouldn't stop interrogating his dad about why he kept throwing so much support at Perdium even when their own family was struggling. He was absolutely furious about his father's decision. But all he got in return was dead silence. Eventually, Ken had to back down, bowing his head to beg his dad not to leave. Even facing his kids' desperate questions, Count Perdium stood his ground, fully committed to his choice. Ken aggressively bit his lip. "Everyone tried to stop you. Why are you so obsessed with helping Perdium?" Hearing this burning question, Count Perdium hesitated for a long second before dropping this exact answer on him. "Because we are friends. And that is all there is to it." The word friends has haunted Count's mind ever since. He absolutely hated it. While Ken is spacing out, Gislene lands one final knockout punch. Looking at Can's bruised face with tears welling up, Gislene flashes a very meaningful smile. "Guess that is enough of a lesson for you, right?" Ken looks up at Gislene, totally surprised because he sees him holding out a hand, calmly saying, "Get up." Ken hesitates for a second, keeping his mouth completely shut. After a long moment, he just drops his head and sighs. "I actually lost." Hearing those magic words, the crowd around them goes totally silent. You and I knew this was coming, right? Cars is in pure shock as the silence instantly explodes into crazy cheering. The battle is officially over. Elena happily screams out, "My brother won." But Cars is furious, instantly leaping right up onto the Helix's stage. He aggressively confronts Ken. "How the heck can you admit defeat so fast just because you were losing for one single second? What are you even doing? I actually believed in you." Ken forcefully swats his hand away, coldly snapping back. "Back off. It is over now." Cars turns beet red with absolute rage. "Damn it, you big, useless idiot." Right on cue, Gislene casually strolls over to the two of them. He smirks coldly. "Guess it is time to wrap up my end of the deal, huh?" Cars flinches, staring at him with pure panic in his eyes. While he is freaking out, Gislene yells out, "Listen up, everyone. This guy is generously volunteering to pay for all the food and drinks for every single person gathered here today." As soon as that drops, Cars' face goes totally pale. But the crowd below goes absolutely wild. Free food. Of course they are hyped. Furious Cars stomps right up to Gislene and demands, "I never agreed to that. Take back what you just said right now." Just shrugging carelessly, Gislene pushes him back. He chuckles and says, "That is the price for losing the match. You owe me at least that much, right? And just to be clear, that party budget will not be deducted from the actual bet." He reminds Cars to hand over the 2,000 gold wagered earlier. If Kars tries to run, he will face brutal consequences. Saying this, Gislene's face fills with terrifying killing intent, scaring Kars so badly he almost wets his pants. He frantically nods, I understand. After all, the hype dies down, Gislene's estate finally returns to normal. A few days later, right in Gislene's room, a massive chest of gold gets delivered. He pops it open to take a look, his eyes totally shining with satisfaction. Gislene can easily hire a small mercenary squad with this kind of cash. It is definitely not a small amount, but it would take forever to earn naturally. So what do you and I take from this? To start his business, Gislene is making moves fast. Stick with me here. He is deep in thought when he suddenly feels someone watching him. It is just Belinda and Elena. He shoots them a weird look and asks what they want. Elena squints at him, hesitating for a second before asking, "Brother, what exactly are you planning to do with all that money?" Gislene totally ignores the question and throws it right back, asking if she wants some. She gently shakes her head, muttering that she was just curious. Belinda quickly chimes in with a smirk, saying it is super obvious what he will use it for. Elena's birthday is right around the corner, after all. She is totally convinced he is going to buy her some ridiculously expensive gift. Hearing this, Gislene instantly falls completely silent. The two girls keep blindly chattering away about this woman, but while listening to their endless conversation, he suddenly realizes something completely mind-blowing. He actually has a fiancée. Is this some kind of sick joke? Since when did this happen? Gislene shoots them a very confused look and bluntly asks, "I have a fiancé." Hearing his ridiculous question, Belinda cannot help but let out a massive sigh. She assumes he is just feeling totally embarrassed and pretending to forget about it. She belongs to the famous Count Delphin family. The second he hears that specific name, Gislene absolutely freezes in pure shock. A moment later, it finally clicks. It is that woman, Elena. She is a beloved noble, widely admired by everyone for her incredible kindness and for treating all social classes completely equally. Now pay close attention here. Later on, she actually leads the massive rebellion and becomes known as the terrifying Witch of the North. And alongside Duke Delphin, she is going to orchestrate the absolute downfall of the Perdium family. In short, she is a total backstabbing traitor. Realizing this, Gislene lets out a cold, mocking smirk. He glances over at Belinda and casually asks exactly when his father is returning. Belinda slightly furrows her brows and replies, "Probably in about a week." Gislene instinctively frowns, falling deep into some serious thought. After a long pause, he walks out while muttering to himself, "A week, that should be plenty of time. I will drop by the Delphin territory." Belinda looks puzzled. Wait, it is not even her birthday yet, so why go now? Gislene lets out a dark chuckle and replies, "To collect some cash." Meanwhile, over in a neighboring kingdom, a stunning woman in an incredibly gorgeous dress is kneeling on the bare ground, placing her fancy shoes right in front of her. The craziest part, she literally has a spider resting on her mouth. This bizarre action leaves absolutely everyone around her staring in pure, unfiltered shock. The little beggar kid in front of her hesitates and nervously mutters her name. Elena looks at him with absolute sincerity, declaring that if anyone must walk barefoot in her city, it will only be her. After saying that, she shoots a sharp glare at the heavily armed guards standing behind her, commanding them to provide food and shelter immediately. The soldiers instantly obey her absolute order, handing out warm food to everyone gathered there. Once everything is completely settled, she finally leads her people away. Back at the luxurious Delphin garden, she relaxes comfortably on a fancy chair, while a loyal subordinate kneels directly on the ground, gently massaging her bare feet. This guy is Elena's personal bodyguard, Bernif. He slowly looks up at her and speaks with total devotion. "You have worked incredibly hard today, my master." Elena slowly opens her mouth to speak, complaining that her father always strictly demands absolute unquestioning obedience from absolutely everyone around him. While talking, she casually pets the fluffy, long-haired cat resting right beside her. Hearing this, Bernf bows his head and softly murmurs, "But those total fools will blindly follow whoever simply offers them warmth and a full stomach. That specific strategy will heavily benefit you in the upcoming battle for the inheritance." Elena hesitates for a split second, her mind clearly scheming something dark. "I know you did not see this coming." She suddenly lifts her foot and kicks Bernif right in the face. Then she coldly asks, "How did your brutal battle with the Northern Swordmaster actually go?" Getting humiliated like that, Bernf does not even fight back. He slowly speaks up, explaining that he is just trying his absolute best to limit unwanted attention. He says if he wins, her secret actions will attract way too much suspicion. It is simply not the right time to show their hidden fangs just yet. After saying that, he reaches out and firmly grabs Elena's foot. Looking exactly like a totally obedient dog, he gently kisses her pale, flawless foot without any hesitation. He gently vows, "My blade belongs entirely to you." Smiling instinctively, Elena slightly pouts and mockingly asks, "Just what kind of pathetic monster have I raised you to be?" The moment she says that, she reaches down and firmly lifts his chin. Leaning incredibly close to Bernif's face, she chillingly whispers, "Do not ever let yourself become weak." And what about the Merchant Guild? Byrne calmly replies, if you are talking about the Axiom Guild, you literally have absolutely nothing to worry about. They are completely swamped buying up massive materials to quickly rebuild the ruined Beast Forest outpost located right near Perdium. In other words, those greedy scumbags are embezzling the entire annual support fund that Count Delphin generously sends to the Perdium family every single year. They have also successfully recruited all the runaway soldiers and rogue knights who ditched Perdium. That includes a ton of heavily experienced battle-hardened veteran fighters, trained directly by the Manji tribe, so their combat quality is absolutely top tier. After hearing Byrne's solid report, Elena nods her head in deep satisfaction. She orders him to keep up the normal Merchant Guild disguise until they are perfectly ready. Their true identities absolutely cannot be exposed under any circumstances. Right, while these two are scheming, a nervous servant suddenly walks in and completely interrupts them, begging for their immediate forgiveness. Seeing the intruder, Byrne instantly explodes with blazing rage. The lady is resting. How dare you interrupt her precious time? The servant hastily reports a message from the front gates. Lord Gislene Perdium just arrived. The second she hears that specific name, a flash of pure annoyance hits Elena's face. Why the hell is that annoying pest here? The servant hesitates for a long moment before nervously stammering out that he actually needs to discuss something about the Merchant Guild. Hearing those exact words, both Elena and her loyal servant look like they just stepped in absolute garbage. A little while later, inside the fancy guest room, Elena sits directly across from Gislene, shooting him a totally vicious glare. But Gislene does not even care, casually greeting her with zero fear. He says hello, mocking how the pet matches the owner. Even her cat hisses at him, trust me, you and I definitely want to see what happens next. Let's dive right into this. She's totally furious, snapping at him for barging in completely unannounced and trashing all their polite etiquette. Gislene doesn't even care about her nasty attitude. He just hits her with a totally casual smile and asks, your birthday is coming up soon, right? I plan on getting you a gift early, saying that he calmly drops a single flower branch on the table explaining its origins. Found this little thing from a frontline guild. I figure I'll just buy all my flowers from them from now on. Wait, what was that guild called again? Oh right, the Axiom Guild. Dropping that name, Gislene just leisurely takes a sip of his tea, but Elena's eyes instantly turn completely vicious and full of pure venom. Hearing him say that specific name, she violently swallows her rage. Biting her lip, she plays dumb, claiming she has no clue what he means. I'll take the gift so you can leave now. That's it. Dropping those cold words, she grabs her little cat and turns around to walk away. Gislene just glares right at her, his voice dropping to absolute zero. Sit down. Instantly, the whole vibe in the room shifts and total terror washes over Elena's pale face. What is this insane pressure? Even the tiny teacup resting on the table is rattling non-stop. You're seeing this too, right? She's absolutely stunned. Is this really the same nervous, stuttering mess who used to always cower and shake around her? Totally ignoring her panicked reaction, Gislene just keeps it blunt. I'll make this short and sweet. I need some cash, so hand over 10,000 gold coins. This wild demand leaves Elena totally rattled. She snaps back, asking if suddenly showing up to squeeze money out of his fiancé was Count Perdium's brilliant little idea. Gislene leisurely pours out his tea, replying coldly, it has absolutely nothing to do with that old man. Just hand over the money. Besides, it's not like you actually ever planned on marrying me anyway, did you? Those words hit hard, forcing Elena into dead silence once again. Gislene lazily shifts his gaze toward the door, pouting slightly. It's for that knight standing right outside the door, isn't it? Once you finally grab power, you can do whatever you want. But before then, what happens if your secret little army for the Fowl family succession war gets exposed to everyone? While he's just casually dropping these massive bombs, the cat in her arms suddenly bristles its fur, totally ready to attack him. Gislene couldn't care less about this little beast sitting there completely unbothered. That's when Elena totally drops the act, her voice freezing over. Even as a joke, you shouldn't be saying things like that. Squinting his eyes at her, Gislene replies smoothly, hey, don't worry, I'll keep your dirty little secret, assuming I don't walk out of here empty-handed. That's it. Elena scoffs coldly and then immediately screams at the top of her lungs. Byrne right on cue with her shout, the heavy room doors swing wide open. Byrne slowly steps into the room. The guy bows his head, greeting him. Been a long time, hasn't it, Prince Gislene? Gislene shoots him a glance. He definitely knows this guy. He's a loyal dog who always takes her side. Even back in the day, Byrne's skills easily rivaled a literal northern sword master. But our boy honestly couldn't care less, casually stating, if I actually die in here, a massive territory war kicks off. Can you really handle that? Letting out a cold sneer, Elena pouts and shoots back. Of course I can. A random troublemaker broke in and was killed by my guard. That's exactly what the world will hear. Saying that, she traces a finger over her lips, casually ordering her guard to execute him. Understood. Byrne takes the deadly order without hesitation, drawing the steel blade from his hip. Seeing this play out, Gislene can't help but smirk. Now pay attention, this is where it gets crazy. If they are taking things this far, he might as well get serious too. He finally draws his own sword. Gislene just stands there completely calm, keeping a tight grip on his blade. Byrne glares at him with absolute disgust, but right at that exact second, Gislene spots something off. Over by the wall, three hidden knights suddenly pop out of nowhere. One of them instantly shatters his armor and lunges straight for Gislene. But the only thing the guy stabs is a solid wooden chair. Right before the hit connected, Gislene hopped off the seat and launched a brutal kick right into the attacker. That single explosive strike sends the dude flying straight out the damn window. This insane display leaves both Elena and her loyal servant totally speechless. Gislene scoffs coldly. Assassins acting all polite and proper just to launch a cheap sneak attack. Your hospitality really is absolute garbage. The moment those words drop, he charges forward with his sword. Byrne doesn't dare slack off, frantically raising his blade to block. The two massive swords violently clash together. Gislene glares right through the guy, sneering coldly. Tell me, does the Foul family really have zero shred of knightly honor? Byrne isn't backing down an inch, replying with pure ice. Apologies, but the one acting completely out of line first was Grand Duke Gislene himself, barging in unannounced and making the young miss uncomfortable. There is absolutely no need to keep any polite etiquette with a thug like that. Right after saying that, the guard starts aggressively pushing back. The two launch into a crazy lightning-fast brawl. In practically no time, they trade a flurry of heavy blows. Finding an opening, Gislene ruthlessly kicks Byrne, making the guy stumble backward in shock. Byrne just glares back at him. This Grand Duke Gislene, he always heard the guy was just a completely useless show-off with zero real talent. But looking at him now, he's definitely not some weak amateur, is he? Just then, Elena's dark voice cuts through the room. What exactly are you doing? Byrne, are you seriously just gonna let that punk run wild? He shoots her a quick glance as she drops a totally freezing command. Hurry up and chop that bastard's head off for me. That is if you are truly my sword. Hearing those heavy words, Byrne goes completely silent. A tense second passes before he speaks up in a low tone. I will not disappoint you, my lady. And that's where we leave it. Trust me, you're going to want to see this. Byrne points his sword, provoking him. Gislene just smirks, disgusted that a mere guard thinks he can order him around. Let's dive into the madness, guys. Byrne coldly scoffs, claiming he held back, but if this fool wants a beatdown, he'll oblige. Without missing a beat, Byrne tightens his grip on his sword. In an absolute flash, he launches himself straight forward into attack mode. Gislene's pupils shrink in sheer shock. That freezing blade is already inches from his face. He completely panics. This absolute bastard is unbelievably fast. Zero mercy here. Byrne's eyes are practically dripping with pure killing intent, and just like that, the two warriors brutally clash again. Watching from the sidelines, Elena is silently cursing. She's fuming, wondering how a basic thug like Gislene is actually trading blows with a master like Byrne. But the longer she watches, the more vicious her glare becomes, because somehow Gislene is holding his own in a pure one-on-one duel. Honestly, he's even getting the upper hand. His movements are super fluid but pack a heavy punch. Byrne literally cannot gain a single advantage. Suddenly, Gislene's sword thrusts right at his opponent's face. But this time around, Byrne is totally prepared for the strike. He casually grabs Gislene's blade, locks it down tight, and uses his free hand to brutally stab straight toward our main character. Seeing this, Gislene just lets out a cocky sneer. That tired move again. Without hesitating, he smoothly spins and launches a heavy kick right into the guy. But this time, Gislene completely whiffs. Byrne dodges the attack perfectly and actually manages to grab a hold of him. He scoffs coldly, mocking that the same trick won't work twice. In the very next second, Byrne violently slams Gislene straight into the dirt. Groaning through the pain, our guy pushes himself up. But Byrne gives him zero time to catch a breath, launching another relentless attack. Luckily, Gislene desperately dodges out of the way. He throws a low leg sweep, using the momentum to leap backward to safety. Wiping the sweat off his face, Gislene mentally curses. Just as he thought, the guy definitely used mana to reinforce his body and block that hit. Now pay attention here, because things get serious. Byrne slowly approaches coldly, stating that Grand Duke Gislene is entirely different from the rumors. You really never know someone's true strength until fists start flying. He notes that Gislene's swordsmanship was clearly forged in bloody real combat, not formal training. He assumes Gislene spent too much time fighting barbarians and completely adopted their wild fighting style. That messy style might actually work on a chaotic battlefield, but against him, totally useless. Smirking, Byrne points his razor-sharp sword right back at our guy. He coldly declares that this arrogant little run ends right here. Gislene is panting hard, mentally admitting that this opponent is actually seriously tough. Those narrow blade thrusts and relentless strikes aimed right at his head are making it crazy hard to judge the distance and perfect timing. In extreme close combat, the massive gap in pure physical strength makes it nearly impossible to just win with flashy technique alone. From the very start, Gislene knew Byrne wasn't going to be an easy target. Gathering himself, he coldly replies, but honestly, I don't have much time left either. The moment he speaks, a glowing mana thread suddenly materializes in his hand. It zips right past Burn's face, completely catching the elite warrior off guard. And right in that split second, he feels a terrifying burst of mana rushing in. In an instant, Gislene's blade brutally smashes into Burn's head, sending fresh blood flying everywhere. At the exact same time, Gislene blitzes right into his face. He drives a massive knee straight into Burn's face, instantly busting his nose wide open. The Master Warrior never saw such a savage street move coming. Watching this absolute bloodbath, Elena screams in total panic. Meanwhile, Gislene smoothly regains full deadly control over his heavy sword. He viciously slashes downward without a second of hesitation. Burn's reflexes are solid, managing to raise his blade just in time to block the lethal strike. He forces all his strength to shove Gislene's weapon away, forcing our guy to slide backward. Burn shoots a quick glance over and drops a suggestion. My lady, you need to leave right now. I can't guarantee your safety anymore. Because from this moment on, he is going full power to crush Gislene. You know what that smirk means, right? Gislene scoffs and coldly says, yeah, let's do exactly that. It's been way too long since I fought someone this fun. Taking full advantage of their intense stare down, Elena frantically scoops up her precious little cat. She hikes up her dress and completely bolts. Gislene actually humiliated her to this level, and she swears she'll make him pay. She's totally fuming, wondering what absolute idiot leaked her guild's secrets. How else could he possibly know so much? All those crazy rumors about him slaughtering orcs, defending his sister from elite assassins, and even crushing the famous Lhodes family heir. She seriously thought he just got lucky, or that the rumors were massively overblown, but who on earth could have predicted this absolute madness? The more she thinks about it, the angrier she gets. She sprints all the way down to the exit doors, but oddly, she doesn't run into a single guard. Where the hell did everyone go? But as she takes just a few more desperate steps, she freezes. All of her elite guards are lying completely unconscious on the floor. Standing right in the middle of the bodies is a mysterious figure hidden in a dark cloak. Hearing her frantic footsteps, the stranger immediately turns their head around. Oh snap, it's Belinda. She flashes a subtle smirk and smoothly says, "It's been a while, madam." Seeing her face, Elena's expression turns completely sour. She gasps in absolute shock, screaming out, "The maid from Perdium, why in the world are you here?" But before she can even finish her sentence, Belinda dashes behind her with lightning speed. She presses a wickedly sharp knife right against Elena's throat. She lowers her voice with a dark warning to stay quiet. Elena looks absolutely terrified. One wrong flinch, and she's getting a deep, fatal slit right across her neck. Right at that second, Belinda spots the weird spider on her lip, snatching it away with pure disgust. "So what do you and I make of this cliffhanger?" Annoyed, she asks why she still keeps this disgusting spider. Probably from that engagement party she remembered. Alright, let's jump right into the madness. Elena's brothers used to bully her over gross spiders, so she literally raised an army of them for cold, hard payback. Hearing this, Belinda can't help but sigh. She really wonders if Elena did all that just to conquer her fears or to prove some crazy point. Forgive me for saying this, but that vibe really doesn't suit you, my lady. Right after saying that, she completely crushes the spider and tosses it. Not just that, Belinda literally stomps it flat into the ground. The spider instantly turns into a squashed, bloody mess. Belinda just pouts and asks, "Are you going to cooperate nicely now?" At that exact moment, inside Castle J's reception room, Gislene and Burn are locked in a super intense standoff. He clearly feels the insanely heavy atmosphere in the room. The amount of mana radiating off them is just terrifying. Right then, the knight breaks the silence. He mocks him, saying that calling someone an entertaining opponent is something only lowly mercenaries would ever do. Yet Gislene dares to call himself a noble just like his master. Hearing this total disrespect, Gislene clicks his tongue. "Of course I am a noble. How could a simple bodyguard like you ever understand?" That cocky line completely ticks Burn off, and he instantly charges forward, ready to crush Gislene. He aggressively scolds him. Grand Duke Gislene, stop throwing dirt on the absolute dignity of nobles. For a split second, a flash of pure panic hits Gislene's eyes. The mana output is crazy strong as Burn launches a relentless flurry of attacks. The guy's speed is unreal, forcing our MC totally on the defensive. Plus, Burn's blade is deadly sharp. Gislene is stuck dodging, completely unable to counterattack. He really didn't expect this guy to be such a beast in combat. With a cold voice, Gislene speaks up. "You attack with some real power. Watch closely here, this is where the fight shifts." Gislene finally strikes back, his sword techniques turning way more aggressive. Burn is caught slightly off guard, but he still raises his sword to block. Then his own blade trajectory suddenly shifts. Burn aims his strike straight at Gislene. He scoffs coldly, "Young Master Gislene, this is over." In the blink of an eye, his blade slashes downward. Burn actually manages to land a direct hit on Gislene. Fresh blood instantly sprays everywhere. But this actually shocks Burn. Gislene was totally willing to take the brutal hit, using his own shoulder to block the sword. While the knight is confused, Gislene immediately launches his brutal counterattack. Seeing this wild move, Byrne can't help but feel impressed. Seems I can't let my guard down for even a single second, but that's still all you've got. He goes absolutely crazy swinging his sword again. Spotting an opening, he lands a heavy kick right in Gislene's stomach. He mocks him with a sneer. This is the massive difference between me and someone swinging a sword just for fun. Caught completely off guard, Gislene is sent flying straight backward. Byrne smirks in victory. What an entertaining little fight this turned out to be. At the same time, Gislene is quietly gasping for air. The guy's speed, his reach, and those rapid-fire attacks are overwhelmingly powerful. Byrne is totally controlling the rhythm of this battle. Even when Gislene tries closing in for close-range grappling counters, he gets completely shut down. While grinding their blades together, Byrne purposely makes their swords look tangled up, tricking Gislene into thinking they are completely locked in place. With his current mana levels, there's absolutely no way he can survive another wave of heavy attacks like that, but that was only true for the old Gislene's mana level. While he's calculating his next move, Byrne charges in with his sword raised. However, Gislene doesn't panic at all. He just calmly grips his weapon. It really is a shame they have to end this fight right now. You and I both knew he was hiding something. Byrne totally missed Gislene's unique mana technique. Making up his mind, he finally unleashes his hidden third mana core. In an instant, Gislene blasts forward, radiating an absolutely massive amount of mana. The blade in his hand dances flawlessly through the air. His speed this time is downright unbelievable. The two razor-sharp swords clash and grind against each other relentlessly. In less than 3 moves, Gislene effortlessly knocks Byrne's weapon away. This completely shatters the knight's confidence, leaving him stunned. How could this kid possibly output such explosive magic? While he's busy being shocked, the tip of Gislene's blade stops right between his eyes. One tiny push, and he'd be giving this guy a brand new third eye. The epic battle is finally over with Gislene taking the absolute win. Right then, Belinda marches in holding Elena hostage. Even though she's furious, Elena screams out, "Stop it. Just take the money and go. Take your 10,000 gold and get lost." Hearing that attitude, Gislene snorts coldly. Such a buzzkill. Why didn't you just do that when I asked nicely? Immediately after he finally sheathes his sword, Belinda takes one look at the absolutely wrecked room and can't help but sigh out loud. Good heavens, did a married couple brawl in here? Just a little disagreement, sir. Shrugging it off, Gislene pouts and drops a bomb. I've got some really bad news for you, Elena. The fee just magically went up to 20,000 gold. A little while later, thanks to that crazy showdown with Gislene, Castle J's reception room straight up looks like a total war zone. Elena is so furious, she starts smashing things, but nothing can wash away the ultimate humiliation she just suffered. Standing nearby, Byrne speaks up, sounding pretty guilty. "I'm so sorry, my lady. He's way stronger than the pathetic rumors suggested. It's totally my fault for not grasping the real situation beforehand." In a flash, he unleashed enough mana to completely overwhelm a high-level knight. Hearing his excuse, Elena violently bites her lip and starts cursing. He's changed that much. That Gislene. Byrne hesitates, wondering if they should report this to the Duke. And trust me, you'll want to see how that plays out. Let's dive right back into the madness. He barely mentions Duke Delphin before getting slapped hard. Elena coldly warns, "Watch your mouth. Do you have any idea how terrifying the Duke actually is? If word of what happened today leaks out, we'll be executed instantly." The only reason she is secretly working with him behind her father's back is because he promised to support his rebellion. In exchange, he helps overthrow Perdium. If this wild secret gets out, Elena's own brothers will absolutely kill her. If the council knows her secrets, they probably know about this deal too. So no matter what it takes or how dirty, Gislene has to die. Hearing this, Byrne just nods. He understands perfectly. "Now, Elena," drops her voice. "How is Gislene's physical condition?" Byrne quickly replies, "He's got several cuts and an aegir, massive wound on his shoulder. Plus, after unleashing that crazy burst of mana earlier, his body will be totally unstable for a while." Byrne's eyes suddenly go sharp. He mutters, "If we don't want to leave any tracks, we can't use our own territory's knights." "I know," Elena nods calmly. "This is exactly why. We raise those brats." Byrne panics. Is she seriously talking about sending that absolute human trash? Yep, spot on. Elena speaks slowly. Battle-hardened veterans with zero humanity, no official status, totally off the grid. Basically ghosts. The shadowy assassin syndicate. Her voice turns ice cold as she gives the final order. "Send them here. Pick about 18 guys who are masters of mana." Byrne's face goes completely grim. His master really is unleashing those soulless monsters. The narrow canyon path is the only route, from Jepelo to Perdium. Now watch closely. It's the absolute perfect ambush spot to make someone disappear cleanly and quietly. Byrne nods immediately. "I'll get it ready." Elena's eyes are practically glowing with pure evil now. Gislene humiliated her, and he is going to pay dearly for it. Meanwhile, our main guy, Gislene, is chilling in a carriage heading home. He's patching up his wounds while overthinking Elena's mess. Fergus nervously asks Duke Gislene, "Are you okay?" Gislene shakes his head. "Don't worry, it is really nothing serious. The cuts aren't deep. Honestly not bad, considering I overdid it. Getting 20,000 gold is huge for rebuilding our territory. That literally saves us years of grinding. Sure, killing her would have been nicer, but that would definitely start a massive turf war. He can't let his emotions put his home in danger. Perdium is totally stuck right now, barely holding off the barbarian invasions. This is the perfect time to push them back. Since Gislene knows the Actium Society's dirty secret, Elena will be too scared to act recklessly. He's going to use her for everything she's worth." While Gislene looks terrifyingly sharp, lost in thought, Belinda quietly watches him. After a long silence, she speaks up. "Everything went exactly as you predicted, didn't it?" He frowns, confused. "We're about to get a twist here," she explains. "You told them to restrain the royal guards if they heard fighting inside. Then when Lady Elena rushed out, they should take her hostage." Gislene sighs and says, "But I literally assigned that job to Fergus, except..." Right as he finishes, sudden, intense pain rips through his body. He grabs his chest, totally freaking out everyone next to him. Gislene stares at his bloody palm and sighs helplessly. That is the third time his mana core has basically self-destructed. Sure, it's better than last time, but this is a huge problem. Whenever he uses his power, he has to find a way to increase his mana fast. Suddenly, Belinda grabs his hand to check his pulse. After a minute, she slowly speaks. "Your mana flow is completely chaotic." Without another word, she pulls out a needle and without any hesitation stabs him. Gislene instantly feels the change. A wave of nausea hits him hard, but as he exhales, the pain magically vanishes. Gislene stares at his hand. His mana pathways are actually slightly cleared up now. "You can't do this treatment unless you're a total mana genius." Belinda is seriously a mystery. His mom supposedly brought her home, so he always knew she wasn't just some ordinary servant. Still, why is someone with crazy skills like Belinda hiding out in this remote countryside? Whatever, the more heavy hitters in his territory, the better. Because the guys he's fought so far are just the warm-up. The carriage rattles down the road. Then out of nowhere, Belinda gets super serious. "Since I completely trust you, I will support you unconditionally no matter what you decide to do. So please, tell me why you extorted such a massive pile of cash from Lady Elena." Hearing this, Gislene hesitates for a second, then finally opens his mouth. "I really needed the money and nobody else around here is rich enough to pay up." The other two in the carriage are just left utterly speechless. What kind of logic is that? Could he be any more shameless? Belinda snaps, scolding him for risking their lives. Makes you wonder what happens next, doesn't it? Let's dive right in. Is that it? If Count Perdium hears about this, it'll be a huge problem. Gislene casually shakes his head, replying, "It's fine. Elena will never tell her father." "You trust me, right?" Belinda startles slightly, taking a long moment before finally nodding her head. "I guess so, but at least tell the person who just saved you from danger what you're planning to do with all that money, all right?" Gislene thinks for a brief moment before finally speaking up. "The demonic beast forest." Hearing that terrifying location, Belinda's eyes instantly widen in pure shock. While she stands there totally confused, Gislene just keeps on talking. "I'm going to conquer the demonic beast forest." Fergus is the very first one to object. "Absolutely not. Young Master Gislene, people have tried to clear that place out since your great-grandfather's era." But before the old man can even finish, Gislene coldly cuts him off. "Fergus, what about that job I gave you before we entered the city?" Fergus flinches hard. Hesitation fills his eyes and cold sweat drips right down his forehead. After a really long pause, he bites his lip. "Yes, the guy you're looking for is right where you said. But are you absolutely sure it's him?" "His condition." Gislene doesn't even care about the rest of the sentence, casually brushing it off. "As long as he's breathing, it's totally fine. I'm heading there now." Belinda looks pretty shocked. "You need to return to your territory. With your body in this state, how can you just wander around?" Gislene shoots her a glance, asking dead seriously, "Belinda, do you really think after being treated like that, they'll just let us walk away safely? Knowing that crazy woman's personality, she'll definitely try to kill you to cover her tracks." Belinda thinks for a second, then boldly speaks up. "Young master, I'm actually a really solid fighter. Sir Fergus is a knight too. If necessary, I can definitely wrap things up fast." Chuckling softly, Gislene casually replies, "You do make me feel a lot safer, but honestly, that is simply not your role to play here. We have completely different skill sets. I need a frontline vanguard, so I'm going to meet this guy. Watch closely here." Their carriage pulls up to a totally rundown house in the suburbs, and Gislene anxiously steps up to knock on the door. Standing right beside him, Belinda complains, "Is this family on the verge of collapsing?" Fergus scratches his head, feeling super awkward. This is definitely the correct address. They wait for a long time before the door finally creaks open. An older man appears, his face totally covered by messy white hair and a thick beard. He asks, in a deep, gravelly voice, Who are you? Seeing him, the entire group standing outside instantly freezes in shock. What the heck is up with that look? Belinda can't help but whisper. Young master, is the person you sent me to find really supposed to look like this? What kind of vanguard is this? He looks like a sick patient about to drop dead. Gislene shakes his head. No, we found the right guy. At the exact same time, the older man silently observes Gislene. After a really long moment, he finally speaks up to chase them away. Aren't you a little too free, young noble? Stop wasting my precious time and get lost. Right after that, he turns his head to head back inside. Right then, Gislene speaks up in a freezing cold tone. I came here to find the captain of the Radito's mercenaries. Gislene. Those exact words make the old man's footsteps instantly halt. He glares back at Gislene, his eyes completely filled with heavy suspicion and caution. The kid flashes a totally genuine smile. I've really been looking forward to meeting you. Hearing this, Fergus can't help but look absolutely stunned. The Radito's mercenaries. Could it really be that exact mercenary group, the one where you can only join if you've mastered almost every single weapon type? Even though they're disbanded now, their bravery is literally famous across all the different nations. Every single knight has heard their legendary name. And their leader is Gislene, the messy old man standing right here in front of us. Gislene totally ignores everyone's wild reactions, reaching his hand right out toward Gislene. Gislene, I came specifically to find you. I know what you're thinking, wholesome moment, right? Nope. A literal axe flies straight at his face. He casually tilts his head, letting it fly right past him. Seeing this insane reaction, Belinda's group immediately panics. Then Gislene speaks up again in a super heavy, dangerous voice. I see. So you really know me. Sensing the extreme danger, Belinda's group quickly jumps right in front of Gislene to block him. The man glares at them, asking coldly, what do you want? Before Gislene can even answer, Belinda yells out, something is seriously wrong with this guy's state of mind. You need to step back right now. But the kid pays no attention to her, calmly dropping 3 heavy words. The eternal punishment. That single phrase successfully makes Gislene's eyelids twitch in shock. He calmly continues speaking. I know how to cure your daughter's incurable disease. Are you finally ready to talk now? Just like that, the mood shifts. Gislene flashes another super confident smile. High fever. Coughing up blood. Red spots blooming right across the skin, just like flower petals. An incurable disease making the patient writhe in pure agony, exactly like they are enduring the brutal punishment of a massive sinner. That is the eternal punishment that Gislene's daughter is currently suffering from. Right now, the little girl is lying in bed, her entire body covered in blood, tightly gripping the blanket, constantly screaming in terrible pain. Heartbroken for his child, Gislene holds the little girl tightly in his warm arms. Gislene looks at the girl's horrific condition and lets out a huge sigh of relief. Good thing it isn't too late. In his past life, he tried recruiting Gislene too, but back then the man was already gone. After his daughter passed away from the sickness, he completely gave up on everything and followed her to the grave. Looking at the state of this rundown house, Gislene probably spent all his wealth trying to cure the kid, leaving him with literally nothing but his weapons. Right then, her tragic cries echo again. Father, it hurts. I want to die, please. Hearing those painful cries, Gislene knows his next move, and trust me, we have to see what he does next. Let's dive right in. No more stalling. The eternal punishment curse has spread, and our guy needs to cure it now. He strips off his coat, getting totally ready to work some magic, but before he can even make a single move, someone actually grabs his arm. Belinda looks absolutely panicked and begs him to just go home. She has zero clue what Gislene is plotting, but she knows this isn't a problem you can just punch away. Even top-tier priests are completely helpless here. It is literally called a divine punishment from the gods. What is he even trying to do? Gislene ignores the warning, shakes her hand right off, and firmly declares he can cure this disease. She calls out his name in pure terror, but he just shoots her a sharp look and says, You told me you trusted me. Belinda completely freezes up. Sure, she did say that, but how in the world does that apply to an incurable divine curse? While she is standing there totally confused, Gislene hands her a piece of paper. He orders her to buy every single herb listed without missing one. Grabbing the list, Belinda is absolutely shocked. The people of this era might not know how to cure it, but our main character, he's built different. For roaming mercenaries constantly putting their lives on the line, knowledge is literally the ultimate key to simple survival. The eternal punishment might be a death sentence right now, but in the future, a cure exists. It actually caused a massive uproar because the crafting method was surprisingly simple. That is exactly why Gislene remembers it. The only catch, the ingredients cost an absolute fortune to buy. Good thing he just scored a massive bag of gold from Elena to afford this stuff. Now Gislene pulls out a flower wrapped in pure, glowing purple energy. It is famously known as the fairy blessing. First, he completely crushes the glowing flower right into the mixed medicinal herbs, tosses it in a jar, and pours in some strong liquor. He shakes it up until the mix dissolves, waits a beat, and then stirs in the rest. Now pay close attention here. Gislene holds up a tiny vial filled with purple liquid that literally looks like melted amethyst, handing it straight to Gislene. He commands him to feed it to the girl. Gislene does not waste a single second, carefully pouring the purple medicine into her mouth. Feeling something warm flowing in the half-conscious little girl just instinctively swallows the whole entire dose down. At first glance, absolutely nothing about her appearance changes, but just a few incredibly tense minutes later, those terrifying red marks on her skin slowly start to fade away. As time passes, the deadly red rash completely vanishes without a trace. In an instant, the heavy atmosphere in the room drops into total dead silence. Belinda yells out in pure disbelief, pointing out the fading marks. Gislene is so overwhelmed he actually bursts into tears. This medicine actually worked. Before he can even finish his sentence, Gislene calmly chimes in from behind casually, saying, "Well, of course it works perfectly." Gislene shoots him a wild look, mumbling, "How is this even possible? Even holy power failed." Gislene just shakes his head, completely unfazed. He slowly explains that priest magic is not some omnipotent cheat code. It mostly just boosts vitality and natural regeneration so the body fights back on its own. That is totally different from literally curing the root cause. Hearing this, the hand Gislene rests on the dirty bed begins shaking uncontrollably. The massive guy suddenly drops straight to his knees, tightly grabs the kid's hand and asks in a super quiet voice, "Does this mean my little girl is actually going to recover?" Gislene calmly replies, "Give it a month or two, and she will be fully cured. You and I both know how massive this is." Gislene is stunned, but he snaps back fast, bowing his head in ultimate respect to Gislene. Then he gravely asks, "What do you want from me? You obviously came here with a master plan." The seasoned mercenary knows he only has his broken body left to offer. If this kid wants him to be a loyal dog or a literal slave, he is fully ready to obey. Gislene narrows his eyes and coldly cuts him off. No slaves needed. He specifically wants Gislene, the fierce leader of the notorious Ratatos mercenary squad. Hearing that legendary name, Gislene cannot help but look up. Staring into Gislene's eyes, he clearly sees an insane, massive ambition brewing right there. Hesitating for barely a second, Gislene suddenly grabs a handful of his own messy long hair. Without blinking, he takes his heavy axe and chops it right off. Years of unkempt hair gone in a flash. Seeing this wild move, the three people behind Gislene are totally shocked. Gislane's entire aura completely transforms. Stripped of that depressing vibe from earlier, he finally looks like the absolute beast who once ruled a terrifying mercenary guild. While everyone else is still processing what just happened, Gislene casually strides right over to the front door. As he walks, he looks around and asks, "Is anyone else traveling with your group or maybe heading this way right now?" "Nope, just us." Gislene gives a slight head shake to confirm. Gislene immediately follows up, asking if anyone out there deeply hates the young master. He casually replies, "Yeah, and there will be plenty more soon." Hearing that, Gislene snatches up a wicked metal hook resting near his giant weapon pile. Without a single second of hesitation, he hurls it with insane strength. The hook absolutely tears through the air, launching straight outside. It literally creates a massive hole right in the wooden wall. But Gislene is far from done. He grips the thick rope attached to the hook, forcefully yanking it back in. In a blink, an enemy with a hook completely pierced through his neck gets dragged right in front of him. Gislene casually chokes the guy out, coldly asking who sent you. The captured assassin is absolutely bewildered, trembling as he mutters, "How did you even know?" Gislene completely ignores the pathetic assassin, glancing back at Gislene to ask, "What is your next move?" Gislene answers with zero panic, "Think I know the mastermind and I did not want bloodshed today." But as he speaks, he raises his hand. "Trust me, you need part two. Stick with me here, you're about to see pure loyalty." Gislene draws his blade, but Gislene steps up. "I'll handle this." No hesitation. Gislene grabs the guy by the throat, squeezing hard. Instantly, blood-curdling screams echo through the quiet suburbs. Belinda just stands there completely stunned. How could he act that fast? Why the heck did Gislene recruit someone this dangerous? Right then, Gislene drops to one knee. He bows his head and respectfully swears, "Grand Duke Gislene Perdium, from this moment on, this life belongs to you." Boom. With this massive power play, Gislene secures a crucial chess piece for his upcoming grand plan to rebuild the territory. Smiling, he replies, "Glad to be working together." Meanwhile, deep in a sketchy shack out in the wastelands, a shady crew in black cloaks gathers around. A scout panics, rushing in to report that their entire tracking unit just got totally wiped out. Hearing this, another guy absolutely loses it. "You absolute idiots." But while they're screaming at each other, the leader shuts them down cold. "Silence. Keep it quiet. Meet Viego, a high-ranking enforcer for the Ruthless Talon Guild." The whole room instantly shuts up. Viego glares at them. According to Byrne, given the eldest son Gislene's current weak forces, there is literally no way he could wipe out our scouts, let alone even track them down in the first place. So are our scouts just pathetic, or is this intel garbage? The subordinate stammers, sweating bullets. It seems Gislene joined up with his crew. Watch closely, now this gets wild. Viego snaps instantly, choking his own guy, growling out, "Are you serious?" The guy nods, terrified. "Yes, I saw it myself." Viego's face goes completely dark, so he finally makes a move. "My former captain." Cut back to our crew. After officially swearing loyalty, Gislene takes the reins of the carriage, driving everyone back. Belinda is cramped in the back, totally annoyed. This is insanely tight. The old guy isn't even a traveling merchant. Why bring all this clunky junk when just a sword or an axe would do the trick perfectly? Because of his massive weapons stash, they had to buy a whole second carriage. Hearing her complain, Gislene just laughs it off. "Hey, we needed a carriage to bring the slaves back safely anyway. Fergus and Ricardo are taking the other wagon to transport the little slave girl." Gislene knows everything has a purpose. Just hang in there. Our main priority right now is surviving and getting out of this valley. Belinda stares at him, dropping her voice. "Young master, that spy we caught earlier, the one tracking our every move. Lady Elena definitely sent him right." Gislene gives a sharp nod. "Almost guaranteed." Hearing that, Belinda's face drops into a deep frown. That's going to be a huge headache. She recognizes the spy's mask. It's the undeniable mark of the Talon Guild, a brutally powerful syndicate operating out of Deforn. Gislene instantly frowns at the name. The Talon Guild. Belinda nods slowly. "Yeah, they're absolute filth. We're talking smuggling, assassinations, drug running, and trading human lives for cash. You and I both know that spells trouble. They're ex-mercenaries packing serious military power, basically running the entire criminal underworld." Gislene is surprised she knows the criminal world this well. "You've been locked in the castle, Belinda. How do you know that?" "Oh well, before I entered the castle, I was kind of." She stumbles over her words, quickly changing the subject to dodge it. "Anyway, they're bloodsuckers who never let go of their prey, so we need to stay sharp." Gislene just throws her a confident smirk. Belinda glares at him, totally confused by his reaction. Then he drops the ultimate flex. "We're going to be perfectly fine, because we have Gislene on our side." The carriage rolls down the empty dirt road. Suddenly, the earth beneath them starts shaking violently. Two massive objects explode out from the dirt, perfectly flanking the carriage on both sides. Gislene instantly locks onto the threat. He quickly pulls the horses to a halt. Two assassins charge straight at them. Unbothered, Gislene casually draws his massive sword, scoffing out loud. An underground ambush, really. In a flash, he blocks their combined strike. Sword in one hand, heavy axe in the other, he's an absolute beast, effortlessly parrying their weapons. With a tiny flick of his wrist, Gillian's blade moves like lightning, cleanly slicing off one assassin's hand. But his axe hand is ready too. He swings with terrifying force, instantly decapitating the second guy in one brutal chop. Two elite killers sent straight to the afterlife just like that. But wait, it's not over. Another squad emerges from the dark woods. Instead of attacking directly, they start chopping down the massive trees. Are they assassins or rogue lumberjacks? In a split second, tons of giant timber comes crashing down toward the carriage. Belinda screams in absolute terror. "We're gonna be crushed." Gislene doesn't even flinch. He calmly stops the carriage just as the massive ancient tree slams into the dirt right in front of them, completely blocking their escape route. Gislene pops his head out the window, completely unfazed. Yep, just as expected. An ambush. Right on cue, figures in black cloaks step out from the shadows. The leader, Viego. His voice drips with icy venom. Well. The former captain of the legendary Rados mercenaries. Gislene. Hearing his old title, Gislene physically tenses up, his eyes locking onto Viego. With pure killing intent, Viego smirks, pushing buttons. The coward who threw his whole mercenary squad away just for a little girl. Gislene just hops off the carriage. "No clue what you mean." And that's where we leave it. Trust me, the next fight is insane. Stick with me here because this just makes Viego absolutely furious. He screams at the top of his lungs, "You ruined my life. Are you really so old you don't even remember your own former squad members?" Gislene just stares at him. He genuinely has no clue. Seeing his blank reaction, Viego practically twists in pure rage. Gritting his teeth, he snaps, playing dumb. "I'll help you remember right after I kill him." The second he says that, his lackeys rush forward like a hurricane. Gislene pokes his head out of the carriage and asks, "Need a hand out there?" Gislene gently shakes his head. "No need. It seems he has a bone to pick with me, so young master, just rest. I can handle this alone." Just like that, he grabs a massive axe and charges. With absolute one versus all energy, a single horizontal sweep sends the whole group straight to the afterlife. Seeing this, the guys in back go crazy. One wave drops, another instantly rushes in. Gislene doesn't even flinch. He pulls out a second, smaller axe, both hands moving with flawless skill, attacking nonstop. The first guy rushing up gets his head knocked right off. Another takes an axe straight to the arm, collapsing before he can even scream. Watching from the sidelines, Viego can't help but mutter. As expected, his old mercenary strength is still totally intact, but he is not out of options yet. He immediately orders his men to spread out and completely surround Gislene. But right at that moment, Gislene leaps onto a horse, leaving the Claw Guild completely stunned. While they are still confused, Gislene charges forward, a long spear now gripped tightly in his hands. He smoothly dodges past obstacles, using the spear to start an absolute bloodbath. Wherever his horse tramples, enemy corpses just pile up everywhere. Gislene's combat technique honestly leaves everyone's jaws on the floor. Watch closely here. The guild can't get close. Viego grinds his teeth and yells, "You idiots, aim for the horse." But how could they? Gislene is spinning that spear like a helicopter. Anyone who steps into his range instantly becomes a headless ghost. In the blink of an eye, the bodies are countless, blood literally flowing like a river. Watching from the carriage, Belinda clicks her tongue. Way too brutal. At the exact same time, Viego charges toward Gislene entirely on his own. The old man spots him and pulls out a shield. Viego arrives and instantly crashes headfirst into it. Viego glares furiously at Gislene. "You already ruined my life. The least you could do is stay out of my way. I am going to kill you." His eyes are overflowing with killing intent, looking ready to eat the old man alive. Catching Gislene off guard, Viego directly slices the horse's neck. It completely collapses. Gislene scrambles off its back, but before he can even catch his breath, a razor-sharp dagger comes flying right at him. Viego attacks with absolutely savage energy, but Gislene uses his shield to knock him far back. He says coldly, "I am not the captain of the Ratatosk mercenaries." Those words make Viego furious. He slides his knife along the dirt, stopping just 10 meters away. He looks up at him and mutters, "Former captain, huh?" But his tone instantly flips. He furiously screams out, "Quit talking trash. If it is not you, then who is it?" Gislene answers completely calm, "I abandoned the past. Now I am simply a servant to Giselle." That single line triggers Viego's absolute rage. He charges instantly, screaming, "I will kill you." In just a flash, the two of them exchange multiple devastating blows. Their speed is insane, leaving nothing but afterimages behind. And Viego is not holding back at all. Every stab is a lethal move, trying to back Gislene into a corner. Mid-fight, he shouts, "When you left, the mercenary legion collapsed. Because of him, he lost his purpose, forced to live a pathetic life just to survive. You and I definitely saw that flinch." Hearing this, Gislene freezes up. He clearly never imagined things ending up this way. But Gislene still won't go easy on him. He violently deflects Viego's arm with his shield, then instantly counters with an axe swing. His movement is super fast, but Viego dodges even faster. He even sneaks in a quick kick, straight at the old man. Gislene blocks it with his shield. He is completely unhurt, but the shield shatters into tiny pieces. Right then, Viego speaks up with a chilling tone. "Gislene, I was ready to dedicate my entire life to the Ratatosk mercenaries with absolutely everything I had. Yet you threw it all away to be a servant for some corrupt noble." That is something he simply cannot forgive. As soon as he finishes, 3 throwing darts appear in his hand. Without a second of hesitation, Viego hurls them straight forward. Gislene doesn't panic, calmly spinning his axe. Instantly, the darts get knocked right into the dirt. At the exact same time, Viego charges again. Gislene quickly dodges to the side. The two clash in crazy close quarters combat once more. Viego is overflowing with absolute determination now. No matter how strong Gislene is, that was years ago when he was still the legendary mercenary captain. While he was busy worrying about curing his daughter, Viego was getting much stronger through countless brutal, bloody battles. So he firmly believes the old man is no match for him. Seeing an opening, Viego rushes over to the 3 darts stuck in the dirt. He yanks them out and instantly hurls them. The surprise attack is so fast, Gislene literally can't dodge. Trust me, you'll want to see how this ends. Stick with me here because we are dropping straight into the chaos. Before Gislene can even react, Viego attacks with lightning speed, stabbing right into his arm. Gislene flinches for a split second, swinging his massive axe to force the guy back. But Viego is like a bloodthirsty leech. Completely ignoring the heavy blade, he aggressively lunges forward to thrust his dagger. It's over Gislene. With a brutal slashing sound, the sharp dagger plunges directly into Gislane's body. But too bad for Viego, the blade only pierces his hand, because the exact second he strikes, Gislene brings his arm up to block the fatal hit perfectly. Gislene narrows his eyes at him, asking in a freezing cold voice, "Is this why you want revenge?" Seeing this, pure panic washes over Viego's face. Gislene actually wrapped his arm in solid mana. He hasn't used his full power like this in a very long time. While the attacker is completely confused, a fierce punch flies right at him. Gislene just blasts the guy backward into the distance. Viego slams violently into a massive ancient tree behind him, his entire body shaking from the intense pain. Gislene slowly walks up coldly, stating, "I don't understand. If you wanted payback, you had so many chances. Why didn't you just come and kill me sooner? Asking this, he glares at the guy, waiting for his answer. Viego lets out a bitter laugh, smirking as he spits back. You don't know the whole story. He actually went to his house, but the Ratato's mercenary commander was missing. Instead, there was only a pathetic old man not even worth killing. Turns out Viego showed up exactly when Gislene was drowning in deep grief over his daughter's severe illness. Remembering this, Viego explodes with furious anger, screaming at the top of his lungs. Where did the idol I used to worship disappear to? Hearing these intense accusations, Gislene looks conflicted. After a tense moment of silence, he finally opens his mouth to speak. Listen to me. Viego jerks his head up in shock. Gislene slowly draws his sword, answering coldly, I'm also just a human being manipulated by others. But right here, right now, he'll give his former comrade the highest honor as the Ratato's commander. Pay close attention because this is exactly where the real madness begins. Hearing this, a deeply satisfied smile suddenly spreads across Viego's face. That's right now, and this is finally a true battle. The second those words drop, he dashes toward Gislene as fast as the wind. The two legends clash violently once again. Viego screams out fiercely, this is the exact moment I have been waiting for. The heavy sound of weapons crashing together echoes endlessly through the pitch-black night. Deadly strikes are continuously thrown out with neither side backing down. Just a non-stop barrage of punches, kicks, stabs, and slashes. Both of them desperately want to push the other to death's door. But clearly, Gislene still completely holds the upper hand here. His mana reserves are simply too massive. He wraps pure energy around his axe, making the destructive power of each swing even more terrifying. He viciously slashes Viego right in the waist and fresh blood instantly pours out. Viego furiously coughs up a mouthful of blood, eyes full of total defiance. He desperately swings his dagger to counterattack, but Gislene dodges it effortlessly. Gislene's massive axe swings right back for another devastating hit. He mumbles in a low voice, I will remember you, Viego. Lenos, the 5th squad captain of the Ratato's mercenaries. In a flash, he strikes him down for good. But even in this final second, a fully satisfied smile blooms on Viego's lips. Fresh blood sprays out like rain and a heavy metallic scent fills the air. Viego's body quickly collapses into a bloody pool, dying instantly on the spot. Gislene reaches out and picks up his fallen weapon. He just stands there staring at him, not saying a single word. Right at that moment, a praising voice suddenly rings out from behind. Great job. Turns out Gislene and Belinda already stepped down from the carriage. Looking at the dead bodies everywhere, Belinda isn't scared at all. She just cares about cash. I know what you're thinking, but yes, she seriously clicks her tongue and says they could make a fortune selling this gear. Gislene completely ignores her, walking straight up to Gislene. I'm truly sorry for delaying our journey like this. It's totally fine. Gislene shakes his head lightly, dismissing the concern. This guy is even more extraordinary than he expected. When he first started out as a mercenary, the legendary stories about Gislene from his superiors actually laid the solid foundation for him to become the Mercenary King. Thank goodness he acted fast to secure such a highly reliable ally. Thinking about this, Gislene gets curious and asks, do you remember who that guy was? Gislene tightly grips the dagger in his hand. After a long moment of silence, he nostalgically replies, he was my former comrade. Gislene frowns instinctively. A former comrade, huh? In his past life, he also had teammates, but he has no idea what they are doing right now. Before meeting him, they must have been living their own lives, but one day they will definitely cross paths and return. Right after that, they start cleaning up the bloody aftermath, then hit the road again to head back to Perdium. 2 full days later, after a really long journey, Gislene's horse carriage finally arrives right at the Perdium territory. Looking at the completely ruined scenery below, Gislene glances over at Gislene and asks doubtfully, is this really Perdium? That's right. Gislene calmly nods in agreement. He is just glad to have a place to return to. He always believed he could come back whenever he left. But after hearing his words, Gislene instantly falls into deep thought. At this moment, Gislene speaks up again. What do you think when you look out over our territory? Gislene flinches slightly, desperately trying to choose his words carefully. Yes, it's very nice, but Gislene is super self-aware. He pouts and bluntly says, it's pure trash. That honest comment leaves Gislene completely speechless. Seriously, who talks about their own land like that? But you and I both know he's totally right. Perdium is in terrible shape. The old houses are so broken they cannot even be fixed, and there are abandoned crop fields everywhere. All the capable workers are completely gone. Let's jump right into the madness. Stick with me. The land was stripped bare for the military. Gislene just stared, finally spitting out his honest thoughts. I knew Perdium was endlessly battling those northern barbarians, Gislene admitted, but man, seeing it with my own 2 eyes. It is way worse than I ever imagined. Gislene totally knew how awful it was, but the future wide open. He stood firm. He locked eyes with him. I am going to fix all of this, so I need your help. This is going to be a long, brutal war. We wipe out every single trace of Duke Delphin and fight for what is right. Gislene was absolutely dead set on his goal. He would restore this broken territory no matter the cost. Just like that, their carriage rolled right into Perdium. And in that exact second, Belinda let out a sudden gasp. Hearing her shout, Gislene instantly snapped his head around. One look and his jaw dropped. Standing right there was his own legendary father, Count Perdium, in the flesh. Absolute shock. Fast forward a bit to the Count's massive castle. Gislene and the Perdium officials were already gathered, completely stressed out over the supply shortages. One guy let out a heavy sigh. Delphin is the exact one slashing our aid. Our intel shows they are rallying a massive army right now, and stockpiling huge amounts of food. Gislene just sat there listening to them endlessly panic, but honestly, he could not care less. What really caught his attention was that everyone looked exactly the same. The whole crew was here, including Randon, the Knight Commander of Perdium. Then there was Anbeck, the Chief Treasurer, and finally Homrun, the super strict head steward. Gislene frowned, totally lost in thought. How long had it really been? For a noble of Perdium, maybe just a few short months. But in his mercenary past, it felt like decades. Shaking off the memories, he spoke up. This deployment must have been incredibly rough on you. Walter frowned hard at his son. What is your problem? Now growing up, Gislene totally despised. Now watch closely because perspectives shift. He used to hate his strict dad. But right in this moment, he finally realized something huge. The crushing exhaustion his father carried every single day. Balancing the brutal, heavy responsibilities of being a lord was no joke. Meeting pure silence, Walter pressed him. Word around here is you vanished from the city for a whole week. Where did you run off to? Gislene did not even blink. I just got back from Delphin. Walter's voice dropped low. Tell me you did not cause trouble again. Gislene casually shook his head. No trouble at all. Anbeck instantly jumped in. Young master, it sounds completely insane, but rumor has it, you actually beat that brawler Can and scored a huge pile of cash. Anbeck paused for dramatic effect, then hit him with a real question. You were not out gambling, were you? Gislene just sighed, totally exhausted by the accusation. Gambling, please. If I actually did that, I would call it a high-yield investment. He quickly shook his head. No, I just had some extremely quick business to handle with Elena. Homrun could not resist throwing in his 2 cents. Young master, I have warned you a million times about this kind of behavior. Before you act, remember you are the sole heir to Perdium. Gislene just gave a super cold nod. I get it, guys, everyone just needs to chill out. While the room was practically boiling over with annoyance, Count Perdium abruptly cut the tension. That is enough from everyone. I heard while I was away you were out there stirring up a ridiculous amount of drama. Hearing this, Gislene played totally innocent. I literally did nothing. Walter narrowed his sharp eyes, not buying a single word. Rumor says you personally dealt with Jauma and Philip, those absolute cowards who tried to sell out Elena. Is that true? Honestly, Gislene did wipe them out, but Randon scoffed hard. Yeah, right, like he handled it himself, Randon snorted. Those 2 idiots probably killed each other. The young master likely just stepped in to take the final credit. Total exaggeration. Look, even if they were dirty traitors, losing his own knights to Gislene's hands was a massive slap in the face for the commander. Reading the room, Gislene just nodded. Yeah, that is pretty much what happened. Randon practically sneered. Ha, I knew it. Gislene figured this brutal interrogation was finally over. But then came the ultimate plot twist. I know what you were thinking. Here comes the scolding, right? Wrong. Walter simply says, well done. I do not care how you did it, Elena is alive. That is what matters. Boom. That was it. For the literal first time ever, Gislene just received genuine praise from his dad. Moved he. Looked right up at him. Father, can I ask you for one huge favor? Walter gave a single slow nod. Go ahead. Name it. But before he could even utter a single syllable, Homrun cut in. Young master, if you are planning to beg for project funding right now, let me stop you. The answer is absolutely no. Randon fiercely backed him up. Obviously not. The young master has pulled way too many ridiculous stunts already. The guy was running his mouth like a broken record. Gislene was just standing there completely speechless at this insane yapping. When they finally ran out of breath, he smirked. I am not asking for your permission. I was just being polite because honestly, this plan is happening whether you like it or not. Belinda, listening from the back, just groaned in absolute defeat. Why are you so completely obsessed with this crazy idea? Gislene kept his cool. That is a secret I will tell you way later. If I spill the details now and word gets around, it ruins everything. As long as this master plan actually works out. So what do you and I make of this? He is about to rake a massive fortune. Meanwhile, right by the monster forest entrance. All right, stick with me here because buried right there is a massive rune mine. We are talking about raw runestones packed with magic. This stuff is incredibly rare, the exact kind of treasure that makes mages absolutely lose their minds. They use it for all sorts of magical tools, defensive armor, magic circles, spell scrolls, alchemy, deep magical research, and honestly a whole bunch of other high-level fields. There is literally nowhere that magic power is not needed. In his past life, the Delphin Duke family were the lucky ones who discovered this gold mine. But right now, Gislene is the absolute only person alive holding this secret info. A little later, Gislene heads out bringing two of Belinda's people along with him. Both of them are fully willing to follow his every single order. He then drops an order for Belinda to hit up a nearby merchant guild and hire a massive mercenary crew of around 200 fighters. Hearing this, Gislene hesitates for a second and says, "Those mercenaries are rough, unpredictable, and completely reckless. If you gather a crowd that big, keeping them under control is going to be a nightmare. They might even turn around and stab their own employer in the back." Gislene just casually nods. "Exactly, which is why you and I are going to personally track down the ones worth using, assuming they are actually useful." Among the smaller mercenary crews up in the north, there is one with seriously top-tier skills. Hearing this exact detail, Gislene cries out in pure disbelief. "No way. Not those crazy dogs. Yeah, they have solid skills, but if you make one tiny mistake, they turn into rabid beasts that bite absolutely anyone." Even their own master Gislene just lets out a soft laugh and casually says, "The Cerberus mercenaries. Come on, let us go put a leash on those mad dogs." So right after that, Gislene drags Gislene along and heads straight north. Meanwhile, just outside the Zimba territory borders, down where the Cerberus mercenaries have set up camp, Gislene and Gislene come riding in. Now pay attention because here is where things get wild. Seeing them, the Cerberus mercs instantly mock them. "Oh, look who arrived. How pathetic, do you even know where you are?" Another guy looks them up and down laughing as he talks. Judging by this fancy outfit, he looks exactly like some rich, spoiled young noble kid. If we play our cards right here, we might have just snagged ourselves a really juicy piece of prey. But right at that moment, a hand suddenly shoots out completely, blocking his line of sight. Instantly, the guys sitting below jump to their feet in absolute shock because Gislene has already grabbed that dude, with just one hand lifting him straight into the air. "Squeeze tight," the guy screams in pure agony. "What the hell are you doing?" But Gislene does not even think about letting go. Getting even more vicious, he literally launches the guy flying backward. This makes the stares of every single mercenary their turn incredibly violent. Seriously, if looks could kill, Gislene would have died 100 times over by now. They quickly swarm around Gislene, dropping into combat stances ready for blood. Right at this intense moment, another mercenary steps up to the front. With a deep, threatening voice, he speaks up. "You must have lost your mind. Sure, you look like some high-ranking noble, but even nobles cannot just act this recklessly out here. Do not even dream about making it out of here alive." Saying that, he glares right at Gislene, who is still casually sitting on his horse. He rides in completely calm, bringing this effortlessly cool vibe. He just raises an eyebrow, mocking him. "Come on, which one of you is the boss around here?" Hearing those cocky words, the guy cannot help but let out a totally disrespectful sneer. Gislene grips his weapon tight and coldly replies, "Looks like we got a crazy noble on our hands." He warns that if you start trouble, you better be ready for the brutal consequences. You saw this coming, right? A massive mace on an iron chain instantly launches straight at Gislene. But the crazy part, he just stands there, totally calm, not moving a single muscle. Yet right before the heavy weapon can even touch him, a loud clash echoes out. Using just a single sword, Gislene perfectly thrusts the blade right through the links of the iron chain, completely stopping its momentum dead in its tracks. Seeing this absolute flex, the entire mercenary crew freezes in pure shock. And yeah, even Gislene is totally stunned. How could he ever expect Gislene to thread a sword straight into a moving chain? Just like that, his dangerous weapon drops uselessly onto the dirt floor. That is when Gislene casually chimes in. "As expected, they will not listen to a word I say. Gislene, feel free to go wild, just do not kill them." "Understood." Gislene immediately nods at the command, and without a single second of hesitation, he violently yanks the iron chain right back. The old man's raw strength is just too insane. Gislene cannot hold onto the chain at all, getting literally dragged up into the sky. And that is not all. The huge mace at the end of the chain swings in a massive circle and smashes directly into Gislene's own body. Watching their guy get wrecked, the mercenaries in the back instantly charge in for backup. They furiously yell out, "You bastard. You think just because you are a noble, we are going to stand here and take a beating." But these low-level grunts are absolute nobodies compared to Gislene. He flawlessly controls the chain wrapped around Gislene, dragging him along like a toy. Gislene becomes nothing more than a giant heavy boulder mindlessly hurled straight into the incoming wave of rushing mercenaries. In the blink of an eye, Gislene has completely floored a whole group of them. Then he shoots a terrifyingly vicious glare at the remaining guys. Those terrified dudes immediately stumble backward in fear. Right then, Gislene hops down from his horse. He casually walks over next to Gislene and coldly speaks. "You're taking way too long. How much more do I have to wait?" He tells the grunts to step aside and bring their actual leader out here right now. The moment Gislene finishes talking, a deep, heavy voice echoes out. "I was having a peaceful sleep, but this is way too annoying." Instantly, the outer guards straighten their backs, standing there in a completely respectful and serious posture. The guy walks up to Gislene and introduces himself. "I am Cao, commander of Cerberus. Trust me, you and I are definitely going to want to see what happens next." You and I are diving right in. What do you want? Gislene narrows his eyes casually, replying, when someone tracks down a mercenary group, what else could it be? Obviously, we're here to make a request. A request? Cal frowns slightly suspiciously, asking, what kind of crazy person comes with a request, but ends up beating my men half to death? If you're a noble, shouldn't you have better manners? Just shrugging it off indifferently, Gislene smirks and answers, just consider this my personal way of saying hello. I figured the best method was to force you into absolute submission. Hearing that, Cao can't help but let out a mocking sneer. Submission? You mean if you greet me twice, that means you're trying to start an all-out war. Shortly after, Cao brings the two inside the tent, sits cross-legged and coldly states, whatever, state your business. What huge request could you possibly have? Gislene just squints at him and casually drops the bomb. The monster forest. Cao reflexively scowls. What is that supposed to mean? Gislene slowly explains, I want to hire you guys to completely conquer the monster forest. Hearing this insane request, the mercenaries outside immediately start whispering and gossiping. Cao coldly snorts right back. Who the hell are you to dare touch that deadly forest? Gislene casually introduces himself. I am Gislene Perdium, Duke of the Perdium territory. Hearing that heavy name, the entire atmosphere drops into dead silence, but very quickly, everyone just bursts out laughing. Jillian hears the mockery and grumbles, hey young man, don't be so ridiculously arrogant. That monster forest is no joke. Anyone who walks in there ends up dead. Cao gives Gislene a flat look, scoffing. Kid, seems like you're just a spoiled brat living in luxury with zero clue about the real world. Anyway, no need to say anything else. This negotiation is a complete failure. Saying that, he waves his hand to kick them out. Gislene frowns, thinking quietly, before finally speaking up. Are you scared? Those three words instantly wipe the smug smile off Cao's face. Chuckling softly, Gislene keeps pushing. I heard your mercenary crew actually had real skills. Or were those just exaggerated rumors? Cao lets out a furious snort, arrogantly crossing his legs on the table. He snaps back. Don't be so cocky. Like you said, we are a mercenary group. Simply put, if the price isn't right, we don't take the job. That's it. Weaklings always find excuses. Gislene hears this and lets out a mocking smirk. Cao is totally triggered again. He bites his lip hard, desperately trying to swallow his raging anger. After a long pause, he growls, you completely ruined my mood. A little brat like you isn't even worth dirtying my hands over. I'll let you walk this time. Pay for the damages and get the hell out. Hearing this, Gislene sighs helplessly. He locks eyes with him and makes a serious proposal. Cao, commander of the Cerberus mercenaries, I challenge you to Moriana's acknowledgement. Now pay close attention here, this changes everything. Both Jillian and the mercenaries freeze completely. Cao is in total disbelief, frowning as he asks, do you even know what that means? Of course I know. Gislene casually fires right back. It's a traditional mercenary duel known as Moriana's acknowledgement. Once the brutal challenge is formally accepted, the two fighters must battle using only short daggers. No magic allowed whatsoever while their hands are securely bound together. Stepping out of the small circle and closing the match is an instant loss. It's an absolutely brutal survival match inside a tiny confined space with severely restricted movement. There have been so many bloody cases where both the winner and the loser died together. Right now, Gislene slowly speaks up. The ultimate loser must admit total defeat and absolutely obey every command of the victor, meaning the loser essentially becomes the winner's dog. He flat out asks Cao how he feels about these extreme conditions. Jillian's face looks pretty grim right now, a high-ranking noble actually using the dirty underground rules of rugged mercenaries. Refusing the challenge literally means admitting you're a cowardly failure. Because of that, Cao has absolutely zero way to back down. Cao hesitates for a long moment before flashing a wicked smirk, lifting his head to lock eyes with Gislene. He coldly snorts and shouts, brothers, it seems our high and mighty noble here actually wants to earn some real acknowledgement done in pure brutal mercenary style. You feel that tension too, right? So we should gladly oblige, shouldn't we? Instantly, the two step outside to kick off the ultimate challenge. Their hands are tied tightly together. With the whole camp watching, the rowdy mercenaries scream nonstop. That arrogant little noble is gonna pay the price. Commander, kill him. Jillian just stands there quietly, completely ignoring the wild, bloodthirsty cheers around them. Right then, Cao speaks up again. Looks like you've got some hidden tricks up your sleeve, thinking you can face me without an ounce of fear. But now you couldn't back out even if you begged. Saying that, he forcefully yanks Gislene right up against him. Cao lets out a cold snort. I've fought in this exact type of death match 5 times and never lost. Gislene hears this and just smirks. He stands up tall, pulling away from him, then perfectly copies Cao's move, yanking the commander right back toward him. He pouts with absolute disdain. Only 5 times. I've survived this hundreds of times, you know. Instantly the two lock eyes, glaring fiercely, neither warrior willing to give even an inch. Without a single second of hesitation, two gleaming daggers thrust toward their targets, but both completely miss. They both manage to grab each other's weapon arms. Gislene's eyes are locked in pure determination. He wants to bring this absolute beast under his command. Conversely, Cao just desperately wants to win for mercenary pride. So who do you and I bet on? In a flash, they trade insane blows their blinding speed. Let's jump in. You and I are about to watch an epic knife fight. Gislene lunges, but Cao twists his arm and blocks him. Cao takes this split second to counter with his own blade. But no luck there, Gislene dodges it completely. Giving him zero room to breathe, Cao yanks him close. He follows up with a heavy front kick, but Gislene completely reads his mind. Gislene raises his leg to block. Seeing this, Cao just smirks. The kid has some serious guts. You claim you've tried doing something 100 times that normal people can only do once in their life. If you're gonna show off, at least make it sound believable. Right after saying that, he stabs at Gislene. The mercenaries watching are getting hyped, screaming their lungs out. Their captain is absolutely crushing that noble kid with pure, raw strength. Finish him off. That is exactly what he gets for daring to insult us. Hearing that noise, Jian shoots a cold glare right at them. The message is loud and clear. They instantly shut their mouths. With the peanut gallery quiet, Jian looks back at the fight, his face super serious. This battle is a massive disadvantage right now. The ring is so incredibly small that you cannot even lie down. Plus, Moriana rules say pure physical strength only, absolutely zero magic. The size difference is massive, and having tied hands makes moving around almost impossible. Gislene can barely manage to dodge or block. With his massive frame, Cao is easily controlling the entire flow of this match. Watch closely here. If Gislene faces real danger, Jian will not just stand by. He instinctively grabs the axe on his back. Meanwhile, the brawl continues. Cao literally lifts Gislene straight up into the air. Luckily, our boy manages to land safely on his feet. But right then, he feels something wrong. The arm he used to block earlier is hurting like crazy. This is what happens without magic shields. Even if he blocks the stab, the shockwave damage just keeps building up. Cao is feeling super cocky now. Look at how pale you are. Looks like you can barely hold on, huh? Watching him struggle against sheer power is almost pitiful. Though compared to other nobles, he is actually pretty tough. But that is his limit. Cao sees right through all of Gislene's plans. Whatever knife attack he tries, Cao will easily neutralize it. He figures Gislene is just using his own body to forcefully endure the lighter stabs. But remember, this fight follows Moriana rules. That means absolutely zero magic support is allowed here. Blocking doesn't matter, the impact keeps punishing Gislene's body. And now, he can clearly feel a massive pressure crushing down on his legs. His face totally gives it away. Realizing this, Cao gets even more smug about it. Keep struggling, it makes this fun. While he's thinking that Gislene suddenly charges forward again. Cao twirls the knife, grips it tight, and strikes. Gislene doesn't dare slack off, quickly ducking to avoid it. Then he blocks the handle of Cao's blade and uses the momentum to attack, but Cao instantly answers with a kick. Gislene quickly raises his leg to block. Their shins slam together hard. The nasty recoil sends a sharp pain through his leg. Cao is totally fine. He laughs calmly. Well, it ends here. He immediately raises his knife once again. The target, the back of Gislene's neck. Seeing this deadly move, the mercenaries start cheering like crazy. I know what you're thinking. Game over, right? Jian quietly pulls his axe. But nobody notices Gislene's hidden smirk. At that exact second, Cao's blade hits nothing but air. Before the knife even landed, Gislene had already dodged away. This completely startles Cao. How on earth could he dodge a stab from that awkward position? While he is panicking, Gislene spins around and slashes his knife right across Cao's waist. Fresh blood instantly sprays out from the cut. The situation just flipped. The mercenaries outside are totally dumbfounded. Jian is shocked too. How did he change his momentum so incredibly fast? He couldn't even react in time. Meanwhile, getting sliced open triggers Cao's absolute rage, and he wildly slashes forward again. Once again, Gislene perfectly dodges the attack and effortlessly lands another clean slash right onto Cao's body. The mercs start panicking. The captain got slashed again. Wasn't that noble kid getting completely crushed by the captain's strength just a second ago? Captain, show him your real power. Hearing them gossip, even Jian starts feeling a bit suspicious about what's happening. He honestly thought the same thing. Cao refuses to accept this and frantically stabs again. This time, Gislene uses his shoulder to violently smash right into Cao's face. But that isn't enough, and he doesn't stop there. He unleashes a barrage of punches, leaving Cao totally defenseless. Once he's satisfied, Gislene spins his knife into a reverse grip. Pointing the blade downwards, he viciously stabs right into Cao's wrist. Cao screams out in absolute fury, "You bastard." Gritting his teeth, he glares at Gislene. This kid was barely surviving against his strength earlier, so what kind of dirty trick is this? So what do you and I take from this? Jian sees the truth. Flexing all that crazy strength just made Cao's muscles stiff and terribly slow. Alright, stick with me here. By using all his strength to dominate the fight, he completely lost his flexibility. Gislene didn't even try to clash directly with that massive aura. Instead, he just relaxed expertly, shifting the flow of battle into his own total advantage. Even the old man didn't expect him to overcome the size difference like this. And those weaklings watching outside, they obviously had no clue what was happening. They just kept shouting, "Captain, what are you waiting for? Come on, if things stay like this, it's just going to ruin all the fun." That's when Gislene spoke up with a deep voice. Great willpower, but history is full of guys who got pushed into an absolute dead end and ended up breaking the rules by using magic. Hearing this, Cao immediately sneered with pure disgust. "You talk like you've actually been through this 100 times. If you dare break the rules, there won't be a place left for you here." Truly impressive. Gislene wasn't angry at all, just calmly taking it in. Then Cao suddenly spoke up. "Fine, I'll admit that in a direct clash, I'm in a slight disadvantage. But there's more than one way to determine the winner here." Right after saying that, he charged forward. Another rule in Moriana's system of logic goes exactly like this: if you step outside the fighting ring even once, you instantly lose the match. Now pay close attention to this next move. Cao just threw Gislene straight out. No matter how skilled the kid is, getting tossed mid-air like this, he has to hit the ground outside the ring, meaning Cao wins. He was absolutely sure of it. But then an insane twist, Gislene suddenly spun the knife right in his hand, and he stabbed it straight toward Cao. That crazy move forced the captain to jump back in a panic, seizing the moment the kid kicked Cao right in the body. Right after that, Gislene grabbed his arm, completely ruining his balance and sending him flying outside while he successfully landed back inside the ring himself. Gislene slammed Cao's head hard against the dirt, and the entire area instantly went dead silent. The mercenaries were completely dumbfounded. At this point, Cao couldn't help but let out a heavy sigh. So it's really over just like that. Gislene looked down from above, casually saying, "Victory is mine." Cao just glared back up at him with pure rage. Extremely frustrated, Cao asked, "Just what kind of person are you to have such unbelievable freakish strength?" Gislene gave a cold smirk and scoffed, "Your attitude is completely out of line. Standing in front of the guy who's about to become your master, and you dare act like this." After saying that, he dragged the guy's arm back into the ring. Cao stared at him, completely bewildered. "What is this? The match is already over." Gislene shook his head with a little laugh. "No, I haven't stepped foot out of the ring yet." Cao was completely confused by those words, but the kid totally ignored him and continued speaking. "From now on, it is time to properly discipline you as my new subordinate." Right as he finished speaking, Gislene threw a brutal punch straight into Cao's face. This sudden move left the entire crowd completely stunned. Cao yelled out in panic, "Hey, hold on a second. According to the rules, stepping out is a foul." "I know what you're thinking, but wait." Before he could even finish, he ate another massive punch. Gislene lectured him, "You expect battlefield enemies to follow rules." Cao cursed in anger, "You bastard, do you really still dare call yourself a noble?" Gislene couldn't care less. He just coldly replied, "Stop protesting against your master's absolute decisions." And with that said, he fed him yet another brutal punch. Not just that, he kept pounding him into absolute pulp, beating him half to death. Seeing their captain getting completely wrecked like this, the mercenaries outside screamed in pure panic. After eating all those fists, Cao's face was swollen like a pig, blood dripping nonstop from his mouth. He frantically screamed out, "Make it stop." But Gislene wasn't letting him off that easily. He grabbed him right off the dirt, scoffing coldly, "I still haven't stepped out of the ring yet." Hearing that, Cao's legs started shaking in pure terror. He turned to his subordinates and screamed at the top of his lungs, "Are you idiots just going to stand there? Kill this guy for me!" Instantly, the mercenary crew grabbed their weapons and rushed forward. But they hadn't even taken 2 steps before stepping back from a massive axe. Jen blocked the path to the fighting ring completely. He gave a chilling warning. From this moment on, anyone who interferes with the young master dies. With his absolute one versus all menacing aura, you couldn't pay those guys enough gold to take even a single step forward. Inside the ring, Cao was just as terrified. Was he really going to just keep getting beaten? Thinking that, he glanced back over at Gislene standing right across from him. The kid looked even more vicious than the huge guy outside. He raised an eyebrow and said, "Let's finish the rest of our business, huh?" Cao could only accept his brutal reality, just hoping Gislene wouldn't actually beat him to death. While he was panicking, the kid threw yet another heavy punch. Blood sprayed out of his mouth like rain again. In Cao's eyes, nobles were supposed to just be a bunch of arrogant, cowardly pigs. Those corrupt snobs and narcissists. You just had to scare them a little and they would instantly cower and beg for mercy. Robbing the pockets of pathetic guys like that was honestly an absolutely unmatched pleasure for him. Cao had wildly built up an infamous reputation as the legendary Mad Dog. So why was he suffering such humiliation from some greenhorn noble right now? So what do you and I take from this? The guy got beaten completely unconscious. Seeing this, his scared mercenaries wanted to help but cowardly froze before that axe. "Alright, stick with me here, we are jumping right back into the madness." Over here, Gislene shakes out his hand. the guy beneath him, totally wrecked like a broken doll. Gislene decides that's enough. He looks over at the silent crowd of mercenaries and just snaps, "What are you guys waiting for? Bring water, bandages, and some towels over here right now." The whole group just stands there, completely dumbfounded, speechless. Seeing their blank reactions, Gislene has to speak up again to remind them. "Are you really just going to let your commander die like this?" Hearing that, reality finally slaps the mercenaries right in the face. They scramble in a total panic, grabbing Sao to go treat his massive injuries. Watching this whole scene unfold, Dewey is absolutely amazed. Those super arrogant mercenaries are now totally behaving and listening to Gislene like good little puppies. He points east, they wouldn't dare step west. He's ordering them around like an absolute pro. In the mercenary world, fists always speak way louder than rules, and Gislene just hammered that lesson into their thick skulls using the most direct, brutally effective method possible. He showed them exactly who the real boss is. A bit later, inside the Cerberus mercenary guest room, Cal finally wakes up with a clear head after getting patched up. Gislene casually slides a contract agreement across the table and flatly orders, "Sign it." Cal flinches hard, glancing down at the scary piece of paper. He hesitates for just a second, then quickly grabs a pen. Because let's be real, if he doesn't sign, he is definitely getting another beatdown. Better safe than sorry. After scribbling his name, Cal slides the contract back over. Gislene takes one quick look at the paper and then stares right at Sao. The big guy lets out a heavy, helpless sigh. "Please take good care of me." Gislene nods, satisfied, grabbing his arm. He smiles brightly and says, "From now on, we are all one big happy family. Let's do great things together." And then he flashes this incredibly genuine, warm smile. Now pay attention, because here is where things get hilarious. A few days later, right outside the Perdium territory, another huge group of mercenaries is gathering up in an empty field. One guy is yawning his head off, complaining, "Oh man, why did they call us out here so early in the morning? I seriously need to eat my lunch before I can even function." Another dude walks over and whispers, "Hey, did you hear? The rumor is that our client is the young lord of Perdium." The mercenaries instantly start sneering and laughing. They highly doubt some spoiled rich kid has what it takes to manage a rough crew like them. Hearing all their cocky chatter, one guy purposely stays out of it. You could say he is just smart enough to read the room. Right at that moment, someone starts clapping loudly. A massive musclehead laughs and shouts, "All right, boys, listen up and pay attention. If you want to easily manipulate a completely green boss, you need a big, strong guy leading the charge, right?" Hearing that booming voice, the other mercenaries whip their heads around. They look over in pure shock and yell out, "Wait, are you the famous Muscle Godin?" He raises an eyebrow and chuckles. "That is right, I am Muscle Godin. And today I am very impressed by your highly energetic plotting and scheming. You guys want to squeeze out some extra cash, but if we don't work together, it is not going to happen." His words instantly make total sense to the greedy mercenaries. At this point, another mercenary chimes in, "So what exactly is the big plan for this time?" Godin just laughs easily. "With things like this, you gotta know when to stop. Pushing too hard ruins everything. I will personally step up as your representative to pressure the boss. So for the payout, you guys just split it fairly among yourselves." Cool. Saying that, he tosses them a heavy bag of gold. Instantly, the crowd goes absolutely wild, cheering his name to the heavens. But right in the middle of the hype, somebody suddenly screams, "Hey, someone is coming." They all snap their heads back around, only to see a single figure calmly sitting on horseback. I know exactly what you are thinking. Is Gislene really strolling up here all by himself? The mercenaries spot him and instantly start whispering, "What is this? He came alone. Looking at those fancy clothes, that must be the big boss man. Huh, poor little guy. Wonder if he is going to run for his life when he sees Godin's massive muscles." Hearing their loud taunts, Godin immediately orders, "Come on, everyone step up to the front. Let's show off our intimidating aura." He wants to give Gislene a harsh taste of the real world. But right after he speaks, Godin's eyes suddenly shrink in pure terror. Because right behind Gislene there is a whole other group showing up. It is Gislene standing with the elite Cerberus mercenaries. Someone quickly recognizes them. They immediately scream out in panic, "Wait, those dog-head helmets. Is that the infamous Cerberus mercenary squad right there?" Hearing that legendary name, Godin starts totally freaking out. How is this possible? What the heck happened to make those notoriously stubborn, violent guys obey a young boss like good dogs? While they are busy having a total panic attack, Gislene casually walks up with his crew. He just sweeps a cold glance right across the crowd. His gaze locks dead onto Godin. He frowns slightly and asks, "Are you the commander around here?" Godin drops his head, his voice totally shaking as he replies, "Yes, that is correct." Gislene squints at him, asking in a super chilling tone, "What is your name?" Godin is so terrified he is practically peeing his pants. He stammers out, "I am Muscle Godin." Gislene is actually a little surprised by that ridiculous name, but he just brushes it off, slapping his hand hard against Godin's mountain-like chest muscles. He nods and says with a sigh, "That is pretty impressive." Gislene then introduces himself as the eldest son of Count Perdium. Hearing his real name, the entire field instantly drops into dead, terrifying silence. Seeing their stunned reactions, Gislene doesn't even care. He just coldly gives his first order. Go assemble every single one of your mercenaries right now. Godin from this moment on your crew is clearing out the monster forest. A few days later outside the magical beast forest, Gislene's entire team has set up their tents. The camp is built and ready. Trust me, you and I definitely want to see what happens in there next. Alright, you and I are about to join the wildest expedition. The base camp is set. Supplies are fully stocked, the soldiers are ready, and it is finally time to move out. Thinking ahead, Gislene glances right at Belinda, asking her to run a final head count. She gets straight to work. The official guild office cleared exactly 148 mercenaries, plus the 41 Cerberus squad members Gislene brought along, making it 192 people total. Hearing the numbers, Gislene gets dead serious. He asks if she gave Scovan the specific instructions. Belinda nods. He is actively helping them hide this monster forest run. Since the guy is literally the commander of the nearby military base anyway, they probably do not need to sweat the details too much. Gislene gives a satisfied nod, smiles, and says good. Then he loudly shouts his orders. Everyone fall into formation. He points dead ahead to the monster forest, the exact nightmare zone they are going to conquer. They have all heard the crazy rumors. Uncharted danger, insane wild beasts, and unknown lethal threats. Or maybe horrors way beyond their imagination. But even facing all that madness, he says they absolutely must clear this place out. Hearing this sudden suicide mission, the clueless mercenaries below completely freeze up their faces, turning pale as ghosts in pure shock. The whispering starts instantly. Belinda glares at them furious. How dare they act so bold? Interrupting the young master is a crime. Gislene ignores her rant coldly, telling anyone to leave. Now pay attention here. He promises that if they succeed, he will literally triple their normal pay. For these greedy money slaves, that massive bonus is irresistible bait. Their eyes immediately light up with extreme excitement. Meanwhile, up front, Belinda practically jumps out of her skin. Young master, what did you say? The cash from last time was basically entirely spent just gearing up for this exact trip. Gislene simply pouts. I have to say that to boost their morale. If they grab the mineral ore, they will cover costs and be filthy rich. He gives Belinda a side eye, asking if she trusts him. She sighs hard. I guess I have to. She slightly regrets saying that earlier. Over on the side, Cal mutters under his breath. Triple pay, only a total lunatic makes a crazy promise like that. Why is the boss always so reckless? Duke calmly replies that he always has a master plan. A minute later, the Monster Forest expedition team is fully prepped. Gislene naturally takes the lead. The whole crew shadows him closely. Their massive army marches straight into the dark, creepy woods. Except they are chopping down trees as they walk. They honestly look like aggressive, illegal loggers. What? Even Gislene joins the heavy labor. He knocks down a massive center tree, and finally faint sunlight actually pierces the gloomy forest darkness. Seeing that bright ray of light, Gislene smiles in pure satisfaction. Excellent, the light is here. Then he barks another order. Keep pushing the path this way, chop the fallen logs into blocks and load the carts. Anyone with free hands dig around the stumps to rip the roots right out. He remembers Duke Delphin's past life forest exploration diary. I know what you were thinking. This forest is absolutely huge. Someday they will wipe out the monsters and harvest everything. But right now, Gislene just needs cold, hard cash. Ignore the extra junk and carve the fastest path straight to that confirmed ore vein. The massive fortune he is about to grab here will be his ultimate weapon to crush the dark conspiracies surrounding the Perdium family. Seeing Gislene actually doing manual labor completely shocks Cal. Even the hired mercenaries start whispering in total confusion. Belinda is obviously not going to tolerate this disrespect. She screams a harsh warning. Hey, cut the garbage talk and get back to work. They instantly shut their mouths and run off. She glares at their retreating backs aggressively, snorting. Unbelievable. Then she stomps right over to Gislene. Young master, you paid good money to hire these guys, so why are you working? Seeing you sweat makes them look down on you. Gislene chops a tree, totally ignoring her complaint. Give it a rest. One extra pair of hands means we finish the job faster. There is nothing good about hanging out here. Belinda pouts in annoyance. You sound like you already knew exactly what was out here. That totally leaves Gislene frozen on the spot. What could he even say to that? He literally did know everything. Meanwhile, Cal gossips while doing his chores. The boss has a cute girl worrying about him. So jealous. Meanwhile, someone else is practically walking straight into hell. Hearing this, Gislene smacks a tree branch right into his back, making Cal completely furious. You really want to start a fight today? But Gislene just pretends to be completely deaf, letting Sao rage until his throat gets sore. Gislene watches them feeling relieved. Everything is going super smooth so far. Duke Delphin once launched a massive legendary campaign to clear this exact forest. So what do you and I take from this? He has a cheat code. That diary marks every resource and monster habitat right here. Alright, stick with me here. Knowing the monster threat, Gislene actually came somewhat prepared. But honestly, the fact that absolutely nothing is happening right now just makes him way more anxious. He only read about this place in a diary. He has never actually seen what goes down in this forest with his own two eyes, so he couldn't help but issue a strict warning. He tells everyone to absolutely never drop their guard, because they are heading deeper into the woods. Even so, the crew keeps chopping trees to clear a path, and it is getting pretty dark. They walked a really long way without seeing a single beast. While they are busy chatting, some guy walks up demanding his money from Godon. But Godon suddenly notices something completely off. His face turns pale green as he panics and yells out to the group. Every single head turns to look at him all at once. Trembling Godon asks if they had cut down trees on the way. The confused crowd just nods along. Exactly. Godon hesitates for a long second, glancing around before finally asking, "So why isn't there any path behind us?" That completely wakes the crowd up. It makes perfect sense. Right then, Gislene suddenly screams at the top of his lungs. The second he shouts, his three core members block him, and Cebus's mercenaries instantly drop right into a heavy combat stance. Only the clueless amateurs are left standing there totally confused. While they panic, Gislene warns Godon to freeze immediately or else he is going to die. He orders him to slowly walk back towards the group step by step. Still super confused, Godon nods and obeys the command. "Yeah, I got it." But the second he turns around, the wooden plank on his shoulder slams into an ancient tree. And to make matters worse, he straight up face plants right into the dirt. Seeing this, the group's expression instantly goes dead serious. Someone actually starts cursing the idiot out in anger. Meanwhile, Godon is completely losing his mind. Now watch closely, this is where it gets wild. That huge tree in front of him suddenly moves its trunk, ripping open into a terrifying mouth. It is absolute nightmare fuel. Seeing that, everyone immediately turns and sprints away in pure horror. And their fear is totally justified. The giant tree monster suddenly shoots out massive vines that are tens of meters long. The vines snatch them up, dangling the crew high in the air before tossing them inside. After grabbing its prey, the monstrous jaw clams completely shut like it's taking its sweet time tearing into its fresh meal. Godon gets snatched up too, but using his insane beefy muscle strength, the guy desperately clings to a random nearby tree. He cries out for help. The nearby mercenaries sprint over, using their battle axes to violently hack at the monster's vines. But no matter how hard they swing, the thing will not snap. Even the mercenary's heavy axe starts heavily chipping away. The guy yells out in pure shock, "How is it this tough Godon panics just as much? Is he really going to get eaten right here?" Talk about terrible luck kicking in immediately. The thick vine drags him right back toward those teeth, but suddenly a blur of motion rushes in. It is Gislene. He charges in with his blade, instantly severing the thick vine binding Godon. He secures the rescue, but he doesn't stop. He completely floods his sword with mana, mercilessly plunging it straight into the giant eyeball on the trunk. Bright red slime starts gushing out like a fountain. It is incredibly disgusting. Catching that epic save, the mercenaries cheer loudly. The boss finally cut it right off. I know what you're thinking. Was the eye its weak point? While everyone else stands there stunned, Gislene cleanly lands. He exhales sharply, then turns to the scattered crew and yells for them to snap out of it and group up. If they don't want to get eaten, they need to grab shields and hold the line. He orders them to focus completely on defense until his next call. The mercs instantly snap into a solid, tight formation. They use their heavy shields to block the incoming vine whips. Gislene then runs over, shouting for Cow. Pointing to the cart, Cow says everything is right here. Gislene immediately orders them lit. Burn those monsters to ash. Hearing that, Cao excitedly realizes this was why they brought supplies. Right then, Gazel screams that the monster is looking their way. Gislene commands the strike immediately. Following his order, Cow leads the crew to start throwing oil lamps straight at the massive creature. Dozens of lamps fly forward. The second the glass shatters against its bark, they erupt. A huge fiery blaze quickly ignites everywhere. Watching the flames, Cow nervously asks if they will burn completely. Gazel nods, agreeing it's highly likely now. But the moment they drop their guard, vicious vines shoot straight toward them. Thankfully, a heavy axe suddenly comes flying in. Gislene instantly slices through the vines. Belinda throws 3 darts right into the eye. "Trust me, you and I are gonna love this fight. Let's dive right into this chaos." After giving his orders, Gisel grabs his sword and charges straight ahead. His goal, drawing the monster's attention entirely. Hearing this, Belinda panics and yells out for him to be careful. But honestly, Gisel couldn't care less. He rushes right up to the beast's face. Channeling raw mana straight into his blade, he swings down with absolute madness. Now the creature is totally furious. Thick vines shoot aggressively toward him, but Gislene is dodging like a literal reincarnated snake out there. He twists and weaves with perfect skill, dodging every single strike and smoothly sliding right into close range. Meanwhile, the mercenaries hiding out defensively behind their massive shields are watching this insane display unfold in absolute wide-eyed panic. Those plant freaks have legs. The boss is going to get crushed into paste. But completely contrary to their terrified thoughts, Gisel is doing absolutely fine right now. His technique is flawless, severing thick roots with every single strike he lands. Taking full advantage of the clear path, Gislene aggressively drives his sword right into the eye on the tree trunk. The fact that he is skillfully handling this massive monster horde completely solo leaves the mercenaries on the sidelines completely shocked and utterly speechless. The entire swarm is focused solely on the boss. Right at this moment, Belinda screams out a loud command, "Throw all the oil lamps at them." This time, it is definitely going to work. Following her shout, another heavy wave of oil lamps smashes down and intense flames instantly burst to life. The terrifying monsters are quickly swallowed by a sea of flames. Seeing this satisfying sight, Cao immediately cheers out in pure joy. All right. But Gislene quickly shouts out a warning. Do not stop, keep throwing until everything burns to ashes. Hearing his clear command, the mercenaries excitedly toss even more oil lamps. A huge section of the dark forest is completely engulfed in bright red flames, and the intense heat just keeps rising. In the blink of an eye, the whole monster pack is burning alive. The mercenaries watching simply cannot help but marvel. So epic, who knew we could roast monsters exactly like this? They suddenly realize that with conditions like this, the roaring fire will spread fast, but honestly, that is even better. These freaks will be completely wiped out in no time. Even Godin happily laughs out loud. Hey, they are not really that tough after all, right? Against a raging fire, these annoying tree ghosts are absolute garbage. But while they are busy celebrating their easy win, Gislene coldly speaks up with another warning. Now pay close attention because it gets wild here. Do not relax, it is not over. They are showing their true forms. Instantly blinding white fog completely swallows their vision. The mercenaries are totally panicking now, having zero clue what is even happening. Both Jill and Belinda frantically sprint toward him in a state of absolute terrified shock. Belinda screams out in fear. What is happening over there? Gislene calmly explains the insane truth. The flames only weakened them, but it did not fully wipe them out. The blazing fire hit the trapped water inside their bark instantly, creating this thick fog. Before long, the dense fog starts to clear up, revealing a massive towering monster looking 100 times more terrifying than its earlier pathetic form. That giant mouth is still there, but now it has sprouted 4 massive creepy flower petals around it. Seeing this monstrosity, the terrified crowd instantly stumbles backward, screaming out in pure panic. What the heck is that thing? Did it not just die? Right at this exact moment, a single sword points straight into the sky through the crowd's absolute confusion. Gislene aggressively roars out, "Attention everyone, grab your weapons right now. It is officially time for an all-out close-quarters raid." The second he finishes speaking, Gislene dashes forward like the wind. Seeing him recklessly charge entirely alone, the mercenaries immediately freeze up in panic. I know exactly what you're thinking. Asking them to fight those giants in close combat is pure suicide, right? One step and they get totally squashed. You seriously cannot blame them for being scared stiff. But while they stand there, panicking, Cao boldly takes the absolute lead and charges fiercely to the front. Belinda runs up and urgently reminds him, "Young master, please be careful out there." Meanwhile, Jill has not moved. He steps right in front of Godin's squad, asking in a freezing cold tone, "Why are you hesitating?" This is a direct order from Grand Duke Gislene. Obviously, this makes him absolutely furious. While his master is out there fighting for his life against monsters, these guys are just standing around completely frozen like statues. Frustrated, Jill barks out an order, "Just trust him and follow his lead." Hearing this intense shout, Godin's men are instantly jolted awake. Very quickly, they tightly grip their weapons and furiously charge forward. Whatever, forget it. The boss will handle the hard stuff. Let's just follow his lead. In just a flash, a mercenary group is absolutely fired up with battle spirit, and Gislene yells out loudly. Their hard bark is completely burned away. Even without mana, you can easily slice them. Do not be afraid, just absolutely smash them with one single strike. Hearing this massive motivation, Cao aggressively charges right in, and even Jill and Belinda confidently join the epic battle. In the blink of an eye, a totally brutal and bloody war breaks out. At this stage, hesitation literally just means death. Gisle's entire role here is perfectly destroying his followers' hesitation, giving them the raw confidence to secure victory and sparking that insane willpower to make the impossible actually happen. Backed by his ridiculous skills, Gislene shows them exactly how simple killing monsters can be. He powerfully thrusts his sword straight into the towering creature's mouth. Without a single ounce of hesitation, he slashes down with crazy mana output, directly splitting the massive beast right in half. Under Gislene's terrifying bravery, the monsters are dropping like flies. The surrounding guys team up and actually manage to take down a pretty huge chunk. The exhausted mercenaries are panting heavily, and Godin lets out a massive sigh of relief, saying, "We got all of them, we completely wiped those freaks out." The others sigh in relief. They actually survived. But trust me, we're not done yet, because Gislene suddenly speaks up. "All right, you and I are about to dive into an absolute bloodbath." Just one warning from him and the entire army instantly shuts up. He's totally loving their absolute obedience as he speaks up again. "This is the demonic beast forest. We just took our very first step inside, and already insane monsters like living trees are spawning everywhere." In a flash, Pure panic hits every single face in the crowd. But Gislene, he couldn't care less. He casually tells them not to sweat it, promising he will always lead the charge. All they have to do is trust him and follow his lead. The huge crowd drops into dead silence after hearing his absolute confidence, but then a massive hyped-up battle cry erupts, echoing through the dark forest. Riding that insane adrenaline wave, they push even deeper into the dangerous woods. Whenever a monster pops up, Gislene instantly orders a total wipeout. Wherever the squad walks, giant ancient trees and dead beasts just litter the ground. Cao is completely in the zone. He totally hated tagging along at first, but right now, he is absolutely loving the incredible thrill of the fight. They run into a ton of crazy monsters along the way. Belinda is sweating bullets, checking on Gislene's condition every 5 seconds. He found it super annoying at first, but eventually he just completely gives up. He just lets her do whatever the heck she wants. But you know what hasn't changed at all during this whole epic march? Godon's pathetic mercenary squad. Every single time a monster pops out, these guys just keep backing away in sheer terror. Godon stares at the massive beast. Now pay attention, this is where it gets crazy. Godon yells out, "What the hell is this?" More monsters keep spawning, while they absolutely panic. Gilan and Cao jump right in front of them to block. Cao doesn't hesitate for a second, slashing the beast's leg cleanly, but at that exact same moment, another one spawns nearby. Gilan rushes in, instantly slamming his shield to block the new freak. Seizing this perfect opening, a deadly sword strikes from out of nowhere. Gislene brutally stabs it right through the head. After wiping the floor with the monster, he glances back at the group, asking if anyone got hurt. The guys immediately nod their heads and eagerly reply, "We are still breathing, sir." Right after that, they lock into battle stances, screaming at the top of their lungs, "If you want to live, stick close. Bring it on, you ugly freaks, come get some." Seeing this, Gilan can't help but smile, thinking they finally look like real fighters. Cao nods, his head in total agreement, saying that actual combat experience really is the absolute best teacher. Gislene feels way better about this squad now, so he steps up to remind everyone that they still have a massively long road ahead, ordering them to keep pushing forward. Meanwhile, this one totally sketchy guy is hanging back, staring at the frontline heroes. He thinks they've completely lost their minds, treating this psycho forest like a playground. A bit later, pushing way deeper into the woods, they finally spot a lake. The second they see water, the whole crew sprints toward it in pure chaos, acting like they're dying of thirst, scooping it up with buckets like absolute maniacs. Belinda watches this mess and shivers, muttering who knows what kind of horror could jump out of there. Gislene just stands there totally speechless. "I know what you're thinking, definitely a trap, right? But nope, they're on track. This lake is the most crucial crossroad to Ron Quarry." Making up his mind, he barks an order instantly. "Pitch the tents with your backs facing the water, everyone rests up right here." A little while later, inside one of the camps, a bunch of mercenaries are gossiping non-stop about the insane forest. Meanwhile, in another tent, a cozy fire is crackling away warmly. Godon stares at the shady guy sitting across from him, asking suspiciously, "Why did you drag us over here in secret? What the heck are you trying to pull right now?" Manus chuckles softly and whispers, "We don't need to risk our necks out here anymore. Staying alive is way more important than making some extra cash, right?" Godon scoffs, saying they already cleared most of the damn path anyway. The boss mentioned the destination isn't far from the entrance, so they're basically at the finish line. Manus gets even more frantic hearing that. "You actually believe his lies? They don't call our boss the Madman of Perdium for nothing. Isn't it completely obvious he's just recklessly pushing through this deadly forest to score some cheap glory for himself?" Torin just shrugs casually beside them. "We already took the deposit money. You take the cash, you do the job you were hired for. We are mercenaries, aren't we? Besides, this definitely isn't the first time we've survived purely thanks to him." But Manus refuses to quit, pushing harder. "I'll admit the boss fights well, but he's just been totally lucky so far. One single mistake and we're all dead meat. He's convinced these rich nobles will just use them as human meat shields the second real danger hits. Every single noble is exactly the same." Hearing this dark truth, Godon's crew instantly looks uneasy. They have absolutely no clue how to react to that. Seeing their faces drop, Manus completely smirks, telling them to keep hesitating, trying to solo those freaky monsters out here and actually make it back alive. It's pure madness. If anything goes wrong, they might end up as monster bait instead of him. Right at that moment, Torin suddenly interrupts. "My point is, without the boss, we'd have been totally wiped out a long time ago. Just look over there right now." He points straight at Gislene on the other side. The boss is personally applying healing ointment to everyone, warning them carefully, "Keep the dirty water out of those cuts or they'll definitely get infected." Belinda isn't thrilled about this at all, hating the cost, complaining bitterly, "That medicine is crazy expensive. Shouldn't we be saving a rare item like that for a real life or death emergency?" Gislene calmly replies, "This is exactly the time to use it. Being cheap will only get us killed." Manus watches him endlessly treating everyone. He has no idea how to react. Makes you think, right? Torin continues mentioning the insane medicines and poisons our boss uses. Stick with me here because this employer is actually treating his meat shield mercenaries better than their own lives are worth. That is pretty crazy, right? Godon and his crew immediately start nodding along. Yeah, this boss is completely different from the scumbags they usually work for. At the very least, he wouldn't just throw them away. With every single word, they completely ruin Manus' sneaky little plan. Manus cursed silently. That annoying old guy was ruining everything. He needed to bait a few guys to escape, but now it was way too hard. He quickly sneaked off. Right after he left, Gislene stepped up and warned them, "Hey, stop with the pointless chatter, guys. Get some rest while you still can." Then he glanced right at Jilan and Gao. "We need to talk for a second." The two followed, but Gao hesitated. "Are you sure about this? If it were me, I would have ripped his tongue out." Gislene replied calmly, "Just let him go. We can't do anything because of the monsters anyway. More importantly, I have a few things to confirm right now." His warning made everyone snap to high alert. They looked around and immediately noticed a huge glaring problem. For some reason, oil lamps were placed all over the place. Belinda frowned. Why the sudden order to count the hanging lanterns? There are about 24 left. Gislene went quiet, thinking deeply. Just as he suspected the number was dropping, he slowly started explaining. Ever since they walked into this forest, the monsters have been attacking non-stop day and night. But for the last 2 nights, 0 night attacks at all. Hearing this fact, the whole group fell completely dead silent. Gao muttered hesitantly, "Wait, what does that even mean for us?" Before Gislene could answer, Jilan blurted out, "We stepped right into some major monster territory. A massive zone completely controlled by nocturnal beasts." Gislene suddenly let out a heavy sigh, his eyes turning straight up, ruthless. "Now pay attention." He stared out into the dark. Okay, this is where it gets truly dangerous. Night completely fell over the deep forest. Everyone was fast asleep, and Godon was definitely no exception. He was all warm and cozy when a sudden bright light flashed right in his face, waking him up entirely. The second he opened his eyes, he saw an oil lamp literally floating in midair. He nearly peed his pants in pure terror. He kicked it away, screaming out in complete panic. What the heck? Since when do lanterns fly? But before he could even process what was happening, something viciously bit his shoulder. He screamed out in absolute agonizing pain. His scream woke up the whole camp. They woke up to Godon frantically swinging a torch at thin air like a total madman. Those invisible monsters saw the bright fire and quickly backed off. But to the mercenaries, Godon just looked completely insane right now. They rushed over, asking what happened. Godon trembled, murmuring, a monster was literally right next to me." But nobody saw a single thing there. Annoyed, they scolded him. "What are you babbling about? There is nothing there." Godon was completely dumbfounded by their harsh words. He frantically looked around and yelled out in disbelief. "What do you mean nothing?" Someone grumbled, "Did you just have a bad nightmare? Are you sleepwalking?" With that, they turned to leave the spot. Just then, a voice suddenly rang out. "He is not sleepwalking." Gazel and Toran walked over to the group. Gazel spoke slowly. "A weird feeling woke me up too. I saw the lanterns vanish right in front of my eyes." Hearing this, the others immediately started sharing their own creepy encounters. Gazel listened closely and firmly stated, "We definitely need to check what exactly this thing is." Let that sink in for a quick second. The tent erupted into total panic, but then Gislene suddenly appeared. "Did you see it clearly?" Everyone instantly whipped their heads around to see him, Jilan and Gao approaching. Gislene narrowed his dark eyes. "Gather around right now, everyone." The mercenaries quickly formed up. Inside the tent, Gislene called all the key players in to discuss their next move. Hearing this, Godon screamed out in pure terror. "Monsters are surrounding us right now," Gazel quickly agreed with him. "We cannot even see them with our own eyes." Gislene nodded slightly. "Exactly. That is simply their natural ability." He was certain they were hiding by the lake. One of the absolute strongest monsters ruling this forest's night, the terrifying Pan Hunters. They merge completely with the darkness. Humans cannot see them at all, and regular physical attacks do absolutely nothing to hurt them. They stalk hundreds of prey at once. Their hunting method, dragging their victims straight into the pitch black. Hearing this horrific detail, Gazel and Godon both screamed out. Hundreds of them. Belinda just shot him a glance. So they were the real reason the lamps went out. Gao yelled furiously, "Those highly annoying beasts. Let's go out and butcher them all. We cannot be pushed around like this. We must absolutely strike first." But Gislene shook his head to stop them. "No, we wait for them to attack. That is the best counterattack." Belinda hesitated. "We lost over half our lanterns and you just want us to sit here waiting." Gislene replied calmly, "Charging in blindly like that will only trigger their brutal, savage nature. They will just change their hunting style and patiently torture us instead. We would be throwing away the perfect chance to wipe them all out. Trust me, you are going to want to see his actual plan." Jilan muttered in confusion. "Wipe them out, is there a way?" "All right, you and I are about to see how to hunt hundreds of invisible, physically immune monsters." Gislene simply nods and asks Belinda if the magic scrolls are ready. Belinda casually replies, I already handed out one magic scroll to every single mercenary here. Hearing this, Gislene looks at everyone with a satisfied smirk and orders, I'll teach you all how to fight. He uses his sword to draw a map in the dirt, slowly explaining that the pan monsters are surrounding our camp from 3 sides. They are slowly closing the trap by stealing our lanterns one by one. With their tiny numbers, they can't cover this whole area. Especially against non-human enemies, a direct clash would guarantee they get completely crushed from both sides. Gislene frowns and mutters, thanks to setting up camp with our backs to the lake, we avoid being surrounded on all 4 sides. Gislene lightly nods and casually replies, consider it lucky even if the situation isn't in our favor. But it's not totally hopeless because we are the ones holding the actual initiative in this battle. Everyone stares at him in pure shock, totally confused. Gislene slowly explains. First, we divide our forces into 3 squads. One shield team to tank the hits, one crossbow team to hold them back, and an elite strike force that includes Gislene himself. The shields and crossbows will form a super tight formation right in the center to completely block the enemy's attack wave. Meanwhile, the strike team will focus all their firepower to quickly cut down the enemy forces from the left flank. Gislene finally finishes laying out his crazy plan. Hearing this, Gislene hesitates and asks if this strategy is actually going to work. Tao stares at the drawing for a long time before saying, if the center team holds strong, we can absolutely do this. Right then, Belinda suddenly raises her hand and interrupts. She says seriously, these pan things blend into the darkness, so physical attacks are totally useless, right? How are we supposed to deal with them? Her question instantly makes Gislene's entire group start panicking. Cal glances at Gislene, looks back at Belinda, and innocently asks, wait, don't we just need to use our mana? But Gislene just flashes a confident smile and says, do not worry, Belinda. A moment later, night completely falls. Now pay attention, here's where it gets wild. Perfect time to kill some monsters. Gislene gathers the mercenaries just like he planned to fight off the horde. They lost their last lantern. One mistake and the whole army gets wiped out. The Delphin Duke family's exploration diary actually mentioned this. These pan monsters are terrified of the light. They only figured this out much later. When intense light hits them, their true forms appear. That is exactly why Gislene ordered everyone to rip open their magic scrolls. Instantly, everyone follows orders and shreds what is in their hands, every single scroll combining to create something massive. In a flash, blinding light shoots straight into the sky. The pan monsters panic at the brilliance, getting completely engulfed before they can even run. Their shapes finally become clear right in front of everyone. Seeing this crazy sight, Godon yells out loud. The darkness is gone, their true forms are exposed. Those weird, eel-like monsters are totally surrounding us right now. Sure enough, moments later they charge right at them. The crossbow team doesn't hesitate immediately, raising weapons to blast the monsters. But their numbers are insane and the crossbow team starts crumbling. Meanwhile, right in the center, everyone is fully prepped and ready. Gislene instantly raises his sword high and screams out. Their true forms are exposed, Vanguard team attack now. Right after that, he leads Gislene's group charging forward. With insane aggressive energy, the Vanguard squad just non-stop slaughters the monsters. Gislene is an absolute beast out there. With every single sword swing, monster corpses just pile up everywhere. You saw that too, right? He realizes the pan can hide in shadows, but their physical defense is actually incredibly weak. This formation can totally pierce them in seconds. Thinking this, Gislene looks at everyone and gives the command. Reduce their numbers as much as possible. Gislane's trio takes the order, splitting off into 3 directions. Gislene tanks the hits and draws all their attention. While he does that, Cal goes wild, completely disrupting the monster ranks. With his raw combat experience, his attack speed is lightning fast. Every single move he makes is a fatal killing blow. But their massive numbers create openings. That is where Belinda steps in. If a teammate is ever in danger, she instantly provides backup. After blasting them with throwing darts, Belinda screams out loudly, "Young master." Instantly, Gislene dashes forward like the wind, directly executing the monsters. This right here is the absolute most elite strike force he ever built. Just like that, bright blue and white flashes just keep exploding all across the sky above the magic beast forest. The mercenaries down below don't stop attacking. Under everyone's incredibly powerful, relentless assault, a massive amount of these creatures drop dead. But there are just too many. The mercenaries are sweating bullets, panicking and yelling. Why are there so many? When is the strike team finally getting here? While distracted, the monsters bare their fangs and claws, lunging right at them. They almost wet themselves. Then a sharp blade strikes Gislene's team. Trust me, you will want to see what happens next. Alright, stick with me here. After completely clearing his side, Gislene rushes over, crushes those monsters, and glances at everyone. Thanks for holding the line. Seeing him arrive, Godon's entire group instantly lights up with joy. The boss is here, we are saved. Godon hypes up, shouting orders to expand and surround the enemies. Time for a counterattack, but the monsters sense the danger, stop attacking completely, and turn to run. Seeing this, Gislene frowns hard. retreating before getting surrounded. These beasts have some serious survival instincts. Thinking fast, he looks at Belinda and orders her to find the horned leader signaling the retreat. Cal hesitates in the back, asking if letting them leave is better. Gislene coldly replies they are obsessed. Even if they run now, they will stalk us for days until someone ends up dead. They do not have time for a second fight and cannot afford casualties. To break their ranks, that leader has to die right here. Hearing those words catches Belinda totally off guard. She realizes just how much he has grown. With a determined look, she says, "Understood." Instantly, she launches her grappling hook at a branch. Now pay attention here. Belinda moves like absolute lightning, diving solo straight into the monster pack. In seconds, she spots the horned beast. Without any hesitation, she swings that hook and snatches the commander. Looking back, she screams out that she caught the target. Hearing that, Gislene instantly dashes straight forward. He scoffs coldly, "So it was you?" He takes one massive leap right into the danger zone. Zero hesitation. Gislene slashes fiercely at the leader. Blood rains down everywhere in an instant, but it survives. Keeping his cool, he swings again. This time is a clean hit, completely chopping off the leader's head. Seeing this, the surrounding monsters panic and completely stop their attacks. Gislene immediately roars at his team. The boss is dead, wipe them all out. Fired up by his command, the mercenaries charge in mercilessly. All their fear vanishes instantly. Even Xiao suddenly gets super competitive during the absolute chaos. Cerberus squad do not lose to that old man. Gislene just sighs helplessly at his ridiculous energy. Just like that, Gislene's army slaughters the beasts. The epic battle drags on until the sun rises. When Gislene finally executes the last one, it is over. Monster corpses are everywhere, rivers of blood flowing. Gislene glances around, flashing a genuine smile. "Great work, everyone, we finally won." The crowd immediately erupts into massive cheers. Who wouldn't be thrilled? They won and they are actually alive. Over here, Belinda asks with real concern if he got hurt. Gislene just shakes his head and smiles. "I am fine." "Good work." Then he orders Belinda to count everyone immediately. "Cal, bring the Cerberus team here. Gislene and I will scatter the panther corpses around our campsite area." Cal frowns hearing this, asking if throwing corpses actually helps. Gislene calmly explains the stench repels other monsters. Panthers are the strongest beasts at the forest entrance. Gislene steps in to back him up. "The camp will be much safer, kid." That smug comment makes Cal furious, asking if the old man wants to fight right now. "You and I both know exactly how this goes." Gislene sighs helplessly, completely used to their daily bickering. "It is fine." 10 days into this magic forest, killing the panthers basically cleared out all their major threats. Now they just need to mine the raw stones. With the sun finally rising over the darkness, this crazy mission is wrapping up. Gislene is completely confident about this. Moments later, Belinda walks over to report. "I checked the numbers. Cerberus has 41 members left, and the contract mercenaries still have exactly 126 people." Gislene frowns, asking if Cerberus really took 0 casualties. Cal proudly brags, "Obviously." "Who do you think the captain is?" Gislene rolls his eyes. Ignoring them, Gislene continues asking. "So the contract team lost 3 people, right?" Belinda simply nods in agreement. "The problem is we found 0 bodies to identify." Suddenly, Godwin looks confused and speaks up. "Speaking of which, Manus is missing too." Torrens sighs, saying that Coward definitely sneaked away during battle. Exactly as predicted, Manus dragged 2 others away earlier. Right now, those cowards feel super lucky they dodged that epic bloodbath. Leading the way, Manus snaps at them to shut up and escape while the monsters are completely distracted over there. But suddenly, the 2 guys behind him freeze completely. This makes an annoyed Manus scream loudly. "Keep running." One guy trembles, pointing back in pure terror. "Trust me, you will want to see what happens next." "All right, stick with me here." Glowing red eyes lock onto them, and Manus just stammers in absolute panic. What the heck is that? A massive, terrifying serpent suddenly looms right over them. In just a blink of an eye, the giant snake slaughters Manus and his 2 guys. Its blood-red eyes are pure nightmare fuel. Meanwhile, totally unaware of the massacre, Gislene's crew just keeps chopping down trees, clearing the path ahead. They are working super hard, sawing timber and loading up carts. Honestly, it looks like they want to level this entire forest down. Sao watches them while grinding away. He cannot help but be impressed. Now they just automatically work efficiently without anyone even giving orders. Nobody ever saw these lazy mercenaries hustle so neatly. And it is not just Barris and his hired muscle putting in the effort. The outside contractors are highly motivated too. Gislene glances at Cow, pouting slightly, unlike a certain someone. Cow flinches a bit, realizing she makes a totally fair point, so instead of arguing back like usual, he just awkwardly changes the subject. "Are all those guys seriously going to disband after this expedition wraps up? Using them just once seems like a massive waste, right?" Gislene overhears and chimes right in. "Do not worry, I plan to hire them all as my private army." People usually say mercenaries have weak organization, meaning they cannot beat a regular army in big group battles. But thanks to the experience they gained here, they have completely pushed past those limits. They will be a rock-solid foundation for expanding our power. Right then Gazel walks over to report. Captain, we cleared out the area around the development zone as ordered. Cal nods. Good work. Then he glances back over at Gislene with a big smirk. Just like you said, the efficiency here is absolutely fantastic. We have not seen a single monster on the way from the camp. Normally, there should be at least one stray beast wandering around. Now watch closely because you and I both know jinxing it guarantees disaster. A beast is definitely lurking. Gislene feels uneasy, hoping it is nothing. Suddenly, Belinda returns from her scouting run. Gislene immediately looks her way and asks for an update. Well, did you find anything up ahead? Belinda nods, but her expression looks incredibly tense and speechless. Seeing her nervous reaction, Gislene immediately starts to panic. He turns back and shouts loudly, "Clear the path at full speed now. The destination is right ahead." Shortly after, they push deeper into the forest, stopping the second they spot a bright light. When it fully appears, everyone is totally awestruck. Only Gislene flashes a satisfied smile. Godon and his men yell in pure disbelief. No way could this actually be what I think it is. Gislene raises an eyebrow and laughs. This is exactly why we started this expedition. A top-tier Von Or vein is sitting right here. Cao is still processing it all. He mutters with a shaky voice. Is there really something this valuable hiding here? Gilan casually speaks up beside him. I told you so. His insight is on a completely different level. Belinda is thrilled about their future wealth. She tightly hugs Gislene, beaming with joy. Young master, how on earth did you know about this? They step closer and closer to the quarry. This is the kind of massive treasure they never thought they would touch in their lifetimes. But now it is just lying everywhere. If they mine it all, they are going to be filthy rich. But suddenly, a voice rings out. No, you cannot go anywhere. Gislene immediately shifts his eyes, looking toward the mysterious sound with extreme caution. Let that sink in for a second. A half-human, half-ghost figure slowly approaches mechanically, muttering over and over. Everything is over. The mercenaries instantly recognize the guy. It is Manus, but right after speaking, he collapses face first, sending dust flying everywhere in the air. Seeing this brutal scene, Godon and Torin rush forward, but Gislene blocks them with his sword. He coldly barks an order. Step back right now. Instantly, he charges forward with his weapon drawn. Gislene unleashes a magic-infused slash slicing through the thick dust cloud. But what is revealed behind it terrifies them even more. Mountains of white bones are piled up, covered in completely fresh, dripping blood. The mercenaries absolutely freak out at the sight. Why are there so many dead bodies piled up like this? What in the world happened here? It is not just monster carcasses, there seem to be human remains mixed in too. The three following Gislene stay slightly calmer, already readying their weapons. Gislene slowly explains the situation. We cannot just peacefully mine this area. It is highly likely this Von Or deposit is a high-tier monster nest. Plus, some of these corpses have not even decomposed much yet, meaning they were dumped recently. The toxic gas from the bodies mixed with the fog, so they did not notice it at first. The historical records never mention any specific dangers lurking around this mineral vein area. Somebody definitely left that out. Gislene is caught off guard, but he has no other choice. He has to handle it himself. He turns to the crew and screams, "Attention, everyone get into combat formation," and sure enough, the moment he says that, a gigantic serpent reveals itself. It opens its massive slimy mouth and launches an attack. Without hesitating for a single second, Gislene grips his sword and charges forward. Scatter. Everyone quickly follows orders, splitting off into 3 different directions. Meanwhile, Gislene runs in alone for a crazy close-quarters brawl with the beast. He channels pure mana into his blade and delivers a massive slash, but somehow it does not leave any major wound on the monster. So what do you and I make of this? Gislene keeps fighting, aiming for its glowing red eyes. But this thing is terrifyingly fast. Whoa, the giant snake actually dodged, but wait, his blade still managed to slice it. Gilan furrows his brows, yelling out in absolute disbelief. Stick with me here, he used raw mana and barely left a scratch. Cao is completely panicking too. What exactly are those scales even made of? Right in the middle of the chaos, the giant snake whips its massive tail at Gislene. He dodges smoothly, then wildly slashes back at the monster's head. Suddenly, this gross blue slime just keeps oozing out. Gislene frowns hard. That is pure poison, right there. One drop hits him, and it's game over. He quickly jumps back to dodge it, but the snake is completely relentless. Gislene spins in a massive arc, swinging his sword for a devastating counterattack. He lands a direct hit right on its tail, but just like before, absolutely zero damage. Talk about frustrating. Making things worse, that huge tail slams straight down, pinning Gislene forcefully against the dirt. Seeing this nightmare unfold, Belinda totally panics, screaming, "Young master!" And right then, the snake's colossal body starts trashing the rest of the group outside. Everyone instantly scrambles backward in pure terror. Godin yells out a massive warning, be careful, do not get dragged into this mess. But no matter how fast they dodge, the giant snake just keeps closing in, making the whole squad scream in absolute panic. What kind of crazy freak snake is this huge? It's literally going to crush us. Just seconds before they get flattened to a pancake, Gislene sprints over. He tosses two guys over his shoulders like potato sacks and totally books it. Meanwhile, Belinda is busy using her hook to yank the soldiers back to safety. Tao is right there barking orders at the mercenaries to run away fast, but he just can't save absolutely everyone in time. Some poor guys literally get crushed, desperate cries for help echoing everywhere. Trapped under that massive tail, Gislene hears every single horrifying scream. Seeing this brutal reality actually clears his mind a little bit. Turns out this insane monster is the true owner of the Mana Stone Mine. It's the infamous Blood Snake. And listen to this, the expedition specifically ranked this exact beast as impossible to hunt. You're going to want to watch closely. This thing usually stays deep in the forest. Nobody ever expected a showdown right here. The odds of winning are insanely slim right now. Falling back to make a plan is an option, but he has absolutely zero time to hesitate. If he just gives up right now, everything Gislene fought for becomes totally meaningless. With that in mind, the look in his eyes suddenly turns razor-sharp and resolute. He bites his lip and mutters, "Don't block my path, you bastard monster. I'm carrying way too much on my shoulders for this mission to fail now." The second he finishes talking, Gislene totally unleashes his entire mana core. His sword is instantly glowing, wrapped up in a massive surge of pure mana. Without a single second of hesitation, Gislene charges in, wildly slashing at the monster. He rips a massive gash right across its head. This time, fueled by his exploding mana core, the wound cuts insanely deeper than before. Fresh blood actually starts pouring out, but honestly, the snake barely cares. It just casually whips its giant tail right back at Gislene. He panics a tiny bit quickly, throwing his sword up to block. But the beast is way too heavy, forcing him to sink deeper into the ground. His right leg keeps buckling under the insane pressure, but the monster refuses to let up, opening its massive fang mouth straight at him. He can't afford to blink, fighting back furiously. Because no matter how crazy low the win rate is, some boss battles just cannot be dodged. I know what you're thinking. Run right. But nope, this is where Gislene steps up. The whole crew outside is totally freaking out watching him charge in like a madman, but honestly, Gislene couldn't care less. He lands another brutal slash on the snake's head, making fresh blood spray everywhere. Dropping down from high up, Gislene exhales deeply, narrowing his eyes at it. Its eyes are overflowing with pure malice, but this blood snake refuses to drop, and keeping his third core open this long, way too dangerous. Gislene is totally going to burn out before killing it. While he's stressing over this nightmare, Belinda's crew comes rushing over looking super worried. Belinda hurriedly asks, "Young master, are you okay?" Gislene just gives a small shake of his head, confirming he is perfectly fine. Belinda instantly suggests, "Step back, young master, we will totally hold it off," but Gislene barks out an absolute order, "Everyone fall back right now." That command leaves the whole squad super confused. Gislene glances at him, asking in total disbelief, "What exactly are you trying to say?" The young master explains in a serious low tone, "Even with my power, I cannot guarantee everyone's safety against a monster this freaking massive." He straight up admits he can't afford to lose them right here. Hearing this confession, Belinda asks frantically, "Then what about you, young master?" Gislene replies super calmly, "I have to take it down myself." Belinda's eyes just go wide in shock. Surviving this long is already a total miracle. She literally cannot understand why he's pushing himself this insanely hard. And right on cue, the blood snake violently spits its nasty poison at them. Gislene immediately screams at them, "Go now." But crazy enough, instead of running away, the squad actually forms up into this solid defensive line. They throw up their shields to completely block that deadly poison. Gislene squints at them, totally mind blown as to why they'd risk their lives. Reading his mind, Godin yells out loud, "Let us fight right alongside you, boss." Torin instantly chimes in to back him up on this. "I have never seen a boss like you. You have saved our lives so many times already." Even Sao randomly charges forward with his sword. He yells with totally chaotic excitement, "If we just kill this damn snake, all of the sweet treasure is gonna be ours." Belinda refuses to leave too, saying firmly, "I won't abandon you." Even Jen steps up. "Trust me, you and I are in for an epic showdown." "All right, stick with me here." Gislene steps up, saying he will be the ultimate distraction. Everyone is finally on the exact same page. The crew desperately hopes he trusts them just as much as they trust him. Hearing that honestly makes Gislene hesitate for a second. Jillian's squad thinks he is just going to ignore them until he suddenly speaks up. He warns them about the blood snake massive size, deadly poison. Its crimson scales are basically steel armor bouncing off even mana-infused blades. One solid hit from this beast and it is instantly game over. Belinda's face instantly drops in pure terror. But Gislene plays it totally cool, revealing the secret strat. Its injured right eye and open wound are the main weak spots. Without missing a beat, he raises his sword straight up into the air. Gislene hypes them up, yelling, "Monster Forest Expedition Team, we are all making it back alive." The entire mercenary squad immediately roars back in agreement. Right on cue, the blood snake lunges at them with terrifying speed. Gislene's frontline crew charges in first. Thanks to his epic hype speech just moments ago, their teamwork is absolutely flawless right out of the gate. Cal lands a vicious stab right into the snake's eye, making the monster screech in agony as fresh blood sprays everywhere. At the exact same time, Gislene rushes forward. He draws the beast's full attention, creating the perfect opening for Gislene to strike. Our boy drives his blade straight into the blood snake's remaining eye. Even with his future knowledge, things are not going exactly to his master plan. But if he does not go all out right now, people are going to die. These mercenaries literally bet their lives on him. Now watch closely, this is where it gets absolutely insane. Gislene grips his sword and launches himself directly at the monster's head. He plunges the blade down without hesitation. He has to save everyone because he is the only one who knows what happens to this territory. Boom! The massive snake head gets slammed straight into the dirt. Everyone watching from the sidelines is left completely speechless by the raw power. Ignoring their totally shocked faces, Gislene just keeps pushing his heavy sword deeper. He violently slices a massive gap right down the front. The blood snake's head is literally split completely in half. Seeing this epic victory, Belinda and the others finally let out relieved smiles. This guy is their true master now, and honestly, the shining future of Perdium. With the beast destroyed, the Von Or mine is officially theirs. Meanwhile, back at the fancy Perdium castle, the Count's people just found out exactly what Gislene did. They are absolutely furious, and Bach is pulling his hair out, ranting like crazy. Defying the Lord to enter the monster forest is a massive crime. Holland tries to play peacemaker, telling Bach to just calm down. But how could Bach possibly chill out right now? He keeps shouting. You know how ridiculously stubborn the eldest son can be. Just because he has been fighting wars forever, he seriously thinks he runs the whole territory. Holland sighs helplessly. Complaining is useless now, the young master has already been deep inside that monster forest for half a month. If Skovan had not straight up lied in his reports, they could have stopped him ages ago. He still cannot believe Skovan actually covered for Gislene. The guy could literally lose his knight title over this. The two of them bickering constantly like this just makes the Count feel completely exhausted. He honestly has no idea how to handle Gislene anymore. Right mid-argument, Randon kicks the door wide open. He panics and yells, "My lord, huge problem, you need to see this." Wunter looks super confused and asks what happened. "I know what you were thinking, busted right." Randon frantically announces that Gislene has actually returned, shocking everyone. Just outside the Grand Perdium castle, our boy is truly back. He slowly and calmly strolls right through the gates. Cut to inside the hall where Gislene casually sits across from Count Wunter's entire furious squad. 6 deeply angry eyes are totally glaring daggers at him. Wunter just looks helpless, having zero clue what to do. Gislene totally ignores their deadly stares and calmly says, "I have returned home, father." Wunter hesitates for a solid minute before finally using his strict dad voice. He clearly stated that exploring the monster forest was strictly forbidden right. Gislene lowers his eyes and replies, "I am sorry, but this was something that absolutely had to be done." Holland frowns in total confusion. "Had to be done," Randon aggressively snaps back. "Are you seriously saying this crazy stunt was actually worth breaking the law? Trespassing in the monster zone is a massive felony. Forget your own life, those monsters could have easily invaded our entire territory." Gislene just gives an exhausted sigh. "As you can clearly see, I am alive and no monsters have invaded our home." That bold reply leaves the whole room stunned. Randon gets even madder, shouting, "Who gave you the right to talk back?" But before he can even finish his sentence, Bach brutally cuts him off. "Do you find this situation funny, young master? We can maybe sweep the monster forest incident under the rug since nothing terrible actually happened out there today." And Bach suddenly pauses right there, then drops his voice to say, "But regarding this other massive issue, you definitely cannot talk your way out." He slams a piece of paper onto the desk. Gislene picks it up, squinting as he mutters, "Wait, Count Defo." And Bach gives a dark nod. "The second you mentioned visiting Defo without warning, I immediately knew something terrible was going down. So what do you and I make of this? You literally blackmailed Lady Elena to steal 20,000 gold from the territory's regular support fund. All right, stick with me because Count Defo is absolutely furious. Thanks to Gislene's wild actions, he just cut all aid to the Perdium territory. He's acting like their agreement never even existed. This financial hit, it could literally shake the entire territory to its core." Gislene stays completely quiet. He's just staring at the handwriting. It's a document penned by Count Defo himself. A guy who always hated Elena anyway. Looks like it's totally authentic. But if they just exploit that greedy Count's endless love for money, they could probably shut him up. He knows this won't just end with them sending a few weak assassins. With things escalating like this, all the blackmail material he holds basically becomes useless. Whether they survive or fall apart, everything will just be used as an excuse to cover up the real truth. Just a second slower and Gislene would have been completely trapped in the territory. Time is definitely not on his side right now. Seeing his silence, Anbei finally asks, "Young master, anything to say?" Hornrun immediately chimes in, "First off, hurry up and return those 20,000 gold pieces." Randon grabs his head, sighing heavy. That cash could fund the knights for ages, but before he can finish complaining, Gislene coldly interrupts. "I spent it all." He admits every single coin went into clearing out the monster forest. Now pay attention, the room goes dead silent. Anbei is the only one who finally snaps out of it, breaking the incredibly awkward tension. "You threw our entire budget into a monster-filled forest." Gislene doesn't even deny it, just casually saying, "My bad. But about Deifu, I'm done talking." The second he says that, someone grabs him by the collar, Randon furiously screams, "You absolute bastard. An heir destroying our territory's future with his own hands." Hornrun yells right along with him. "Gislene Perdium, you're no longer the young master, you're a criminal. Tie him up and throw him straight into the dungeon." Gislene couldn't care less about their tantrum. He coldly states, "From now on, I'm funding this territory, including the 20,000 gold." Doubletur, who had been completely quiet this whole time, finally speaks up. "What did you just say?" Gislene isn't rushing. He just glances at the door and calls for Belinda, who quickly walks in and drops a small box onto the table. Gislene calmly smirks. "If I was just doing a quick scouting run, I wouldn't have bothered." While he's talking, Belinda pops the box open, revealing a totally blinding light from inside. Gislene introduces his prize. This is the highest grade Ron stone. Hearing that, every single person in the room jumps up. Hornrun literally reaches out to touch it, screaming in pure shock, "Where did you find this insane treasure? Didn't you just trade the 20,000 gold for this?" Gislene shrugs casually. "Nope. I mined it straight from the monster forest." Anbei stares hard before finally speaking. "If that's a real Ron stone, it's worth a fortune. But just one tiny box won't save the entire territory." "Not quite enough, huh?" Gislene flashes a super meaningful smile. "Well, this isn't all of it. That's literally just a sample size for you guys." What Gislene actually brought back was an absolutely massive haul of Ron stones from the forest. Now I know what you're thinking. How much is there? Well, Duter's group goes downstairs and spots mercenaries endlessly unloading crates. Their jaws hit the floor. Hornrun is literally sweating bullets, mumbling, "All of this harvest in just half a month." Randon asks, voice shaking, "Am I hallucinating?" Duter still can't believe his eyes. He glances at Belinda, asking, "Is all this really from just one single expedition?" Belinda answers with zero hesitation, "Yes, my lord. The young master directed this entire collection himself. We also secured Deus and resin blood snake relics and a bunch of other insane loot. These Ron stones are honestly just a tiny fraction of the whole mineral vein." Gislene finally looks at everyone. "From the very beginning, I cleared that zone for the territory's benefit. So obviously, all this wealth will be used for the territory, right?" Anbei crunches the numbers and reports back, voice shaking, "My lord, based on rough estimates, with this much, we'll never worry about support funds again." Hearing that, Hornrun and Randon instantly do a total 180. They literally rush over to massage Gislene's shoulders. They laugh shamelessly, flattering him. "You are truly incredible, young master. You must be exhausted from all that hard work clearing the zone. If you need absolutely anything, just tell us." Classic comedy logic, money really can buy you out of anything, huh? Since they offered, Gislene obviously takes full advantage. He immediately fires back, "There are a few conditions attached to my support." Randon frowns. "What kind of conditions?" Gislene gives a slight nod and calmly replies, "First off, release Scoven and Ricardo immediately. They were simply following my orders. Second condition, that monster forest stays completely off-limits to all regular commoners. Just like before, useless rumors spreading around could lead to massive financial losses for the territory." Both men fall into deep thought the second he finishes. A moment later, Hornrun mutters, "Well, those terms aren't exactly unacceptable for us." Gislene smiles, perfectly satisfied, and continues, "Finally, I'm going to directly manage the entire repair and maintenance force from now on." So what do we learn here? You bring the cash, you control the mercenaries and all troop deployments. That takes way too much time. Hornrun practically screams in absolute shock. "Wait, are you saying you plan to maintain a private army? That is completely and utterly unacceptable." "Alright, stick with me here. Nobody knows his real endgame." Anbei coughs loudly, straight up, demanding that he spell everything out for them immediately. "You are currently in a position where you should be begging for mercy. Your words basically just prove you want to do whatever you want without anyone interfering." Gislene stares him down hard. Then he speaks, totally cold and indifferent. "You have got it all wrong, financial manager Anbei. I am simply laying out the basic conditions needed to completely replace the usual financial support funds we provide. That is it. If a tiny petty issue like this halts our progress, then Perdium's financial situation is going to take a seriously massive hit anyway." Hearing that, Anbei freezes, totally clueless on how to respond. He throws a desperate look at Hunter for backup. Like, come on, say something. Isn't this guy basically using the future of the entire territory as a bargaining chip? But Hunter, he just stays dead silent. Right at that exact second, a sudden shout from behind makes them all jump. Gislene walks right up, leading a massive squad of tough mercenaries. Gislene nods, casually thanking them for the hard work. Jill steps up to report. Loading the Ron stones onto the carts is pretty much finished. The second you give the word, we are ready to move out. Gao nods along in agreement, confirming that everything was done exactly as ordered. The Durisan resin is safely stored without needing anti-decay treatment. But what exactly do you want to do with a massive blood snake corpse? Gislene speaks slowly. Dissect it right now. I need the venom, blood, meat, and skin sorted and fully separated. Make absolutely sure nothing gets ruined. Following his command, the crew immediately scatters to get to work. Hunter watches this entire crazy scene unfold. He instinctively glances over at Jiandon. The guy is shaking, stammering out, "My lord, the aura of every single mercenary here is seriously no joke." Now watch closely here. They honestly cannot figure out how Gislene managed to recruit such wildly overpowered heavy hitters. Hearing this, Hunter falls completely silent. They look just like an elite military force. After tossing out his orders, Gislene finally turns his attention back to the people standing behind him. Hunter slowly speaks up. "You must have burned through a lot of effort for this." Gislene just bows his head. "Not at all, father. If I didn't have their help, this entire pioneer mission would have been an absolute nightmare." Hunter stares intently at his son for a long moment. Finally, he sighs in defeat. "All right, let's head back." With that, he just leads his men straight into the castle, totally ignoring their furious protests. But right before stepping out, he leaves one final warning for Gislene. "I am going to let it slide this one time. But if you ever dare to defy my orders again, you better prepare yourself." Gislene narrows his eyes at him, speaking with genuine gratitude. "Thank you for that." A faint smile crosses his face. Hunter doesn't even bother looking back, casually stating, as the rightful heir to all this, "The one who will take over this territory in the future, you definitely have the vibe of a true wolf of the north." Gislene watches him walk away silently, repeating those exact 3 words in his head over and over again. Wolf of the North. That is the legendary title given straight to Count Perdium, the absolute guardian of the Luthen Kingdom's wild borders. He is a completely lonely man stuck with a weak military, totally drained finances, and crushing poverty. Yet, out in the freezing northern borders, Hunter just never stops fighting. He dedicated his entire life to protecting this territory, a place where his wife, daughter, and even his son are already long gone. And you and I both know that kind of sacrifice usually just ends in a forgotten tragic death. While Gislene is deep in thought, Gao exhales loudly. Finally, they can all breathe easy. But Belinda does not care about that. She hesitates, then asks, "Young master, are we heading back immediately?" Gislene shakes his head. "No, it is not time yet. Make sure everyone is geared up and ready to move out at a moment's notice." Belinda looks totally shocked and asks, "Wait, you aren't going to rest?" Jill jumps in to warn him too, saying he has been pushing way too hard. "Your body definitely hasn't fully recovered yet." Belinda speaks in a serious tone. "The fact that you survived, crawling inside the blood snake, is an absolute miracle. Do you have any idea how hard I had to work to detoxify you when your entire body was completely coated in lethal venom?" But before she can even finish ranting, Gislene just places a hand on her shoulder. He mutters with genuine sincerity, "I am counting on you." Belinda and the other 2 freeze, completely stunned by his words. Gislene just turns around and walks off. Word that they snagged the stones is going to spread fast. And of course, it is going to reach the ears of every faction gunning for this territory. He urgently needs to expand his own power, so that absolutely nobody dares to even think about messing with this place. Thinking about all this, Gislene's body finally hits its absolute breaking point. He stumbles and collapses to the ground, seriously panicking his crew behind him. Meanwhile, over at a dark castle far away from Perdium territory, a sketchy-looking man is sitting high up on a throne, hiding in the deep shadows. Right then, a messenger pigeon carrying a letter lands perfectly on his hand. He rips open the message right away, staring at the incredibly clear, straight-to-the-point words written on it. It confirms the clearing of a demon beast forest section. Territorial war begins now. Erase Perdium from the map. Reading this, the guy lets out a cruel, mocking laugh at the thought of Perdium's destruction. Immediately after, he starts feeding the master plan to his underlings. The room instantly erupts into endless, greedy whispers. A second later, the boss speaks in a deep, serious voice. "How many people are left in Perdium?" 2 guards and 1 knight. He nods. "So what do you and I think? Total, absolute carnage is coming next." The guy replied, "Send 2 guards to Diggin's territory. That missing descendant dying in Perdium. It is the absolute perfect excuse to finally start a war." Plus, he puts a guy named Victor in full command. Someone gasps in pure disbelief. "Stick with me here. They are playing Desmond's absolute strongest card way too early." While they gossip, someone else speaks up. "My lord, Victor will definitely get the job done. but isn't exposing our ultimate trump card right now a bit premature? This move feels super rushed. The other guy calmly answers, in the demonic beast forest, Duke Delphin's will is absolute law. He says no more questions, just prepare for an all-out war. Hero Desmond himself gave the absolute order. Frowning at the guys below, he drops his voice. Does anybody else know about this situation? Meanwhile, shifting over to Jeff's castle, Elena is sobbing furiously in Burnif's arms. He just stands there quietly like a statue. Grabbing his collar, she grinds her teeth. Gislene, that total bastard, developed the Ron quarry using my 20,000 gold. Even the Claw Guild couldn't assassinate him. She even swallowed her pride and begged her dad for a harsh punishment. It totally made her look like an absolute fool. Burnif hesitates for a second. That really doesn't sound like you, my lady. Hearing this, Elena takes a deep breath. Pushing down her rage, she bites her lip. You're right, I let my emotions take over. Now watch closely, her eyes turn vicious, and you and I know a crazy plan is coming. Burnif waits for her command. Elena walks over to the map and points. They have finally located the Ron quarry. Perdium is about to escape their financial nightmare. Burnif nods. They must be celebrating right now. With a cold snort, Elena spits back. Sure, looks like it, but they haven't sold those stones yet. Based on her absolute latest intel, Gislene found that massive stash barely 2 days ago. That is not enough time to build a supply chain, so they will hit that weak spot. She knows exactly where he will sell. Burnif is totally shocked. So you want to strike before they sell the stones, but where exactly? Elena answers coldly. Just one spot up north. The Red Magic Tower, ruled by Archmage Dagamuth. Ron stones are crucial for magic research. Those towers do not play around with their supply lines. Order the claws to ambush the main road. The target isn't Gislene, but the actual transporters. Smash them, hijack the convoy, and steal every single stone while the chaos is happening. Hearing this, Burnif frowns in total hesitation. But the Crimson Flame Tower is right in Briven. Are you positive they will focus on the Red Magic Tower? Elena answers with zero doubt. I know what you're thinking, but the Crimson Flame Tower lost its status long ago. Greedy Gislene would never go there since the Red Tower pays way more. She will steal his entire payday. Meanwhile, back at the Perdium castle, ever since returning, Gislene has been totally bedridden. Flashback to inside the Blood Fiend's mouth, a deadly predator getting ready to digest its prey. Before hitting the esophagus, nasty venom secretes to melt the prey down for super easy digestion. Mana bursting from his core burns the venom on contact, blocking it from melting his insides. But the toxic gas created during this clash makes breathing impossible. Most victims just pass out and die. Right then, Gislene gritted his teeth. Losing consciousness in a spot like this means instant game over. This fight was do or die. His whole future depended on it. Dodging venom meant avoiding becoming just another monster snack. Once that venom breached his body, he actually absorbed it right into his mana core. Using the insane mana storm inside his core, Gislene completely neutralized the deadly poison. A god-tier display of mana control that only an absolute master could ever pull off. He used it as a backup magic shield against the mana explosion. Suddenly, Gislene jolts awake. He lets out a massive breath, finally feeling okay. Sitting up, he rubs his throbbing forehead. He has zero memory after his dad forgave him, but before he can even think, he spots Elena by his bed. Seeing him finally awake, she throws her arms around him, crying her eyes out. You woke up. You vanished without a word and collapsed right after coming home. Elena is genuinely so thrilled. Gislene is just stunned. Just as we expect a sweet moment, she shoves him away. Trust me, his completely confused face right here is pure gold. Let's jump right back into the madness. The kid runs out screaming for Belinda that he's awake. Gislene frowns. He just now realizes what she meant. He's been passed out for 2 whole days. After finally escaping that massive blood snake's body, he only received basic first aid from Belinda before pushing through the fight. He really tried to hold out until the Ron stones were fully transported and sold off, but his body absolutely crashed. But honestly, considering how insanely reckless he was back there, his physical condition right now is surprisingly solid. There's no way sleeping for just 48 hours is enough to bounce back from that kind of brutal damage. Sensing something weird, he rips off his bandages to check. And yep, just as he thought, his natural healing factor got a major upgrade. His total mana reserves somehow shot up, and even the core nature of the magic flowing through his veins feels completely different now. Gislene furrows his brow. Did the blood snake's raw power actually fuse with him while he was busy neutralizing the poison inside that monster core? Back in his past life, he had absolutely zero clue he could level up his strength through a crazy method like this. He definitely didn't plan for this wild power-up while conquering the monster forest, but that massive risk he took, it absolutely paid off big time. Gislene needs to run a few tests, but if this method actually works, he could multiply his strength by dozens of times. Moving quick, he heads straight to the closet and throws on some fresh clothes. While dressing, he figures selling off those rare Ron stones has to be his absolute top priority right now. 2 days already passed, meaning everyone who needs to know about the loot already knows. He needs to gather his mercenary squad immediately. But watch closely here, a sudden loud knock on the door cuts his whole thought process short. He frowns. Belinda, you don't have to knock. Just as the words leave his mouth, the door swings wide. It's Belinda, sure, but there's someone else totally unexpected standing right there. Count Wunter himself. The Count gives him his sharp look. You're finally awake, Gislene. Completely freezes up at the sight of him. Wunter presses on, didn't think I'd actually visit Belinda, just told me that you literally jumped inside the blood snake, fought the beast from within, and got poisoned. Are you okay? Gislene gives a small nod. Yes, as you can. Clearly see I am perfectly fine. Hearing that, his dad breathes a massive sigh of relief. Thank goodness. Meanwhile, Belinda rushes over in total panic, yelling, You passed out of nowhere. Do you have any idea how terrified I was? Are you really all right? Gislene just lets out a helpless little sigh. I'm okay. But then Wunter suddenly calls out his name. Gislene looks up at him, clearly confused, only to hear him say in a dead serious tone, Can we talk privately? The Count says he actually has a favor to ask. Gislene scrunches his eyebrows, muttering to himself a request. A little while later, the two of them arrive at the training grounds. Walking together, Gislene realizes this is literally the first time he's ever been alone with his dad. In his past life, totally terrified of getting punished, he always just went out of his way to dodge the man. Finally, Wunter breaks the silence, sounding super guilty. Sorry for dragging you out the second you woke up. Gislene shakes his head. It's completely fine. Honestly, sleeping for 2 solid days left me feeling super refreshed. So what exactly did you want to talk about? Wunter stays dead silent, just squinting his eyes at the kid. You can see the pure hesitation flashing across his face. You and I have definitely seen this trope before, right? The emotionally clueless dad. Seeing his weird reaction, Gislene suddenly remembers his mom explaining this exact thing years ago. She said his dad is just absolutely terrible at expressing his true feelings. As a kid, Gislene never really understood what that meant. Back then, she would patiently break it down for him, telling him that his father has to be a rock-solid pillar, never showing weakness for the sake of their people. He always puts the territory before himself, so he never really opens up his heart well, except for that one time he proposed to Mom. So even if the guy comes off super stiff, she begged Gislene to be forgiving. The man is just tragically bad at showing any emotion. Snapping back to the present, Wunter has already drawn a heavy training blade. Grab a sword, he says flatly. Gislene gives a nod. Yes, father. Without hesitating, he picks up a blade and gets into a fighting stance. No extra words spoken, Wunter instantly charges right at him. The sharp ring of clashing steel echoes across the training yard. They quickly trade several intense blows, but Gislene is completely stuck on defense, unable to launch a single counter. After a brief scuffle, they break apart. Gislene frowns. Wunter's blade is just insanely heavy. This single sword carries enough raw crushing power to suppress the northern barbarians, yet somehow hides a gentle restraint meant to protect his family. Right while he's analyzing this, Wunter strikes again. This attack is way more vicious than the last, and Gislene doesn't dare slack off, frantically throwing his sword up to block. But this time, he's not just playing defense. He spots a tiny opening in the old man's technique, and immediately launches a fierce counterattack. This bold move definitely catches the Count off guard, but that's about it. He easily deflects the boy's strike anyway. Right now, father and son are fighting like mortal enemies on a battlefield, their techniques absolutely savage. After exchanging a few more wild strikes, the two of them finally grind to a halt. This time, Gislene actually managed to hold his blade point blank at Wunter. Staring at the steel, hovering just inches from his throat, Wunter looks deep in thought. After hesitating for a long, quiet moment, he lowers his weapon and smiles. Your combat skills have improved tremendously. Gislene lowers his own sword, flashing a modest grin. Thank you, father. But right at that moment, so what do we make of this final lesson? He hears his dad's low voice seriously warn him. During a spar, try to loosen up. Alright, let's dive back in. He has enough raw power and insane reaction speed to crush giant monsters, but without caution, enemies will read his moves perfectly. Hearing this, Gislene naturally frowns. Is that really true? During intense fights, could he actually sense how his opponent was going to strike? But thinking about it, this is probably his first time actually being mentored. His sword skills were entirely forged through raw combat and survival. In other words, pure instinct. Since he never went through any formal training process, he completely missed out on all these crucial little details. Wunter perfectly points out exactly what he is missing, finally opening his eyes. For so long, Gislene thought he could only rely on his own solitary grind. But turns out taking a little advice isn't so bad after all. Smiling, he genuinely says, Thanks for the lesson, father. Wunter just squints at him, a flicker of hesitation crossing his face. After a second, he mutters, I actually plan on punishing you. Even with his massive achievements, blatantly breaking the rules is still a hard fact. If everyone completely ignored discipline just because they won, it would spark absolute chaos. Giesel just stays perfectly quiet, absorbing it all. Seeing his silence, Walter lets out a heavy sigh and says, "But you have changed." He is completely different from that old troublemaker who only chased glory. His dad can tell Giesel is aiming for a much higher ideal now. He tells him to keep going exactly like this. Always look out for Perdium, protect his people, and carry the heavy weight of an heir. Hearing those words, Giesel is visibly stunned. The word responsibility that his dad just dropped definitely carries a massive, heavy burden. Right then, a thought hits him, and he quickly calls his dad back. "Hey, didn't you mention you had a huge favor to ask me?" He never actually said what it was. Hearing this, Walter freezes right in his tracks. He glances over, hesitating for a really long time. "Honestly, you and I probably expected an epic quest, but he just awkwardly asks to borrow some cash." A few days later, Giesel visits the mercenary camp. The second they spot him, everyone snaps to attention, showing total respect and greeting their boss perfectly. Smirking with pure satisfaction, Giesel casually asks, "Is everyone holding up okay?" The entire crew shouts back, "Doing great, master." Cow steps right up and teases, "You are looking way better than before." Jill also chimes in, checking to see if his health is fully recovered. Giesel shakes his head and casually says, "Sorry for keeping you all waiting. How is Jicho doing?" Hearing her name, Jill's face immediately softens. He respectfully bows his head, voice full of gratitude. "I never thought I would see that kid walk again. It is all thanks to the young lord." Gistel just shakes his head, brushing off the praise. Looking at the three commanders, he says, "We need to talk." He drops the bomb that the Perdium territory is in grave danger. Instantly, sheer panic washes over their faces. Bringing them inside the tent, Gisel lays out the entire situation, starting with the brutal ambush that almost took out Elena. He explains stopping her assassination to prevent an all-out territorial war and stumbling upon the dead body of young Master Diggin, and the Shadow faction secretly targeting Perdium. Wrapping up the story, his tone turns dead serious. "Now pay close attention here. Someone is watching us, likely operating right inside our borders for a very long time. Right now, we lack the time and resources to survive an attack." Belinda sighs in total frustration. "Now I get why you are rushing so much. I honestly thought we could finally catch a break after securing the Ron mine, but guess not." Jill agrees in a heavy tone. "Just like the Grand Duke said, Perdium is a sitting duck, a territory famous for being totally broke with a weak military, and now we discover a priceless Ron stone mine." Gisel nods slightly. "Exactly, these guys are definitely not going to just leave our lands in peace." Hearing this, Belinda panics. "If things are this bad, you should have warned us earlier. We need to report this to the Lord and his staff immediately." "No, the timing is wrong." Gisel shakes his head. "Even the personal guards of Elena betrayed her. Right now, there is absolutely no way to tell friend from foe, so it is best we keep this strictly between us for now." Belinda still hesitates, but Gisel pushes on. "Elena, surviving, totally scrambled their original plans, buying us a little more time to prepare. But since the Ron mine was found, the enemy won't wait much longer." He warns them this upcoming war is going to be brutal. In a flash, a heavy silence fills the room. Finally, Cow speaks up first to shatter the tension. "All right, just give the order." Hornlessly tagging along with Gisel is turning out to be insanely entertaining for him. Hearing that, Jill quickly backs him up. "My life is in your hands and I will follow you to the bitter end." Belinda nods with absolute determination. "Exactly. If I am not the one protecting you, who else is going to?" Gisel smiles, loving the loyalty. But here is the problem. Perdium's biggest enemy is Duke Delphin and his powerful family. Cow looks confused and asks, "Does the Lord know anything?" Gisel shakes his head. "No matter how brilliant my dad is, he cannot uncover every single plot hidden here. Plus, Duke Delphin is a completely cunning snake. On the outside, he always acts perfectly loyal to the Perdium family, but secretly teaming up to conquer it. Trust me, you and I need to see what happens next." "All right, stick with me here." Gislene isn't going to let these lackeys under Count Desmond and Elena just do whatever they please. Making up his mind, his voice drops. They're heading straight to the Red Flame Magic Tower. Hearing this, Sao instantly lights up with a massive grin. He can finally sell off this giant pile of stones. But Belinda is way more cautious, asking why he didn't pick the much closer Red Magic Tower instead. "Wouldn't the prices be way better there?" Gislene casually explains that choosing the Red Flame Magic Tower will dodge a ton of unnecessary headaches. Hearing this, Jilan totally gets what he means and gives a slow, understanding nod. "Makes sense. Whenever you move crazy valuable gear, uninvited guests always show up to crash the party, especially when you're hauling precious Ron stones. Staying one step ahead of your enemies is just a brilliant tactical move. Plus, there's actually another major reason for this. Ever since the Red Magic Tower's boss leveled up to become one of the 7 great mages, the Red Flame Magic Tower has seriously gone downhill. Getting back that old glory is no easy task. Even so, Gislene still picked the Red Flame Magic Tower because there's a specific person he needs to meet. Now here's where it gets interesting. Over at the Red Flame Magic Tower, a girl sits completely buried in a massive library. But she definitely doesn't look happy. She just keeps muttering to herself, wondering when the brilliant light master Ronaldo promised her is finally going to show up. After hitting the road for a few days, Gislene's squad finally rolls up to the Red Flame Magic Tower. Tilting his head back to stare at the massive structure, Cao's jaw literally hits the floor in absolute awe. So incredibly tall. Hearing that, Torin quickly chimes in, saying he has heard the legends forever, but never expected to actually step foot in this place. Speaking of which, Torin starts looking around at all the bustling city life, letting out a dazed laugh. Just seeing how these people live is completely different from Perdium. Shifting his gaze over to some magical scrolls, Torin continues, realizing that this must be the exact spot where they actually craft those spell scrolls. Right after that, they spot a group of mages doing something weird by the side of the road. Everyone stares, super curious about what's going on. Looking exactly like a bunch of country bumpkins in the big city, the mages catch them staring and instantly stop what they're doing. Then, without missing a beat, they all cast a spell at the exact same time. Total invisibility, they literally vanish right there on the spot. The mercenaries have never seen anything like this before and are totally blown away. Seeing their dumbfounded faces, Gislene calmly steps in to explain the situation. It's an invisibility spell. Looks like they really don't want to see us. Cao gets super annoyed, snapping at the guys to stop acting like total clueless tourists. Staring up at the enormous structure, Belinda sounds a bit intimidated. Even if it isn't the #1 tower anymore, a magic tower is still a magic tower. Hearing that, Gislene points out that Bryven is still one of the absolute wealthiest territories in the entire kingdom anyway. Gislene stares intensely at the tower, thinking to himself, sure, on the surface it looks great, but who would guess a peak tower is actually on the edge of ruin? Bringing his horse to a halt, Gislene announces that they finally arrived. Cao immediately fires back with a super grumpy attitude. Staring at it from this close makes him feel like his neck is going to snap. Backing him up, Belinda complains that just walking to the main gate would take 1,000,000,000 years. But where exactly is the gatekeeper, and why in the world is all this rusty armor just scattered everywhere? You and I both feel the tension here, right? While they stand around confused, someone high up in the tower suddenly screams to stop. Following that explosive shout, the scattered armor pieces near the gate actually start to move. In the blink of an eye, they assemble into a fully formed knight. A split second later, 2 of these humanoid armor suits cross their weapons to block the path. The guy on the wall yells out another harsh warning. Not just anyone gets to waltz into the magic tower. One of the 2 mages barks out an arrogant order, demanding they reveal their identities and business immediately. Totally shocked by this insane puppet magic, Belinda asks, what is going on? Are those suits of armor just being controlled like actual puppets? Cao is definitely not having it. He scoffs coldly, complaining that these guys won't even come down. Classic magic tower gatekeepers acting all high and mighty. Gislene keeps it completely professional, though. He slowly introduces his boss, stating that this is Gislene Perdium, the Grand Duke of the mighty Perdium family. Cutting right to the chase, Gislene speaks up again, telling them to bring out the trade manager right now because they have some incredibly valuable goods to offer. But before Gislene can even finish his sentence, that snotty mage flashes a super annoyed look and loudly cuts him off with zero respect. We're not buying anything. Completely blindsided by that straight-up rejection, Belinda quickly raises her voice to fire back. Wait, rejecting us without even bothering to check the goods first? They do not care at all. The mage sneers with pure disgust, calling Perdium a northern wasteland full of beggars. He bets they only brought garbage items and super cheap low-tier potions anyway. Trading with people like them is just a total waste of time. Get lost. The second he says that, the 2 armor suits aim their weapons right at them. Belinda absolutely loses her mind and screams, asking who the hell he thinks he is calling them beggars. She demands he get down there right this second. Keeping his cool, Gislene quietly asks what their next move is, Grand Duke. Gislene is in no rush. He just quietly stares down the 2 mages. After a long pause, his voice drops low as he asks if they seriously don't need this. Those words actually make the 2 mages on the wall flinch. Ignoring their reaction completely, Gislene holds up a raw stone and speaks in an ice-cold tone. And that's where we leave it for now. He asks if they recognize this legendary stone, but this arrogant mage just shoots them a totally bored, impatient glare. All right, let's dive right in. Gislene casually asks what, but the second they get a clear look at what he is holding, their attitude completely flips 180 degrees. The 2 mages get $signs in their eyes, secretly thrilled, and quickly shift their eager gaze down to the massive line of cargo wagons parked below. The mages quietly start guessing among themselves. Could it really be? Is every single piece of cargo they brought actually that legendary stuff? Seeing them drool over it, Gislene just smirks with absolute confidence and asks, so are you buying or not? A little later, after flashing his premium goods, Gislene gets the royal treatment. He is escorted right into the magic tower, greeted by someone practically bowing. The guy bows deeply and apologizes. Please forgive us for not recognizing such an honored guest immediately. My name is Shin, the trade manager here. If you need absolutely anything, just say the word. But Gislene could not care less about this totally fake customer service act. He just shrugs. Look, you saw the massive stock. I'm talking bulk delivery here. I need someone who can handle a transaction of this insane scale, so I want to see the tower master directly. Hearing this insane demand, Sin instantly turns pale, sweating bullets out of pure panic. Desperate not to mess up again, Sin quickly nods. Yes, sir, I will notify the tower master right away. Please wait just a moment. He whips his head to the other mage and snaps, hurry up and escort them to the fancy lounge. Following orders, the guy immediately barks a clear yes. Berlin, holding a major grudge over the mages changing their tune, sarcastically mutters, should have been like this from the start. The nerve they had insulting our territory. But right at that moment, a massive chaotic noise suddenly echoes through the magic tower. Gislene narrows his eyes, suspicious. What was that? The mage shakes his head nervously. Oh, do not worry, sir, that loud crash was just a little magic research mishap. Hearing this, Gislene instantly frowns. Something tells him exactly what he is looking for might be over there. Now watch closely. Here is where it gets crazy. Down in the lab, thick smoke is blinding the room. A group struts in, and the leader glares at a girl on the floor with total disgust. I told you, you pathetic loser, do not ever think about stepping foot inside my precious research lab. Seeing her trembling but trying to talk back, he just laughs like an arrogant jerk. You cannot even use basic magic. Yet, here you are wasting space. Are you really trying to defy and defy the genius heir and a tier 3 master mage? His two lackeys instantly chime in, sucking up to him. Seriously, I cannot believe the professor took you in. You should be down on your knees thanking the Red Tower Master for letting you stay. The girl bites her lip, takes a shaky breath, and hesitantly speaks up. But I have the absolute right to use this lab too. I am a mage, and Phi's eyes darken. With pure venomous contempt in his voice, he coldly sneers. Oh really? Fine then. I will treat you like a real mage. Hearing this, she actually looks surprised for a second. But with his absolute garbage personality, there is zero chance he lets this slide. His voice goes ice cold. Then you can easily use a simple defense spell to block a basic attack. Try stopping this. The moment he finishes speaking, tiny blazing fireballs suddenly ignite right in the palm of his hand. The girl's eyes shrink in pure terror. She recognizes it instantly, tier 1 fireball. Seeing it hurtling straight toward her face, panic completely takes over. She frantically throws her hands up, desperately trying to cast any defense magic she can. But sadly, she fails completely. She just grabs her head, waiting for the burn. You and I know what happens next. At the absolute last second, a shadow suddenly blocks the blast. It is Gislene. With effortless skill, he slashes his sword and obliterates the flame completely. This epic rescue leaves and Phi's gang completely stunned. The girl is just as shocked. She does not even know this guy. Gislene ignores their gaping mouths and coldly states, magic research. Is this bullying garbage really what they teach you at the Red Flame Magic Tower? Meanwhile, completely unaware, in the master's conference room, Hubert sits high on his throne, furiously screaming. We are out of Ron stones again. How did it even get to this point? The others in the room nervously mutter. At this rate, the massive gap between us and the Crimson Magic Tower is going to get completely out of hand. Refusing to listen, Hubert aggressively points at them and roars. I literally told all of you to stockpile Ron stones way in advance. What the heck have you elders been doing this entire time? Hearing his unhinged rant, the others just sigh helplessly. Every single time they tried to save up, someone claimed they needed funds for better things, so it got delayed. Instead, they wasted time partying with nobles, buying flashy jewelry and rare goods. Unbearable. Finally, one brave elder gathers his courage and speaks up. Actually, the Ron stones are just one issue. The Crimson Tower Master is a tier 7 mage. Meanwhile, our Tower Master is only sitting at tier 6. Hearing this direct insult, Hubert erupts in a blind rage. Stop mentioning that bastard. If I just had those stones, I would hit tier 7 instantly. Not backing down, the elder pushes back. Well, we have 0 stones left, so training is absolutely impossible. What is your plan then? Getting even more furious, Hubert scowls and curses. Damn it, how did that little punk surpass me and reach tier 7 anyway? Did he seriously buy up the entire supply of Ron stones? What is so special about them? But before he can even finish his sentence, Shin bursts through the doors, panting heavily. Tower Master, there is an absolute emergency. Annoyed by the sudden rude interruption, Hubert snarls at him. How dare you barge in here? Can you not see we are in a massive meeting? Who gave you the guts to do this? Shin panics. Boss, a huge shipment arrived. Trust me, we gotta see how this plays out. Let's dive right in. You and I are about to watch these arrogant elders get completely humbled. Hearing this shocking news, old man Hubert is left absolutely speechless. But meanwhile, back in the laboratory, the clash between Gislene and Ampon is still going strong. And let me tell you, it's only getting more intense by the second. Gislene just stares at the massive flames rushing right at him, his eyes full of absolute disgust. He casually swings his sword, swatting the raging fire away like it's an annoying mosquito. That magic attack literally does 0 damage to him. Ampon refuses to give up, throwing an even bigger fireball straight at our guy. But Gislene doesn't even flinch, just calmly gripping his blade. Without hesitating, he slashes downward perfectly, splitting the giant fireball right in half. Seeing this impossible feat, everyone completely loses their minds. Nobody has ever seen anything like this before. Even Ampon can't believe his own eyes right now. He grits his teeth, muttering, "How did he slice through my magic? Who is this monster?" While Ampon is totally panicking, a rope suddenly flies out of nowhere. In a split second, he's tied up tight like a dried fish. Belinda steps up from behind him, her voice ice cold. "You dare attack the young master? Only when he's tied so tight it hurts." Does Ampon finally realize he messed with the wrong guy? He desperately yells, "Who the heck are you people?" But before Ampon can even finish asking, a loud shout suddenly echoes out. Watch closely, this is where it gets interesting. "Stop right there." That's Hubert's voice. He looks at the total chaos and angrily demands answers. It's not just him, all the elders are trailing right behind. The girl sitting on the floor spots him and calls out, shaking, "Tower Master." Hearing her say that, Gislene shoots a quick look at Belinda, signaling her to let him go. Following his direct order, Belinda releases that absolute jerk. But the second he's free, Ampon plays the victim, throwing himself into Hubert's arms and crying like a baby. Seeing his favorite student getting bullied, Hubert instantly panics and asks, "Oh my poor Ampon, what happened here?" The guy immediately starts lying through his teeth, acting all wronged. "Intruders, I was just stopping Vanessa from entering the lab and she suddenly attacked me." Turning on the waterworks, Ampon's acting hits an Oscar level. From loud sobbing, he suddenly switches to shaking all over like a leaf. He fake pouts, saying, "I just didn't want weak little Vanessa to get hurt, so I blocked her way." Ampon is acting so dramatically frail. Belinda just scoffs in disgust, crying like a baby. Honestly, how embarrassing. "Hey, I'm a grown man." Ampon snaps back. Right then, Vanessa quietly tries to explain, "I simply wanted to use the laboratory." Gislene stays completely silent, just calmly observing the girl. Turns out his sharp intuition was perfectly spot on all along. You and I both know who she is, the future nightmare Vanessa. But even Gislene didn't expect this legendary villain used to live worse than a stray dog. Hubert is probably too old and senile, instantly scolding them without even checking the facts. "Breaking into my tower, and now you dare hurt my precious student. I'll burn you to absolute ashes, leaving not a single trace behind." Realizing things are getting messy, Belinda cautiously asks, "Young master, what's your plan here? These guys look super intense." But Gislene just replies with total silence. Without a single word of warning, he calmly walks a few steps right up to old man Hubert. "Forgive my late introduction." He places his hands smoothly over his chest, giving a flawless traditional noble bow. He continues, "I am the Grand Duke of the Perdium territory, Gislene Perdium." He says he came here specifically to trade Ron stones. Hearing this, Hubert's raging anger instantly disappears. Ampon literally screams in pure shock. Ronstone's Gislene is too lazy to even react to him, keeping his eyes locked on Hubert. "My people are waiting right outside your castle. Do you want to see them?" Obviously, Hubert doesn't hesitate for a single second, sprinting straight down to the courtyard. Just as promised, he sees a mountain of Ron's stones. It's such a massive amount that they simply cannot believe their own eyes. The elders mutter with shaky voices, "No way, where the heck did he even get so many Ron's stones?" Meanwhile, Hubert just stands there in absolute dead silence. But deep down, the old fox is celebrating. With this much power, he can easily crush that rival red magic tower. He thinks that, but to save his old man pride, Hubert fakes a cough. The amount is less than expected, and the quality is pretty terrible. Hearing this makes him furious, gritting his teeth in pure rage. How dare he look down on the treasure we worked so damn hard to get? Right then, naive little Vanessa totally misses the old fox's manipulative plan. She slowly speaks up, "But isn't this actually a totally massive amount of stones? Just one carriage alone is enough to last us for weeks." Completely exposed, Hubert gets so incredibly embarrassed that he just explodes in anger. He violently shoves Vanessa, yelling over and over, "Shut up, what do you even know? Get out of my sight right now." Glaring at Vanessa, Hubert drops his mask and bitterly snaps, "That damn Ronaldo really left behind a massive headache. If you're completely useless, at least know your place in the dirt." Gislene watches this whole toxic scene play out. His face shows zero emotion and absolutely nobody has a clue what's going through his head. Hubert then winks at his fellow elders, raising an eyebrow like a total villain. "You guys agree with me, right? Those elders are sly foxes too, chiming in to complain. With this kind of attitude, they deserve to get crushed by the red magic tower forever. So what do you and I take from this?" Without his master plan, Gislene would have completely destroyed them instantly. Let's dive right into this wild negotiation. Belinda could not hold back her frustration. "What did you say? Our young master worked incredibly hard getting those ancient runestones. And you actually dare call them fakes, still stubbornly trying to lowball us. The elders coldly shot back at her. How hard you work to get them is none of our business. There are just way too many scammers these days, right? Believing a seller purely on their word is totally absurd. Too lazy to argue with these old geezers standing at death's door, Gislene looked completely bored. Understood. So you mean you are not buying, right? Hearing this, the elders were caught slightly off guard. Before they could even react, Gislene was already turning his team around to leave. He casually said, "Forget the runestones, let's just go somewhere else." Panicking that Gislene was actually leaving, Hubert immediately yelled out, "Wait right there." The old man quickly glanced at the guy next to him, giving a secret signal. Quickly catching onto Hubert's hidden intention, the elder nodded. Then he spoke up again. "Out of pure respect for your hard work, bringing them all the way here, we should probably buy them, right? You guys traveled a really long way, so going back empty-handed would look bad. Let's save the Tower Master some face here." Hubert nodded, putting on this fake righteous act. "If the elders say so, then I absolutely cannot ignore it. With my massive generosity, we will step up and purchase every single runestone you brought here today, but the price will naturally be slightly lower than the market rate." But before the old man could even finish his sentence, Gislene coldly cut him off. "Sounds like a misunderstanding." Then he glanced over at Cal with an order. "Leave just one wagon and pull the rest back home." Cal looked a bit dazed, struggling to react, but then saw Gislene flash a totally sly smile. "We only agreed to sell exactly one wagon, right?" Hearing those words, Hubert's face instantly turned as dark as the bottom of a pot. Cal was super smart, catching on immediately. He glanced over and laughed. "Oh yeah, you are totally right, I forgot." Then he started ordering the mercenaries around. Everyone moved the wagons out. Hubert was sweating bullets, looking like he was sitting on a literal pile of fire. He rushed straight over to Gislene, completely panicking as he asked, "What on earth is happening?" Gislene chuckled softly and casually replied, "Watch closely, this is pure genius. I apologize, it seems there was a misunderstanding about the quantity thanks to my clumsy subordinates. Our real destination is the Red Magic Tower. We just needed a tiny bit of travel cash." Hearing the name of his mortal enemy, Hubert's face looked like he had just stepped straight into fresh garbage. Right after that, his tone completely flipped to straight-up flattery. "Why do that? I was merely joking around since this is the very first time we have actually met. Do not be like that, let us head upstairs and chat for a bit." Gislene snorted coldly. If he wanted to play games, he needed 8 more lifetimes. A little while later, inside the Tower Master's meeting room, Hubert smiled politely and said, "Now then, allow me to introduce them. These are the honorable elders of the Crimson Flame Magic Tower, and every single one of them is a 5th-tier mage." Gislene forced out a fake smile, throwing them half-hearted praise. "Wait, they are all 5-circle mages. Wow, that is honestly so incredibly impressive." But his very next sentence slapped them right across the face. He smirked and said, "As expected of the 2nd strongest tower in the north. The sheer power here is truly amazing." Pretending not to care, Hubert coughed awkwardly and said, "You must have heard some weird rumors, but they are all entirely false. The Crimson Flame Magic Tower still holds the #1 spot in the north." Hearing that, Gislene replied, "Let us just go with that, it hardly matters anyway." Standing far back, Belinda muttered nervously, "The young master is provoking them for absolutely no reason. Is this really going to be okay?" Trusting Gislene completely, Julin quietly replied, "He knows exactly what he is doing right now, just let him handle everything." Not wanting to endure any more of Gislene's sarcasm, Hubert waved his hands quickly. "Enough small talk, how much are you selling them for? I guarantee going elsewhere gets you absolutely nothing." "I know what you are thinking, he is cornered, right? Wrong." Ignoring the old man, Gislene simply held up 2 fingers in silence. Then he slowly dropped the bomb. "Double." Using an ironclad tone, Gislene firmly continued, "We need exactly double the current market value." Hearing that, the elders immediately started shouting over each other. "Double? Do you seriously have zero clue how the real world actually operates?" Hubert nodded along in total agreement. "That is not how business works. I do not know who taught you how to trade, but they were dead wrong. You are supposed to negotiate, not just blindly throw out crazy demands like that." Through it all, Gislene kept his absolute cool. He just smiled gently and replied, "I actually think the Crimson Flame Magic Tower deserves to pay double." Furious at this insane arrogance, the elders glared daggers at him and yelled, "Do you even know where you are to try a stunt like this? Is the Crimson Flame Magic Tower some kind of joke to you?" Hubert's voice turned freezing cold. "Hey, young man, you better tread carefully. A naive little brat running his mouth without knowing anything seriously makes me sick." The second he finished speaking, heavy killer intent erupted out from his body. Gislene did not panic at all, just sitting there completely calm. Hubert thought the kid was terrified, so he kept acting high and mighty. "You are still young, so making mistakes is entirely normal. I'm going to let it slide this one time. What if we pay slightly above the market price and you sell everything to us?" But before the old guy could even finish his sentence, Gislene was already out of his chair. The old man asked nervously, "Why are you standing up?" Gislene lazily opened his mouth. "Honestly, it seems like you are not very interested, huh? I gave you guys a crystal clear deal at double the price. But since you lack interest, we will just visit the Red Magic Tower. He turned around to leave. Trust me, you and I are going to love Hubert's incoming panic. All right, trust me, you and I are about to watch the funniest negotiation ever. He panics and lowers himself. Why rush, kid? We can still do business. I was just a little hasty, so please sit down. Gislene raises an eyebrow and smirks. Oh really? Don't tell me. This is how Hubert usually acts. Jillian and the others behind him are completely shocked. What kind of game is this? Hubert then acts totally pathetic. Fine, you are pretty sharp, kid. Since you came to us first, we will buy it for double the price, exactly like we said earlier. How about that? That should be enough, right? But Gislene just flashes a cold smirk and replies, Deal. We will sell you exactly one single cart at double the market value. He raises an eyebrow at Hubert, his face looking incredibly provocative. Hubert and his crew start sweating bullets. The old man panics. Wait, what are you talking about? You should sell all the goods you brought today. Shrugging indifferently, Gislene casually answers back. If word spreads that we are selling to the Red Flame Magic Tower for double, the Crimson Magic Tower might just pay triple. So why would I sell everything to you for just double? Feeling completely played, Hubert gets furiously angry. Triple the price. This brat is just playing totally sick games with us. I am completely losing my patience with you right now. However, before Hubert can show off his dominance, his pride is entirely shattered. Gislene just firmly turns around and says goodbye. Left with no dignity and desperate for the goods, the old man rushes forward to stop the kid from leaving. Fine, I will buy absolutely everything at triple the price. Hearing the exact words he had been waiting for, Gislene silently flashes an incredibly satisfied smile before happily making his way back to his seat. Flipping his attitude instantly, Gislene says, Now we finally understand each other. Truly fitting for the strongest magic tower in the north. Learning from the last price hike and terrified Gislene might change his mind again, Hubert speaks in a huge rush. Stay right there, I will get the money ready now. The old man has a massive headache. He is a literal 6th-tier magic master, yet he is being totally played by a kid. It makes absolutely no sense to him. Hubert decides to hold back this time, but if the kid pulls another trick, he will burn him to ashes. Now, pay attention here, watch how the tables completely turn. Gislene speaks up again. Please wait a second, I am not done with my terms. Hearing those words, Hubert instantly loses his mind and screams. What is it now? Ignoring Hubert, jumping around like a mad dog, Gislene speaks slowly and clearly. Vanessa. She has to come with me. Every single person in the room falls into an incredibly heavy silence. Hubert turns pale white, his eyes rolling back in pure disbelief and shock. Gislene totally ignores their wild reactions and says it with pure seriousness. That is right. I want her as my personal mage. We suddenly flash back to his past life. After surviving a brutal war, everyone is resting around a warm campfire. Drinking some water, Gislene points out to the guy next to him. Hey, the meat is burning. The guy immediately gets annoyed and snaps back. Why do you not do it yourself? Why make a one-armed guy do this garbage? Unbelievable. Hearing the guy constantly grumbling about something, Gislene just bluntly asks, What is it? The man quickly shakes his head. Oh, it is nothing. But then he suddenly remembers something interesting and awkwardly laughs to change the subject. But hey, Captain Gislene, do you know about the blood dream, Vanessa? Gislene obviously has absolutely no idea. He gets curious and asks, What is a blood dream? The guy answers him, I just gathered some recent info. It is pretty interesting. Did you know, the crazy mage who burned down Northern Luthen, that woman has already reached the 7th circle tier. The 7th circle tier. Casually sipping his cup of water, Gislene just replies coldly, 7th circle and blood dream. That definitely sounds incredibly epic. But what is so special about her? Knowing exactly how Gislene would react, the man smiles. Rumor says she has completely lost her mind. A mage, but she is learning mana cultivation. Hearing this, Gislene gets super intrigued. Why would a mage cultivate mana? He casually laughs. Probably because she is completely insane. Either way, she keeps burning things and killing everyone, bankrupting all the local lords out here. That extermination request earlier was actually meant to wipe her out. Hearing this, Gislene suddenly falls totally silent, lost in his own deep thoughts. A long moment passes before he finally speaks. A mage reaching the 7th circle using mana cultivation instead of traditional magic methods. I know what you were thinking. Gislene is getting wildly excited by her unique story. Flashing a smirk, he says, Claw, let us bring her back. As if he cannot believe the completely insane words he just heard. Claw lets out a dumbfounded huh, but in his past life, Gislene's crazy plan was never actually carried out. Vanessa could not control the overwhelming magic she possessed. And by the time they finally found her, she was practically already dead. But despite having zero control, she still had the raw talent to hit 7th circle. With just a little bit of proper guidance, she could definitely shine. And this time around, Gislene is absolutely going to secure her. Unable to guess his true motives, Jillian and the others keep wondering why he desperately wants to recruit this Vanessa girl. At the same time, Hubert's crew fiercely whispers among themselves, debating whether they should actually hand her over. After discussing, Hubert smiles and says, "That is right, Vanessa will gladly serve the tower." Before he even finishes, Gislene cuts him off. "Also, we need third circle battle mages sent to PDUM. That hits them like lightning. Trust me, you are going to want to see what happens next. Stick with me, you and I are witnessing pure rage from Hubert," but Gislene refuses to back down. He just casually drops the bomb. "We need mages for the upcoming territory wars." Just the word war alone sends all the elders into a complete panic. "Territory war?" they ask in pure shock. Gislene nods. "3 times the market price. Send third circle or higher mages to Perdium for 1 entire year. Plus, Vanessa becomes my personal mage. Those are the 3 conditions to buy the Ron stones." Gislane's trio instantly realizes what he is plotting. But Hubert's entire faction, they are completely losing their minds in pure confusion. Hubert stays dead silent. But a few seconds later, his entire aura violently shifts. The air turns incredibly heavy. Castle windows instantly shatter and raw magic sparks flying everywhere across the room. Gislene just stares back silently. But the Tower Master isn't having it. "Do you honestly think I am a complete idiot?" he asks coldly. "Magic Tower mages are strictly forbidden from interfering in any kind of territory battles. Not only do you ignore the kingdom's basic laws, but you also want to drag my core third circle mages right to the front lines. This is an absolute insult to the Crimson Flame Magic Tower." Hubert is ready to burn everything to ashes. Sensing the danger, Jillian's group draws their weapons, completely ready for combat. Meanwhile, our MC just calmly sits back in his chair. "Watch closely, this is where it gets crazy," he calmly states. "You will regret this." Hubert actually flinches. Gislene slowly explains. "We discovered an absolutely massive Ron stone deposit right inside our own territory, dozens of times larger than what we brought today." This insane reveal drops the jaws of every single elder in the room. Gislene smirks challengingly. "And this news has already spread across the north. What does that mean?" Hubert frowns. "It means everyone will be hunting for it." Gislene chuckles. "You catch on incredibly fast." He says he doesn't want war. Perdium just needs the tower's backup until they can grow stronger. If Hubert helps them survive this crisis, Gislene promises exclusive Ron stone rights directly to the Crimson Flame Tower. Hearing this, Hubert starts wavering. An exclusive Ron stone monopoly is just way too tempting. Gislene keeps pushing. "With that kind of supply, it's only a matter of time before you crush the Red Magic Tower and reclaim the absolute top spot." Looking at Gislene's outstretched hand offering a guaranteed bright future, Hubert's eyes narrow intensely as he weighs the massive risk. Torn on what to do, the master grinds his teeth hard. But finally, he firmly shakes Gislene's hand. The deal is officially struck. After the intense negotiation, Hubert tracks down Ampon to assign him the Perdium mission. Ampon complains instantly. "Master, there are plenty of other mages out there, why me?" Hubert smiles smoothly. "I'm sending you because you're the greatest talent in our tower's history. You are our future. You and I both see he's getting played right." He blushes hard at the praise, totally falling for the master's brainwashing. "This experience will prepare you to become the next Tower Master. Keep a close eye on them so they don't smuggle stones. If a territory war starts, retreat immediately." Sensing Ampon's hesitation, the old man pats his shoulder reassuringly. "Just endure it for 1 year. In a single year, our tower will crush our rivals and claim the #1 spot forever." Listening silently to Hubert's big speech, Ampon finally puffs up his chest and answers loudly, "Yes, master." So dragging his feet with zero enthusiasm, he joins Gislene's group. A few days later, Gislene waits for them outside the estate. Seeing him arrive, our MC raises an eyebrow and smiles. "Welcome to Perdium." The tower mages immediately look around, whispering among themselves. Meanwhile, Ampon is secretly disgusted by the place. It's just a remote slum. He's only here because his master ordered it. As the great heir being sent to this filthy mansion feels insulting. Barely hiding his absolute reluctance, Ampon complains. "I'm the tower's heir and I've been tasked with leading all these elite mages." Gislene casually reminds him, "We have a lot of work to do here. Don't slack off, work hard." Furious at Gislene's completely indifferent attitude, Ampon boils with rage. Does this ignorant country bumpkin really think I'm his personal servant? Just wait, I'll destroy you first when I become master. While Ampon mentally curses him out, Gislene suddenly calls his name. Ampon flinches in surprise. Gislene frowns slightly and asks, "Where is Vanessa?" Ampon lazily looks back into the distance. "She is probably way behind us carrying all of our luggage." Right then, Vanessa staggers over from afar, her entire body shaking as she single-handedly hauls 4 massive suitcases. Barely reaching them, she pants heavily for air. Vanessa bows politely. "I am Vanessa. Greetings, my lord. Trust me, you're gonna want to see how Gislene handles this jerk next." Before she can even breathe, Ampon snaps. Hurry up, Gislene's eyes dangerously narrow. All right, stick with me here. You and I are watching a real boss step up. He walks right up to Vanessa. Drop everything and come here. Confused, she stammers. But I have not even finished moving all the luggage yet. Completely clueless about what she did wrong, that arrogant jerk Anfoy just scoffs. Leave it, he sneers. She is used to doing dirty work at the magic tower anyway. Plus, she cannot even use a single drop of magic. So just let her handle the trash. But the second those words leave his mouth, smash. A massive heavy suitcase flies directly into his arrogant face. Anfoy crashes hard to the floor while the magic tower crew stares in pure shock. He shoves the suitcase away, absolutely seeing red, and screams out. What the hell is this? But Gislene just stares back, totally unbothered. Vanessa no longer belongs to the tower. From now on, she is mine. So do not ever treat her like trash again. I will let it slide this once, but next time you will pay for it with your life. Hearing this, Vanessa is seriously touched. Her eyes tear up. But Anfoy, oh, he is furious. His face goes pale, white, and then totally green. He grinds his teeth in rage. How dare this absolute lunatic treat me like this? Right on cue, the mages behind him instantly pull out. They ready their weapons, preparing to launch a full attack. But Gislene could not care less. He just casually snaps his fingers and right away. Now pay attention here, watch how fast things escalate. Heavily armed soldiers instantly rush out, completely surrounding the magic tower crew. Anfoy panics, totally blindsided. What is this? What kind of barbaric territory points weapons straight at mages? We are elite magic users. You need to treat us with the proper respect. Watching Anfoy throw a massive tantrum, Gislene finally loses his patience and coldly snaps. Shut your mouth. No matter how I treat you, our contract is absolute. For the next year, I have full authority to command every single one of you exactly as I please. Through a completely legal deal with your tower master, I secured exclusive mana stone rights. So if you clowns end up breaking this contract today, who do you think your master will actually side with? Hearing those cold hard facts, Anfoy instantly starts stuttering out of fear. That is well. While he is standing there, completely panicking, Gislene drives the point home. Your only role here in Perdium is to be our backup mana batteries. Nothing more, nothing less. If you want better treatment, then shut up and do your actual jobs. Feeling totally insulted, Anfoy goes wide-eyed, literally choking on his own rage. How dare you call an elite mage a backup battery? Too lazy to argue with this idiot, Gislene casually turns his back and drops an order. Julin, cow. Teach these fools their proper place. The very second they hear that command, Cow and Julin flash incredibly sharp, menacing glares at them. Our dear little scholars must have had a really soft, easy life back at the magic tower, right? Let us make sure they adapt perfectly to our rough environment. Even though he is shaking in pure fear at these massive muscular soldiers, the arrogant Anfoy still manages to curse. You rude bastards. Meanwhile, Vanessa is just standing there quietly, being perfectly obedient without saying a word. Gislene walks right over to have a little chat with her. He slowly looks down and reveals something huge. You are my personal mage now. Vanessa stares at him. Her big shiny eyes are completely filled with disbelief. After a long pause, she shyly lowers her head. Just as Gislene thinks she will not answer, she hesitates. Just like Anfoy said, I cannot even use a single bit of magic. But before she can even finish, Gislene smiles. I know what you are thinking, but just wait. He smiles gently, reaching his hand out with real hope. Come with me, I will help you. Learn how to actually use your magic. A little while later, Gislene brings Vanessa straight down to the private training grounds inside the castle. Even though she followed him, Vanessa is totally clueless about what he is planning. While she stands there looking lost, Gislene finally speaks up. He calls her name. She flinches slightly and answers timidly. Yes, young master. He raises an eyebrow, looking closely at her. How far along are you in your magical studies? Vanessa lowers her voice. I reached the 5th circle, but only in pure theory. Seeming pretty satisfied with her answer, Gislene smirks. The 5th circle, that is perfect. Having absolutely no idea why he is acting so pleased right now. Vanessa just stares at him with wide, confused eyes. Overcome by massive insecurity, she drops her head down in shame and continues speaking. But it is completely useless because I cannot cast a single spell. Gislene does not rush her. He asks curiously, is there a specific reason why? Vanessa answers slowly. Since I was little, I could never feel any mana. Finally be able to use magic, so she never stopped trying. But the more she studied, the more she realized the harsh reality. I might never be able to cast spells. Saying this, Vanessa suddenly hugs her magic staff tightly against her chest, treating it like her absolute most precious treasure. She says miserably, and now the master who taught me everything has passed away. At this point, she lets out a heavy, heartbreaking sigh. So is that the real reason they kicked me out? Gislene narrows his eyes at her, already calculating things in his head. In terms of pure Power reaching the 5th circle puts Vanessa right on par with the actual Tower Elders. Magic is never just something you can easily memorize and expect it to work. It requires deep comprehension, completely understanding the activation principles, and above all else, you have to be able to inject your own willpower and interpretation into the spell. Right now, Vanessa perfectly understands the magic in her head, but her physical body simply cannot keep up with it. To overcome this, she must have gone through countless painful trials, endless errors, and brutal training that literally drained every drop of her life force. Realizing all of this, Gislene feels genuine sympathy for her. He quietly praises her in his mind. But that effort was not useless, Vanessa. Your path is just a bit different. Trust me, you and I are about to see this mage shine. All right, stick with me here. You are looking at the exact girl destined to completely burn down Northern Lutania. In his past life, Claude confirms she was a legendary 7th circle mage. A mage practicing martial artist mana absorption techniques, yet no wonder he thought she was absolutely out of her mind. Thinking about this, Gislene flashed a super calculating smile. Squinting at her, he slowly dropped the bomb. From now on, I am going to personally teach you the ultimate mana cultivation method. Vanessa still didn't quite get it. She just stared at him with a totally blank look. Super confused, she asked, I am a mage, so why on earth do I need to learn martial magic cultivation? Gislene just chuckled. Because whether it is magic circles or raw cultivation, the absolute foundation is still just pure mana. Have you ever even tried it before? Hearing this wild idea, Vanessa immediately panicked quickly, shaking her head like crazy to completely reject his offer. No way, impossible, that is absolute madness. Using martial cultivation methods just to cast magic spells. One tiny mistake and I could be crippled for life. But Gislene just looked at her firmly, gently reaching out. Vanessa, just give it a try. His eyes were dead serious and completely packed with some crazy ambition. Seeing that blazing confidence spark in his look, Vanessa actually started to hesitate a little bit. She stared down at her own palms, feeling an overwhelming wave of pure confusion. Now here is where it gets real. Could she actually use magic? Thinking about this, Vanessa clenched her fists tight. If she could just unlock her magic, everything would finally get easier. So she took a deep breath and let Gislene start her ultimate treatment. Sitting down, she carefully loosened her shirt. She undid the back buttons, exposing her fair skin to prepare for the massive energy transfer. Gislene squinted at her back. In his past life, she carried the exact same heavy look as him, pure regret, bitter resentment, and total rage. She constantly craved magic power, which ultimately dragged Vanessa straight down into an absolutely bottomless abyss. By learning a super sketchy mana cultivation method, she turned into a walking disaster, acting purely on instinct and eventually burning everything to the ground. Staring at Vanessa's lonely back, Gislene swore to himself. Now that he was here, there was no way he would let her fall into that dark abyss again. Gislene reached out and firmly grabbed her hand. Making up his mind, he decisively shoved an absolutely massive surge of raw mana straight into Vanessa's body. That crazy mana flow immediately crashed right through her cells, nerves, and blood vessels. The pain was so intense that Vanessa simply could not hold back a loud groan. Shutting her eyes tight to endure the intense mana rush, the brutal burning sensation made her unconsciously moan in sheer agony. But Gislene's sharp warning completely startled her eyes open. Keep your mouth shut or the entire mana flow is going to go totally chaotic. Gislene quickly reminded her, what is flowing into your body right now is my personal mana. Do not let that critical feeling slip away. You absolutely must track the mana flow. Obediently following his strict orders, Vanessa squeezed her eyes shut and put all her focus into sensing it. The intense mana spread everywhere inside her body. It surged through every single corner before powerfully gathering right at her core center. You and I know big power-ups always bring the flashbacks, right? Instantly, huge mana enveloped her and she couldn't help but remember the past. That day, she was secretly eavesdropping on her master talking with Hubert. Her loyal master tried desperately to protect Vanessa, but Hubert just completely shut him down. I admit that is technically true, but you know how it is. You can tell that girl is useless just by looking at her Ronaldo. Vanessa heard absolutely every single word of Hubert's cruel garbage. That lonely memory of her own sad back was still deeply burned into her mind. That is exactly why her self-confidence completely shattered. And right at this moment, Vanessa was forced to face her tragic past self all over again. She also pictured all the times Ronaldo sincerely guided her. Back in those days, Vanessa always felt super guilty towards her amazing teacher. If I just had a bit more talent, maybe you wouldn't have to leave the magic tower. Ronaldo gently patted her head, kindly replying, I am not leaving because of that. I am just setting off on a journey to find a way to help you use magic. With pure fondness, Ronaldo told her to look up straight at the sky. He softly explained that there is absolutely no place in this entire world that will remain forever trapped in complete darkness. He promised her that one day the light would eventually find her too. And exactly like he predicted, the light that finally reached her was none other than Gislene. He was reaching out to drag her right out of the dark zone. In her hazy days, Vanessa clearly saw this glowing hand offering true hope. Without hesitating for a second, she grabbed it tight. From now on, Vanessa is going to live in the light, not some gloomy, depressing hell. After completely absorbing the huge mana, she immediately passed out. Meanwhile, over at a cool seaside house, some super buff guy was absolutely brawling with a whole squad of soldiers. He completely laughed in their faces. "You pathetic weaklings, bring it on. You really think those pieces of scrap metal can actually stop me?" Totally furious at the massive disrespect, one soldier tightly gripped his sword and charged straight at the big guy, screaming at the top of his lungs, "This is utterly ridiculous." But because of the insane gap and raw speed, the muscle guy casually blocked the incoming blade like it was absolutely nothing. In a flash, he took total control and absolutely body slammed the poor soldier straight down. Still super stubborn, another raging soldier lunged right forward with absolute pure murderous intent, but acting like he literally had eyes in the back of his head. The man noticed the sneak attack and flashed a totally amused grin. Before that soldier could even swing his sword, boom, something violently smashed into him. And that is where we leave it. Trust me, you are going to want to see this next crazy fight. Stick with me, we are jumping straight into the action. Outside a cabin, this guy dusts his hands off, smirking. "I'm barely warmed up and you're already flying." The surrounding soldiers can't even believe it, whispering among themselves. No doubt about it, he is an absolute legendary general of this era. These pathetic bugs actually dared to ruin our banquet. But right at that exact moment, someone else secretly catches every single word of this conversation. Bam! A water glass slams down hard on a table. Fast forward a bit, night finally falls. Outside that same wooden cabin, another dude is just chilling, super relaxed. But of course, somebody has to interrupt his peace. "Hey, is your training still going smooth over here?" he asks back with this deep, annoyed voice. "What do you want?" The messenger looks dead serious. "An expedition order from Count Desmond specifically for General Victor." Oh snap, so this laid-back guy is actually Victor, Count Desmond's absolute strongest trump card. Hearing those orders, Victor completely just freezes in silence. He hesitates for a long minute, then finally sits up. He grabs his heavy iron helmet resting right beside him, completely strapping it on, hiding his entire face. Victor slowly speaks up. "All right, let's roll." The guy is probably bored to death with absolutely nothing to do anyway. A few days later, back at the Count's castle, Wunter is reading some official document and his hands are just visibly shaking non-stop. The letter basically says, "My son Jay was murdered by Gislene Perdium and I will get my revenge." He takes a massive breath and then issues the order. "Gather the troops. War is officially declared, and the Perdium family battle flag has to be raised up all over again." Everyone gets summoned immediately. When Red hears the news, he loses his mind. These utter bastards have completely lost it. Wait, so Gislene really killed Jay? All the retainers in the room start wildly gossiping about this. Meanwhile, Wunter just sits there in dead silence, not even knowing what to say. Suddenly, a voice echoes out that totally startles him. It's all because of the Ron Stone. And the guy talking is none other than Gislene. He calmly explains, "When I was stuck at the magic tower, didn't you send 2 of our retainers as envoys straight to Digo? They definitely leaked our territory's internal secrets over there." Hearing this massive accusation, the loyal retainers in the room completely freak out, yelling in pure disbelief. "Our retainers betrayed us. What kind of crazy proof do you have to say something so dangerous?" Wunter just stares hard at him. The Ron Stone. Taking extreme actions for the territory but throwing yourself into mortal danger is something that usually happens. But he notices something crazy. It looks like Gislene already knew everything was going to turn out exactly like this. While he's deep in thought, Rudolph screams in absolute fury. "Why are we overthinking this? Look, compared to Digo's forces anyway, our military power is way stronger. Let's make them pay a massive price for daring to mess with us." But right then, heavy frantic footsteps echo down the hall. Fergus bursts into the room, panicking. "We have a huge problem, my lord." "Now brace yourselves, this is where it gets real." His face goes completely pale. Out in the distance, a massive enemy army is marching toward Perdium. Leading the charge is a terrifying knight completely decked out in heavy iron armor, and there are so many of them. They look like an endless horde. Count Wunter's crew up on the city wall literally freeze in pure terror. Seeing this, Redove gets even angrier. The war declaration just happened and they are already here at the gates. Since when did they prepare all this? It's confirmed this is their regular army plus a massive backup force of 1,000 troops coming right behind them. Worse, they even brought heavy siege weapons. They obviously started building this arsenal way ahead of time. Am just glares at Jill and Don. Speaking up. What in the world is happening? The power gap here is totally insane. Digo has always been just as broke as us. So how did they afford a massive army like that? They keep arguing until Wunter loses his temper and screams at them. "Everybody calm down." Everyone instantly shuts up like a deer in headlights. He yells again, "Arguing right now is only going to slow down our response. Get every single soldier up on the walls immediately." He orders all civilians inside the city and commands them to barricade every Single gate tight. Hold your positions. It's official, all-out war has just kicked off. Meanwhile, right down below, the walls the enemy army has marched right up to their doorstep. The leader flashes an evil smirk. My son, Jay. Sure, he was useless. But hey, he gave me the perfect excuse to attack Perdium. You and I both know that's insanely twisted, right? The guy talking is Count Digo himself. He glances over at the hulking figure standing right next to him. Follow me, Victor. We need to have a little chat with the Perdiums. Up on the wall, Wunter screams down, Digo, my younger brother. What is the meaning of this cruel attack? Tom just sneers back at him. Cruel? Why would you call it cruel? My precious son Jay died right here on your land, he aggressively points up. Your own son, the heir of Perdium, Gislene, murdered him. What kind of parent wouldn't want blood after losing their child? Hearing this massive accusation, Wunter's face twists up in pure stress. Tom yells back up, surrender to me right now, and I'll end this without spilling any blood. Gislene hears this and just aggressively frowns. Rudolph gnashes his teeth in pure rage. That absolute bastard is literally lying through his teeth. Ange totally agrees. My lord talking to him is a waste of time. Gislene sighs. Even if he saved Elena Jay's death guaranteed this war anyway. Plus, they brought siege weapons. Trust me, you and I are about to watch absolute carnage next time. Alright, stick with me. You and I are watching a master strategy unfold. Everything is going exactly as he predicted. My son did not kill Jia, Wunter declares. That is his only answer. Standing extremely firm, he drops his voice. Value your lives, go back. Those words hit hard. Tam freezes in pure fear, his face turning bright red. Victor just side-eyes him, sighing heavily. That is the intense aura of Perdium's legendary general, the absolute beast guarding the north. Taking a deep breath to hide his panic, Tam nervously fires back. Spoken like the true northern wolf, but your stupid choice will spill blood. Do not regret this later. As soon as Tam finishes his threat, he retreats to the ranks. Looking down from the massive city gates, Wunter honestly does not know how to react. Rudolph immediately starts pushing him. My lord, just give me all our troops. They are nothing but a disorganized mob. I will wipe them out completely and come right back. Hornhum panics and steps in. Are you totally insane? You might be strong, but their sheer numbers will crush us. One single defeat and all of Perdium falls. They keep arguing while Wunter stays dead silent. Absolute chaos. He cannot even organize his own thoughts. This war was declared way too suddenly, yet the enemy is perfectly prepared. Plus, that massive army is beyond Digo's strength. Who exactly is backing them? How do they save this place? Wunter is completely stuck. But right then, Gislene suddenly speaks up. Prepare the city defenses. Startled, Wunter glances over, totally confused. Gislene calmly breaks it down. Digo has almost 7,000 soldiers out there. Even if Perdium scrapes everyone together, we barely have 2,000. A massive 3-to-1 difference. They are fully geared up and their morale is sky high. Give them half a month to finish their siege weapons. Then comes the all-out attack. Right now, our only option is begging for reinforcements and defending. A massive reality check. He slowly nods. Normally, yes, we would do that. But I do not see any escape route. Now watch closely. Gislene suddenly smirks, leans in close to his ear and whispers something. This changes everything. Hearing those words, Wunter absolutely freezes on the spot. They have a final 15-day window before the massive battle hits. Gislene is going all in to flip this entire chessboard. Inside the command tent, he gathers his elite squad. They all know exactly what is happening outside. Gislene sighs heavily. He has zero clue what to do. He is just a mercenary. Large-scale war tactics are not his thing. Belinda breaks the heavy silence. The war has officially started. Gislene frowns, thinking hard before he finally lays it all out. All right, listen up. Here's what we are going to do. This is my master plan to completely turn the tide. He speaks slowly. A surprise attack. Before they can strike us, we hit their supply lines first, hard and fast. Once those supplies are cut, dragging out this war becomes a huge nightmare for them. I know what you are thinking right now. Belinda frowns, asking the obvious question. How? The enemy army is already surrounding the front gates. They are watching us like hawks. The second we make a move, they are going to spot us immediately. Gislene already knows this, so he calls out 2 names. They look up and Cow is the first to report. Just as ordered, we station our forces near the monster forest edge. We can hide right in the woods, completely invisible to the enemy scouts. Gislene jumps in. The special cloaks made from Duke's skin ordered by the Grand Duke himself. They have already been handed out to the troops. That pitch-black material is absolutely perfect for pulling off a stealthy night raid. Hearing this, Gislene gives a very satisfied nod. Moving a whole army is obviously impossible, but a tiny elite squad packed with top-tier camouflage, the enemy will never even see the ambush coming. One small problem, though. He needs the exact coordinates of their supply camp, so Gislene turns to Belinda to track them down. She is a bit shocked, but knowing the stakes, she confidently nods. Consider it done. I will handle this mission. Gislene watches her mentally calculating the risks. Sneaking deep behind enemy lines is practically a suicide mission. But this is Belinda. She can pull this off with her eyes practically closed. Finally, he needs his ultimate trump card for the finishing blow. His newly recruited secret weapon, the overpowered mage Vanessa. Jump forward a few days. Inside the Barrow supply camp sits Perdium's old vassal, now running the enemy supplies. This traitor is literally drinking and celebrating. The war is finally kicking off and he cannot wait. Soon he will get his own territory. Joining Fed Desm was the smartest choice he ever made. With this much military backing, snagging a cushy, safe job in the backlines was ridiculously easy. Sipping his wine, Barb laughs coldly. Goodbye, Perdium, a piece of that land is officially mine now. But you and I both know the truth, karma never misses. Alright, let's jump right into an insane stealth mission. Gislene and his elite crew are secretly infiltrating the enemy camp outside. Thanks to Belinda, they track them down perfectly. With all his top fighters gathered, Gislene mutters in a deep, gloomy voice. This weather is incredibly depressing and heavy. Chow nods in total agreement, complaining that it is pitch black out here. Gislene just sighs with a smirk. Perfect weather for a surprise raid, right? He instantly commands them to take 0 prisoners. Kill them all. The second those words leave his mouth, he draws his sword and charges on horseback. The clueless guards, they completely miss the danger lurking in the dark. By the time they notice, Gislene is already at their front door. At this point, they are basically offering up their heads on a silver platter. The soldiers rushing out are instantly terrified. They freeze in total shock, but it is way too late. They are immediately slashed down. Gislene raises his knight sword high. Listen up, mercenaries. From this exact moment, we stick to the master plan. Make sure absolutely no one makes it out alive. In the blink of an eye, the entire camp turns into an absolute slaughterhouse. By midnight, Barrow finally realizes they are under attack. He rushes outside in a total panic. Still, he yells with totally fake confidence. We have 1,000 troops. Stop them right now. Now pay close attention here. His subordinate hesitates, sweating bullets before delivering some absolutely crushing news. Sir, over 70% of our entire army has already been wiped out. Led by a fierce Gislene, the squad absolutely dominates. Bodies are literally piling up everywhere like a massive clearance sale. Hearing this disaster, Barrow turns completely pale, looking absolutely terrified. He instantly screams to retreat. If we stay, we are dead. Forget the territory. But before the two of them can escape, 3 deadly darts fly out of nowhere, sinking straight into the subordinate's neck. Barrow is so terrified he almost wets his pants. He completely collapses onto the dirty ground. Belinda rides up, looking incredibly badass, and scoffs. How lucky to catch you all here. Hello there, Barrow, the traitorous vassal of Perdium. Seeing her face, he looks completely doomed. Meanwhile, the rest of the camp, it is fully going up in flames with bodies scattered absolutely everywhere. In record time, Gislene's wild night raid is a massive success. Total victory. Gislene slowly rides his horse right up to a trembling Barrow. Belinda already has the old coward completely tied up tight. She reports in. This is Barrow, the supposed envoy to Digo. He didn't just sell out our intel, he actually ran their logistics too. Knowing it is totally game over, Barrow pathetically begs for his life. Lord Gislene, I surrender, but Gislene is not having it. He coldly asks who bribed you. Too terrified to lie, Barrow spills everything. It was Count Desmond. They threatened my life. I had absolutely zero choice. Hearing that specific name, Gislene cannot help but frown in deep thought. So he really did supply troops to Digo. With Gislene staying totally silent, Barrow gets extremely nervous, quickly trying to save himself. I know what you and I are thinking. Classic traitor logic. He whines about his long years serving Perdium, begging for mercy. Surely the Count will pay a massive ransom. Hearing that pathetic excuse, Gislene just orders him to lift his head up. Thinking his miserable life is actually spared, Barrow smiles with joy. Oh Lord Gislene, thank you so much for this second chance. I will serve Perdium with absolutely everything I have. But mid-sentence, slash. His head is instantly separated right from his shoulders. Heading straight to the afterlife, Barrow never expected such a brutal end. Gislene just stares at the head rolling like a soccer ball. He coldly sneers. I do not make deals with absolute trash like you. Traitors to Perdium only get one path, and that is death. After wiping out the last enemy, Gislene leads his crew right out of the massively burning camp. Belinda rides closely alongside him. She looks deep in thought. Cal hesitates slightly before asking Captain Gislene, what is our next move? Gislene calmly replies that they are heading straight to the main castle. He is absolutely sure the enemy has already started their attack. With all eyes heavily glued to the castle defense, his elite squad will secretly strike the enemy base to cause absolute chaos. Spurring his horse faster, he shouts his orders. Cao and Belinda back up the left wall immediately. I will handle the right wall. Bewooting for a quick second, he glances over at Gislene. He hesitates slightly before speaking up. Gislene, I am leaving our base entirely in. your hands. This is going to be a total surprise attack, but you will be fighting thousands of enemies with a tiny squad. Can you actually pull this off? Gislene frowns, sinking into deep thought. After a tense moment, he answers with pure, unbreakable confidence. Not a problem if that is your order, young master. Hearing this, Gislene flashes a deeply satisfied smile. It feels amazing having such reliable teammates. Riding up ahead, Cal pouts about Gislene's crazy mission. That old guy always gets the most fun jobs. Belinda could not care less about that drama. She anxiously asks young master who will defend the city gates. Leave the gates completely wide open, Gislene calmly replies. The three of them are absolutely stunned. Who fights a war by inviting the enemy inside? Like a tea party. But Gislene offers zero explanation, just keeping that arrogant smirk. This exact battle will officially mark the start of an epic new chapter in Perdium's history. Trust me, you're going to want to see Zunter defend the main castle next. Stick with me, we are diving straight into an absolute bloodbath. The walls are getting blasted, explosions everywhere. Randon is screaming orders to his knights. Fire, keep them back. But man, Digo's army just has way too many troops. Perdium's archers are completely overwhelmed. It doesn't take long before enemies start climbing right up the outer walls. Wunter stays calm and charges right into close combat. He absolutely cannot let them take this wall. Meanwhile, down below, Talmos watches the smoke and just laughs like a complete maniac. So thrilling, we can't even see it, but it is totally over. Then he barks out his next order. Catapults, prepare the second volley and crush them immediately. Vit stares up at the fortress walls, thinking this is the end of the Northern Wolf. He held on to some hope, but that was it. Up top, Wunter is heavily engaged with Digo's forces. His sword skills are epic, dropping enemy soldiers left and right. But the numbers gap is just way too massive. He cannot hold out forever. He and Jedov get completely surrounded. Randon shoots Wunter a panicked look. Sir, losing the wall is one thing. But at this rate, the main gate will fall, give the order. Wunter takes a deep breath, totally silent. Now watch closely. He finally speaks, abandon the gate, hold the walls. Randon looks crushed, but they have zero choices left. Wunter turns to Skoven. What about our reinforcements? Skoven panics. Every single territory we sent envoys to completely refuse to help us. Even the envoy sent to Count Logis has gone completely radio silent. Hearing this, Randon just explodes with absolute fury. Damn it, why will nobody send us any backup at all? Those ungrateful cowards. Meanwhile, back at Digo's massive army camp, Talmos is super smug, already planning his victory speech. Suddenly, a subordinate rushes in panicking. Bad news, Count. Our main supply unit just got attacked. Talmos and Victor are completely stunned by this. The soldier keeps talking. The guy we sent to request the supplies still hasn't returned to camp. Something definitely went wrong with the supply unit. Talmos shakes his head. Do not jump to conclusions. Impossible. How could those Perdium rats stuck inside their walls possibly know our main supply unit's exact location to ambush it? But Victor is thinking differently. He already saw the smoke rising over there, and he knows it's definitely from the transport squad. So someone in Perdium was bold enough to pull off this crazy strategy. Victor just smirks. How truly fascinating. Talmos starts absolutely panicking. Sir Victor, what the hell do we do now? The war just started and our food is gone. Hearing this, Victor just casually waves his hand. I know what you're thinking. Game over, right? Nope. Victor casually says they don't need food. They'll take the castle today. Talmos stands there, eyes wide, jaw hitting the floor. Shortly after, at the Perdium castle grounds, Victor actually leads his army straight into the completely open battlefield. The assault on the left and right walls has been raging for a while, but they still have not broken through that solid defense. Perdium's absolute elite forces are definitely holding the line and keeping that solid defense standing strong. But since they exhausted so much energy defending the walls, this main gate right here is now their weakest spot. Realizing this, Victor nods. He points his sword directly at the giant fortress wall and roars at the top of his lungs. All forces advance. Today we are going to absolutely crush their main gate. The second he says that, Victor charges forward, leading the pack. Except right at that moment, he suddenly remembers something. He glances over his shoulder and yells out a name, Adon. Instantly, a massive warhorse appears right beside him. Riding it is a terrifying knight covered in heavy iron armor, gripping a super long spear in his hand. This is Victor's absolute right-hand man, Adon. Victor shoots him a look and says, I am going to shatter this gate with my own two hands. So he commands Adon to stay back and hold the position. Meanwhile, on the wall, Digo's endless soldiers keep swarming up the side. No matter how hard Wunter's team fights them off, some keep slipping through the cracks. Suddenly, Skoven screams out in sheer panic. Sir, look over there. Wunter snaps his head to look and spots a massive siege tower rolling in. He grits his teeth. Damn it all. How could they possibly know the exact height of our walls? Randon chimes in. On top of that, we are insanely outnumbered right now. If that siege tower reaches us, we are completely dead. In a flash, he screams out, "Are the catapults ready to fire yet?" The soldiers on this side just finished setting them up, and he immediately orders them to fire and stop that tower from getting any closer. In the blink of an eye, a massive boulder launches into the sky, rocketing straight toward the siege tower. But right at the exact moment of impact, trust me, you're going to want to see this, a hand shoots up, throwing a sword straight at the flying boulder without any hesitation. Boom. The huge stone projectile instantly explodes into dust. Seeing this absolute madness, everyone's faces instantly drop in pure horror. Randon grits his teeth and curses. What kind of monster just did that? Of course, the guy who pulled this off is Victor. After completely destroying that massive boulder, he slowly walks right toward the gate. Seeing him, Wunter's face turns pale. It really looks like he recognizes this absolute beast. I've heard his name too. Victor draws his sword with a cold sneer. It's useless, you Perdium trash. No matter how hard you struggle, defeat is unavoidable. But stick with me here, we're about to watch him order the battering ram straight into the gates. The second he gives the command, the soldiers push the massive ram forward. Wunter desperately wants to stop it, but Digo's troops totally block his path. At the exact same time, that massive ram starts smashing into the heavy doors. Wunter feels the situation getting incredibly desperate. At this point, all he can really do is blindly trust Gislene's promise and just wait. The brutal siege rages on both sides, clashing and fighting like absolute madmen. Meanwhile, inside the castle walls, we've got a whole group of mages tied up tight, forced into a massive circle. Ampon is thrashing around like crazy, screaming, "Let us go, you worthless peasants. We are elite mages. We shouldn't be dragged into this pathetic, rotting turf war." Fergus just stares down at him with zero emotion and calmly replies, "This is the young master's direct order. Please calm down." This only pisses Ampon off even more. He furiously snaps back, "Are you blind? Do I look freaking calm to you? Look over there, letting that battering ram get this close to the walls. This battle is already lost. This castle is totally doomed." Vanessa squints at him, her voice dropping incredibly low. "Lord Ampon, do not worry." Hearing her, Ampon immediately snaps his head up, only to find Vanessa right in his face, looking dead serious. "The young master will handle everything." Like he just heard the funniest joke ever, Ampon lets out a huge mocking scoff. "Don't mention that Duke around me. Now you and I need to watch closely because things get insane here. That bastard dragged me to hell, and now we're all gonna die. Fix things, my ass." But Vanessa trusts Gislene with her whole life. She firmly stands her ground, saying, "No matter what, the young master will definitely." But before she can even finish, Ampon coldly cuts her off. "Just shut your mouth. Are you seriously going to follow the orders of a total lunatic?" Vanessa glares daggers at him, violently shaking her head. He is not crazy. The young master is. She suddenly freezes. Cut to a flashback from a few days ago after countless brutal hours. Vanessa finally figured out how to circulate mana through her body, but honestly, she couldn't hold it for long. Looking super guilty at Gislene, she sighs, "I'm so sorry. I finally learned how to use magic, but this is honestly the absolute limit of what I can do right now." Gislene just shakes his head, totally unbothered. "As long as you can cast magic, that's enough. Your mana pool will naturally grow over time. Follow me. I have something to show you." Then the two of them head out to an empty field where the mages are sweating and digging like crazy. Vanessa instinctively frowns. They are burying rune stones in the dirt, but what for? While she's super confused, Ampon suddenly storms right up to them. Looking incredibly wronged, he complains, "Why the hell are you forcing our elite mages to dig in the dirt? Don't you have foot soldiers for this grunt work? If you want to hide the stones, why not just move them way outside the castle?" But mid-sentence, a massive muscular arm slaps him into a brutal chokehold. Godon growls a warning. "No talking while you're on the clock." Seeing this giant beast in action, even a timid girl like Vanessa gets pretty freaked out. She looks at Gislene in pure panic. "Sir, what exactly is going on?" Gislene slowly explains. "This right here is preparation. In war, the absolute simplest and most effective tactic is using overwhelming numbers to straight up crush the enemy. No matter what, they can't stop an endless assault. The gate will break. You and I both know that sounds bad, but wait. But that absolutely does not mean we don't have a way to win." Hearing this, Vanessa jumps totally stunned. She hesitantly asks, "Wait, are you implying what I think you are?" Snap back to reality. Vanessa is currently casting a huge spell to control the magic array. She has zero idea she can actually pull this off, but for Gislene's order, she will hold the line. Ampon, still tied up below, stares at the raw magic swirling around his body. He screams in absolute disbelief. This insanely powerful array is actually siphoning our mana. Vanessa tightly grips her staff with everything. She's got her eyes burning with absolute confidence now. Oh yeah, she can do this. She has to do this. Meanwhile, right outside the castle walls, Digo's army is still unleashing an absolutely relentless assault. The siege team is pushing with all their might. The massive gate is literally seconds away from totally collapsing. But right at that exact moment, Randon spots something wild. Pointing way off into the distance, he yells, "Sir, look over there." Wonder follows his finger and boom, he spots a massive army riding like the wind straight toward them. As the mysterious riders get closer and closer, he squints and his heart stops. It's Gislene's forces. That's right, the absolute madman has finally made it to the battlefield. At the same time, Victor senses that the entire vibe just shifted. Sure enough, seconds later, a panicked subordinate rushes up with a report. "Lord Victor, multiple unidentified cavalry units are launching a massive ambush from the rear on both of our flanks. The army he's freaking out about, it's Gislene's squad, and they are mercilessly hacking down enemy soldiers left and right." Riding his horse like a total beast, Gislene swings his sword in a devastating arc, sending a whole squad straight to the afterlife. Seeing this insane bloodlust, the enemies scream. "An ambush! I thought Perdium had zero reinforcements," and that's where we leave it today. Wild right. Let's dive right in. By the time those guys finally woke up, Gislene was already charging right at them. Panicking, they quickly raised their crossbows to fire back. But his speed was just completely unreal. Their arrows hit nothing but empty air. Meanwhile, Gislene kept rushing forward on horseback, an unstoppable blur. He looked exactly like he was flying, his eyes absolutely ferocious. And just like that, Gislene began butchering the soldiers standing in his way. In the blink of an eye, the entire place turned into a literal river of blood. Bodies everywhere. Seeing this absolute massacre, the remaining soldiers stumbled backward in pure terror. Was this kid a monster? He just wiped out all those men in seconds. Right at that moment, Gislene pointed his bloody sword straight up. He roared out like a beast. "From now on, it is our turn to counterattack." Following his battle cry, the entire army behind him charged forward with insane energy. Meanwhile, Digo's soldiers were so terrified by this overwhelming wave of pure killing intent that they immediately started retreating. The battlefield completely shifted. Gislene and Cao were now leading two separate wings, crushing the enemy forces on both edges of the city wall. Digo's forces were totally sandwiched by Perdium's armies trapped inside and out. And over at Digo's main camp, Gilan was leading an elite squad to smash their defenses. He glanced over at Gadan and Toran, barking a quick order. "I will draw their attention here. Spread out and completely disable all of their key defensive structures." "Got it." Both of them nodded instantly, fully understanding their mission. Then they split into two directions, attacking flawlessly and throwing Digo's troops into total chaos. Watching this absolute mess unfold, Tamos panicked. "What the hell is going on here? Why are we the ones getting ambushed right now?" That old fool could not even process what was happening. Gilan charged right at him, swinging a massive axe. He declared coldly, "Enemy commander Count Tamos, I am taking you as my prisoner of war." Hearing those words, Tamos almost peed his pants in terror. The guy had absolutely zero real strength, just a pathetic paper tiger pretending. Now watch closely, things are about to flip. Gilan thought he had an easy capture, but suddenly a fast weapon came flying straight at him. Gilan quickly swung his massive axe to deflect the incoming strike. When the dust cleared, he spotted a guy on horseback right in front of him, armed with a long spear and a sturdy shield. Gilan frowned, analyzing his new opponent. He immediately realized one simple fact: this guy was actually strong. That man was a Don. He spoke with a freezing cold tone. A surprise attack on the main camp with such a tiny force. Truly bold. He arrogantly introduced himself and demanded the old warrior state his own name before dying. Gilan narrowed his eyes at him, replying coldly, "I do not have a name." He claimed he was nothing but a living weapon serving Grand Duke Perdium. Right at that same time, over on the left wall, thanks to Gislene's backup, Perdium's soldiers had completely taken back the upper hand. Down below, Belinda used her grappling hook to snag enemies while Cao sprinted from afar to finish them. Their teamwork was ridiculously smooth. Hundreds of soldiers got totally wiped out using this exact same brutal combo. Fresh blood kept splashing everywhere. Looking down at her entirely ruined, blood-soaked outfit, Belinda complained, "Do you really have to splatter them all over me?" Cao just shrugged without caring at all. "Dodge it yourself, my lady. I do not have time to baby you." Hearing that specific title, Belinda instantly lost her mind. Gritting her teeth, she completely snapped. "What did you say, my lady?" Meanwhile, over on the right wall, Gislene was still wildly smashing through the enemy blockade from the outside. You and I both know that Aura was terrifying. He basically looked like he could take them all on alone, so those soldiers turned around and bolted. Taking full advantage of this, Gislene commanded his troops. "Everyone charge. The enemy is panicking. This is our perfect chance to wipe them out completely." He announced he would personally tear down their siege tower. Soon as those words dropped, his mercenary squad behind him got unbelievably hyped up. Raising their weapons, they roared loudly, "Follow Captain Gislene. Let's completely crush these absolute bastards." The commander of Digo's forces watched his own men running away nonstop. Furious, he cursed them out. "You completely disorganized, pathetic idiots. What kind of absolute fool turns their back in the middle of a war?" He instantly ordered spearmen block the front. "Do not let him advance." Gislene totally ignored the wall of spears pointing his way. He charged aggressively, and in a flash, every single spear thrust straight at his face. But wait, when they looked closer, they had only trapped a horse. The guy riding it had basically vanished into thin air like magic. The soldiers stared around blankly, trying to find him. If they had just looked up, they would have seen Gislene flying right above. He landed straight on one guy's head and then instantly started swinging his sword, slaughtering everyone. Gislene chopped down those frontline soldiers like he was slicing vegetables. These low-level goons were absolutely no match. Within seconds, the entire squad got annihilated. After finishing them off, Gislene immediately looked ahead. Over there, a group of soldiers was using a massive siege tower to break the wall. At this rate, the wall would crumble before his army could even reach them. Too many enemies. Hesitating now meant getting completely surrounded. Gislene's cavalry was advancing, but reaching the enemy's main force was incredibly tough. This was going to be one hell of a brutal fight. He needed to make a fast decision, so he decided to charge in completely alone. Seeing this, the enemy commander yelled out a quick order. "Stop that guy. The siege tower is in position. The wall will fall any minute. Hold him down so the machine can keep moving." Gislene narrowed his eyes at them. "Time is up, trust me. He's going to end this before they even get the chance." "All right, stick with me here." Gislene decides to hit their weak spot, grabs his sword, and starts an absolute bloodbath. The guards try to stop him, but that's a total joke. Gislene is basically a god of death, right now, slaughtering absolutely everyone. Anyone blocking his path gets a one-way ticket to the afterlife. The body count under his blade is already totally insane. One guy drops dead, and a second later, another fool rushes right into the meat grinder. Gislene steps over enemy corpses, marching straight toward the massive siege tower. Try to stop him, you die. Simple as that. His blade is completely soaked in fresh red blood by now. Gislene just finished off the very last guy in the frontline defense squad. Seeing this absolute massacre, the soldiers up top start totally losing their minds in panic. They frantically rain down arrows at him, but Gislene is way too fast. He flies through the air like a bird, easily dodging every single shot. Right after that, he charges straight at their squad leader. Without a second of hesitation, Gislene takes him out with one single brutal sword strike. You'd think he was done, but nope, he pins the dead guy with his sword and then violently launches him right at the huge siege tower. The guy's heavy body smashes right into the soldiers over there, totally wrecking the crossbow unit's formation. At the exact same time, Gislene activates his magical cord. He successfully pulls his sword back to his hand, then sprints right at the siege tower again. Gripping the hilt tight, Gislene pumps pure mana into it. Time to continue his epic slicing spree. Seeing him rushing in like a maniac, the soldiers freeze up completely, way too terrified to even twitch a muscle. Well, I guess they can only become ghosts under Gislene's blade now. He raises his sword and aggressively slashes down. The unlucky fools under his blade get instantly chopped down. But that's not all. Gislene uses his raw physical power combined with that blazing mana. Now watch this closely. He literally splits the siege tower in half. Those soldiers outside basically peeing their pants in fear. They never imagined in their wildest dreams the siege tower could get destroyed like that. Meanwhile, Victor is quietly watching this entire crazy scene unfold from afar. He frowns in deep thought. The siege tower is officially wrecked, and this kid seems pretty strong. The real fight is just getting started. After destroying that massive thing, Gislene slowly steps back out. Victor glances sideways at his subordinate and asks with a bit of doubt, "Are the city gates broken yet?" The guy immediately shakes his head and replies, "Not yet, sir. The gates are tougher than we expected, and their inner defense interference is slowing us down slightly. But we can probably break the gates in about 10 minutes. Hearing this report, Victor falls right back into deep thought. A moment later, he slowly opens his mouth. "Get it done in 5 minutes. I am going to handle their little commander myself. You make sure that city gate is destroyed quickly. If you fail, well, you better be ready to die by his hands." Hearing those cold words, the guy is instantly terrified, trembling as he mutters, "Yes, my lord." But right at that moment, a sudden voice echoes out. "Hey, you big guy!" Victor flinches and turns his head back only to see someone confidently riding a horse right toward him. A low, gritty voice calls out from within the smoke. "You're not going anywhere." Victor narrows his eyes at the newcomer and asks coldly, "Who are you?" The guy smirks and says, "Cow, commander of the Zebra's mercenaries. Come play with me." Right as he finishes speaking, he points his blade straight at him, face full of cocky provocation. And just like that, Cow aggressively charges right at him. Victor is a little surprised, but obviously he is not going to let him land a hit that easily. He quickly turns his horse, dodging to the side. At the exact same time, Victor's warhorse kicks its legs right at Cao's horse. Cao panics for a second and quickly leaps off his horse's back. You saw that too, right? Good thing he dodged, or Victor's blade would have chopped off his head, not the horse's. But Cao does not back down at all. No horse. No problem. He uses his own body to jump high up, slashing wildly and forcing Victor into a defensive stance. Right now, Cao's eyes are insanely determined. He absolutely has to win this. But how could Victor ever give him that kind of opening? Every single strike he throws down gets easily blocked by him. Biting his lip fiercely, Cao cannot help but feel totally frustrated. Is this guy really blocking every single attack? Right then, Victor scoffs with pure disdain. I have met enough trash like you to fill an entire wagon. Saying that, he swings his arm to deflect the sword smoothly, pushing Cao backward. Victor squints at him, his tone dripping with total contempt. You pathetic mercenaries always think you are so incredibly strong. Right after that, he slashes out a strike packed with absolutely terrifying energy. Not daring to be careless, Cao quickly raises his blade to block, but the guy's raw strength is way too massive, almost crushing him. In the end, he loses his balance and falls backwards hard. His arm gets sliced by Victor's blade and fresh blood instantly starts pouring out. Victor snorts coldly, acting super arrogant. There is nothing easier to handle than wild animals struggling on pure instinct. Cao quickly sits back up from the dirt. He clutches his bleeding wound, secretly cursing in his head. This bastard is seriously as ridiculously strong as Gizel said he would be. Let's rewind a bit. Before they even started this whole attack, Gizel actually called Cao over for a private little chat. His name is Victor, the secret ace of Desmond, which is one of the major factions currently targeting the Perdium territory. At the time, Cao looked confused and asked, is he even stronger than the captain? Gizel calmly replied, out of every single enemy you have ever faced before, he is the absolute strongest except for me. 10 out of 10 for that insane confidence. But honestly, that guy is using his massive numbers advantage perfectly. He's forcing them to defend the walls, playing to smash the weak gates. Trust me, you and I are going to want to see what happens next. Let's dive right into the madness. It's an all-out attack. Everything is playing out exactly as Gislene calculated, including Vanessa's part. But if Victor steps away from that gate, the entire plan crashes and burns. Those were Gislene's exact words to him earlier. Now he just narrows his eyes, glaring dead at that arrogant guy sitting up on his horse. He repeats the warning, echoing in his head. When the moment comes, tie him up. So no matter what it takes, he absolutely has to bind this arrogant, stuck-up bastard right here and now. Mind made up, Cao reaches out and yanks his blade straight out of the dirt. He lets out a cold, sharp laugh. Seriously, you gotta at least give a guy a fighting chance to win. Meanwhile, on a completely different front at the main Digo army base, an absolutely fiery all-out war is already kicking off. Jillan and Adon are clashing like absolute maniacs. A subordinate frantically tries to push the old man back, screaming at him to stay out of the crossfire. You're going to get yourself killed in there. At the exact same time, the mercenaries backing them up definitely aren't just sitting around. They are already slicing through the enemy soldiers. Jillan trades heavy blows, his mind racing. This guy is turning out to be incredibly annoying. He literally has zero time to waste right now. Otto's massive shield blocks every single strike coming from every possible angle. The thing is basically totally indestructible. Just how long has it been since he fought someone this ridiculously stubborn? Even so, there is no way he is losing here. With that thought, he swings his massive axe straight down, roaring at the top of his lungs, I am done wasting time on you. Adon takes the hit straight on his shield. He just scoffs. Useless. That strike had some decent power, but you are never breaking through my ultimate battle shield. Jillan flinches. Now watch this carefully. Adon actually slips right out from behind his shield and instantly thrusts his spear straight for the old man's chest. No time to blink. Jillan desperately scrambles to block the strike. But Adon's crazy combo isn't over yet, and that deadly spear just keeps coming at him. The poor horse takes a brutal hit and goes down hard. Pure panic flashes in Jillan's eyes as he is forcefully blasted right out of the saddle. In that exact same second, Adon brings that massive heavy shield up again. He sneers coldly. You should just stay down already. Before the words even fade, he smashes the shield down hard. In a split second, as Victor's attack crashes down, Jillan throws up his axe to block. Meanwhile, over on the other side, Cao is having an absolute nightmare fighting Victor. His body is already covered in deep, nasty cuts. The siege engine keeps slamming relentlessly into the gate. And just like that, the massive city doors are completely shattered. Seeing this disaster, everyone's faces instantly drop in pure horror. Victor just smirks with absolute satisfaction. He finally broke through. Gislene is sweating bullets now. He has absolutely zero clue what is happening behind those broken gates. Meanwhile, inside the walls, Vanessa is desperately trying to finish her magic circle. Anfoy is screaming his lungs out trying to stop her. Hey, the gate is destroyed. You are draining all the mana. Do something right now. Vanessa just bites her lip hard and shakes her head. Not yet. I just need one more minute. Back outside, Victor roars his final orders. The gates are open. All units push forward with everything you have. Take the castle. The second he says that, the surviving Digo soldiers flood through the breach like an absolute swarm of ants. Victor glances over at his right-hand man and gives the order. Bring the Count straight to me. I am going to end their commander myself. But right then, Cao forces his broken body to stand. He shakes, muttering, you aren't going anywhere. Now I know what you're thinking, game over, right? But even Victor is totally caught off guard and genuinely impressed. Your name is Cao, right? With your skills, you should clearly know which battles are actually worth dying for. So why do you keep throwing your life away like this? Meanwhile, Adon stands tall right over Gislene. He raises an eyebrow and smirks. Look around, old man. The city gates are completely destroyed. Your side has already lost. Gislene drops down to one knee in the dirt, completely silent. But Adon just loves to hear himself talk and lecture. Your bold little ambush was definitely a surprise, I will admit that. But the final result, exactly the same. Cramming a bunch of completely useless mercenaries into an elite squad, that was the fatal mistake that sealed your entire family's dark fate today. I do not care how skilled they are. Trash mercenaries can never defeat a highly trained, fully armored knight. Period. A real mercenary should know exactly when to run away when the tides turn. Yup, that is the garbage coming out of these arrogant bastards' mouths. They think these guys have absolutely zero reason to die in this war. But all their tough talk, it doesn't faze Cao for even a single second. Gislene acts exactly the same way. The old guy just kneels there silently, letting him run his mouth. But once the villain stops his endless yapping, Cao's expression suddenly goes dead cold. Like they share the exact same brain cell, both Cao and Gislene on completely opposite sides of the battlefield spit out the exact same response. So what? Mercenary or knight, who actually cares? On the battlefield, there is only winning or dying, and without a single second of hesitation, both of them charge straight at their enemies. Adon sneers back, totally disgusted. Pathetic excuses from a total loser aren't even worth my time. Instantly, he swings his massive spear up to block Gislane's wild incoming strike. The screeching heavy sound of metal violently grinding against metal fills the entire area. But right then, Gislene uses pure raw muscle to forcefully pin Adon's weapon straight into the dirt. Adon actually panics now. What the heck is hidden inside that axe? Realizing he's in trouble, he desperately tries to counterattack. But it is way too late. Gislene sweeps his giant axe sideways, instantly dropping that armored warhorse dead on the spot. Adon's huge body goes crashing hard into the mud. He grinds his teeth in pure rage, screaming, "You animal! A lowly absolute trash mercenary like you dares to attack me." Gislene completely ignores his garbage, whining and swings his axe right down at him. Boom. The deafening clash of heavy weapons shakes the ground all over again. Gislene brutally pins Adon down. He glares coldly. No matter how strong your defense is, well, you and I both know how this ends. Stick with me here, there's always a weakness. He completely surrenders his life to be the Archduke's ultimate weapon. Without hesitating for a single second, he reaches right behind his back, grabs his blade, and draws it. Gislene's eyes are practically leaking pure killing intent. His voice turns ice cold. I exist only to bring him absolute victory. Adon's pupils shrink in pure terror. He still can't even comprehend how he just lost. Doesn't matter if he believes it. Gislene drives the blade straight through his eye, blood splattering everywhere. Meanwhile, Cao is doing everything he can to hold Victor back. He knows this guy is way stronger. Death is highly likely. But Gislene ordered him to lock Victor down. So Cao just needs this one single strike. He just has to hit him. He must succeed in this one move. Gislene asks, "You want to know how I did it?" "Did what exactly?" Cao mimes the move in the most hilarious way. "You know the thing, from when we made our bet. Remember, you dashed, dodged, and then slashed." Super embarrassed, Cao finally begs, "Come on, please, just teach me." Gislene smiles and gives him the real secret. Those fancy movements, they really aren't the main point. The first time someone fights you, here's what they think. Back to reality, this white helmet guy is literally judging Cao like a wild beast, thinking you just charge him blindly. Gislene's words echo perfectly in Cao's head. That is exactly when they underestimate you. Cao unleashes a chaotic barrage, looking totally unhinged. He's acting so crazy, he literally throws his weapon right at the enemy. The white helmet guy easily dodges and swats Cao's weapon away like it's absolutely nothing. The disrespect is off the charts. Fools always pull reckless stunts when they have absolutely nothing left to lose. Yet they fail to realize that is their final chance to desperately cling onto their pathetic lives. Now watch this carefully. He swings his blade to execute Cao, but Cao stays calm, remembering Gislene's exact lesson. But if you hide your true intention during the action, right as the deadly blade comes crashing down, Cao effortlessly weaves out of the way. He grabs the guy's arm using the enemy's own momentum to vault into the air and snatch his weapon back. White Helmet's eyes widen. He realizes too late. That's when you'll definitely get an opening to land one solid strike. Cao thrusts his sword straight downward. It is literally inches away from scoring a direct lethal hit on him. Instead, the horse screams in absolute agony. The helmeted guy instantly bails off the mount while Cao crashes hard onto the dirt. He figures out Cao's wild strategy. The bizarre footwork catching the blade right after throwing it away, turning an overwhelming disadvantage into a total comeback. Only someone who has completely accepted their own death could pull that off. He honestly praises him. "Looks like you aren't just some mindless beast after all. Very well done." But then comes the mocking. Sometimes people cross the line between life and death just to break their absolute limits. Too bad for you, that attack completely missed. He raises his sword ready for the killing blow. Any final words? Cao looks totally battered, and White Helmet is on high alert. But Cao just smirks. I already landed my hit. That completely throws White Helmet off. What? Suddenly, 3 flying swords appear right above him, though he barely manages to dodge. Belinda shows up out of nowhere. She fires off a grappling hook, and it snags Cao perfectly around the waist. She launches through the air, lands on her horse, and bolts. Meanwhile, White Helmet is totally confused. Landed a hit. He thinks to himself, was that attack even meant for me? If she hadn't shown up, he'd be dead by my hands. Over here, Cao complains loudly. Hey, I almost just died. Belinda immediately snaps back. You want me to drop you right now? White Helmet is still thinking hard. That guy isn't stupid enough to bet his entire life just to land one useless strike. Right. You and I both know he missed something huge. Whatever Cao did, it was totally worth betting his entire life on. He snaps his head around, staring at the city gates and his army. Don't tell me. A bright purple light erupts over the city gates, starting around Vanessa. She is actively channeling heavy magic. He realizes the brutal truth way too late. Cao is just stalling. Vanessa is pushing her absolute limits. If the gates break, the enemy floods in. Vanessa flashes back to Gislene's critical instructions. With her specific magic, she can easily launch a massive area of effect attack. But back then, she barely had any confidence in herself. Can I seriously pull this off? Gislene fully cheered her on. You can absolutely do this, Vanessa. Raw energy explodes outward with her right at the center. Vanessa completely unleashes a devastating fire strike. Crimson flames engulf every single spot where soldiers stand, triggering a colossal explosion. It's so huge it completely breaches the outer gates. Trust me, you'll remember this epic finale. Everything turns into an absolute sea of fire. Even Walter from PDUN looks up in shock. Belinda, Cao, and Gislene freeze watching the madness. Gislene just smirks. Enemy soldiers scream, begging for mercy, yelling to retreat. Gislene charges and ordering his men to lock down the gates. No survivors. Victor's subordinate panics, reporting their troops are burning alive. Victor is totally stunned. His secret master plan, years in the making, just burned to ash. Perdium's forces survived. Yet their elite warhorses, that absolute mad dog, and even a top-tier mage managed to incinerate thousands of heavily armed soldiers in just one single, completely devastating strike. Stick with me here. You and I are about to watch him finally realize his epic defeat wasn't just bad luck, but a perfectly calculated trap. His path to victory completely blocked. Victor feels a deep, bitter wave of regret, wondering if he blindly walked right into this deadly snare. He quickly accepts the harsh reality. He orders his surviving soldiers to fall back immediately, calling for a full retreat. There is no forest here. Once they escape these raging flames, they can just regroup safely right at the main base. This conquest will take way longer than planned, but there is no other option left. He yells out, ordering Adon to come over. Instead, he sees Adon's pale, severed head. Gislene himself actually took Adon down. Seeing Victor, Gislene casually asks, "Are you the commander of this pathetic army?" Victor freezes in absolute shock, doubting his own eyes. Gislene just dealt him a massive, soul-crushing mental blow. Your army and base are completely gone. Just surrender. Gislene's forces have the high ground, and the raging fire has burned everything to ashes. Victor bursts into manic laughter, acting like he just heard a completely hilarious joke. Do not try to make me laugh. You really think my war ends just like this? I will personally rip off every single one of your heads. Furious Victor instantly shifts into an intense, ready combat stance. Now, pay attention. This is where it gets crazy. His raw power erupts. This absolute bloodbath is truly just getting started. Perdium's elite Wanter squad launches a ruthless all-out attack. The enemies are basically sitting ducks now while heavy arrows rain down mercilessly. He keeps commanding the chaotic battlefield. Do not let them escape the fire. Gislene charges straight ahead, shouting that this is their golden chance to completely turn the tide. Do not leave a single survivor. The battlefield is in total ruins. Belinda sprints desperately over to where he is standing. Young master, are you injured anywhere? He immediately checks their status instead. I am fine, but did you all make it out okay? She hesitates slightly, glancing behind her. Everyone is heavily wounded, but they are all trying hard to look completely fine. Seeing this, he simply smiles. Belinda looks extremely reluctant. If we had arrived even a single second later, things would have ended up incredibly bad. When we first heard your strategy, we thought it was absolute madness. Gislene casually asks her right back, but the plan actually worked perfectly, did it not? Belinda crosses her arms proudly. I am absolutely never executing a reckless, crazy plan like this ever again. All the buried Junstone was completely burned up in just one strike. Make sure to praise Vanessa later. Then he suddenly asks, wait, where exactly is Gislene? Belinda finally remembers. Gislene instantly hops on his horse and dashes off to find him. She looks super confused, shouting, young master. Meanwhile, Victor is launching fiercely aggressive attacks. Gislene barely manages to block, but this madman just will not let up. He gets pushed backward again and again. Gislene has to admit the raw physical power and this overwhelming, suffocating aura are insane. He tries to counterattack, but Victor effortlessly dodges every single strike. He instantly fires back, and this brutal hit actually wounds Gislene. He is completely shocked to see himself bleeding, and honestly, he is totally stunned by Victor's monstrous godlike level of strength. His speed and strength are both unbelievable, zero blind spots. At this rate, things are bad while Victor is just fuming with pure rage. You pathetic mercenary trash, I was just toying with you for a bit, and now you dare to act this arrogant in front of me. Gislene barely blocks the strike, trying to lock the enemy's sword down with his heavy axe, but he immediately senses a massive fatal danger. Caught right on the axe head, Victor cleverly uses his sword like a lever, sending Gislane's heavy axe flying completely out of his grip. You saw that too, right? Victor is desperate to reclaim his pride. You bastards have seriously pushed your luck way too far. Gislane's face is completely blank, but Victor scores a clean stab right into him, sending Gislene into an absolute state of panic. His eyes are razor sharp. Victor completely read his mind. Gislene quickly twists the blade just enough to avoid a totally fatal life-ending strike. Ah, no wonder you actually managed to defeat Adon. That guy was the only one capable of surviving my heavy attacks anyway. You already burned through all your stamina fighting Adon, yet you still dare to face me now. You are an absolute fool. Still, he admits that Adon dying by your hands is not a bad way to go at all. Victor swings maliciously, roaring, "Just die." Suddenly, out of nowhere, a massive sword shoots in from behind. Highly alert, he instantly spins his body around to dodge. That sword stabs right into the dirt between Gislene and Victor, forcing the two apart. He instantly shouts in pure rage, "Who goes there?" A heavy boot steps up. The Black Knight Gislene has arrived right in the nick of time. Victor does not recognize him. "Who are you?" Gislene is so severely injured he can barely even breathe. Gislene smoothly picks up the fallen axe from the ground, lifting it high. He casually rests it on his shoulder, walking steadily forward. Victor instantly senses the Black Knight Gislene, unleashing his massive explosive core power. He stomps his foot hard into the earth, building massive momentum as he charges forward, raising that huge axe to wildly strike at Victor. He quickly raises his sword to block. This heavy strike is so insanely powerful, he has to use all his strength just to deflect it, knocking Gislene back. Victor pushes the attack while Gislene unleashes a brand new technique. These two absolute beasts clash head-on, completely evenly matched in power. Gislene attacks incredibly fast, but Victor still dodges easily and strikes right from above. Our guy instantly draws his sword to block the fierce blow. Suddenly, Gislene's eyes glow with an intense, menacing purple light. He vaults right off the axe, kicks Victor high into the air, grabs his head mid-flight, and brutally slams him straight down to the ground. That is where we leave it, and trust me, you are going to want to see what happens next. Alright, you and I are jumping right into the action. Victor leaps back, groaning in pure pain. He realizes his opponent's movements are just too unpredictable. One wrong move and it is game over. Seriously, since when did someone this incredibly strong exist in Perdium? Suddenly, Gislene speaks up. I know exactly who you are. Your army, your precious little tactics, and even the hidden forces backing you up. I know absolutely everything. Victor instantly pieces it together. It is a trap. He tightly grips his blade and charges forward again, yelling to cut the nonsense. He tries to convince himself there is no way Perdium knows about this secret operation. Meanwhile, Gislene swings his axe flawlessly, launching relentless attacks straight toward Victor. Victor is totally confused. He already hit his trump card at Count Desmond's mansion. The two warriors furiously exchange brutal blows, and Victor mocks him. You really think I would fall for your cheap little trap? Gislene just leaps high into the air, dodging effortlessly, catching Victor totally off guard. He lands smoothly and keeps up the fierce assault. Victor counters immediately, and the two clash wildly once again. Gislene lands a solid kick, sending Victor flying and making him absolutely furious. Taking advantage, Gislene unleashes a combo. Victor can only desperately block, but he fails. The heavy strike hits with so much force that a massive dust cloud explodes completely, knocking Victor's iron helmet right off, revealing his true face for the first time. He looks totally battered right now. Gislene slowly drags his giant axe over to Victor's spot. He even praises the axe, saying it is a decent weapon, but it feels better in his hands. Victor glares. Who the hell are you? Now watch closely, you are going to love this reveal. Me, I am the Grand Duke of Perdium. He pulls off his iron mask. Standing right in the bloody battlefield, his face is dead serious. I am Gislene, the Grand Duke of Perdium. His deep blue eyes under blonde hair practically radiate pure murderous intent. Victor is absolutely stunned. Gislene just lets out a cold, mocking snort, then bursts into completely maniacal laughter. He stands tall, wearing a thick cloak with a pristine white fur collar around his broad neck. Oh wow, so a legendary Black Knight of the North is getting beaten by some common thug. Gislene speaks in a low tone, eyebrows raised. Exactly. Today you learn who the strongest Black Knight really is. Victor grinds his teeth in rage, stands straight, and yells. "You arrogant punk!" Victor stumbles but manages to balance himself. Gripping his sword tight, he says coldly, "I will not even bother asking how you pulled off this insane plan. In war, doing whatever it takes to secure a victory is just an absolute, unbreakable rule of survival." Victor raises his blade surrounded by intensely burning flames. The process itself does not matter at all. Is that the last man standing is the ultimate winner. His eyes suddenly glow brightly. Victor grips his heavy sword with both hands, spinning around and unleashing a massive wave of mana. His bloody face is overflowing with killer intent. "Am I right?" Gislene instantly shifts into a combat stance and replies, "Spot on." His long cloak flutters dramatically in the fiery wind. "You and I can feel the hype right now. Let's fight," he says coldly. Around them, the others are battling with everything they have. The two beasts charge at each other furiously. Gislene's blade, carrying years of pure rage, decisively clashes against Victor's sword right in the middle of this flaming, brutal battlefield. The two are locked in an incredibly fierce, deadly duel. It seems like their eyes only show a massive thirst for battle now. The intense fight creates a constant symphony of loud, clashing metal, echoing loudly from both fighters. Victor seizes the moment, suddenly pushing forward with massive force, making Gislene stumble back a few steps. He is forced entirely on the defensive, blocking every heavy swing. Suddenly, Victor gains momentum, thrusting his sword down for a lethal finishing blow. Thankfully, Gislene is incredibly agile. He manages to parry the strike and fiercely hit back. Victor quickly blocks the incoming blade, knocking Gislene far away. The scene right now is purely chaotic. The entire battlefield is screaming with wild roars and intensely fierce winds. They keep clashing violently, neither giving an inch. Suddenly, Gislene uses his momentum to literally jump right onto Victor's blade. Then he delivers a brutal kick straight to Victor's face, almost crushing his features entirely. The heavy impact leaves Victor feeling totally dizzy, stumbling backward for several steps. Gislene spots the opening and charges in like a hurricane, unleashing a flurry of rapid attacks that forces Victor to barely defend himself. But Victor refuses to lose immediately, spinning around to launch a relentless counterattack. Their weapons crash together with deafening booms. Using raw power, Victor violently throws Gislene across the battlefield. Luckily, Gislene is still able to catch his balance, sliding smoothly across the dirt. Gripping his sword tight, he stands off in the distance, silently analyzing Victor's every move. Victor returns the intense stare, a subtle, cocky smirk forming on his face. The two just stand there in absolute silence, completely still, quietly watching each other amidst the blazing red flames. Victor suddenly charges forward with terrifying intensity. He swings his massive weapon with everything, slashing right at Gislene, but he successfully blocks it again. In a flash, Gislene fires back with a devastatingly powerful strike of his own, matching the power perfectly. Victor executes a slick spin move that slightly surprises him, but Gislene's insane reflexes help him dodge the attack with total ease. Gislene flips through the air gracefully, yet still manages to block Victor's deadly sword slashes right as he lands down. He does not slow down for a second, immediately lunging forward to slash hard. Both blades violently crash into each other, ringing out, "Trust me, you and I are definitely going to want more." Amidst the roaring flames, Victor instantly blocks every single strike. Both warriors. Let's dive right into this clash, guys. Face to face, nobody's backing down. But look closely, Victor is already losing steam, his strength draining fast. So Victor desperately parries the blade, driving it straight into the dirt. Then using that momentum, he slides right past Gislene's guard, swinging wildly at him. But our MC is way too quick. He ducks the slash and grabs him right by the collar. With a slick spin, Gislene launches the guy flying across the battlefield. He drops low to the ground, building up explosive momentum to launch himself straight at Victor, his razor-sharp sword gleaming. Victor scrambles, rolling wildly across the dirt, and grips his weapon tight, ready to counterattack. But get this, he plays dirty, kicking up a massive cloud of sand and dirt right into Gislene's face. Our MC is caught off guard by the cheap shot. He shields his eyes with his arm, his vision completely blocked out by the thick dust cloud. Once the smoke finally clears, Victor's shining blade is already inches away, thrusting right at him. Gislene just locks eyes with his opponent. He has to admit Victor is seriously strong. There really isn't much of a power gap between them. He's even unlocked his third core now. Gislene suddenly flashes back to his past life. Back then, when he first launched the war and attacked the Duke's estate, Victor was the exact guy blocking his path. Remembering their epic clash from back then, he thinks to himself, "I only beat you by finding one fatal flaw. But because fighting you took so incredibly long, the whole war dragged out. If a beast like you was handed an army to command and marched straight on Perdium, the fortress would have absolutely crumbled." Suddenly, the memory fades, snapping Gislene right back to the blazing heat of their current fight. "Now pay attention, this is it." Victor rushes in recklessly, desperate to finish the fight immediately. Gislene narrows his eyes, staring cold and hard. When two enemies target each other, both swords pointed straight at the opponent's heart, someone is definitely about to die. And the winner is decided. Gislene's blade cleanly pierces straight through Victor's body, sending bright red blood violently spraying out everywhere. Victor freezes, his eyes rolling back in pure shock, unable to process what just happened. He stammers, completely speechless. He tries to force himself up, but Gislene ruthlessly kicks him away. Standing in a sea of flames, our MC watches him gasping for air, on the ground. Victor's face is completely covered in blood, his eyes barely open. He looks bitter, but finally accepts his total defeat. Gislene just gives him an icy stare, his blonde hair blowing wildly in the blazing heat of the battlefield. As he turns his back to walk away, a weak voice stops him dead in his tracks. Victor is still on the ground, struggling to speak his dying words. "I just want to ask one thing." Through a bruised and incredibly pathetic face, he coughs out, "Who the hell are you really?" Gislene tilts his head back slightly but stays totally silent. Victor's breathing is getting dangerously weak now as he struggles to say, "The Gislene I knew was the disgrace of House Perdium, a pathetic northern rag." Victor takes his very last breath with those final words, his eyes sliding shut forever. But whatever, knowing the truth wouldn't have changed a single thing anyway. The sun finally rises in the east, shining over his lifeless body on the dirt. "Hell of a fight." Gislene casually sheathes his weapon. "Now let's pause for a second because the aftermath is wild." He walks forward looking like an absolute boss. But as the sunlight hits, the brutal reality of the battlefield is revealed. Covered head to toe in blood, Gislene struggles to support Gislene as they limp forward. Both guys are heavily injured, panting hard for breath as he squints into the distance. Gislene spots Slore and the others nearby, completely drenched in blood, barely able to stand. Then he glances over. Belinda and her crew are right there, watching him with pure tension in their eyes. Seeing that everyone actually made it out alive, a relieved smile finally breaks on Gislene's face. He looks at them happily. "You guys all survived." After hearing that the dam breaks, they all rush toward him, emotions completely spilling over as they yell out, "Captain Young, Master." A bunch of soldiers crowd around too excitedly, asking, "In all my years as a mercenary, I have never ever seen a crazy battle like this one. Sir, what was that insane magic earlier?" "My heart was pounding the whole time." Gislene just gives a soft chuckle. "Thanks for fighting by my side. Everyone did an amazing job." He grabs his own shoulder, side-eyeing Gislene to tease him. "Come on, is the old man really whining over getting stabbed once by that guy?" Gislene calmly replies, "It's merely a scratch." Belinda looks at the massive wound and furiously yells, "Scratch my foot. You're bleeding everywhere. Stop acting tough and get treated immediately. Let me heal that right now." Gislene then looks around and asks, "Wait, where did Vanessa go?" Belinda calms down a bit and answers, "Oh, if you're asking about her, she completely drained all her mana. Old man Fergus already took her inside the castle along with the other mages, so she should be perfectly safe now." Suddenly, a massive shout rings out from behind, grabbing Gislene's attention. "My lord!" Randon laughs, booming loud, charging in to lock him in a massive bear hug, praising him non-stop. "Incredible work, as expected of the true heir of House Perdium." Gislene is completely helpless, trapped in the guy's hug, unable to resist. "You fought really well out there too, Captain of the Black Knights." But before he can even finish his sentence, Winter suddenly pops up right in front of him. Whoa, his face looks awful, eyebrows furrowed, sweating buckets. Gislene steps up. Winter just grabs him in a silent hug. And that's where we leave it. What an insanely wild ride, right? Let's dive right in. His father pulls him into a tight hug. "Incredible work." Gislene is completely stunned. He freezes up. Walter whispers with a massive proud smile, "When I first heard your plan, I thought it was absolute madness." He pats his shoulder. "But you actually pulled it off." Gislene stays quiet before saying, "Only because you held the line. You defended those walls perfectly." Walter sighs, shaking his head. "No, this is all you." He grabs his son's hand, lifting it high. "This victory belongs to us." The soldiers roar back, "Victory for Perdium." Everyone is hyping up, massive smiles everywhere. They are just soaking in the pure joy. Watching them, Gislene pauses. A small smirk creeps onto his face. "Yeah, this is exactly it." He looks at his people. "This is exactly why I returned." He clenches his fists. The war isn't over. Pure killing intent flashes in his eyes. He asks Randon, "What's our next move?" "Should I check on our troops?" Walter cuts in. "Stand down, get some rest. We've got a lot of work left. Take this downtime while you can." But Gislene shuts that down fast, staring his dad dead in the eyes. "We don't have time to chill. We need to force that Count's total surrender right now." Walter looks completely caught off guard. He hesitates. "We can handle that tomorrow." Gislene isn't backing down. "Tomorrow is too late. I'm marching my men straight to his territory. So please make me your official proxy lord." Randon totally stammers. Wait a proxy lord. Walter tries talking him down. The battle just ended. You and your squad are exhausted. There's no need to rush. Gislene steps closer, dropping his voice dead serious. Father, I'm telling you, this war isn't finished. Walter freezes up. Now watch closely. This is where everything shifts. Count John started this unprovoked war. Gislene adds. He broke the alliance. We absolutely cannot give him time to strategize or he'll just invade us again. He clenches his fist, locked in. We strike first. Squeeze him for compensation so he never tries this nonsense again. Walter stares, totally mind-blown. He thought his son would just celebrate, but this kid already plotted the brutal aftermath. After a tense second, he caves. Fine. Do it. Go hard and take exactly what you want from them. Gislene bows low. Understood, father. Walter nervously adds, but remember, he used to be a close ally. He's still a noble sworn to the crown. So you need to handle him with as much politeness as humanly possible. Gislene shoots back a terrifyingly calm smile. Don't worry. He turns to his squad. Miss Belinda, can you still ride? She nods without missing a beat. Absolutely. These are just scratches. Knowing her stats, she's probably totally fine. Perfect. He jumps onto his horse like a boss. All right, then we ride out. The rest of the crew instantly mount up following Gislene as they charge straight for John's lands. Meanwhile, at John's castle, the white flag is already waving. A furious scream echoes out. Damn it all, Thomas Digo flips a heavy desk, raging hard. How the hell is this happening? He's absolutely losing his mind. I only went along with their stupid secret plan, because Desmond was crazy strong, yet he lost. We all saw that epic fail coming, right? Is he kidding me? The terrified advisor tries doing damage control. Please, my lord, breathe. Thomas just snaps back. Shut your mouth, old man. He points right in his face. Why are you standing there? Go prep the surrender docs, tell administration to draft the massive compensation terms right now. The old guy stutters. Compensation terms. Thomas's hands are literally shaking with raw rage. Count Perdium is an honor-obsessed idiot who respects tradition. He's 100% going to accept a classic peaceful negotiation. Their territory is completely broke. Throwing them a fat bag of cash is exactly what we need to escape this nightmare. After that, we pin all the blame on Count Desmond. The advisor's face turns ghost white in pure, absolute panic. But we blew our entire budget on this war. Where are we getting the money to pay them off right now? Thomas suddenly lunges, grabbing him by the throat, screaming like a total psycho. You absolutely useless moron. What have you even been doing? Just squeeze the peasants dry. He gets right in his face. Oh, does that break your little heart? Because you're common trash too, huh? Are those pathetic pigs more important than me? Choking, the old man gasps. It's you. Thomas violently slams him into the floor. Remember who your master is and go do your job. Coughing up a lung, the old man starts calculating. I've run this whole domain through pure brutal force for him, but I cannot stomach this tyrant anymore. This is my chance to finally rebel. Suddenly, a frantic guard bursts through the doors. Terrible news, my lord, he's screaming in panic. The Perdium army is literally already here. The guards line up around Thomas's desk. He just bows his head. Trust me, we are just getting started. Let's dive right in, guys. He looks down. Damn, these annoying jerks got here way too fast. What is this insane pressure? He frowns, hard sweat pouring down his forehead. But things will not go your way. Come on, Wanter of Perdium. Heavy footsteps echo through the hall, making him snap his head up. Gislene, Cal, and Belinda stroll in like they own the place. Gislene immediately asks, are you preparing for surrender negotiations? Count John stares in shock. You, who are you? Wanter didn't come and sent his kid instead. Gislene calmly replies, my father is busy restoring our territory, so I am here as his proxy. I came to negotiate. His eyes flare with pure killing intent. Hand him over right now. A few hours earlier, Gislene and his troops rode like lightning. It took them a while to clear the forest, with Cow trailing right behind him. Cow is frowning hard. Sweat drops like rain down his face, but he does not even wipe it off. He just angrily snaps. That Digo guy is fast. What kind of noble abandons his own soldiers and runs back to his territory that quickly? A chubby guy behind them chimes in. Unlike the red-haired dude, he looks a bit nervous. Sorry for letting him get away. Cow just smirks, flashing a cold, sharp smile. Honestly, it was the old man who let him run, not you guys at all. You did your jobs right. That is what I mean. The wind blows through his blonde hair, highlighting his face, making his eyes look super deep. Gislene gives a razor-sharp glare, his lips pressed tight. Zero emotion on his face. Now pay attention here. Could he drag Gislene into the next gamble? Horse hooves pound the ground, kicking up massive clouds of dust. Two figures ride side by side, charging straight ahead. Cow pulls his reins, sounding super annoyed. But Captain Surrender negotiations mean we are actually letting that awful Count live right. Why though? Gislene tilts his head, his eyes like sharp blades. His voice is totally steady, not showing a single ounce of emotion. Well, everyone knows Digo is the scumbag who tried to steal Perdium. But from the outside, this just looks like an heir getting his revenge. If we demand too much compensation, it gets tricky for us. They will definitely just negotiate. Negotiate the payout and done. Cao rolls his eyes, complaining nonstop. Hagging like that is just going to drag this out forever. Why not storm their territory and wipe them all out? Belinda rides up behind Cao, glaring with pure, unfiltered disgust on her face. You think it is that simple? This is noble business, not street mercenaries. Use your brain for a second, seeing that he grumbles and keeps talking. Yeah, well, mercenaries or nobles, they are all just humans. Do nobles think they are gods? They attacked us first. Why should we even care about saving face? Gislene rides ahead, calling back. Do not worry, Cao. This is exactly how my dad would do it. Hearing this, Belinda looks a little nervous, sweat forming on her pretty face. What about you then, young master? For a second, his lips curl into a faint smirk. I am different. Horse hooves thunder forward. Soon, a massive fortress appears. You saw this coming, right? I am taking John as my own territory. Thomas Digo looks so shocked his eyes practically bug out, staring at the three of them casually strolling right into his hall. Back to the present, he starts stammering hard. You, who are you? Gislene completely ignores his pathetic question. He just walks toward him, face totally cold, eyes sharp, and asks, are you preparing to negotiate your surrender? Count John glares at him angrily, slamming both hands on the desk. He yells, why is Lord Wanter not here? Why send his son instead? Gislene just replies calmly like absolutely nothing is wrong. My father is busy restoring our lands. As acting lord, I will be the one handling these negotiations today. His purple eyes turn sharper than ever, his voice dropping into a serious tone. Make him kneel. Instantly, Cao and another subordinate march over and force the guy to his knees. The Count's face is now totally covered in sweat. Resisting is completely useless here. He screams, what are you doing? Let go of me. You filthy commoners dare to touch me. Finally, he is forced to kneel before him. Looking down from above, the guy looks exactly like a pathetic peasant. Seeing this, Belinda steps up and whispers in his ear. Young master, do you really want to do this? Gislene replies without hesitation. Yes. Even if the Lord scolds me later, this was not my idea anyway. Thomas Digo glares, yelling like he wants to attack him. I swore loyalty to the kingdom. You think you can do this to the king's subject and walk away? Show some respect. Instantly, a razor-sharp sword is pointed right at him. Thomas Digo's eyes go wide, staring at the blade inches from his face. His voice is ice-cold, every word sharp and serious. Thomas Digo, you are a traitor who broke the alliance and plotted to steal Perdium. Seduced by the enemy's sweet words, Gislene looks down from above like an executioner, pure disbelief on his face. Death awaits Perdium's enemies. Trust me, you are going to want to see what happens next. All right, you and I are diving into this. He grits his teeth, glaring up in pure panic. No way are you actually going to kill me. Our guy just stares back, eyes cold as ice, practically radiating killer intent. He raises his voice. If you are willing to sacrifice thousands for a war, your own life goes on the scale too. Or you pay a fitting price. At this point, Thomas Digo is losing it. The guy is so terrified that tears are literally pooling in his eyes. Ah, this absolute madman. Fully armored, our main character raises his sword without a single change in expression, making the Lord panic even harder. He was not bluffing. The second that heavy blade swings down, the guy screams out, wait, hold on. Thomas Digo's voice comes out totally tiny and desperate now. I just need to pay the right price, isn't that what you said? His face is completely pale, shaking as he stammers out every word. Okay, fine, I will give up my territory. Hearing that everyone around them is absolutely stunned. As for Gislene, he just flashes this smug little smirk. His eyes light up like he just won the lottery. Ha, I knew you would say that. But he is not done yet. Gislene keeps the pressure on, throwing another threat at Thomas Digo. But to inherit a territory, you have to be a family member or a totally legal heir. Plus, as a count, this completely violates the succession laws, you know that, right? Hearing those words, the guy immediately scrunches up his face in stress. I will handle all of that, do not worry. Thomas Digo is panicking hard, rushing to say, right, yes, I will just claim you are a distant relative. I will have my people forge the inheritance papers, you just have to accept them. Saying that, he instantly barks an order at his subordinate behind him. Bring me pen and paper now. Gislene's gaze is intensely focused, looking dead serious as his pupils literally glow bright blue. Ah, I am still not completely sure about this. The guy is groveling on the floor, grinding his teeth as he blurts out, I will pay you money too. I do not have cash right now, but I will collect taxes from the peasants and bring it, just give me more time. Just look at Thomas Digo, forced to his knees, pathetically begging. So please, I am begging you to spare my life. Gislene raises an eyebrow, looking completely and utterly disgusted by this guy. Is your precious life really that valuable? Hearing this, the Lord's eyes go wide and pure overwhelming joy splashes right across his pathetic face. Now pay close attention here. All right, I will give you a chance. But before the guy can even react, a massive force suddenly drags him away. By the time he registers what is happening, he has been tossed right out of the castle, sitting right in front of Thomas Digo now, a massive crowd of his own citizens. The people of the city still have no idea what is going on, whispering and muttering back and forth to each other. Everyone's face is just a mix of total shock and low-key terror. What is this, my lord? What on earth is happening out here? The lord glares back, looking furious and completely confused at the same time. Listen to me, young master, what do you think you are doing in front of these lowly peasants? Every single word out of Gislene's mouth drips with disgust and danger. Watch your mouth. After all, you are standing in front of the people who now get to decide if you live or die. Then Gislene's powerful voice echoes out across the courtyard, packed with absolute authority and sheer confidence. Citizens of John, I am Gislene, the rightful heir of Perdium. His voice just booms over the crowd, heavy with commanding power. Your count declared war on Perdium for revenge, and he lost. And as a result, he was planning to make all of you pay the war costs. Gislene looks straight into the crowd of peasants and asks them, who here wants to voluntarily pay up? The citizens standing there cannot even hide their shock. What? They immediately feel completely outraged, shouting back at him in pure anger. They already took everything we had last time, not again. Where are we supposed to find the money to pay for this? You nobles need to settle this yourselves. Gislene totally calms down his tone, dropping way lower than it was a second ago. As the acting lord of Perdium, I will show mercy by giving all of you a choice right here and now. I know what you are thinking. A ransom, trust me, it gets better. He looks down at a pathetic Thomas Digo. You can pay a massive fee to keep your count alive. Or, kill him right now and join Perdium. His words are rock solid, carrying a deadly serious undertone. As a result, you citizens will not have to shoulder a single penny of these war costs. The lord trembles, looking back, realizing he is being completely humiliated. You bastard Gislene, how dare you insult me like this? Suddenly smack, a rock flies straight into Thomas Digo's head, drawing fresh blood. Right after that, tons of other rocks are hurled at him non-stop. The angry peasants are gripping heavy stones and whatever weapons they can find. They glare at the guy with absolute murderous intent. You piece of trash, you took everything from us, my mother's keepsakes, and the bread meant for my children. All the boiling anger and deep-seated hatred of the citizens is finally being unleashed right at Thomas Digo. Do you have any idea how many people have suffered because of you? The guy has zero excuses left, just pathetically stuttering out broken nonsense. And just like that, the entire mob rushes forward, throwing punches and absolutely tearing Thomas Digo apart. Die. He gets beaten so badly his face is just bruised and bloody. Ignoring the chaotic mob, Gislene turns and casually walks away. Belinda and Cows stay dead silent watching this. Nobody says a single word. His expression does not shift at all, just giving a cold, simple order. Let's head back. Before leaving, he drops one final line. The war is over. Gislene then glances over at Belinda and adds, as for my father, she catches on fast. Yes, as always, I trust you have your reasons. That is where we leave it. You and I just watched pure karma. Stick with me, we're diving right back in. He stutters out, I'm not worried. Meanwhile, at Perdium Castle, everyone in the room, like Homer, Run and Bach and Wuter, are absolutely floored, shouting, what but our guy, zero fear, zero hesitation. His handsome face just stays completely cold as he drops the bomb. You heard me. Count Gold is dead. Hearing this, one explodes in absolute fury. Did you forget what I specifically told you? You were supposed to be respectful, but before he can even finish yelling, our boy cuts him right off. I didn't forget, but after seeing it with my own eyes, this was the only way. Every single word he drops is rock solid and impossible to shake. If we gave him a chance to surrender, he'd just target Perdium again. Hearing this, Randon totally loses his cool and gasps. Wait, he'd seriously attack us again. Hun stares at Gislene, his face screaming pure disbelief. No way. But our guy just calmly breaks it down. John attacked Perdium with 7 whole armies. You guys need to realize that's way more troops than he could ever mobilize himself. Period. His voice is totally unshakable. If we let that guy surrender, he's just going to turn around and target Perdium all over again. Exactly. His eyebrows are locked tight, every muscle in his face completely tense. Gislene looks dead serious right now as he drops the name. Desmond. They secretly provided the troops and the heavy backing. Everyone is absolutely shocked. The entire room instantly bursts into pure chaos and panic. Desmond and John, are you saying those two massive territories are teaming up against us, but the Desmond family is supposed to be totally neutral? Why? And John, is it because of that old grudge? He just sits quietly in his chair, eyes deep in thought. The real reason Allied reinforcements never showed up. Elena definitely assassinated the messengers to cut our comms. That is literally her favorite dirty trick to use in the book. She loves isolating her prey, but if we take control of Gold, the whole game changes. Since our territories share a border, they won't be able to attack Perdium right away. If they try anything, we can counterattack instantly. Want rubs his forehead, looking totally exhausted and stressed out of his mind. The tension is so real. So that is why you killed Count John. Still, he's sweating bullets here. But hey, even if the Lord is dead, that territory doesn't just magically become ours. Everyone knows you either need a blood connection or you gotta be the actual legal heir, right? Gislene just smirks and casually drops a fully stamped document right onto the table. Take a look at what he is holding. Now pay attention, this is where it gets insane. Want reads the paper completely baffled. It officially names him John's distant relative and top heir. Gislene just sits back overflowing with confidence, explaining he got it straight from Count John himself. With this bad boy, the whole territory dispute and inheritance drama completely solved. The entire room just drops into a massive stunned silence. The guy standing right next to him nervously stutters out, my lord. Juan's voice goes dead serious, his sharp eyes piercing right through Gislene. Ruling a territory isn't a joke. Do you even have enough capable people to run that massive area? Gislene just flashes this arrogant, super confident smile. Don't sweat it. I already picked out the absolute perfect person for the job. And boom, scene change, we jump over to the Forest Kingdom, straight into the Wild Tin territory. Inside this huge and wildly famous casino, the energy is absolutely off the charts and buzzing. Over on the other side, a huge crowd of people is packed tight around a table where a crazy high-stakes bet is going down. Whoa, this dude is actually going all in. The bet is that he is totally going to cry when he has to kiss his right arm goodbye. The dice are lined up perfectly straight on the table, then a cup just swoops in, catching every single one. His hand skills are next level, violently shaking the cup with blazing speed. Sitting right across from them is the notoriously sketchy casino boss. He's got a cigarette clamped in his teeth, blowing out a cloud of smoke with a heavy, threatening tone. You know exactly what happens if you get caught cheating at my tables, right? But Chloe, the guy, isn't even sweating this bald boss. He just casually jokes back like it's nothing. Come on, smile a little. We're having fun. You and I both know this tension is thick enough to cut with a knife. The dice land perfectly straight. Boss man smirks, feeling like a total winner as he barks. Now place your bets and let's go all in. Meanwhile, back in the massive grand hall right in front of a huge crowd, a booming voice echoes out across the room. For your incredible and legendary merits in the name of His Majesty, the King Want grips the royal scepter, locking his intense gaze onto Gislene. I officially bestow upon you the title Baron of Fenris. He respectfully reaches out and takes the scepter. Everyone in the crowd literally jumps into the air, absolutely losing their minds with joy. They all start chanting, "Long live Baron Fenris." Gislene's eyes are burning with pure, unstoppable determination. After all that war and bloodshed, I'm finally a lord. Just a short time ago, Gislene was just sitting at a tea table staring quietly at a massive map laid out in front of him. He taps a specific spot. As you all can clearly see, John's territory is sliced into 5 barren domains. Putting the royal lands aside, I'm planning to set up my main base right in the absolute center of the Fenris domain. He looks up, making eye contact with the elders. That's the plan. Any questions? Randon and Hun just stare blankly at Gislene, thinking to themselves, questions, bro, that felt way more like a straight-up demand. Gislene leans in and whispers right into Duter's ear. My lord, after hearing everything, he just looks over at him and waves his hand, giving the green light. Yeah, fine, do whatever you want. We desperately need someone to handle that messy role anyway. Gislene gives a small nod, thanking everyone in the room. Suddenly, one awkwardly coughs a few times. By the way, it looks like our territory's finances took a massive heavy hit during that crazy war. Our guy raises an eyebrow, totally confused. Damage. W chimes in. Wait, are you planning to sell magic stones for cash? Gislene suddenly pauses. Ah, right. We literally have 0 left. So where do we go from here? Stick around to find out. Let's jump right back in. That left Wanter completely frozen in shock. He leaned back, acting like it was obvious. We already blew them all away at the city gates. Don't worry, I'll have people dig up more soon. Back to the present. Belinda smiled brightly, calling out to the young master. Jillian and Sao stood right behind her. They looked at him shyly, inviting him to eat. Huge congratulations, sir. Oh wait, no, I mean, Lord, our captain is finally famous. Honestly, way too famous now. Belinda chimed in shyly. We used to worry about how you would actually grow and develop. Maybe it is all thanks to my amazing parenting skills. Cal couldn't resist throwing some shade. Is that why he ended up so twisted? Belinda instantly kicked him hard in the stomach, then turned and smiled at Gislene. Our little young master has officially become a real lord now. Pretty amazing, right? A super soft voice called out, grabbing his full attention. Yuba. He turned his head and saw Elena dragging Rachel right over to him. Elena playfully poked Gislene in the ribs with her elbow. Are you really the same guy I used to know? Or maybe I should call you Lord now. He stuffed his hands in his pockets, feeling helpless. Call me what? Make some sense, please. Gislene shifted his gaze to the side. He looked at Rachel, who was standing there all shy, and called her name. Rachel. She looked up at him. Oh, hi. Gislene gave her a warning. If Elena bullies you, tell me. She throws punches first and asks questions later. Rachel gave a helpless nod. Elena gasped in pure shock. What did you just say? Gislene completely ignored her as she started punching his arm. He turned his attention back to Gillian. Looks like you are fully recovered. The man bowed deeply. It is all thanks to you, my lord. Now pay close attention here because everything is about to shift. He clapped his hands loudly, looking at everyone in the room. All right, listen up. You guys were absolutely incredible fighting beside me during the war. His eyes grew sharp and determined. From this moment forward, I am the Lord of Fenris. I will be staying here in Fenris, not Perdium. Gislene kept going. Because of that, I want to officially recruit all of you as my personal royal guards, not just random mercenaries anymore. Everyone looked totally shocked. Wait, personal guards, does that mean we are officially part of the military now? Exactly right. He smirked slightly. I even plan to train every single one of you into Dark Knights. The whole room just stared at him in utter disbelief. Gislene added, the pure bravery you all showed in that last battle. It proves you are already worthy of the Dark Knight title. You are totally qualified. Belinda looked at him completely confused. But wait, wouldn't doing all of that be ridiculously expensive? Gislene nodded. That is exactly why we need to make a massive amount of money. He turned to the side. Gillian, how is your body holding up? He answered super carefully, yes, no problems at all. Gislene stayed quiet for a long moment before finally speaking. Gillian, take everyone to Fenris first. Gillian froze for a few seconds. He looked at him totally confused. Wait, are you not coming with us? Lord Gislene replied calmly, I need to stop by somewhere else first. His tone suddenly became extremely serious. The war just ended, so security everywhere is probably a total mess. Head there first and stabilize everything. Gillian stayed completely silent, not saying a word. But Gislene's next words caught him totally off guard. You are the person I trust the most. He walked over and placed a firm hand on his shoulder. So I am leaving this massive job to you. Gillian took a really long time before finally answering. Yes, my lord. As Gislene turned to walk away, he bowed with deep respect. Please take care. The lord then walked right over to the other two. Belinda, Cow. You two are coming with me, so get ready. She asked with obvious confusion. Where exactly are we going? To the Angioch territory in the Sen Kingdom. I know exactly what you are thinking. A foreign trip. Cow instantly recognized that name. Hold on a second, isn't Angioch, that huge city totally famous for gambling? Both of them suddenly got insanely hyped up. You want to go? I definitely want to go. I absolutely love traveling abroad. The war is finally over, so we are going there to celebrate, right? Gislene immediately poured cold water on their excitement. We are definitely not going there to play around. Meanwhile, in another room, Vanessa hugged her magic staff and said firmly, please, just let me drain it once. Ampon panicked and backed away fast. Are you out of your mind? Drain what? Vanessa slowly stepped closer. If I just absorbed the Lord's mana exactly like I did that last time, I think I could actually cast those crazy spells I have only ever imagined. He screamed at her. Why does it have to be my mana? She gave Ampon a totally confused look. But the young master literally said your only role was being a mana battery. He was absolutely shell-shocked. Excuse me, what? Right at that exact moment, Gislene pushed the door open. You guys sure have a lot of energy. They both looked over at the door at the exact same time. Ampon instantly started snitching. Hey little lord, do something. She keeps trying to suck out my mana. Gislene did not pay him any attention at all. He walked straight over to Vanessa. Are you holding up okay? She replied softly. Yes, yes. Gislene walked up and gently patted her head. This was your first real battle, so you must have been super stressed, right? But you did great. Vanessa blushed, feeling really shy. Thank you, sir. Ampon was over in the corner loudly grumbling. Good lord, am I invisible? You won't even look at me. Gislene finally remembered the guy was even there. Oh right, you did well too. So glad to see you actually completed your specific role perfectly. The guy ground his teeth in pure frustration. You bastard, just wait until I get back to the red magic tower. Gislene suddenly cut him off. Oh, speaking of which, he smirked. You are coming too, Ampon. Off to the Angioch territory. Trust me, you and I are gonna love this next chaotic adventure. Let's jump into a brand new episode. Inside the casino, Cal gets super hyped. This vibe has been way too long. Ampon looks surprised and asks, hey lord, weren't we heading to the red magic tower? Gislene tosses him a heavy bag of money. Take a walk around, I will call if I need you guys. He catches it. Oh, okay. Ampon stares at the bag confused. Money. How are we supposed to hang out with just a few spare coins? Cow just smirks, stepping up to throw an arm, right over Ampon's shoulder. Our adorable mage knows how to cast magic, but totally clueless about how the real world actually works, The mage looks completely baffled. The real-world Sal flashes a sketchy smile. Watch closely, this is a game where we bet to win, from other people. Belinda follows right behind Gislene and asks, you just wanted to come here to have fun, right? Come on, be honest. With your high status, literally nobody is going to judge you for gambling a little bit. He replies totally calmly, I already told you no. He gets serious. I came here to find someone to appoint as the estate manager. Because of his situation, he is currently forced to live in this casino. I need to bring him back before he loses a hand. Belinda panics. Here, you really want to hire a complete gambling addict to be our manager? Gislene sighs helplessly. I said it is circumstantial. He quickly reassures her, hey, do not worry, the guy is genuinely talented. Suddenly, a piercing scream grabs both of their attention. Claw, that absolute bastard, is finally causing some trouble. A man is pinned completely flat against the table. Two other thugs scream while drawing their swords. It turns out all those lucky wins. Now watch this, things are getting wild. Every single win was a complete scam. He always bragged about being so smart, but look now. Caught red-handed cheating, there is literally zero excuse left. Claw stares right back at them and says, boss, go ahead and chop off that bastard's hand. I already warned you, didn't I? I told you not to use cheap little tricks here. The boss casually rubs the dice in his hand, swapping out the dice for ones with heavy weights inside. Did you really think fake junk could fool us so easily? He grinds his teeth and crushes the dice. You plotted this for a long time, right, Claw? The pinned man immediately defends himself. I have no idea what you are saying. I never prepared or swapped any dice. You said absolutely no cheating allowed. And now you are just blaming me. The boss crosses his arms in total disbelief. Whatever, you could not possibly know that, so stop acting so wronged. He laughs mockingly. We weren't born to understand each other. The pinned man clenches his teeth and hisses. The boss signals and the thug beside him immediately swings his sword up. Do it. The man squeezes his eyes shut, bracing himself, waiting a long time but feels nothing. He finally opens his eyes. Looks fun. Mind if I join in too? That thug's sword was blocked by Gislene. The boss stammers in shock. Who are you? He glares back, answering coldly. From the Lieutenant Kingdom, Baron Fenris. Hearing that name, Crank freezes for a second, realizing he's dealing with foreign nobility. His two thugs do not care at all, raising their swords high to attack. You little bastard. But right as they are about to rush into a brawl, Crank barks an order to stop. Stand down, he smirks, gesturing toward Gislene. Welcome to the Kakin Casino, honored noble from our neighboring country. However, sir, I really hope that neither you nor your people are planning to cause a huge scene. He glares at his two underlings and yells, you idiots too, put your weapons away right this second. Gislene completely lowers his sword. Belinda stands beside him, radiating pure killer intent. Crank crosses his arms. But why exactly would a high-ranking noble like you visit a dump like my casino? He answers super coldly. I just need to find a specific guy, and he happens to be right here. He gently calls out to the man still face down on the wooden table. Claw, get on your feet. He narrows his eyes. I am literally here to pick you up. Meanwhile, dice fall from a cup, and the second they hit the table, all three land perfectly on one dot. An absolute mountain of gold coins gets shoved right in front of Ampon. Sir Ampon is the winner. The crowd at the table immediately starts screaming. Damn it, how could we possibly lose to a complete total noob? Why is all the crazy luck going to that little bastard? Cow happily jumps up, throwing his arm around Ampon. Man, if you keep playing exactly like this, how much insane cash are you going to win today? Turns out our little bookworm actually has some serious gambling skills. You and I have to laugh here. His expression totally shifts. Now his whole world is just him and that gold. I just made way more money than I could ever earn, selling stupid magic scrolls all day long, and I did it in such a super, incredibly short time. Ampon suddenly clutches his chest tightly, his face flush red and totally dripping with sweat. How long has it actually been since my heart pounded this crazily? A loud shout from upstairs instantly grabs Kao's attention. Wait, what is that? Belinda gasps in surprise. The master gambler the young lord wants is this kid. Gislene confirms it. Yeah. Crank bites his pipe, lost in thought. I'm sorry, but that isn't happening. That little rat did not play this sacred game fairly. Trust me, this is where it gets tense. He used dirty tricks, so he is going to pay the ultimate price. Gislene raises an eyebrow. Trix Clow suddenly flashes a sinister smile. He drops straight to his knees on the floor, begging loudly. I am so sorry, Baron. Stick with me here. Claw is completely sobbing to Baron Fenris. The precious cash you gave me, they rigged the game and I lost it all. Clow just keeps whining. These guys completely control all the dice used in this place, and they even search everything the guests bring inside, supposedly to stop cheaters. But the exact second I decided to go all in on a huge bet, a totally rigged die magically appeared. Isn't that just completely ridiculous? Belinda is totally freaking out and quickly rushes right over to Gislene. What the heck is this guy rambling about? When did our young master even meet you to tell such a blatant lie? But Gislene just throws his hand out to stop her. He looks right at Crank, asking if what Claude just said is actually true. Crank doesn't answer right away. He's actually thinking to himself, that idiot Claw, I was wondering where he got such massive funds. He casually lights up his pipe, then coldly replies, I have zero clue how you even know Clow. But honestly, nothing that guy says is reliable. Scammers always cry that they're innocent. Crank slowly blows out a thick cloud of smoke. Plus, this entire casino is owned by Baron Austin himself. So even if you happen to be some fancy foreign noble, if you keep causing a massive scene here, diplomatic disputes are absolutely unavoidable. Veins are literally popping on his angry forehead. How about we just pretend none of this ever happened and you and your little crew just quietly walk away? Gislene immediately frowns. I'm afraid that's going to be pretty difficult since that's basically you guys sweeping my money completely clean. Crank's face drops and he heavily sighs. Oh, seriously, Gislene steps right up to him. Look, stop scowling, we both want this guy right. Now don't blink because they're about to see if they can strike up a totally crazy compromise. Gislene looks dead serious. Play one game with me. If I win, I take back all the cash you won from Claw just a moment ago. But on the flip side, if I lose, I'll bet my noble status and my entire fortune. Claw, Crank, and Belinda all gasp in absolute shock. Wait, what? Claw quietly tries to warn him. I'm super grateful you stepped up for me, but seriously, who even are you to go this far for my sake? Gislene just throws his arm around the guy's shoulder, pulling him close. He says firmly, I'm someone who desperately needs your support. Crank bursts into a genuinely amused laugh. It's been forever since I saw a noble this bold. Fine. He screams out, since you're in a casino, obviously we have to play. The entire casino crowd goes wild. This is a massive match. A total newbie noble walks in and actually dares to challenge Boss Crank. Definitely no time to be bored today, that's for sure. Crank tosses a die onto the table. Alright, the rules are dead simple. Whoever rolls the lowest number wins the game. If it's a tie, we keep going until someone wins. He then arrogantly tries to provoke him. For a high and mighty noble like you, if we play something complicated, I'm scared you simply won't understand. Gislene casually rests his chin. Yeah, I get it, just start already. Crank smirks. You're hotter-tempered than I thought. Fine. A referee flips a shiny coin into the air, and both Gislene and Crank shout out their guesses. Heads or tails. The coin hits the table and the crowd starts murmuring. It's heads. Boss Crank goes first. Crank drops his die into the cup. Excuse me for rolling first. His face turns serious as he covers the cup and shakes it like an absolute pro. You saw that coming, right? Belinda glares in total disgust. Making a huge fuss over one die. Crank instantly pops the cup's bottom. He swaps in a totally different die. Bam! He slams the cup onto the table. When lifted, it reveals a perfect one. The whole room screams, Boss Crank gets 1 point. The thugs cheer like crazy. The boss scored a 1. That fancy noble hasn't even done a single thing and the match is basically over. Who in their right mind challenges Mr. Crank anyway? Belinda is starting to sweat a little now. Young Master Claw gives Gislene a totally confused look. Crank looks insanely smug. Oh man, how embarrassing. We set up this massive epic bet just for it to end this fast. That's super rough. Gislene doesn't look panicked at all. Just shut up. He reaches out, grabbing a die. Your loud mouth and your actual skills don't match at all. Crank pouts mockingly. Oh sure. He shoots Gislene a totally contemptuous glare. Go ahead and act tough. You're just playing calm to hide your total panic, but I can see right through your little facade. He chuckles to himself smugly. But seriously, all your pathetic efforts are just completely useless now. Crank thinks back to how he literally just cheated. It's a custom cup. Depending on your grip, the bottom secretly pops right open. I just stash a rigged die that always rolls a 1 right between my fingers. Then I use the shaking motion to completely hide the swap. Easy money. He feels totally invincible about this upcoming win. Plus, using this exact trick, I have literally never been caught even once. His lips naturally curl into a massive smirk. No matter how much you roll, you absolutely cannot escape defeat. You arrogant noble. But trust me, watch this. Gislene gathers magic power right. Let's dive into this wild scene. He slams his hand over the cup. The whole room goes dead silent, everyone just staring at Gislene. He firmly plants the cup onto the table. The lowest score wins the game. That is what you said, right? Gislene lifts the cup, revealing a pile of crushed dust. 0 points. Crank screams in absolute shock. Wait, what the heck? Everyone else in the room is completely stunned. The dice turn into dust. 0 points? How can you even count that? Is that even allowed? Did Boss Crank seriously just lose? Even Belinda and Claw definitely did not see this coming. Crank jumps up furiously, pointing his finger right in his face. No way, this is impossible. That result is complete cheating. Even if you are a noble, you cannot act this recklessly. Suddenly, Gislene grabs his pointing hand tight. He forcefully twists the guy's hand, revealing a hidden die. Then what is this? Crack. The die rolls across the table. Huh, no way. The entire room is hit with another massive wave of shock. Why does the boss have an extra die hidden? What? So this guy has been cheating the whole time? Gislene just stares him down with a cold, piercing glare. You said we must play this sacred game fairly and squarely. Wasn't that your own exact rule? Crank is sweating buckets now. How did this guy already know everything from the very beginning? Now watch this closely. He quickly pulls a sword from his belt and ruthlessly thrusts it straight at Gislene without hesitating. He leans to the right easily, dodging the sudden strike. Both Belinda and Chloe are completely frozen by the sudden attack. Gislene smirks. You should have just shown your true colors from the start. A thug like you pretending to be polite is just clumsy. His lackeys instantly draw their swords. Hey, what the heck are you talking about? You know what? Whatever. Since things have come to this, we cannot let you leave here alive. He points his sword at Gislene, ordering the attack. Gislene frowns, staring them down. Amidst their flashing blades, he effortlessly dodges every single strike. He kicks off the ground, stepping on the lackeys for momentum and charges straight at Crank, who nervously draws his sword. Sweating heavily, he strikes upward. But the moment he stabs, Gislene bends backward and acrobatically flips right behind him. Landing perfectly, he presses a sword to Crank's neck. Feeling the sharp blade, the boss gulps down hard in fear. The two goons panic, screaming for their boss. Suddenly, two other swords are pressed against their own necks, making them shiver uncontrollably. Those blades belong to Claw and Belinda. Claw sneers at them. You small fry really need to learn how to pick your opponents carefully. Belinda frowns and asks quietly, Young master, what exactly should we do with them now? Gislene speaks up calmly. Like I said before, I am taking Claw and all the gambling money you won from him. Crank stutters out, No, you cannot. They keep negotiating. Crank manages Casino Can, which is actually Baron Austin's main source of income. You were caught totally red-handed trying to pull off a gambling scam against a foreign noble. What happens to a casino that loses its gamblers' trust? I believe you understand that perfectly well. The sharp blade presses deeper against his neck, drawing a fresh drop of blood. If you ever dare to repeat today's events again. A cut marks his neck, while the blade reflects Gislene's terrifying razor-sharp gaze. Terrified, Crank sweats profusely. After a brief moment of intense hesitation, he finally yields. Ah yes, I completely understand now. Goal achieved, Gislene smirks in satisfaction. He frowns and gives the order, Let's go, Claw. You saw this coming, right? He turns back around and Claw has completely vanished without a trace. Claw, a loud piercing scream echoes out. Did that guy seriously run away? Belinda grumbles in frustration. Not only did that gambler escape, but he actually snatched all the money our young master just won. Without us, he would have lost his hand. What an absolute ingrate. Tease, she clicks her tongue angrily. A sly fox like him will just end up at another casino anyway. Even so, Belinda tightly clenches her fists. Makes sense. Let's send people to search this whole area. Gislene immediately stops her. No need. Unnecessary because I know exactly where he is going. Outside, Claw furiously rides a horse into the night carrying the money. He constantly glances back while escaping. Phew, I actually survived. Who the heck was that noble anyway sticking his neck out to help me? He grips the money bag tightly. T-Squell, thanks to him, I managed to grab exactly what I needed. I guess I achieved my goal. Cloud chuckles bitterly. To that random foreign noble, I am genuinely so sorry, but I seriously need this cash. 1 year ago, inside a rundown cabin deep in the woods, coins cascade onto the floor. Anna, look at this. Claw sits down excitedly, showing off. Pretty amazing, right? Gambling is not about mere probability. There is actually a secret formula to guarantee a win, and that's where we leave it. If we keep earning like this, we won't have to live in hiding anymore. He rambles on, we can finally. All right, stick with me here. His normal life fantasy shatters when Anna abruptly interrupts him. Just stop. She coldly tells him to stop right there. Claw is totally taken aback by her reaction. Anna reaches out her trembling hand, gently grabbing his. Listen, I know the truth about the death of my father, who was also your master. It is not your fault. Staring right at his heavily bruised and beaten face, her entire body shudders instinctively. So please, just stop. He gives a faint, sad smile. But it is my fault. Claw mutters. Thanks to my absolute stupidity and sheer foolishness, the master was completely branded as a traitor. Suddenly, a voice dripping with pure disgust echoes out. The Royal Academy's lead architect was nothing but a dirty traitor. And you are that traitor's pathetic daughter, Anna. She gets tied up, guarded by Crank and his goons. The boss orders drag her away. Claw lies there desperately trying to reach her. Footsteps quietly step closer to him. You said your name is Claw, right? Leaning on his heavy cane, the old man whispers. I am giving you 1 year to bring me 2 gold coins. He gleefully rubs his chin. That little girl is destined to die, but if you pay her ransom, I will let her go. Snapping out of his flashback, Claw grips a heavy coin pouch, whispering Anna's name. His eyes shine with absolute hope. I will save you right now. Meanwhile, at Castle Austin, voices echo inside the dark study. The prisoner barracks are already totally full. Feeding those low-level scumbags is a complete waste of our food. Disgusting. The fat, wealthy man holds his quill, scribbling something down. If we cannot even squeeze ransom money out of them, there is zero reason to keep them breathing. Baron Austin waves his hand dismissively at his subordinate. Within the next week, execute anybody who cannot pay up their ransom in full. Understood, sir. The lackey steps closer, looking nervous. There is one other thing, Lord Baron. It has been almost an entire year since that day. Austin raises an annoyed eyebrow, but then a creepy grin spreads across his face as he rubs his chin. Ah, you are talking about that dead traitor's little daughter, right? The two keep talking. Still absolutely no news from that brat Claw, it seems. Yes, sir. I heard he has not earned a single dime and instead spends all his days wasting away inside the filthy gambling halls. Well, it seems Crank is doing his job perfectly. Austin clicks his tongue. Normally, I would make that little girl my personal maid, but honestly, keeping a traitor's kid around makes me uneasy. Now watch carefully, this is where it gets sinister. Throw her into the lion group immediately, and make sure Claw does not hear about this. The lackey asks, but what if he actually manages to bring the ransom money back? Austin replies calmly, just take the cash and dispose of him. Nobody's going to care if a worthless gambling addict drops dead. Revealing his greedy nature, he smirks. Of course, that only matters if he somehow gathers the impossible ransom I asked for. Suddenly, the study doors slowly swing open. Another panicked subordinate rushes in to report, so sorry for the interruption, Lord Baron. Austin asks with intense annoyance, what the heck is it now? The lackey blurts out, there is this crazy guy named Claw outside. He is making a huge scene demanding to pay a ransom. A heavy coin pouch slams onto the desk. Claw stands tall before Austin, declaring, I have brought the 2 gold ransom coins just as promised. He desperately pleads, please let Anna go right now. Austin opens the bag, squinting closely at every single gold coin. He frowns, realizing it is not fake money. Looking up, Austin demands, where exactly did you get this kind of cash? Claw replies, I simply gambled and won big. He tosses the gold coin back into the pouch. Is that so? Austin roars his command. Throw this rat into the dungeon. Claw stares in pure shock. 2 guards tackle him down. He screams in absolute panic. What is going on? I brought the exact amount of money you asked for. Austin pretends to ponder. You and I both knew he would play dirty, right? Well, he claims the money's source is highly suspicious. I need to verify this with Crank first. Pointing a fat finger at Claw, he yells, as for you if you want to avoid execution, quietly rot in a cell. Claw bows his head and chuckles darkly. How absolutely ridiculous. Austin keeps mocking him. How could a gambling degenerate like you actually gather the exact ransom amount I demanded? He stares at the pile of cash with intense, greedy eyes. Who on earth is going to believe that story? Claw screams in sheer fury like a cornered beast. The 2 guards struggle just to hold him down. Suddenly, something brutally strikes their necks, making their eyes roll completely back in shock. They collapse onto the hard floor out cold. Austin stares out the door in total bewilderment. Claw pants heavily, turning his head as a hand quietly rests on his shoulder. Giselle pats him softly, reassuring him, you have worked so hard. Giselle steps right up. Very nice to meet you, Baron Austin. The noble stammers in total panic. Who the heck are you? Snapping his fingers, the man coolly introduces himself. Hailing straight from the Lutania Kingdom, I am Baron Giselle. Right on cue, Belinda tosses a tied-up Crank hard onto the floor. Austin looks absolutely stunned. Claw grabs a chair, placing it before Austin. Giselle sits down, kicking his boots onto the desk with pure arrogance. Why not serve your guests some tea? Austin is so furious, his face literally distorts. What did you say? The remaining guard instantly points his sharp blade right at Giselle. Bow to the Baron immediately. But trust me, you and I are going to love the sword that gets drawn next. All right, you and I are about to watch the ultimate flex. The guy flinches back, totally spooked, and warns him, knock it off, this is none of your business. He stammers, what did you say? Austin points a finger and screams, you dare cause a scene right in front of me. What are you idiots doing? Drag this punk out of here. But Gislene just stares at him calmly. Me, cause a scene? Since when? He rests his chin on his hand, eyes dead cold. I came here to demand some serious compensation from you. The entire room instantly drops into dead silence. Austin looks totally confused. Compensation? Gislene holds his hand out and calls for Belinda. Right on cue, she kicks Crank straight to the floor. Our MC grabs the guy's face right inside his own casino. I caught your manager, Crank, over here red-handed while he was pulling off a massive scam. Because of his little cheating trick, Claw and I almost lost every single coin we bet today. Austin is absolutely stunned and turns to look at the pile of gold. Crank desperately denies everything. Baron, I am totally innocent. They are the ones who must have used some dirty tricks. Belinda gets furious and stomps hard on his head. Why does this scumbag just keep on lying like this? Austin grits his teeth. This idiot Crank should have picked his targets better. So what exactly do you want me to do now? He replies smoothly. In a casino, reputation is literally everything. Cheating is absolutely unforgivable under any circumstances. Therefore, Baron Austin, you need to hand over a proper settlement for both me and Claw. The Baron turns his head to avoid eye contact. Hold on, he is claiming innocence too. I do not know whose side to believe here. Why do not you guys just go see a judge and settle this yourselves? What does any of this drama have to do with me? Gislene stays silent for a second before finally speaking up. It has everything to do with you. Austin frowns. What do you mean? Now pay close attention, this is where he traps him. Gislene leans back and tilts his chair. Your Kakin Casino is a massive hotspot for foreign nobles everywhere. I heard over half of this entire territory's income comes straight from that casino. What if rumors about your management cheating actually leak out to the public? You will be seen as an accomplice helping scam the nobility. He relaxes his grip and the chair slams down hard onto the floor. Gislene stares right at Austin with a purely provocative look. Well then, your future is definitely going to be very entertaining to watch. The Baron's face goes pitch black. He grits his teeth and hisses out, You bastard, are you saying I have to pay you hush money? Gislene nods to confirm it. Exactly. I want double the amount of money you just received as compensation. Plus, there is more. Austin stares anxiously at the money bag on the table. Gislene adds another condition, release Anna immediately. Claw quietly looks at him. Gislene softens his tone. If you agree to do all this, I will just pretend today never even happened. Austin finally speaks up. So that is it. I finally understand what is going on here. He suddenly roars in pure, unbridled rage. Claw, you completely ungrateful piece of trash. Hearing the Baron scream like that, Claw's eyes widen in total shock. Guards smash the doors open and brutally rush inside from the hallway. I gave you a chance to save a woman who was supposed to be executed, and you actually dare sneak around with foreign nobles to trick me. Cow shoves Claw to the side. Hey old man, you are just in the way, get out. Belinda pouts, not understanding his weird logic at all. Like we were actually working together this whole time. Gislene gives the order. Belinda, hand me a short sword, will you? Austin furiously screams his lungs out at the soldiers. We both knew this was coming, right? Whatever, as long as I kill all of you right here, it will be like none of this ever happened. Kill them. Taking the order, a guard immediately charges forward with his sword to slash Gislene. He just kicks the heavy money bag on the table. Driven by pure momentum, the bag flies over and smashes right into the guard's face. Gislene grabs a short sword and jumps up, leaving Austin totally stunned. He stabs the blade straight down through the Baron's hand. Austin howls in absolute agony. Behind them, Cal and Belinda easily block the swords of two incoming guards. Gislene gives a cold command, Belinda, nobody dies here. Cal rushes in and grumbles, fine, whatever. Every single strike from the soldiers gets effortlessly deflected by Cal. He swings a massive punch right into a guard's face, knocking him out cold. Meanwhile, Belinda uses her magic to perfectly restrain a soldier's sword, then backflips and delivers a brutal kick straight to his neck. Gislene handles two other guards with his sword. One after another, he easily takes them down without breaking a single sweat. Austin's closest subordinate slashes at him, but our MC simply dodges it. Gislene spins around and violently smashes the sword's pommel into his neck. The guy lets out a quick groan before completely blacking out. Claw stands frozen, watching them fight while cold sweat pours down his forehead. He looks on in pure disbelief. Who exactly are you? Cal, Belinda, and Gislene keep fighting while Austin screams in the background. Why on earth would you go to such crazy lengths just for me? Klaus suddenly remembers the words he heard back in the casino. I am someone who desperately needs your help right now. He bites his lip as tears roll quietly down his cheeks. All this time I have learned deep in my bones that in this harsh world absolutely no one offers kindness without a reason. A few moments later, Austin's entire squad is knocked out and scattered across the floor. Gislene casually pulls the short sword right out of the Baron's hand. So what do you and I make of this? Karma hits incredibly hard. The guy trembles. You bastard, how dare you humiliate a noble like me? He glares at Austin. Like I said earlier. All right, stick with me here. I'll take the money and Anna if you have a problem. A hand hits Gislene's shoulder as Claude steps up. If you went this far for my sake, how could I refuse? He shoots him a look and finally speaks up. Got an issue with it, come find me at the Fenris territory in the Lutania Kingdom, Baron Austin. Claude forces a tight smile. I'll treat you like a proper guest. Honestly, doing this beats living the rest of my life in absolute regret. Late afternoon hits, sunset flickering right behind the castles. They cross over massive mountain peaks, cut through a long stretch of forest and pass by endless fields. Same old house on the road heading back to Perdium City. The carriage rolls forward slowly while Claude just intensely stares straight ahead. Gislene suddenly drops the question. You really don't plan on living with Anna, are you actually okay with that? Claude looks down and answers. Yeah. Honestly, compared to sticking around me, the exact guy who caused her dad's death, living back in her peaceful hometown will definitely make Anna feel much better. He tilts his head, staring into the sky. Besides, it's not like I actually managed to save her using my own strength anyway. Gislene just looks at Claude, totally silent. He turns his head away, thinking to himself, consider my debt to you completely paid off now, Claude. He flashes back to his own dark past, a guy who was once insanely consumed by pure revenge. Now that I've paid back what I owed you, I finally feel seriously relieved. A small smirk instinctively creeps onto his lips. On the road, the two keep chatting. Now that we're finally out here, what do you think? Fresh air, right? If you ever get the chance, just chop off the local lord's head. With the territory in this pathetic state, taking over would be an absolute breeze. Wait, are you seriously telling me to chop off my own head? Huh. Claude shoots him a highly suspicious look. This completely broke beggar-level rural dump is actually your territory. I literally only followed you because you look like a super wealthy guy. Gislene reaches out, throws an arm around his shoulder, and pulls him close. From this moment on, you're the chief administrator of my territory. He points a finger straight ahead. Everything you're looking at right now, you'll be pouring your absolute blood and sweat into it. Claude completely freezes up for a solid minute. Then they resume talking. Actually, after thinking it over, I really want to go live in my hometown with Anna. Please just let me go. Too late, you punk. Now pay attention here. Inside a pitch-black room, a mysterious man sits dead center in the shadows. The guys sitting around him mutter with dead serious faces. Vion Fenris, his face totally darkened, eyes radiating pure, unleashed killer intent aimed right at Gislene. He throws his hand out, barking an order. Send a letter to Elena immediately. Tell her we're speeding up the master plan. Back at Fenris territory inside the castle, Belinda, Claude, Jillian, Ampon, and Vanessa are lined up perfectly. Gislene leans on his cane right in front of them, asking in a strict tone, is absolutely everyone gathered here right now? Gislene lets out a light chuckle. Let's get to work. They all yell out in perfect unison, yes, our lord. The overall state of this territory, fresh out from under John's brutally cruel tyranny, is currently sitting at rock bottom. I've officially appointed Claude to various heavy administrative roles to finally start bringing this absolutely ruined territory back to a properly stable condition. Gislene leads the whole crew out on an inspection tour. He uses his cane to point the way. First up, let's kick things off with a massive census. Find every single survivor out there and haul them back to the village. He glances back at Claude, who's frantically taking notes. Once the survey wraps up, use that exact data to buy enough bulk food supplies to last us for at least 6 solid months. The food crisis is our top priority. We have to handle it first. He just nods his head. Yes, I can do that. The two keep walking forward. We're going to be farming soon, so make sure you hand out strong oxen fully equipped with heavy plows to all the farming households across the territory. Let them handle all the heavy plowing. On top of that, check if we can safely log the nearby forest to massively expand our available farming land. Got it. You're probably wondering the same thing here. Claude asks in pure shock, are you seriously trying to plant crops on this cracked, bone-dry dirt? Yep. The two of them inspect every single corner of the territory. We're going to grind up the Blubia dragon's bones for fertilizer. Plus, the local facilities are completely ancient, all the gear is old, and anything totally useless has to be completely replaced from scratch. Build up new warehouses, proper drainage systems, this thing, that thing, and that other thing too. Claude just forces a painful smile. You're just joking around, right? Chief Administrator of Fenris, Director, Administrative Officer, Head Secretary, and Top Financial Officer. Inspector, Civil Affairs, Rep, Inventory Manager, Requisitions, Chief Customs Officer, Tax Collector, Bailiff, Food Supervisor, Banquet Manager, Superintendent, Logistics Coordinator, and honestly way more insane job titles. Inside the study, Gislene holds a quill, frowns, and asks, what now? Claude answers in an absolute panic. I'm personally juggling way too many jobs all by myself. Gislene just looks down calmly, writing in his ledger. You've never actually done these things before, right? Just take this chance and try it out and hire extra assistants if you really need the help. Claude violently spins around, sprinting out of the study at top speed. Gislene calmly calls out Wendy. Then Wendy practically spawns out of nowhere. She hurls hidden weapons right at the fleeing Claude. She spins elegantly and Claude instantly gets wrapped up tight in ropes. She bows down to introduce herself. And that's where we leave it. Nice to meet you. I'm Wendy, ordered by head butler Belinda to be Lord Claude's personal bodyguard. Please take good care of me. All right, you and I are about to watch some pure chaos. Ah, save me. Gislene just rubs his chin. Base building takes serious patience, right? Sao used to handle stuff like this, like it was absolutely nothing. By next morning, Gislene drags him and Wendy out for a survey. Being a noble means you actually have a massive responsibility to protect the people living on your land. But these greedy, corrupt lords have totally crushed the citizens' trust with years of absolutely nasty exploitation. The poverty cycle keeps repeating, totally destroying their will to work. If they keep ignoring these red flags, the starvation is only going to get way worse. Nobles isolate themselves, but fixing these basic survival problems as soon as possible is the only way to stabilize this messy territory's foundation. He closes his eyes to think, but suddenly an insane, piercing scream echoes through the castle. Wait, we don't have enough money. Gislene checks the ledgers. At this crazy spending rate, we can't even pay salaries in 3 months. Gislene stammers in pure panic. This is a major disaster, sir. Cao just looks totally confused. What's the big deal? Can't we just go dig up more stones? Gislene replies. We can't just sell it all. I need it for other things, plus the mages need samples for their research. He rubs his chin thinking. Those runestone veins aren't infinite, so we can't rely on them forever. We desperately need a sustainable income source. Suddenly, Cao aggressively kicks the door open and rushes in. Gislene, holding his pen, calls out, "Perfect timing, Cao. I actually have a job for you right now." Cao runs up in a huge hurry. "Forget about all that. You don't need to assign me boring tasks anymore." The guy sounds ridiculously confident. "Now pay attention here." Cao smiles wickedly, claiming he prepared the absolute best plan to save the territory. He proudly pitches building a massive casino. 1 second later, Cao gets literally punted straight out of the castle. Belinda gives Wendy some advice. Next time he spouts nonsense, just punch him immediately. Wendy nods, taking careful notes. "Got it." Cao yells from outside, "Are you kidding me? Then what am I supposed to do?" Cao stays stubborn. "We can't farm and we can't just waste runestones either. I'm literally suggesting we turn this wasteland into a practical entertainment city." Alphonse suddenly creeps up from behind. "I completely agree with you." Gislene looks up at him. "We can discuss that later. I'll think about it. Just do the jobs I gave you for now." He argues back. "No way. You think our food will last that long?" He breaks it down for Cao. Building a casino with zero foundation might bring in some fast cash at first, but there's no way to stop a massive criminal underworld from forming. He frowns slightly. "Long term, that's a terrible idea if we actually want to fight those guys." Cao crosses his arms. "We're already so starved we have to keep buying food and you're worrying about the future. I mean, we need to act right now before our food budget completely dries up." Alphonse chimes in too. "Other lords don't avoid farming just because they hate doing the work. I really think a huge entertainment district is the right move." Gislene nods. "Fine, I'll handle the food crisis." Cao just looks confused. "Okay," Gislene warns them, "if I make crops grow here, you both follow my orders forever." And without a single word of complaint. Cao sighs. "Seriously, I already warned you. This is completely uncultivable land." He smirks right back. "Are you absolutely sure about that?" They're totally confident farming is impossible. "But you and I know better." Gislene just smiles gently at them. 3 months later, Cao and Alphonse are staring blankly at the fields. "Hey mage, am I dreaming? That dead wasteland is now totally fertile, packed with golden grain. Villagers are eagerly harvesting with their sickles. It's a massive success. How many years has it been since this land actually grew anything?" Cao stares at Gislene, mind blown. "How did you even do that?" He calmly explains. "Rye actually thrives in terrible environments. Before planting, I sprinkled highly nutritious Bluebia dragon bone powder all over it, over the pre-plowed soil. Then I planted rye seeds that were boosted by a growth magic array." He bends down, holding a stalk. "Seeds planted this way have an insanely fast growth rate, so we can literally harvest way more often." Alphonse is totally stunned, gritting his teeth in frustration. "Damn it, so this is why you made our mages create that growth array?" Vanessa just stares in awe. "Sir, you are truly amazing. How could you even think of using a growth magic array meant for humans on simple seeds?" Gislene hesitates. "So what do we make of this?" He closes his eyes. "Yeah, that genius idea wasn't his. Come along with me." He remembers back before mastering the magic circle. It's a wild spell meant to drain the insane power locked deep inside runestones to multiply mana growth like crazy. People definitely protested at first, totally confused why anyone would ever waste something so precious on simple wheat crops. But once they actually saw the results, they were absolutely speechless. This exact method was already proven by future mages and scholars. Gislene just smirks. "As for the basic theory behind it, that's really not our problem right now." The crowd standing in front of Gislene goes absolutely wild. "My lord, from this day forward, we will follow you with our lives. No one has to fear starvation ever again. Long live Baron Fenris." While everyone is cheering and celebrating, Claw and Anphone try sneaking away. But a cold voice from behind makes their hearts drop instantly. "You two, how long has Gislene been standing right there? Where do you think you're going? We have a bet to settle." First, Claw forces a fake smile, playing totally dumb. "What bet are you talking about?" Gislene calmly checks his pocket. "If you guys win, you get 5 gold coins and your freedom." He slowly pulls out a tiny scroll. But if I win, you both become my unpaid slaves for 10 whole years. Clow and Anphone are instantly surrounded. Hey, a bet is a bet, right? The two just look at each other, laughing nervously. Haha, damn it. And just like that, the first epic harvest finally wraps up. Now that their food supply is totally secure, the runestones can actually be used for way cooler things than just being sold off. Hatch raises an eyebrow, completely lost. Wait, you want me to build a red magic tower branch right here? Gislene just nods firmly. Yes, Tower Master. Hatch is even more confused now. Hold on, my brother told me you just became the Lord, so I came to say hello. Why are you suddenly dumping this huge project on me? Gislene answers with zero hesitation. Well, at all. Watch closely, here's where he plays him like a fiddle. It all started with Lord John's unprovoked attack. Last battle, we had your help. But we only survived by literally blowing up a precious runestone. Hack starts sweating bullets, his forehead completely drenched in absolute shock. He stares at Gislene, totally panicking inside. Did this lunatic just say he exploded a priceless runestone? That little punk brother of mine only said he won the war. I didn't hear anything about explosions. Gislene just sighs heavily. Look, if a newly developing territory like Fenris gets attacked again, my only choice is to detonate all the runestones meant for the red magic tower to stop them. Just like last time, obviously. Hatch violently waves his hands, completely freaking out. Whoa, wait, stop. Why are you jumping straight to the most extreme nuclear option here? Gislene gives him the smuggest, most satisfied smile ever. Fine then. In that case, please just send us some more mages. Mages truly shine brightest when their incredible talents are used for heavy construction work and building massive infrastructure projects, housing waterways, churches, and obviously the Fenris branch of the tower. The crowd raises their staffs, shouting with pure excitement. We are mighty mages thanks to the massive magical workforce supplied by the tower. Fenris speeds through these giant building projects like absolutely nothing. But wait, did that heartless jerk really just draft elite mages for hardcore manual labor? Talk about insanely unfair treatment. Sure, there are a few tiny conflicts with the new guys who haven't quite adjusted to the territory's wild new vibe yet, but they usually reach a peaceful, totally non-violent agreement right after. Those guys who were cheering 5 seconds ago, yeah, they are currently laid out flat on the dirt. Gislene causally barks an order. Anphone, go fetch those contracts. Anphone grumbles to himself entirely. Bitter. I refuse to be the only slave working here. Slowly but surely, the territory gets back to normal. But then out of nowhere, Claw bursts through the doors, panting like crazy. We've got a massive problem, my lord. He frantically drops the bombshell report. I know what you're thinking, too easy, right? Well, a major riot just exploded in John. Gislene frowns, calculating fast. That riot happened way sooner than expected. Did my interference trigger this early? Desmond and Elena are literally just puppets dancing for Duke Delphin. Since their sneaky plan to use John to conquer Perdium completely flopped, they have absolutely no choice left but to make a direct, desperate move. Gislene's eyes flash with pure, cold-blooded killing intent. Our war isn't over yet. Gislene steps up nervously, asking the big question. Do you already have a plan for this? Belinda looks seriously stressed out too. If Lady Elena manages to take our territory, Gislene slowly speaks up, dripping with menace. If they think they can exploit me, I am definitely not sitting back anymore. We are heading straight to the kingdom. The great kingdom of Lithuania. Cut to a totally trashed room from the darkest corner. A creepy hand slowly reaches out into the open. But the second that skin touches the light, it violently bursts into scorching flames. The mystery figure stares at their burning, shaking hand for a long time, looking up at the ceiling in pure agony. I just want to die. Meanwhile, over in a massive, bustling megacity packed with life, the streets are absolutely flooded with people and endless convoys of merchant carts. Seriously, the vibe is unreal. Dark knights stand guard everywhere, looking brutally intense. Gislene's crew stares up at this insanely magnificent city, totally unable to believe their eyes. They finally made it to Lithuania. The chubby guy in the group drops his jaw and mutters in pure shock. Man, all the other territories we saw before look like cheap toys compared to this. So what do you and I make of this new kingdom? Absolute madness. Alright, you and I are about to dive into one absolutely wild ride today. Back at our territory, that place is not even a real castle anymore. Cloud glances over, smirks, and says, go ahead, try saying that right to the commander's face, I dare you. Meanwhile, inside the carriage, Vanessa is literally staring out the window, eyes sparkling with pure excitement. Look over there, Lord Anphone. They are selling materials that we have never even seen back at the Red Magic Tower. Anphone clicks his tongue, scratching his cheek, as he totally admits she is right. It seems like this place was built with a slightly more detailed scale than our Red Magic Tower, he mutters. Over with Gislene, he quietly mutters something under his breath. He looks seriously annoyed, making it really hard for Cow to hear anything. Yeah, Gislene stares up at the gorgeous castle right in front of him, his voice totally cold. So annoying. This castle is so arrogant, I literally just want to smash it to pieces. Clow watches him feeling completely and utterly confused. He leans over and whispers to Wendy, why is he suddenly throwing a fit? She just half closes her eyes, replying with a totally cold tone. If the Lord says so, then you should just accept it as fact. Clow tiredly rolls his eyes and says he really seems to have a side to him that is not exactly normal, right? He glances back at Gislene, who is still showing massive hostility toward this place, and boldly guesses, could it be that this place had some major grudge against him in his past life? Meanwhile, he just sits silently on his horse, glaring at this heavily fortified stronghold. The undefeated fortress that absolutely no one can breach. Lutania, a place famous as the city that receives the ultimate protection of the goddess herself. Now pay attention, because here is where things get wild. This place makes Gislene recall his past life drowning in a sea of flames. I took it down once, and this is exactly where I died. I attacked the capital just to kill Duke Delphin, the guy plotting to steal the royal throne, but that bastard was not even here. Completely blinded by my thirst for revenge, I made the massive mistake of turning literally every single person into my absolute worst enemy. But going at it alone means I cannot achieve anything. Flashback to a few days ago at Perdium Castle, where Wanter's eyes are wide open with total shock. You are saying you will go to the capital? Gislene, on his horse, right beside him, immediately replies, yes, father, it is an extremely important matter. Wanter just cannot help but anxiously ask, then what is going to happen to your Fenris territory? He places his hand on his chest, showing the utmost respect possible. I will provide 1 entire year of food supplies for the Perdium territory. So while I am gone, I hope Chief Manager Hamjun and the Black Knight Commander Lord Randon will be dispatched to Fenris territory to support me. Hearing this, Hamjun and Randon literally get stars in their eyes, gasping in shock. A whole year of food supplies. Wanter frowns hard, still feeling like this is not enough to ease his worries. The food supply issue does not matter right now. Did you not personally say before that Delphi is targeting us right at this very moment? I know what you are thinking. Leaving like this while the rebellion is breaking out in Delphi, you and I both know exactly what that actually means. Gislene raises his bow, aiming right at a bird soaring high in the sky, and calmly answers, I understand. Just like you said, father, if Desmond and Delphin form an alliance and attack us while I am absent, we simply will not have the power to fight them off. However, the second he finishes speaking, his arrow blasts forward, zipping through the air, and it effortlessly pierces straight through the body of that bird flying high above. Gislene narrows his eyes and speaks up. She only just took over the internal affairs of Delphi, so we still have some time left before she manages to stabilize the system in the Delphi territory. During that exact time frame, shouldn't we be cultivating our strength to completely crush the enemy? Hearing this, Wanter cannot help but blurt out in total shock, strength to crush them. He answers with a super casual tone, showing he planned this all along. That is right, I am planning to drag the entire kingdom over to our side. A merchant clasps his hands together, bowing with huge respect. Yes, exactly as you requested. Right now, they have stopped in front of a truly magnificent-looking castle, but it is also incredibly gloomy and freezing cold. I have prepared a grand and dazzling mansion just for you. It has a garden, massive square footage, and the price is super reasonable. Gislene smiles with pure satisfaction, glancing over at Belinda, standing right beside him. What do you think about it? She can only force a smile, helplessly replying, yeah, it definitely looks pretty grand, sir. Seeing this, Cow and Anphone react insanely, fiercely, both of them screaming right into that shady merchant's face in perfect unison. Hey, old man, why does the condition of this place look so incredibly trashy? He has to explain, well, it is because nobody has managed this place for a long time. A creepy flock of crows flies out from the forest, making the fat guy jump and yelp ugh. The Black Knight traveling with them shows total disgust with that cowardly attitude. How the heck did you survive and return from the demonic beast forest anyway? The fat guy hugs himself, shaking completely uncontrollably. It actually does feel a little too freezing out here. Vanessa turns her head, rubbing her chin in total confusion. Just put on more clothes and it is fine. The merchant coughs lightly and starts up his classic sales pitch again. Anyway, all those crazy rumors about demons living in this mansion or dead souls wandering around in the halls, every single one of them is just absolutely baseless slander, I swear. I guarantee this place has absolutely zero issues. Right after he finishes speaking, Gislene instantly agrees to buy it anyway. Fine, let's just lock this place down. How much is it? Clow, standing right next to him, hurriedly stops him. Stop, he grabs the merchant, pointing at his eager face. Look closely, and that is where we leave it. You and I know this is a total scam. Let's dive right in. Look at this guy's face. You and I can tell he's absolutely thrilled to dump this total burden. Think Feng Shui is just a joke. Gislene flashes a chill smile, dropping a calm reply that leaves Claw completely speechless and totally helpless. No big deal. A ghost won't kill you, just beat it to an absolute pulp and problem solved. Nothing to fear. The guy rushes over tightly, grabbing his hand in pure hype. What an incredibly brilliant choice. Listen, Baron, factoring in the actual land, this estate is easily worth over 1,000 gold. But hey, it is our fault for mismanaging it. So we'll let it go for 500. Gislene instantly counteroffers with 200 gold, leaving the merchant completely frozen in pure shock. Yep. He scans the entire castle, totally faking his worry. I heard there are ghosts, and I'm terrified. Reject my 200 and I will just buy elsewhere. Hearing this threat, the merchant instantly starts sweating bullets. Sir, absolutely no way. A massive mansion for 500 gold is a total steal. Even in the capital, you won't find a cheaper deal. But Gislene's brutally sharp words just keep hitting hard. This is such an impossibly difficult item to sell. Try fixing it up to sell and your maintenance costs will completely crush its actual value. Plus, nobody is going to buy it anyway. Meanwhile, you are stuck paying annual property taxes. Checkmate. The merchant has absolutely zero excuses left to make. Well, that. He smirks, completely satisfied and totally smug. Think about it. Who else besides me actually wants this? Now watch closely. A mysterious figure inside the castle is spying on this noise. A second later, poof, they vanish without a single trace. Belinda plants her hands on her hips, her loud voice practically booming. Come on, work fast. Suddenly, the entire castle is buzzing with cleaning energy. Scrub the floors, sweep the dust. Let's completely wipe out all the dark, gloomy vibes from this massive mansion. A voice rings out, making Gislene tilt his head. Clow pauses his sweeping and throws a question at him. You said you'd build kingdom connections to ally with the Fenris territory. How on earth do you plan to pull that off? Would anyone there actually want to meet a country bumpkin noble from the frontier? Gislene turns away, dropping a very calm reply. You're totally right. From the kingdom noble's point of view, they have absolutely zero reason to give me the time of day. Panicking, Claw stammers out. Then what? Gislene's lips just curl up into this perfectly mysterious, scheming little smile. Then I'll make them beg to meet me. Cut to later, the room is suddenly packed with crazy ingredients and boiling pots. Seeing all this gear piled up, Claw is totally mind blown. Wait, what exactly is all this crazy stuff? Ampon chimes in, super confused. What is this? Don't tell me you're actually planning to practice alchemy in here. Gislene just takes a calm walk around, inspecting his prepared stash. Well, from a certain angle, I guess you could call it alchemy. He drops the bomb. From now on, we're making cosmetics. Ampon's eyes practically bulge out. Cosmetics? Gislene finally explains his master plan. I'll whip up pristine samples and gift them to every single noble mansion in the capital. I know what you're thinking. Claw's shocked too. You're using makeup to build high-level kingdom connections. The rest of the crew looks super nervous. Is a simple little gift like that really going to work? He turns to them with a soft, incredibly confident smirk. Just try my product and you will understand immediately. They'll absolutely lose their minds trying to find me. High society sees flawless looks as pure, untouchable power and absolute majesty. These nobles would literally walk through fire and boiling water just to look a bit hotter. And very soon, the ugly truth drops. Today's trendy cosmetics are packed with toxic colorants like lead mercury and white powder that absolutely wreck your skin. Worst case scenario, it literally kills you. Duke Delphin's family raked in crazy profits by inventing makeup that fixes that deadly flaw. But in his past life, he crushed the Duke's power and swiped that priceless cosmetic formula right along with it. A master recipe for translucent makeup that completely wipes out every single toxic side effect of the current garbage. Time to cook. First step, hit the zinc with magic, oxidizing it straight into a superfine powder. Meanwhile, drop some raw beeswax into a steaming double boiler and melt that down to a liquid. Blend in primrose oil and shea butter extract. Take it off the heat, then dump in that zinc oxide powder. Gislene grabs a tiny glass vial, smirking as he mixes in a totally overpowered essential oil, literally blessed by real spirits. He pours it straight into the fresh batch. Boom! An unbelievably rich fragrance instantly explodes through the entire room. Vanessa leans over the pot, her eyes shining like absolute stars. Wow, this fragrance is just incredible. Ampon is totally floored. This is makeup. Claw watches the whole process, completely paralyzed by pure shock. He's thinking, how does a low-tier scrub noble even know how to craft something this legendary? And that's where we leave it. Gislene shakes his masterpiece. Not quite done. It needs a full day to set. Let's dive right in. Try Genep just once and other cosmetics become total trash. It will be the ultimate must-have item for all the nobles. He stares at the liquid in his glass cup, smirking like a boss. Duke Delphin, I will use this Genep perfectly. Gislene turns around to give orders, but a creepy shadow is already watching everything from outside the window. Clow, the second it solidifies, pack it up and gift it to the nobles. Wait, what? He gasps in pure, absolute shock. You are not even going to test it first. The spy just keeps watching their whole conversation. He answers so calmly, not a problem at all, I guess. Those blood-red eyes witness absolutely everything happening. That night, a massive storm rolls in. Thunder shakes the entire castle while everyone is fast asleep in bed. The central room is dark and freezing cold. Lightning flashes and boom, a weird, shadowy figure suddenly appears. The intruder looks around to make absolutely sure the coast is clear. Then they step right up to the table, packed with all those brand new cosmetics. The guy reaches out, grabs a jar, and carefully twists the lid. A heavy, rich scent instantly explodes outwards. He scoops out some of that soft, solid stuff and gently rubs it. Suddenly, Gislene is right behind him. "Are you the rumored ghost?" he asks. The intruder jumps and instantly spins around in pure panic. "I can guarantee that stuff will definitely work for you," he says calmly. The storm rages louder outside. "Watch closely, things get crazy here." The mystery figure suddenly swings their sword, attacking Gislene in an absolute flash. He does not even hesitate. He quickly draws his own blade to strike back easily, dodging the surprise attack. Then he totally flips the script and goes on the offensive. They clash in an intense, fast-paced showdown. Gislene attacks to pin the enemy down, but shocker, the guy actually blocks it and spins away. The blade slashes right at him from behind, but Gislene has zero trouble blocking that sneaky, dangerous strike. They jump back, standing a few steps apart. He glares at his opponent with razor-sharp, intense eyes. The enemy is completely covered from head to toe, raising their sword high, ready to show off their skills. Then they charge in for another brutal clash. While fighting, Gislene carefully watches and reads every single swing. So much grace. He can actually feel the unique rhythm in every single elegant strike. Incredible control. The mystery fighter pulls off a gorgeous rose spin to dodge Gislene's insanely powerful heavy slash. They raise their sword again for a finishing blow. Every movement draws out a beautiful, elegant arc, but he parries it like it is nothing. Taking his chance, Gislene instantly grabs the opponent's sword hand, if I remember correctly. He totally turns the tables, instantly holding his blade right to the intruder's neck. The attacker is completely stunned. That is when Gislene finally speaks up. "A lady playing ghost in a place like this. You guessed it right." His blue eyes turn freezing cold. "What is your connection to the Renford family?" A little while later, the heavy rain finally stops and the whole castle goes back to being totally quiet. That is when Belinda and Gislene rush over. She panics and screams out loudly, "Young master." Gislene looks just as frantic. What is all this crazy noise about? But all they see is Gislene staring thoughtfully out the big window. "Young master," he just softly replies, "everyone head back and get some rest." Bright moonlight shines through the window into the silent night. Things are progressing perfectly at a stunning, beautiful garden mansion. A pale, super elegant noblewoman's hand gently holds the cosmetic jar with extreme care. Her lips are painted a bright, striking red. She poses in front of the mirror with so much authority that even her maid has to speak up. "You look as beautiful as always, my lady, Countess Mio of Fenris." She stares at herself in the mirror and frowns, her face instantly twisting in pure disgust. "No, this heavy face is just covered up by thick makeup. Back in my youth, I started the capital's trends. Every noble lady copied my makeup and dresses, but as the years passed, my incredible reputation just completely faded away." Mayo thinks about her old ugly face and gets absolutely furious. "Makeup is just a mask hiding my age. Is it really impossible to go back to those golden days?" The maid beside her quickly reminds her. "It is time for your salon, my lady." She lets out a sigh. "Fine, let's go." "So what do you and I see next?" Mio glares with chilling jealousy at her maid's perfectly smooth, youthful face. Then Mayo lunges at her, squishing the girl's face with both hands, squeezing as hard as possible while speaking. This moisture, this firmness. The poor maid feels incredibly uncomfortable right now. Let's jump right in. Lady Mayo is practically losing her mind, screaming, "What on earth did you do to your face? Tell me everything, do not skip a single detail." The poor girl is terrified and spills all the tea. Count Fenris was gifted some cosmetics, said he did not need them, and just tossed them to the maids. And just from those words, a massive carriage and a squad of dark knights roll right up to Gislene's castle. They claim a new noble arriving in the capital sent them as a greeting gift. Cal and Anphone absolutely stunned. They are completely caught off guard. They just stare in pure shock at the massive entourage escorting this carriage straight toward their rundown estate. What is going on? Did the queen herself show up? Cal squints, sweat literally pouring down his face like a waterfall. He thinks to himself, this is definitely a huge VIP. Then a stunning woman steps out of the carriage. Okay, so those cosmetics really do work wonders. Wendy sneaks up from behind and shoves Cal hard, sending him stumbling right to the front. What are you waiting for? Go welcome her. Cal stutters, barely able to speak. Please come inside so we can talk. He leads Lady Mayo and her intimidating Dark Knight escort right into the castle grounds. Cal looks over at Gislene, who is just casually sipping his tea. He cautiously speaks up, "My lord, Countess Mayo is here to see you." Gislene hears him but just calmly keeps feeding the crow next to him. Now watch this power dynamic. Mayo covers her mouth with a fan, acting surprised. "You are Baron Fenris." Gislene stands up smoothly, takes her soft pale hand and says, "It is an absolute honor to meet you, my lady." Playing the perfect gentleman, he lightly plants a polite kiss right on the back of her hand. "This is Gislene, Lord of the Northern Lands." He smiles. "What an honor that you came all the way to this remote place yourself. Mayo stays quiet for a second, then hits him with a complaining tone. Do I not get a gift? Only my husband receives one. Has my reputation really not reached where you live? Gislene gives a faint, easy smile and replies that is not it at all. I simply thought it would be deeply disrespectful to bring something totally unworthy to a classy lady who leads all the capital trends. Hearing that smooth talk, she cannot help but flash a super satisfied smile, hiding it perfectly behind her fan. So you do have some sense. Let us drop the formalities then. After the greetings, they sit down at the tea table. Mayo cuts right to the chase. Hand over those cosmetics of yours to me. Gislene looks deadly serious and asks, have you tried it already, my lady? She gives a small nod. Looking incredibly pleased, she replies, yes, it is amazing. So amazing I do not even need my old makeup anymore. Mayo looks up, her eyes turning cold, sharp, and totally decisive. I am taking exclusive rights to that product. You just focus on developing and supplying the cosmetics. Gislene sees her intense vibe but keeps up a perfectly polite smile. If it is a bulk order, I totally welcome it. She narrows her eyes, smiling back, and then continues speaking in a super casual tone. I know what you are thinking, here comes the threat. But surely you know doing business alone in the capital is extremely difficult. No matter how incredible the product is, beating established powers is tough. Plus, the fact that you are living in this busted old mansion clearly shows your finances are not exactly great right now. Despite the heavy shade being thrown, he stays completely calm like nothing even happened. Meanwhile, Belinda, watching this entire scene from the outside, is getting visibly annoyed. That woman really dares to threaten the young master. Count just whispers quietly, the location of this rundown mansion is honestly purely due to the Lord's own stubbornness. Gislene stays silent for a moment, then finally asks, the supply price will be a bit high, can you handle it? Mayo just waves her hand dismissively, her voice full of pure arrogance. Are you kidding me? The Renford family is one of the richest in the entire capital. He slightly narrows his eyes and softly drops the bomb. The price is 100 gold per bottle. That insane number successfully makes her freeze on the spot, eyes wide in absolute shock. Mayo literally cannot believe it and gasps out, are you joking? Gislene stays super calm and replies, I am not joking. He smiles, tilting his head with words absolutely dripping in flattery. You are the undisputed queen of high society, right? If Countess Mayo herself has her eyes on this exclusive product, that price is completely reasonable. Hearing that smooth logic, her eyes light up brilliantly. His slick words successfully win Mayo over for a second, but almost immediately her expression completely shifts, turning incredibly dark and totally gloomy with sudden hidden anger. You sly old fox. Jewelry or furniture maybe, but 100 gold for a cosmetic. There is absolutely no way. To make a profit, I have to raise the retail price way above supply, which basically means giving up my exclusive monopoly. Gislene just smiles, looking pretty smug at Mayo's deeply frustrated reaction right now. Then he speaks up with a brand new offer, pulling her right out of her own calculating thoughts. How about this instead? Gislene reaches his hand forward, and right on cue, Belinda steps up carrying a wooden chest. I cannot give you exclusive distribution rights, but I can offer you pure honor. Hearing this unexpected twist, Mayo cannot help but gasp in sheer surprise. Horner, the wooden box pops open, and inside are tons of beautifully crafted cosmetic bottles, all carefully packed. Her eyes gleam the second she sees the stash. What is this? Gislene does not hesitate, immediately introducing his masterpiece to Mayo. Trust me, you are going to love his next move. This is my custom cosmetic genep, a commemorative gift for our new partnership. Then he casually hands her a bottle. Let's dive into this. He steps up, telling her this product will literally flip the entire noble market upside down. Gislene flashes a textbook smile, reaching out. And you, my lady, will be the one changing that market. Hearing that, she narrows her eyes, thinking it over. Then Mayo lowers her fan, smiling back with complete effortless charm. Baron, how do you always come up with such flattering words? She reaches out, snapping the wooden chest shut. All right, let's do it. Mayo points her fan forward, gently tapping Gislene's chin. You will handle all the cosmetics distribution. She looks down from above, a totally smug look plastered on her face. And I will lead the trends here. Gislene hides a little smirk. Perfect. He escorts her outside the castle. Mayo clearly loves chatting with him. I'm heading out. Just ask if you need anything and I'll see what I can do. Right as she boards her carriage, he speaks. Could I ask a quick favor of you, my lady? Hearing that, Mayo immediately stops in her tracks. A favor? Gislene gets totally serious. Please tell Marquis Renford, who lives in that massive castle, up on the towering hill, that Baron Gislene can solve his daughter's little problem. Cut to Marquis Renford's giant mansion. Inside the study, a man sits deep in thought at his desk. He tightens his lips, ready to speak. His eyes dart sideways, calculating everything. Meanwhile, Claw excitedly tosses gold coins into the air, screaming, "We are rich." The castle's living room is packed with overflowing crates of gold coins. This is amazing. So freaking amazing. Countess Mayo's reputation must be totally insane. All those ultra-expensive cosmetics completely sold out the second they were made. He eagerly rushes straight at Gislene, shouting, "With all this capital we can gamble, until we drop dead." Belinda glares at Clow in disgust, thinking, "My lord, are we ditching our territory to just run businesses here?" Alphonse stands nearby looking super confused. Why is this guy acting so hyped when this isn't even his money? "You are truly incredible, my lord, effortlessly building connections across the kingdom." But Gislene just shakes his head, denying it. No, it is not enough. His sharp blue eyes suddenly flash. "What I truly want is..." Under the dark night sky, Gislene steps into his castle courtyard. Here is where it gets crazy. He squints at something. A mysterious figure is already waiting right in the middle of the courtyard, completely decked out in heavy solid iron armor. Sensing Gislene showing up, the guy immediately speaks out. "You are Baron Fenris." Right after that, he confidently strides toward the massive, glorious castle ahead. "Marcus Branford summons you." Two fierce black knights in full armor are already standing guard right outside the room's door. As Gislene approaches them, both of them reach out to swing the doors wide open for him. Inside this highly formal and elegant room, three people are already waiting. One of them sits dead serious behind the massive desk. Flanking Gislene on both sides, Belinda and Claw are allowed inside. Facing them, his completely calm expression does not change one bit. Marquis Branford seriously glares at Gislene. Gislene and Claw place hands on their chests, bowing to show respect. "An honor meeting you, Marcus Branford. I am Gislene, Baron Fenris." Branford's eyes, hiding countless unpredictable secrets, narrow just a bit, and then his tense facial muscles instantly relax. Branford's deep, powerful voice rings out clearly, stating Gislene's real identity. Currently, the son of Marcus Duke Perdium, the heir of Perdun. His voice gradually carries an intense pressure, aimed straight at him. The arrogant brat who killed the Count fighting Delphin and snatched the Lord's seat of Perdun. Branford drops a brutally cold final line. "You are nothing like your father." Gislene frowns, "And I know what you are thinking. This Marquis is watching everywhere, even the remote lands." The Royal Grand Minister, the absolute most powerful guy among the nobles, leading the royal faction right against Duke Delphin. He bows down slightly, feeling super cautious around this big shot. Every kingdom matter passes through him. Without Countess Mio, another royal faction backing him up, there is absolutely no way he could have met this guy so incredibly fast. A butler steps up, pushing a chair forward. "Please sit down." Real quick, Gislene glances over and spots his own custom-made cosmetics already sitting right on the guy's desk. Then he slowly takes a seat, facing Marquis Branford directly. The man half closes his eyes and speaks. "So you claim you can solve my daughter's problem, Rosalind?" Gislene smiles, completely overflowing with absolute confidence, and boldly replies, "Yes, I can cure the lady's illness." Hearing that, Branford sighs slightly, places his hand on the desk's book and says, "You haven't even met Rosalind." Branford clasps his hands, looking dead serious. "And you and I are about to hear one heavy question. You claim you can cure her impossible illness." Gislene calmly keeps his smile. "Stick with me, you and I are about to see our main character pull off the craziest move." He's totally confident because he's cured this exact illness before. Seeing his totally relaxed attitude, the Marquis actually tosses him a compliment. "Your confidence is honestly super impressive." Gislene gives a slight bow. "You flatter me." But then Marcus Branford hits him with a sentence that catches him completely off guard. "Just go back." Thinking of his sick child, he slowly gets brutally honest. "You are far from the first person claiming you can cure Rosalind. Every single one of them failed. And when they couldn't deliver, they paid the ultimate price with their lives." Branford picks up Gislene's item, inspecting it closely before continuing. "I really don't want to see a young man with such potential waste his life." Hearing that, our guy thinks to himself, what a freezing cold attitude. But the Marquis is absolutely right. He must have tried absolutely everything to cure Rosalind. But Gislene isn't backing down immediately, pushing for a totally different angle. "Do you seriously not want to treat your daughter? Even if I somehow fail, it's really not a big deal. A tiny bit of skin discomfort isn't going to kill her." He frowns slightly, continuing to push Marcus Branford. But the young lady definitely won't see it that way. The Marcus' face instantly darkens into pure anger. "Now watch closely, because the tension spikes right here." Branford raises his voice. "Are you really that insanely confident?" Gislene places a hand over his heart, showing absolute sincerity and zero fear. "I am completely different from those past failures." Seeing that rock-solid determination, Branford actually hesitates for a second. Slowly, he speaks up. "If you are truly ready to bet your life." And just like that, he agrees to Gislene's wild request, giving him one single shot. "Give it a try." The Marcus looks down and orders his staff. "Spare absolutely no support for Baron Fenris's medical treatment. If he succeeds, I will reward him handsomely." The butler standing nearby bows with a hand on his chest. But then Gislene speaks up instantly, grabbing all the attention in the room. "Just a reward is not enough." His eyes are completely locked and burning with intense determination. "Please grant me the one thing I truly desire." Hearing those words drop, Branford's expression instantly shifts to pure gloomy displeasure. He stares straight through the kid, pausing in heavy silence before growling. Say that again. Our boy just smirks casually, raising a hand. You are the kingdom's mighty pillar, Marcus. Surely you can grant at least one tiny wish for me. Hearing that disrespect, Branford's incredibly oppressive voice booms out. You dare demand a massive price just for curing my daughter. And Gislene fires back, his voice totally steady and fearless. Yes, I believe it's worth exactly that much. Then he keeps pushing, showing absolutely zero fear or hesitation. As the kingdom's pillar, the strongest noble alive, yet you cannot even protect your own family. I know what you're thinking, this kid is crazy. He sits there aggressively, questioning the Marquise. Then what good is all your so-called power? Backing him up, Belinda looks incredibly stressed out while Claw is literally terrified, biting his nails down. Claw keeps silently panicking. This absolute madman, how does he dare say those crazy things right to the Marquise? The Marquis finally speaks, surprisingly not exploding in total rage. The price for demanding things from me is definitely not cheap. Branford glares down at Gislene. Behind our main character, so many familiar lives are getting violently dragged into this insane high-stakes gamble. If you still want that reward, then bet absolutely everything you have. His dark voice carries a really unpredictable, chilling weight. Do you dare? Gislene looks down at the hand presented right in front of him, a confident smirk pulling at his lips. Then he firmly shakes that hand, sealing the absolute deal. Branford's pupils instantly shrink in complete shock. He never expected someone to actually agree to this madness. Gislene boldly stares him down and answers, I dare. Their eyes lock tight, finalizing the most massive bet of their lives. Instantly, Marcus Branford turns and shoots a decisive order to his retainer. Tell the royal treasury to immediately cut all financial aid going to Fenris. Lock down Baron Fenris's entire capital mansion. From this second on, absolutely nobody goes in or out. Hands clasped behind his back, he steps past the boy. An insanely heavy responsibility just drops straight onto Gislene's shoulders. I give you one single week. Bring Rosalind back to me, completely spotless. He simply replies with a gentle smile. I will do exactly that. Claw looks ready to lose his mind, tearing his hair out. Damn it, thought our money problems were over, now we get this disaster. Belinda stares at him, drowning in anxiety and dread. If the Marcus family strikes Bedion, and Fenris will be completely wiped off the map. It is literally only a matter of time. She quietly watches the back of this young man, carrying such an incredibly massive burden, the lives of so many people. Young master. Gislene slowly pushes himself up from his chair. Marquis Branford absolutely never forgives anyone stupid enough to challenge his ultimate authority, and the dead center of it all is Lady Rosalind's illness. He walks away, lost deep in his own thoughts. A problem even the kingdom's strongest man couldn't fix. He has to succeed. So what do you and I take from this? The Marquis dropped his warning and the real game begins. Let's dive right into this. There's no turning back now. Deep underground, beneath a massive castle, a mysterious figure stands alone in a dark basement. She's lost in thought, remembering her past. Does helping other people really mean putting your own life on the line? The weak can't save anyone, that's a cold, hard fact. To truly help others, you need real power. Her father's strict words are still burned into her memory. First, get the power you deserve. She quietly stares at the sword resting on the table. She followed his orders perfectly, training relentlessly for strength, but now she looks down at her trembling, blood-soaked hands. If this horrifying result is her reward, why bother? Gislene steps through the door behind her. I knew it was you, he says. She glances back over her shoulder, heavy tears pooling in her eyes, just seconds away from falling. Lady Rosalind Branford, daughter of the Marquis. He places a hand over his heart in a polite, formal greeting. I am the Lord of Fenris. Gislene flashes her a super friendly smile. Totally caught off guard by his sudden entrance, she demands to know, why are you here? He walks closer and says, I came to cure your illness. Did those cosmetics I sent actually work? The second those words leave his mouth, a rock comes flying straight at his face with insane speed. But his reflexes are top tier. He just tilts his head effortlessly, dodging the sudden throw. Her voice shakes as she yells back. You think you are the first guy to promise a cure. No matter what medicine I take or what treatments I try, it never works. Just leave me alone, it is completely useless. Her voice is dripping with pure despair. She collapses onto the floor, wrapping her arms tightly around her violently shaking body. He doesn't back down. I am not like those other guys. I am literally betting my life on curing you. Now, pay attention because this sets her off. She angrily spins around and screams. Every greedy scammer who comes here says the exact same things to me, claiming you are different, risking your life pushing cosmetics. Just because you have had it easy, you think you are some kind of special great savior. Seeing her completely lose her cool, he tries to calm her down. I know you have suffered through unimaginable pain. All that resentment. Rosalind Branford, the true heir to the Marquis family bloodline. Her dad leads the royalists, her mom was the prime minister's daughter. After her mother died, she became the family's rising star, A total genius in both brains and brawn, she mastered swordplay, wielded mana perfectly, and racked up insane achievements, acting as the #1 sponsor for tons of different industries all across Cadenia. But a bizarre, mysterious skin disease completely flipped this superstar's perfect life upside down. Even though her family threw endless resources at it, Rosalind's condition never got any better. Marcus Branford actually tried to sweep her problem under the rug using a political marriage. Her old life was gone, but her family's massive reputation would still keep her safe. The real cause, an irreversible skin rash triggered by training her mana using completely wrong methods. Classic system backfire. I know what you are thinking. Sounds bad, right? It's a rare rejection response when the yin and yang balance of her mana shatters. The core issue is her mana pathways. The more she uses her power, the harder it becomes to ever cure this thing. Seeing Gislene still standing there, she grips her sword tightly and lunges forward. Get out of my sight right now, or I swear I will kill you. While she goes completely feral, he stays totally chill. Excuse me, he says calmly, but I guess it is time for some forced medical treatment. He grips his hilt and dashes right at her, leaving her totally wide-eyed and shocked. Their blades clash violently. With pure skill, he easily parries her attack, knocking her sword completely aside. Then he rushes and grabs her arm tight, twists it back, and forces her down to the ground with brutal strength. He looks back at the door and yells, "Wendy, Belinda." The two maids were already waiting outside. They instantly rush in and pin Rosalind down. Now tightly tied to a bed, she furiously screams out, "What kind of sick joke is this? Untie me right now." He ignores her, totally casually taking off his coat. "If you want out, take off your helmet first," he demands. This request makes her flinch in pure panic. "What did you say?" he continues. "Before starting the real treatment, I have to actually check your condition." As he speaks, Belinda steps up to remove her mask, but she wildly thrashes her head around, fighting back. "Stop it, I said no," she yells. But the mask falls off, hitting the floor with a loud clank. "And trust me, you are not ready for this." Her face leaves everyone completely speechless. Then he pulls out a tiny bottle. "All right, you and I are jumping right into this madness." He looks at her and says, "Just endure this for a week, lady. Willpower is all you need." But she just grits her teeth, glaring right at him. She growls back, "Are you absolutely out of your mind? You must have a serious death wish. Do you honestly think you can actually cure me?" He just steps forward, begins the treatment, and softly replies to her, "If I fail, I am dead anyway. And honestly, lady, you are in the exact same boat. You will definitely die soon too." Those brutal words make Rosalind so incredibly furious, she starts crying. Meanwhile, he just stares at his own two hands, watching the bright magic power glowing right there. He thinks to himself, "Do not worry at all, I will definitely succeed." Because this exact treatment method was actually created by her. The future Rosalind, that is, yes, the lady created it herself. Shaking off those thoughts, he aims his glowing hands toward her body. He starts channeling his mana, making the entire room suddenly flash with blinding light. The very second that magic enters her system, things change. Pure, absolute agony violently rushes through her entirely. Her body feels like it is shattering into 100 pieces. Ripples of brutal, tearing pain begin. They just keep ripping through her over and over, making her scream out loudly. It hurts so much. You expect me to endure this? Endure this garbage for an entire week? Why does it have to be me? Out of everyone else out there, why am I the only one suffering? Suffering through this kind of agony. Now pay attention here because this is crucial." She suddenly remembers his warning: if this fails, she will definitely die. Those words completely ignite her desperate will to live. Biting her lip, she forces the horrific pain down deep inside and coldly snaps back at him. "Fine then, if I am going to die anyway, you better do this right and finish the job. If you do this half-baked, I swear I will literally kill you myself." Meanwhile, outside, heavy rain starts pouring down and crazy lightning flashes in a totally unnatural way. His mansion is completely surrounded by the royal guards, which makes Alphonse absolutely furious. He yells out, "Damn it to hell. Who exactly are these people surrounding our mansion right now? We just got to the capital, have not even partied yet, and we are already trapped like rats. I bet that stupid lord of ours caused trouble again, did he not?" The chubby guy standing next to him quickly speaks up to warn him. "Hey, we cannot just sit out here forever like idiots. Should we go find the commander?" Back inside the house, Cao and Gislene calmly walk downstairs. They come down the stairs and say there is absolutely no need to do that. Cao chimes in, "Just relax and drink your wine. Our Lord would never make a move without a brilliant plan." Fast forward to 1 week later. The palace is glowing brightly under these rays. These blinding rays of bright morning sunlight make it seem like incredibly great news is finally arriving today. Marquis Branford slowly heads downstairs. He goes down into the basement room to check on his daughter's condition. But the second he steps inside, something instantly makes him jolt in shock. He squints his eyes, and you probably saw this coming too. The room looks completely horrific, with fresh blood literally splattered everywhere around them. It is even soaking into Gislene's own clothes. Next to him, Rosaline the Marquis's daughter is lying completely unconscious on the medical bed. Her face is covered up by a thin white cloth, making the whole scene look absolutely terrifying. As soon as he notices the Marquis walking in, Gislene turns his head around. Branford desperately wants to say something, but his throat is completely frozen in fear. Reading the room perfectly, our guy steps. He steps up and slowly pulls the white cloth off of Rosaline's face. The instant it comes off, Branford's eyes shoot wide open in absolute disbelief. Meanwhile, across the entire kingdom, everyone is buzzing with wild gossip. The deadly illness of Marcus Branford's daughter has actually been completely cured. Wait, what? Did they not say it was totally incurable? Another guy immediately chimes in, yep, and the Marquis is throwing a massive banquet. Back at the estate, Gislene's group enters Branford's private room. The moment they walk in, they respectfully bow down, looking straight at our main hero. Branford laughs happily and says, "You really are not just a guy who talks big." He smiles back and says, "That is only because you gave. Because you gave me a fair chance, Marquis." The old man nods. "A promise is a promise. Now tell me, what is your reward? Name your price." The second those words drop, the vibe in the room gets bizarrely tense. Gislene stays quiet for a tense moment, thinks it over, and then finally speaks up. "I want you to become my absolute political backer." The instant he drops that bomb, the entire room shakes. An earl standing right in the back. He screams out from the back, "What did you just say?" Seeing her master's sheer audacity, Belinda is completely loving it and cheerfully whispers to herself, "That is our young master for you." Meanwhile, Clow is standing nearby, sweating absolute bullets out of pure terror, panicking inside his own head right now. If the Marquis actually agrees to back us, then whatever crazy stunt our lord pulls next, the Marquis will have to share the total blame for it. To build a solid power base in this ruthless kingdom, there is literally no better way than pulling a stunt like this. Faced with this wild request, Branford stews on it for a second, then replies, "And you called that a tiny request? It seems you must have a very specific reason for this. A reason to come straight to me for this, right? The thing is, I already had my eyes on someone else up in the north." Before the old man can even finish his sentence, Gislene cuts him right off. "Are you talking about Earl Brian?" The moment that name drops, Branford flinches in total surprise and immediately asks him, "Wait, the north also has huge lords like Zhao and Desmond up there, right? Why are you so confident it is him?" Gislene just smirks and answers, "Desmond acts like he is totally neutral, but because of that, you can never know. You never know what his true intentions really are. As for Zhao, they are in total chaos from family and fighting, and that is where we leave it, trust me. All right, stick with me here. Everyone else is just a greedy fool or a totally useless lord. But Count Perdium, he is completely different. He's super rich and super close with the royalist faction. Get this, he even controls a massive chunk of the Crimson Flame magic forces up in the north. Honestly, the only thing that actually caught the Marquis' eye was probably just his bribe-bound territory, nothing else." Hearing this incredibly detailed breakdown, Branford just goes quiet. He lets out a heavy sigh and finally speaks up. "You're telling me that as a backer you hold more value to me than Perdium does." He stares right back into the old man's eyes and says, "Please be completely honest with me right now. You really don't like Count Perdium at all, do you?" That bold question makes Branford pause for a second, then he literally bursts out laughing. "Haha, you nailed it. The guy's nice but insanely lazy. He's indecisive and way too easily swayed." Gislene jumps back in, adding, "And because of that personality, he's totally being manipulated by the royalists' enemies. The Dolphin Duke's family is definitely pulling his strings. So if you're going to reward me anyway, why not just go all in and fully back me? Wouldn't that be a much better deal?" He boldly places a hand over his chest and declares, "Please, let me be the noble representing the North." Branford goes dead silent after that massive declaration. He stands right up and says, "So this is exactly why you risked your life to challenge me." Excellent. Then he looks straight at him, voice booming, "Everyone in this room is now a witness to this. I, Marquis Branford, am officially stepping up as the ultimate backer for Baron Giselle Paris. Now watch closely, this is huge. Starting today, I am his absolute shield, the Baron's enemies. They are now officially my enemies too. Anyone who dares cross him better remember that I am standing right behind him. But in return, you must swear that in absolutely everything you do, you will always keep my honor in mind." Hearing this epic declaration, Giselle instantly drops down to one knee on the floor. He slams his sword down hard and vows, "I swear it." With the pact sealed, someone suddenly walks right in from outside and says, "Congratulations, Baron. I was way too flustered earlier, so I didn't even get the chance to properly greet you at all. Even if my father agreed to pay you some massive price, I am still the one who directly received your incredible grace today. So I will become your personal sponsor." Later, at a fancy ball inside the Duke's mansion, the nobles are absolutely buzzing with gossip. One guy whispers, "Hey, did you catch that crazy rumor yet?" Another one replies, "Oh yeah, I heard all about it. They say some random up-and-coming noble actually cured Lady Rosalind's sickness using nothing but homemade cosmetics, right? How insane is that?" If it's homemade cosmetics, could it really be that Deneb brand Lady Mayo was hyping up so much earlier? Someone else cuts in, oh, don't be ridiculous. How on earth could simple makeup cure a disease that even top-tier doctors totally gave up on? Another noble immediately fires back. Well, do you really think Marquis Branford would just throw a massive banquet like this for absolutely no reason? You and I both know how gossip works, right? Rumor has it he finally chose his new ward, so that must be it. Another noble gets super annoyed, saying, stop blindly gossiping about every single trashy rumor you hear hornlessly. I'm getting so sick of listening to it. Suddenly, a guy dressed completely casually strolls in from outside, instantly grabbing the attention of all the snubby nobles. They whisper, hey look, is that Baron Gisle? Our boy walks right into the fancy ball alongside Belinda, casually keeping one hand stuffed deep inside his pants pocket, completely unbothered. This makes Belinda nag him right away. Young master, please take your hand out of your pocket and just force a smile, will you? Seeing her constantly fussing over him, he turns and says, hey Belinda, don't you think you're overreacting just a little bit about all this? Hearing that, she just beams a bright smile and replies, how often do we actually get invited to a high-class place like this? This banquet is hosted by the most powerful man in the kingdom just for you. We absolutely cannot afford to let them look down on us. Ha ha. Hearing her pep talk, he just lets out a cold little scoff, glances over at the main doors, and says, this party probably wasn't even thrown for me. And right on cue, the giant room doors suddenly swing wide open. A guard screams out, Marquis Branford has arrived. The second those words drop, every single pair of eyes in the hall snaps to the entrance. He steps out right alongside his beautiful daughter, Rosalind. She is practically glowing with total confidence now that she's cured. She looks out at the massive crowd and speaks. It has been so long since we last met. I hope everyone is doing well. Seeing her absolutely stunning appearance, the nobles below start cheering like crazy. Look at Lady Rosalind's face. This is absolutely unbelievable. She is completely cured from that terrible illness. Oh my gosh, she looks even more gorgeous than she ever did before. Staring at Rosalind's flawless face, Belinda just gasps in pure awe. She looks completely different, doesn't she? Is this really the same girl who was throwing massive tantrums at us just a little while ago? Up on the balcony, Rosalind scans the entire room, clearly searching for someone specific. And then boom, her eyes lock dead onto Gisle's exact spot. That intense gaze makes him jump just a little bit. Once the wild crowd finally settles down, Branford speaks up, thank you all for coming tonight. Tonight's banquet is to celebrate my daughter Rosalind's complete recovery and to officially announce that I have finally chosen the exact person I wish to sponsor right now. The nobles below completely gasp out loud. Trust me, you'll want to see what happens next. Let's dive right in. The crowd is absolutely buzzing. He's sponsoring who? Are the rumors actually true? Seeing everyone so confused, the Marquis steps up to explain. Some of you already know, while others might still be in the dark, he says. Thanks to the incredible help of one particular young man, we finally cured the illness that tormented Rosalind for years. That man is Baron Gislene Perdium. He continues with absolute authority, declaring that the mighty Brentford family is officially stepping in as Baron Perdium's guardian. From this day forward, they will put their full weight behind him, backing him completely. When you deal with him, treat him with the exact same respect you show me. Having dropped that massive bombshell on the room, he simply adds, now then, please enjoy the banquet. As soon as those words leave his mouth, every single eyeball in the room instantly locks right onto Gislene. And man, their glares are completely terrifying. But he doesn't even flinch, just calmly thinking to himself how Marquis Brentford really doesn't mess around. He might be super cautious about making decisions, but once he commits, he goes all in. Gislene recalls his earlier advice. Attend the banquet. Now that I am officially sponsoring you, it is time to network and greet the nobles from our faction. You need to make those connections so they will actually help you later on. Snapping back to the present, he scans the lavish room and thinks, looks like almost every major power player in the kingdom showed up for this. The pressure is definitely heavy, but securing a valuable position like this will be incredibly useful later. Meanwhile, the snooty nobles start glaring in his direction, whispering they're nasty. Now watch closely because they immediately start talking trash. Isn't he way too young, zero status, even if he cured the lady's illness? Why would the Marquis sponsor such a totally mediocre family? Hearing them openly badmouth him, Belinda gets absolutely furious in the background. They don't know a single thing about her young master. Just then, Rosalind gracefully walks down the steps, approaching his spot, and gently says, sorry to interrupt Baron Perdium. She officially introduces herself again. Ah, Rosalind. I want to formally send my deepest gratitude to you, Baron. While speaking, she elegantly bows to him. Seeing a high-ranking lady do this leaves absolutely everyone in the room staring in pure shock. She continues, there is no need to mind those petty noises. After all, a truly famous person is always surrounded by a little bit of gossiping chatter. He just smiles back and replies, honestly, I'd rather reject this kind of fame. Their glares are so hot, I am about to get roasted alive right here. She steps closer with a bright smile, saying, "Today is incredibly special. You know, everyone just saw me make my official public return and then heard my father announce he is personally acting as your guardian. So they are probably just itching to do something right now." Then reaching out her delicate little hand, she confidently says, "Come on, let's go say hello to them together. Everyone is waiting for you." Caught completely off guard by her bold offer, he freezes for a few seconds before shooting a quick glance back at Belinda. But his loyal aide is already showing a super enthusiastic expression, totally agreeing with this move. Getting her approval, he turns back with a gentle smile and the duo starts walking to greet all the fate elites. Rosalind explains the royalist faction splits into three massive groups. Leading the first is the Cat Madam, a wildly wealthy noble, holding total control over the capital's culture and high society from Count Elsbach's family. Next is the eldest son of the kingdom's prime minister handling law and administration. He's the Grand Chancellor, Sir Bylon, who's also related to her own family through marriage. And finally, the guy commanding the kingdom's military force, the army's supreme commander, Marcus Marquarrie. These high-ranking nobles hold ridiculous power, basically dominating the administration, justice, and military of the entire Luthen kingdom. Depending on which elite the northern representative Baron greets first, it will decide if he keeps or totally ruins their delicate political face. I know what you're thinking, this is a total minefield. Gislene tenses up, remembering Brentford's heavy warning, "Never forget. The world you are stepping into will be completely different from before." Standing in front of the absolute biggest shots in the kingdom, Gislene lets out a quiet sigh and sweeps his gaze over everyone. Then placing a hand over his chest, he confidently announces, "I am Baron Paris." The very first person he walks up to is Count Elsbach. He says, "I hope you will take good care of me from now on." Seeing him greet Elsbach first, Marquarrie's eyes flare with obvious anger. Elsbach steps right up, throwing an arm over his shoulder, cheerfully. Actually, I am the one who should be asking for your favor. Lately, thanks to you, my wife has gained so much face. If you ever need any help, you can come talk to me anytime." Meow chimes in right beside him. "Oh, my little brother. You really are a loyal one." Faced with these slightly over-the-top friendly remarks, Gislene furrows his brow, gently reminding her, "Madam, in a public setting like this, maybe you shouldn't call me that." She just smiles back. "Between us two, who really cares? Anyway, thank you so much for saving face for my family." Seeing them chat away for quite a while, Marquarrie on the other side raises his hand, fake coughing pretty loudly. A guy in blue standing behind him pipes up, "If he's really the son of a frontier count, shouldn't he obviously be greeting Marquis Marquarrie first, the supreme commander of the entire kingdom's military forces?" The snob next to him chimes in, "Looks like Marquis Brentford is getting old. His eye for people has completely tanked." Hearing those insults, Gislene just glances over and walks right up to them. "Trust me, you'll definitely want to see what happens next. Stick with me here, watch our MC walk right past these three, leaving Marquarrie absolutely stunned just to greet Blocker first. "I'm Baron Paris." Blocker just smiles back. "I truly owe you for curing Lady Rosalind. Thanks to you, I can finally breathe easily. I already heard the news from the Marquis. You're actually planning to rescue those slaves and elves, right? Just leave all the annoying legal messes and taxes to me. Don't sweat it." Hearing this massive favor, our guy bows respectfully and replies, "Thank you, sir." Only after completely finishing his chat with Blocker does he finally approach Marquarrie, and the old guy literally shaking with pure rage. "Don't get cocky just because Brantford has your back. I can squash a bug like you anytime I want." But facing this deadly threat, our MC stays completely chill. "Of course, I still have much to learn. I look forward to your guidance." Meanwhile, the other nobles in the crowd aren't buying Brantford's decision. They start whispering, "Can't believe he trusts some country bumpkin. Is it just because he's close with Elsby, or maybe because Lord Knott and Marquis Brantford are basically family now?" Even with all this trash talk flying around, Brantford keeps his cool. Back to Gislene. With the formalities done, he walks right over to Rosalind. She immediately asks, "Did you do that greeting order on purpose?" He just smiles. "I simply followed my heart." Right after he says that, a massive swarm of nobles rushes him like moths to a flame. They start shouting, "Please look over here. You have to accept this gift. We heard you personally defended the territory. Please just give our family a moment of your time." Watching this crazy crowd swamp Gislene, Els points out, "He definitely just made an enemy out of Marcus Marquarrie." Mio just smiles. The way he skillfully handled that old man was flawless. Byler chimes in next. Marquarrie might be jealous, but with Brantford backing him, he has no choice but to respect the kid. Right on cue, Brantford steps up. "Obviously. He cured my daughter's illness, the exact same sickness that baffled every single top doctor in this entire kingdom." Byler looks at him with pure respect. "Finding someone this incredibly talented and trustworthy, you really have an eye for greatness." The Marquis just lets out a quiet sigh. "I really didn't do anything special. Climbing from rock bottom all the way up to stand before me, that was 100% his own raw power." Now pay attention to this. He flipped a losing war into a total victory using pure strength, and he reads the battlefield like a psychic. That's exactly why I trust him. But honestly, when someone shines this blindingly bright so fast, you just pray the shadows don't swallow them up. Suddenly, right outside the hall, thud, a heavy cane strikes the floor, making Gislene flinch in surprise. A new figure steps straight through the massive doors, instantly grabbing every single person's attention. Gislene locks eyes with the newcomer, his pupils shrinking in pure shock. Tap, tap. The cane echoes heavily through the silent room. Staring him down, Gislene thinks to himself, so you finally decided to show your face. My ultimate enemy. The eternal rival. The Delphin Duke family. And you're his absolute most trusted right-hand man. The brain of the Duke's entire operation, Ron Joseph. Gislene's eyes then shift to the hulking beast standing right behind him, face totally hidden behind a mask. And who is that? You and I both know this means trouble. The crowd instantly panics, whispering, it's Duke Delphin's inner circle. Nothing good comes from messing with them. Keep your head down. Seriously, just when the vibe was actually peaceful, these guys ruin it. Completely ignoring the pathetic whispers, Joseph struts right up. It's been a long time, Marquis Branford. Branford just stares at him with dead eyes. Duke Joseph, I thought you absolutely hated coming to boring events like this. The Duke scoffs, looking completely unimpressed. I merely came to see the circus for myself. Rumor has it you've adopted a little lion cub. That lion cub he's talking about, obviously Gislene. Hearing this, Branford's expression instantly turns ice cold. He snaps back. Even so, it's really not something a high and mighty Duke needs to worry about. Now who's that giant standing behind you? The Duke smirks. Just my personal escort knight. Nothing for the great Marquis to lose sleep over. One of Branford's knights suddenly steps up barking. Even if he's your personal guard, he needs to state his name and identity right now. He points straight at him. Take off that mask, but the masked giant dead silent. This blatant disrespect pisses the knight off. He grips his sword, hilt roaring. Are you deaf? I said, show your face. With the tension literally about to snap, Branford just raises a single hand. That's enough, Leo. His eyes are practically dripping with killing intent as he glares at Joseph. You've traveled quite a long way. Better save your energy. Don't tarnish the Delphin name. Joseph narrows his eyes. Thanks for the concern. So where do you and I go from here? Total war. Watching them walk away, Branford just stands there completely deep in thought. Even with Round, an absolute heavy hitter for the Duke already right here in the capital, absolutely zero reports came through. Somehow, these guys completely dodged all the eyes and ears Branford had set up. Seriously, is the Duke running this entire capital already? Stick with me because this confrontation is about to get intense. They walk straight up to Gislene. He gives them a totally cold stare, sparks literally flying as their eyes lock. Then the guy speaks up. Do you have any idea who I am? Gislene doesn't even blink. Just keeps that deadpan look and casually answers, yeah, I know. I've heard plenty of rumors while staying here in the capital. The man smirks and replies, I've heard quite a bit about you too. Baron Gislene, Fenris' word is you've racked up some serious achievements up north. Hearing this, Gislene just thinks to himself, oh yeah, of course he knows all about it. After all, every single plot to destroy Perdium was entirely your doing. He stays quiet and the guy just keeps talking. All right, Gislene, enough with the polite greetings. How about we change locations? I've got something highly classified we need to discuss in private. Then the two of them head over to a tea table in a super quiet spot. The man gets straight to business, dropping the act. I'll just lay it out. We are very interested in those cosmetics you created. Rumor says there's a new product on the market that's so insanely effective that Lady Rosalind's skin completely bounced back. That's why I came to the capital myself. Truth is, our faction is actually developing a very similar product right now. But honestly, Gislene is barely paying attention to a single word. His eyes are totally locked onto the massive bodyguard standing right behind the guy. Then he finally speaks up. Look, if you're asking for exclusive rights or sharing my technology, the answer is a hard no. The man cuts him off immediately. Relax, I have zero interest in discussing boring business deals like what I'm really saying is why should a brilliant young talent like you rot away in a totally dead wasteland like the North? And yet, thanks to one wild twist of fate, you suddenly stepped up, led an army to victory, and totally built a solid foundation right here in the capital. Was that just pure luck or actual skill? Now watch closely because that was a straight-up threat. Gislene doesn't flinch at all. He just fires back, I simply put in a little extra effort to learn. Facing such a razor-sharp response, the guy smiles. Is that so? Then why not join Duke Delphin? Talent and potential both have an expiration date, you know. If you stay in a brutal place like the North before your skills even bloom, you'll be suffering against barbarians or endless wars, and then your life is just completely over. Incredible young prodigies like you getting buried out there. I've seen it happen way more than just once or twice. He reaches his hand out, making the offer. back the Duke, and you won't ever have to worry about that garbage again, because we absolutely hold the power to make that reality. Faced with this sweet talk, Gislene just shuts it down. I've already joined up with the prince's faction, but the man just keeps pushing. Come on, claiming you're totally committed to them is a bit of a stretch, right? You've barely dipped a toe in the water. I can hand you a proper territory down south, and naturally that goes for your dad as well. Even Count Perdium has to break his back trying to defend the entire kingdom from those northern barbarians. Isn't that right? You can't just play defense your whole life. It's time you finally started living comfortably. Obviously, these coded promises are exactly what Gislene completely expected. He thinks to himself, annoyed. Of course, this snake is using that same exact tone again. Even though I joined the prince opposing the Duke, he's still trying to poach me. And then he loops back to the cosmetics rumor saying, Lady Rosalind's skin looks flawless again, which is why he personally came here. Blah blah blah. His side is also working on a similar formula. But once again, Gislene ignores the sales pitch. His entire focus is completely glued to that massive bodyguard in the back. I know what you're thinking, this tension is insane. Gislene speaks up again, shutting down any talk about exclusive rights or tech sharing. Hard pass on all of it. The guy cuts him off, insisting he doesn't want to waste time on boring stuff like that anyway. He rehashes his entire point, asking why on earth a literal young genius like him should be rotting away in a completely dead wasteland like the frozen north. So how about the Duke steps over to my side instead? A totally simple offer, but it makes Joseph instantly squint, fully paying attention. With the negotiations totally wrapped up, those two hop into their carriage and leave the Duke's estate. Inside, the guard asks, so what's your take? What's your actual impression after meeting that Gislene kid face to face? The man thinks for a second, then mutters, he's got these freakishly weird eyes that honestly make me want to gouge them right out. The guard nods. That punk definitely wanted you dead. I felt his killing intent clearly. He kept constantly probing my power level, probably trying to figure out exactly how to bypass me and strike you down. Honestly, the two of us were basically having this wild, invisible battle, trading invisible blows non-stop. One of us attacking, one defending. Our eyes literally never left each other for a single second. Flashback to the end of their clash. Gislene suddenly speaks up. Tell me, Duke, would you possibly want to step over to my side instead? Joseph just processes this crazy offer, flashes a super cryptic smile, and replies, well, they do call you the guy who made Marquise Branford totally miserable. Then he stands right up, turns his back, and says, nice meeting you. If the chance arises, we'll definitely cross paths again. Gislene coldly fires back, yeah, I'm really looking forward to it, and trust me, you and I haven't seen the last of them. Stick with me here, things are heating up. Breaking eye contact with Gislene, he glares back. The kingdom's #1 swordsman, Sen Ban Jiik. Back in the present, Sen admits he was recognized first. Hearing this totally unexpected answer, Joseph pauses, lost in deep thought. Hearing that it seems the wild rumors about his battle records aren't just hype, his total conquest of the North is merely delayed, not completely destroyed. There are still plenty of other methods, but I must give Desmond a very clear warning. Tell him that fighting Gisle is like facing a high-tier regional knight commander, and he needs to plan his moves accordingly. Sen immediately interrupts him from across the room. The North's top swordsman. Treat this like fighting the absolute best swordsman in the North, not just some average knight commander. Meanwhile, back at his estate, absolute chaos. Everyone is frantically packing and moving massive piles of cargo. One guy starts yelling orders, come on, gather all the supplies right now. Do not leave a single item behind. Embezzle even a single coin and you will all pay the price. Haha, is all of this epic loot really the supply drop from the Marquis move? All the military rations over to this side. Here is where it gets interesting for us. Switching back to Gislene, he drops a bomb. I am heading north. She is completely stunned. So soon, he nods. Yes, there is still an insane amount of work left to do. He glances at her, hesitating slightly. Well, like we discussed, I am giving you the distribution rights for the DNF currency, up to the 300,000 gold you promised. He gives her a totally expectant look. She thinks for a second before firing back. Do you seriously have nothing to discuss besides money? He freezes for a few seconds, replying, well, we are strictly in a sponsor and sponsored kind of relationship. She pouts. You are painfully blunt. Sighing, she adds, as your sponsor, I really need to learn more about the Baron. We need to understand each other on a deeper level. For instance, what is your end game? Why live a life obsessed with working? He meets her eyes, then looks away. Nothing special, honestly. My only goal is simply to have enough food to eat and warm clothes to wear. That half-hearted answer obviously upsets Rosalind. She snaps back, you are not being honest with me at all. If that was truly your goal, you should have just joined Duke Delphin's faction, exactly like Viscount Joseph suggested earlier, instead of the prince's side. Facing her doubts, he stays silent for a moment before answering, that is because, as the heir of Perdium, as the Lord of Fenris, I set a specific goal, and to achieve it, I absolutely need your power, but I refuse to share my burdens just to force you into carrying them with me. Those words leave her totally stunned. Why not? A burden is supposed to be shared so. Before she even finishes, he grabs her small arm, startling her so badly she literally drops her fan. Did you and I just see that? He leans in and kisses her arm, leaving Rosalind completely frozen and blushing out of her mind. He adds, because I truly want you to be happy. Leaving that blessing behind, he walks away, leaving Rosalind standing there like a statue, obsessing over his words. He strides away deep in thought, the Marquis banquet wrapped up on a perfect note. I managed to reject Ron's offer while saving face for Marquis Branford at the exact same time. Meanwhile, the aid meant for the Bribon territory got safely rerouted to Fenris and Perdium. But wait, there is more. Under Branford's name, citizens of both territories get massive perks like specific tax exemptions and straight-up VIP treatment. Thanks to that, I gathered over 50,000 citizens from royal territories and got them to migrate to our land. The DAF slaves, a super valuable workforce, are also heading to Fenris. After all this, absolutely nobody will dare look down on our domain, calling it small and starving. However, those bastards showing up at the Marquis place means they are definitely brewing another scheme, just to crush us. Hesitate for even 1 second and we will be instantly wiped out. Duke Delphin, I swear I will kill you and erase every single trace you left behind from this world. The scene shifts to the Fenris domain. A guy with both hands and feet fully shackled is trudging heavily forward. Other chained prisoners trail behind him. One whispers, "Hey Ganvar, I think the Lord just arrived." Hearing that Grey Wolf glances ahead. Inside the city, the crowd cheers. The Lord has returned. Seeing the insanely huge crowd packed along the streets, Belinda gasps, "Oh my god, literally everyone came out here." With everything he has done, a welcome this massive is not surprising. The cheering crowd totally grabs the prisoners' attention. The prisoners start whispering, they are super hyped. Honestly, I have never seen a territory like this in my life. I heard the Lord builds new houses for his people, promising he will never let a single person go hungry. And that's where we leave it. No wonder these people absolutely worship their Lord. Let's dive in. Ganvarek lets out a heavy sigh. Don't forget, guys, this isn't the first time we've been completely played. Nobles will always be nobles. He's just absolute trash who only cares about stuffing his own greedy face. Catching his drift, the two guys behind him quickly speak up. Ganvarek, does that mean you're actually sticking to the plan? He nods solemnly. Exactly. We move forward as planned, but suddenly their little plotting session catches Giselle's sharp eye. He freezes, pondering for a second. Seeing him standing like a statue, Belinda nudges him. What are you doing, young master? You gotta wave to your citizens at least once. Hearing her, he lazily waves just to get it over with. Faced with a massive roaring welcome, Claw looks absolutely thrilled. Man, coming home is epic. Nothing beats this feeling. We're swimming in cash, now let's just chill. But before he finishes, Giselle barks, Claw, tell Lel to organize my assigned documents and bring them to the study. That cold tone startles Claw. Wait, what? We just got back and you're working. Already, give us a tiny break. Giselle deadpans, you're literally my slave. What makes you think you get a break? You rested enough in the capital. Boom. He immediately orders a full emergency meeting. The whole crew gathers in his study to talk business. He turns to the guy beside him. Lo, how are things? With Chief Hojun Lel nods. All good, my lord. Giselle replies, tell him I'll be visiting the territory soon. Then he cuts straight to the chase. Report our recent status. Lo glances at the scroll in his hands. For territory management, we followed your exact orders before you left for the capital. Giselle immediately presses, what about building the main facilities? Now watch this, Alphonse cuts in. I actually took a quick look on the way here today. Looks like while Vanessa and I were gone, the roads and canal repairs got completely finished up, didn't they? Vanessa taps her staff, warning him to show some respect. Lo continues. Also, the new workshop and granary are basically done. If we assign those slaves Ho-Jun brought back from the capital to the job, the rest will be finished in no time. Plus, our agricultural yield is absolutely insane. We probably don't even need to buy grain from the merchants anymore. Belinda raises an eyebrow. Just how huge are we talking? Claw smirks. Speaking strictly about harvest volume, we're tied with Branford. But for yield per acre, we are literally sitting right at the absolute top of the kingdom. Wendy frowns in the back thinking, didn't he strictly say absolutely no farming here before? Hearing this crazy update, Belinda is hyped. At this rate, our young master is going to rapidly level up into a major lord. Plus, we've got the royal faction backing us now. Gislene nods. Just like you predicted back then, reviving this territory is finally becoming reality. While the whole room is celebrating their massive wins, Giselle, however, is still deep in thought. Sure, the place barely looks like a real territory now, but this is nowhere near enough. He suddenly speaks up. Keep buying food until I say stop. We also need to expand residential zones, so go. Prep the land immediately. That order startles Claw. Wait, what does that mean? Giselle locks eyes with them. Starting now, we prepare for war. You totally felt that drop right. The room explodes in pure shock. Warclaw screams, "Wait, what do you mean? Who would dare attack a lord backed by the royal faction under the absolute protection of Marquis Branford?" His voice drops dangerously low. "It's either Desmond or JF. Just read those documents first, you'll see." Staring at the stack, Lel hands over claw stammers. "This is insane. Desmond's territory is drafting and training knights on a massive scale. They're even hiring freelance knights. The trade records show them stockpiling insane amounts of weapons and raw iron ore." Gislene nods. "That's the intel report on Count Desmond's sketchy movements from right before we left for the capital. The craziest part, they're buying up huge loads of high-grade iron ore straight from Count Cabandi's territory." Gislene rubs his chin. "The most crucial supplies for a war are food soldiers and gear. Iron ore is the ultimate essential resource needed to forge and fix weapons. Are you saying their buying volume is suspiciously way higher than regular peacetime numbers?" Right claw swallows hard. "So basically war is actually going to happen." Alphonse curses loudly. "Damn it, we gotta fight that kind of brutal battle all over again." Vanessa frowns, looking super worried. Checking the files, Claw speaks. "If Desmond monopolizes iron ore like this, fighting them is going to be a total nightmare. To raise our overall level, we absolutely need iron ore. But you already know Count Cabandi will never in a million years sell it to us." Right, Gislene nods. "Exactly. Right now, we basically have to consider Count Cabandi as part of Duke Delphin's faction. But if we go hunting for iron ore now, they might already finish prepping for a full territorial war." He continues. "Basically, we're in a tough spot." Everyone falls completely silent. "So what's next? Trust me, you're going to want to stick around for this." "All right, stick with me here. You and I are about to watch an absolute masterclass in strategy." Everyone is leaning in. He smirks with pure confidence. "We are attacking Count Cabandi's territory first." Boom. The entire room practically shakes from the sheer shock of his words. Everyone stares right at him in absolute disbelief. Meanwhile, we cut over to Count Cabandi's massive castle. The Count carelessly tosses a grape into his mouth, bites down hard, and spits the seeds right onto the table, grabbing the attention of the guys sitting across from him. "Wait, what did you just say? The #1 sword of the North?" Herod keeps his cool and replies, "The Duke's house just sent a full investigative report regarding the Fenris territory. That lord over there, Gisle Fenris. The reports say we need to face him as if we are battling the absolute strongest swordsman in the entire North. This guy is completely unpredictable. You literally cannot guess his next move. Honestly, you better start prepping this place for an all-out war right now." Hearing this, Cabandi goes quiet for a few seconds, then a smug smile creeps onto his face. "Why are you even telling me this? You were the one who has to go out there and fight Herod." He repeats it mockingly. "You were the one heading into battle, Herod." Cabandi flashes a truly wicked and arrogant smirk at him. "Haha, what is the matter? Did taking one brutal beating completely destroy all of your sharp instincts? Who in their right mind would ever dare attack this place? Why would I even need to prepare for war? Just look at the insanely deep moat surrounding us. I built 2 layers of defensive walls way stronger than any normal city could ever afford. Plus, our massive siege defense weapons are entirely forged using the absolute peak of northern metallurgy techniques. Now pay close attention here. You are going to want to remember this insane arrogance later. This is my family's ultimate unbreakable fortress. You see all this and still think I need to prepare. I am sorry, but throughout my entire family's history, these castle walls have literally never been breached by anyone, not even a single time. Instead of worrying about me, Desmond, you really should just worry about your own skin. Did we not just lose an incredibly precious secret weapon out there?" Hearing those exact mocking words makes Desmond absolutely furious. He clenches his fists tightly, his eyes practically burning with pure rage. We smash cut right back to the Fenris territory. Right now, Cao and Gislene place their hands on their chests in a respectful salute. Belinda also bows her head slightly as Gisle's imposing shadow walks past them. He is decked out in pitch-black armor, fists tightly clenched, his eyes completely locked in and full of resolve as he steps forward. Standing right in front of him is a seriously massive, powerful army. He looks over at all of them and openly praises their energy. "Excellent spirit. I know exactly how hard it is to actually trust and blindly follow someone when there is zero financial benefit on the table. But every single one of you trusted me and followed me all the way here. Just like I boldly declared to you before, I will transform all 200 of you into real, genuine knights. As of today, the legendary Fenris Knight Order is officially and finally established." The very second he finishes speaking those words, he slams his massive sword violently straight down into the dirt. That is immediately followed by hype, determined cheers echoing from the soldiers below. Meanwhile, inside a nearby tent, Claus just lets out a heavy sigh. "I know exactly what you are thinking. This sounds completely insane. No matter how you look at it, we have no idea if this is actually possible." Then he turns and asks, "What do you think about this, Wendy?" She just stays deep in thought, silent. Now let's flash back to a bit earlier. We are back in his tense meeting room. He looks right at them and says, "We will attack Count Perdium's heavily guarded territory first." Those words leave every single person in the room completely stunned. Klaus angrily shouts at him, "Why on earth would you pivot in that direction?" Count Desmond and Perdium are playing pretend as neutral nobles, but in reality, they have totally sold out to the Duke's faction. They are nothing but disposable pawns. By using them, the Duke gets to freely and easily operate across the entire northern region. Simply put, Perdium is absolutely our enemy too. Plus, if we can just win this upcoming war, all of their precious iron ore becomes ours. This right here is the absolute perfect chance to severely slow down the enemy's growth, while massively speeding up our own faction's development. His bold logic makes the entire room fall dead silent once again. After quietly processing this for a minute, Klaus finally asks, "All right then, exactly how do you plan to attack an enemy like that?" Gislene quickly chimes in. The armed forces defending Perdium's territory are widely known as the supreme military power in the north. Cao nods in agreement. Exactly, setting everything else aside for a second. Whether you look at raw numbers or pure troop quality, our current military strength is just nowhere near enough to survive a full territory war. Fully understanding all of their valid worries and fears, he casually drops a bomb. That is exactly why I will turn all 200 of our current mercenaries into actual mana-wielding knights. People always say that one fully trained knight can easily put out the combat power of 100 regular soldiers. If we can successfully forge a knight order of 200 people, that means we will instantly possess a fighting force equal to 20,000 standard soldiers. This leaves Belinda standing nearby completely baffled. Seriously, but how are you going to do that? Doesn't mastering mana take literally years? He doesn't even answer, just turns away. So what do you and I make of this? Trust me, you have to see what happens next. Vanessa speaks up. "Could you help me bring that out here?" The girl nods right away. "Yes, my lord. Stick with me here because 3 massive crates packed with magic scrolls just got dumped in front of everyone." Number 5 stares at them stunned. Number 5 blurts out, "Are you seriously using a mana acceleration array? Did you burn through every single runestone we have just to make this?" Grabbing a magic scroll, our guy nods. "Yeah, if we use this, the training method is going to be a little bit different. It completely breaks the orthodox path, but you can build mana way faster. Plus, I already tweaked the Perdium family technique. I simplified their family art to make it way easier. 1 month is all we need." Hearing this, Belinda just narrows her eyes. She speaks up, "Master, you altered the family art without asking." The Lord ignores the complaint and simply fires right back. Better to let them learn it than die totally clueless. This reckless move leaves Gislene scratching his head in absolute confusion. Still, simply training up soldiers makes taking down Perdium Castle nearly impossible, based on a subordinate's memory from his mercenary days, back when he managed to sneak into Count Perdium's fortress. That place is heavily fortified, built with a double layer of massive walls. It sits on high ground surrounded by deep trenches, and the defensive weapons are stacked everywhere. The place is an absolute death trap. Basically, with all these insane defensive advantages, Perdium Castle has literally never fallen a single time in history. Watch closely, this is where it gets tricky. Since they are dead set on defending, it completely shuts down our mercenary battle tactics. Our specialty is completely useless here. Klaus speaks up completely stressed. "Do you hear that, my lord? We need to drop this preemptive strike idea right now. Let's just focus entirely on blocking Desmond, okay? Even if it takes some real effort. We should try looking for iron ore in a totally different area." Seeing these guys constantly backing down, our guy speaks up. "You want to make a bet? Let's see if we win or lose." Seeing him spark up his gambling habit, Claw furiously shouts, "Absolutely not. Are you just going to gamble the entire territory's fate from now on?" Facing his absolute panic, Gislene confidently replies, "You really do not need to worry so much. I have already planned everything out." Down below, Godin voices a major concern. "Wait, to become a knight, you absolutely have to know how to use mana right. I heard the absolute fastest method takes years. Literally years of training. So how are we supposed to use mana now?" He replies. "As you guys already know, learning a mana art takes a few years of proper cultivation minimum. But I am going to help all of you wield mana in just 1 single month." This leaves Godin absolutely baffled. Just 1 month? How? He explains it simply, "I am going to teach you guys in a way that is incredibly easy to understand." Right after that, he and the entire group of knights dive straight into their brutal training session. Cut to countless knights sprawled across the dirt, panting heavily from pure exhaustion. In the center, Gislene is currently forcing mana to circulate right through Godin's body, making him scream out in pure agony. He yells out, "Endure it." Compressing years of training into 1 month means the physical burden you bear will be equally massive. Now, through this special acceleration array, every single one of you guys, I know what you were thinking. Sounds crazy. You will feel the mana then force those ambient particles down into your core to form a proper mana core. Just imagine its flow exactly like a spool of thread being tightly wound up together. Following his words, a tiny glowing speck of concentrated mana suddenly appears right between Godin's palms. This absolute breakthrough leaves the guy so insanely hyped. He laughs so loud it literally shakes the territory. Once the job is done, our guy heads back outside to cool off. Belinda walks up to check on him. "You have worked hard, young master." He replies, "All right, send all of our people right back to the dorms now. We will need to keep a close eye on them for a bit. From now on, we are crafting armor for the Night Order ourselves." "How are those mutant slaves doing?" Low answers. "Well, the elves are not here yet, but the homunculus tribe is already waiting at the dorms inside the territory." He narrows his eyes slightly and questions it. The dorms inside the territory. He gazes up at the distant dark sky, thinking deeply to himself before muttering, "Looks like the moon is not rising tonight." Meanwhile, way outside the territory in an empty clearing, the ground starts shaking violently. Then out of nowhere, a hand reaches right up from beneath the dirt. It is Ganveric, followed by a few other guys. He looks down and tells the group, "Everyone hurry up." One guy in the crew asks nervously, "Ganveric, are you absolutely sure about this? Just escaping this kingdom is going to give us our freedom," he answers. "I heard there is a secret autonomous zone in another kingdom, a place where mutant slaves gather to live in peace, so we will definitely be free there. Move fast, the border is literally right in front of us." But after he says that, the group does not move an inch. Instead, they are violently shaking as if they are looking at something absolutely terrifying. Seeing this, he gets furiously angry and shouts out, "What are you waiting for? Let's go. Are you seriously telling me you still miss your pathetic lives as slaves? If you are scared, then just get lost. Me living like this is no different from being a noble's lapdog. And trust me, you and I know he doesn't see the dark shadow already behind him. Unnoticed, he just pops up behind him." One guy frantically points back, "No, not there, right behind you. Trust me, you and I are going to love this guy." Following his finger, Ganveric turns around only to find Gislene just standing there completely undetected. He just speaks calmly. "You all know trying to run away is completely useless, right?" The group completely panics. "Our whole escape plan, did this guy already figure it all out?" Ganveric grinds his teeth in pure rage. "How did you even find us this fast?" Then he realizes something and asks, "Wait a second. Did you seriously come all the way out here by yourself?" He just nods to confirm. "Yep, just me." Hearing this, the demi-humans immediately huddle up to whisper about something. Then they turn back with absolute killing intent in their eyes, throwing out a totally deadly threat. "Well, if we just make you disappear, we get our freedom back, don't we?" Seeing exactly what they're plotting, he lets out a heavy sigh. "All right then. Let's see what you guys can actually do." After absolutely destroying the entire group of demi-humans, Ganveric is now completely covered in brutal wounds. He struggles hard to force himself up, gasping heavily for air. He steps closer, genuinely impressed. "Dwarves really are built different. Your endurance is off the charts. Now pay attention here. If rumors of your escape spread, those slave traders will absolutely hunt you down with pure fiery rage. Wouldn't it just be better to stay put and work hard for me?" But the guy isn't listening to a single word he's saying. He bursts out laughing loud. "You sound absolutely ridiculous. We would much rather die chasing our freedom than stay locked up in this place, slowly crafting boring little toys for you stuck-up nobles. If you seriously think we are going to just quietly work for you, you better give up on that right now." This resistance is exactly what he wanted. A very amused smile creeps onto his face as he thinks to himself, "This crazy stubbornness is actually perfect." He truly lives up to his future title as a completely legendary blacksmith. He instantly drops an epic offer. 10 years. "If you actually cooperate with me for 10 years, I'll build an independent, autonomous zone for dwarves right in my territory, and I'll free you from being slaves." This insane offer completely shocks the group behind him, making them gasp. What did he just say? Give us our freedom? Is that real? Ganveric just grinds his teeth. Nonsense. Absolute nonsense. The laws of this kingdom have already branded us as slaves forever. You really think a lord from some dirt-poor wasteland has the authority to just grant freedom to slaves? He simply replies, "Laws are just things made by humans. If we want, we can just change them." Another guy steps up. "Ganveric, don't forget those rules are backed by the Grand Duke's faction. Maybe he really can pull it off." These words make Ganveric stop and think for a second, clenching his fists so tight it literally starts shaking. "I know exactly what you're thinking. What does he actually want? Well, I'm not interested in boring toys, gadgets, or useless luxury goods. What I want you to make is way more exciting than any of that." Ganveric looks completely confused. "Exciting." He shifts his gaze high up into the sky and says, "I want to fly through the air." Cut to 1 month later at Kabandi Castle. The Lord is sitting in his room holding a letter sent by Gislene. The letter reads, "To Count Kabandi. Please be informed that you are totally messing up the fairness of the entire northern iron ore market by completely unfairly trading iron to just one specific family. If you do not open the iron market to Fenris and neighboring territories, you will absolutely regret it. Signed, Baron Gislene." After reading the letter, he just yells out, "What the heck is this?" A subordinate explains, "It's from Baron Fenris, sir. An arrogant, totally disrespectful punk who doesn't know his place. Seems like his brain isn't working quite right." Kabandi just stares blankly at the letter and speaks up. "This little thing, sending a threat letter like this only actually works if it's done by people who have real actual power. What kind of crazy situation do those Fenris guys think they are in right now to send me a rude little note like this?" The guy in yellow speaks up. "From what I know, they are still buying up massive amounts of food from other territories. They're even willing to pay much higher prices just to trade for food with our own merchant group." Another guy adds, "It seems they've taken in a huge chunk of migrants sent by the Grand Duke's faction, which is why their food shortage is this bad." The guy in blue chimes in, "That's exactly why I just can't understand why they keep on doing these crazy things that only ruin themselves. Why don't they just hold out a bit? Harvest season is coming and prices will definitely drop soon." The brown-haired guy replies, "Why are you even trying to understand? That's just how these arrogant little kids operate. They just blind themselves with youthful passion and act completely recklessly." Kabandi holds the letter right over a candle, burning it while speaking so coldly. A brand new territory that's barely struggling to survive suddenly wants to massively expand. It's only natural that something like this happens, so what do you and I make of this? A huge mistake. It's a shame. I won't witness your total downfall myself, Gislene Fenris. We then cut to the Branford family as the Marquis walks into his office. "All right, let's jump right into this." As he takes off his cloak, he squints, noticing something out of place. A mysterious letter just appeared on his desk. He freezes, hesitating for a solid few seconds. Finally, he walks over, pops it open, and reads. Turns out it is a direct message from Gislene. The letter gets right to the point. "Marquis, tell all the royalist nobles to stockpile enough food for 10 entire years, because a colossal famine is coming, one massive enough to shake the whole kingdom." Reading that, he completely flinches in shock. He stares out the window, totally lost in thought. Dawn breaks fast. Then Rosalind walks in, still half asleep, and calls out to him. "You called for me, father? I heard you didn't even go back to your room to sleep." He stays perfectly still, back turned, just silently staring at the family crest. Then he finally turns around. "Rosalind, pass my word to the vassals and royalist nobles right now. I need an emergency meeting called immediately." Meanwhile, back with Gislene, he knows the moment he sent that letter to Marcus Branford, it is only a matter of time before an unprecedented massive famine absolutely ravages the entire kingdom. The climate will turn brutally dry, rivers will completely vanish, and crops will wither. People will be starving everywhere. And of course, total chaos will erupt over the remaining scraps of food. It is literally a historical world-ending disaster waiting to happen. Now pay attention, this is where it gets good. In his study, he smirks and mutters, "The time is now." Over on Duke Kabandi's side, he is absolutely losing it, screaming, "The signs of chaos are everywhere. It is definitely a drought. Food prices are already skyrocketing out of control. How can the climate get this insanely messed up without any warning at all? Have those royalist nobles already been stockpiling food? And I hear rumors that Fenris Territory's harvest is somehow still absolutely booming right now." Even with the drought hitting, he slams the table, furious. "Damn it. What the hell is that guy Desmond even delaying for? He should have invaded Fenris way earlier to steal their food and land." A minion quickly speaks up, about that. Desmond's side is asking us to be a little more patient. It seems like they are super busy dealing with their own problems right now, so they completely missed the perfect timing to attack." Hearing this makes Kabandi furiously grind his teeth. He starts cursing. "That stupid, useless bastard. When the hell are those idiots actually going to send us the food we need?" The brown-haired guy chimes in, "My lord, there's actually still one fast way we can gather all the food we need. We just trade the exact amount of iron Baron Fenris wants in exchange for their massive food supply." This idea makes the other counts explode with anger. A guy in yellow snaps, "Hey, what did you just say? Fenris is a royalist. If we hand iron over to him, won't that seriously anger the Duke's entire family?" Another guy adds, "Plus, the backup is just running a little late. The Duke's family and Desmond already promised to send aid, so let's just wait a bit longer." "Yeah, well, we have to actually survive the wait. But taxing food from our citizens has completely maxed out. We are literally using knights just to barely keep the peasants from rioting." I know what you're thinking, and he's not wrong. Whether it's the Duke's family or whoever else, at this rate, who knows if we can even hold out until those reinforcements show up. Not to mention, if the food completely runs out and soldiers start starving to death, then this absolute unit of a fortress, which has never been breached in the entire history of the Kabandi family, will get completely destroyed by a massive riot from the inside. These dark words are exactly what Kabandi is thinking too. He lowers his head, groaning, "It has really come to this. You're telling me to bow down to some kid?" Clenching his teeth so hard, sweat pouring down his face like a waterfall, he snaps, "Quick, send someone to Fenris, trade iron, bring back food." This leaves all the counts completely stunned. The brown-haired guy just nods quickly, "Yes, my lord." He violently clenches his fists, fuming. Whatever Baron Fenris is destined to die by the Duke's hands anyway. Tossing him a little iron ore now won't change a single thing. Besides, whether it's the Duke's family or Count Desmond, if they try picking a fight over this, tell them to try abandoning us. Nobody on Earth can ever shake my mighty fortress right here. Then he violently points at his soldiers. What are you standing around for? Send a messenger right now before we all starve. A knight violently stammers, about that. We probably don't need to do that, because Baron Fenris just pulled up with his entire army. Hearing this makes Cabandi's eyes go wide in absolute pure shock. The sweat on his face starts pouring down like crazy rain. He stutters out, "What did you just say?" Right outside their territory, Gislene's massive army is already fully stationed there. Go complains loudly, "Man, this armor is seriously heavy. It feels so restrictive and annoying everywhere." A guy replies, "You're way too loud. Our tribe used double the precious black pit material just to fit your giant body into that." Go puffs his chest, thumping it hard. "I can channel mana now, so even without clunky stuff like this heavy armor, my perfect muscles won't get a scratch." Then the guy just throws a massive punch at the armor. "Wild right, you gotta see what's next." "All right, you and I are jumping right into the action." The armor takes massive hits but zero damage. He steps up, muttering tough as nails. Dolph's gear really hits different. Leading his heavy cavalry straight to the front lines, he shouts out, "All troops advance." Right behind him, Kao and Gilan are locked in and ready for absolute war. He flashes a confident smile. "Fenris Knights, let's roll out." Seeing this massive army rolling up to their fortress, Cabandi and the other dukes stare down from the high walls in pure, unfiltered terror. One of them panics, shouting, "The Fenris army already has us completely surrounded. Thanks to the massive drought, their defensive moat is bone dry. Worst timing ever. Seriously, what kind of ridiculous military force is this? Is that really the kind of massive scale a dirt-poor baron's territory could actually mobilize? Did the prince's faction secretly send them some heavy military reinforcements?" Cabandi totally loses it, screaming furiously, "Everyone shut up and stop panicking. Against our rock-solid fortress, what could they possibly even do? If we unleash our heavy defensive weapons to protect the walls, those guys won't even be able to set a single foot on the shadow of this castle." Down below, our MC looks up and yells out, "Count Cabandi, did you bother reading that letter I sent you?" The Count screams right back from the high wall, "What is this, Fenris? What exactly is the meaning of this stunt? How dare you march an entire army to my gates without any warning?" Our guy just coldly replies, "I made my intentions perfectly clear in that letter. I clearly warned you, if you still refuse to expand our iron supply, you are going to deeply regret it. Give it a rest." The brown-haired guy grits his teeth, yelling, "You arrogant brat, you think that's a valid excuse to pull a stunt like this?" The white-haired dude is absolutely furious. "You think making up some random garbage excuse gives you the right to drag your troops into another noble's territory?" Cabandi issues a loud threat. "If you want a real territory war, then prepare a proper, legitimate reason and officially declare war like a man. I am absolutely not going to negotiate with any punk who blatantly disrespects noble etiquette the way that you do. Now pay attention, this is where it gets wild." He mutters, "Declare war," then calls Gilan. His right-hand man steps up, tossing him a bow. He draws it back, locking his aim right on the castle wall. Seeing this, Cabandi instantly panics, calling his guards to physically block the strike. He screams at the top of his lungs that, "Madman, everyone, raise your shields and protect the Count." Gilan just watches and casually notes, "That wall is pretty damn high, sir." But our MC already calculated everything perfectly. Gripping the arrow super tight, he makes his horse drop its center of gravity and then just lets it rip, firing straight ahead. The arrow practically breaks the sound barrier. It punches clean through their heavy shields and directly through a soldier's head, and then completely blasts off one of Cabandi's ears. The dude instantly freezes up, his face turning pale white from the sheer sudden shock. "You felt that too, right?" he coldly declares. "Here is my official declaration of war." Scene cuts to Cadenia. Right now, inside Branford's room, an emergency high-tension meeting is going down. Someone reports Baron Fenris just kicked off a massive territory war. The guy in the hat speaks up. "Thanks to his strategic advice, we barely survived this famine using all the food we managed to stockpile." So despite that, the black shirt guy argues, why would he suddenly start a massive war right now? Branford leans on his hands, asking sharply, what exact justification is he using to fight? The informant replies, "It's because Count Cabandi refused to open the iron market for Fenris. Through this entire incident, we've actually started to discover that Count Cabandi has always been secretly running an exclusive iron trade monopoly with the Desmond territory." The hat guy scoffs. "TC, if he really wanted to fight, he would have easily manufactured some random excuse to declare war anyway." The red shirt guy chimes in. "Seriously, what is there to even hesitate about anymore? Before this insane situation blows up in our faces, we need to completely kick him out of the prince's faction." The blue shirt guy nods in total agreement. "Sounds exactly right." Another noble quickly adds on, "While we have to use all our power to recover from the brutal drought damage, that absolute maniac just dives headfirst into completely pointless wars." The white-haired dude smirks sarcastically. "Honestly, it seems to me like you're just holding a massive personal bias against him. This little comment makes the brown-haired guy absolutely snap, screaming out loud, "What did you just say?" Seeing that everything is about to cross the line, Rosalind steps forward and demands, "Please, everyone just calm down immediately. What we desperately need to do right now is find a solid solution for this high-tension situation happening up in the north. What's done is done, and having an absolutely pointless shouting match here is only going to waste even more of our valuable time." The brown-haired guy lets out a cold snort. "I am currently so calm that no words can even describe it. Anyone can clearly see the stunt he's pulling is just perfect bait for the Duke's family to finally find a huge flaw in us." Suddenly, a guy walks right in from the outside, openly agreeing. "I completely agree with that exact statement. My dear nobles of the prince's loyal faction." Seeing this, guys suddenly appear, the Dukes totally freak out, yelling, "You're a member of the Duke's family." Branford shoots a purely freezing glare at the man who just walked in, stating his name, Count Bewood. "So what do we make of this?" Bewood smirks. "As you know, Baron Fenris just attacked Count Perdium, a strictly neutral noble. People here are suffering from natural disasters, yet something like this is allowed to happen. Stick with me here, this gets wild. Is this the prince's factions?" Will Marcus Branford. That heavy threat makes Branford narrow his eyes and fall into deep thought. The white-haired guy thinks to himself, "Wow, the Duke's faction's intelligence network is seriously no joke." The hat guy wonders, coming in hot like this, are they really that confident they have us cornered? Rosalind gulps nervously. This whole mess could turn every single neutral noble against the prince's faction. It is an absolute golden opportunity for the Duke's side to take the high ground. Honestly, whatever her father decides to say next will completely determine the fate of their entire faction. On the flip side, if Lord Gislene fails, the prince's faction loses all its influence in the north. And even if he leaves the faction entirely, the disastrous result is exactly the same. But if Fenris wins and claims Kabandi's massive northern iron mine, the insane profits would far outweigh the massive risks. Branford slams his folded hands on the table. Baron Fenris has a completely legitimate reason to wage this territorial war. Hearing this, Paul Wood furrows his brow in confusion. "What exactly do you mean by that?" He fires right back. "Because I consider this a strictly personal dispute between Baron Fenris and Count Perdium. It is not the prince's will, and the Duke's family has absolutely zero right to interfere here." Paul argues back. "But if he wants a war, he needs to pick a better time. Ignoring this means you are tossing aside your duty as a noble to maintain order in this kingdom." Hearing that, Branford lets out a heavy sigh. "Well, I have a question for you too. Why is the Duke's family so sensitive about this? It is almost like Count Perdium is already secretly your loyal vassal." Now watch closely. We're jumping straight to the castle, where a massive scream just grabbed everyone's attention. He smirks. "Your attack on that wall was seriously no joke." Jill Cow laughs. "That fat noble will not be wearing earrings anytime soon." A panicked soldier rushes over, screaming, "My lord, you have to stop the bleeding." Perdium furiously clutches his bloody missing ear and roars at the top of his lungs. All troops get into position. Make those wretched bugs pay. Show them the absolute terrifying glory of Perdium Castle, a fortress that has never once fallen. The soldiers yell in agreement. All archers take your positions and get ready to fire. Instantly, the guards lock into attack mode. Down below, Gislene warns them. "Looks like they are gearing up for a strike." Gislene nods calmly. A place known for defending sieges daily. Their response time is incredibly fast. Preparations finish, and a guard screams. All crossbows are fully loaded. Perdium furiously roars. "Attack them!" Immediately, a massive rain of arrows flies straight at them. But Gislene and his entire crew stay completely dead calm. Reaching back, he grips his sword tight to block. The giant defensive shields they brought are already doing their job perfectly, deflecting countless arrows effortlessly. He swings his blade casually, shattering the incoming projectiles like they are absolutely nothing. The rest of his squad deflects the barrage too. The attack finally ends, and the thick dust cloud slowly clears out. Gislene and his entire army are completely unharmed, not a single scratch on them. You saw that too, right? Perdium is fuming while Gislene casually sheathes his sword. "Is that really all you got?" He turns his horse around and commands. All troops fall back to base. We prep for the next phase. Slumping onto the table, a mage groans. "If he was just going to leave, why drag us mages all the way here?" Clow replies, "Who cares? As slaves wait, I mean as mages, we still have to help build the base camp anyway. You worked hard all day, so just chill. It has been forever since we got to slack off lazily in the rear. This feels awesome." He glances at Alphonse with his sneaky grin. "Hey, let's play a game." Hitting a total gambling addict, Alphonse instantly agrees. "All right then, how much are you betting?" Right as the bets start, Gislene suddenly steps into the tent. "Clow, get out here right now." Startled, Clow jumps straight up to his feet. "My lord, you are already back." Gislene completely ignores him. He turns straight to Alphonse instead. "Gather up all the other mages immediately." Ruining the fun makes Alphonse grit his teeth in pure anger. "Damn it." Gislene continues. "Start digging a tunnel to that castle right now." So what do you and I make of this? A tunnel? Yep, these poor mages just became combat diggers. Stick with me here. Are we really just going to sit back and waste time defending this spot? He turns around and replies, I want to end this war before the Duke's faction can back up Kabandi, so holding our ground works. Stepping outside, he stares down the castle ahead and announces, this war is going to end way faster than any of you think. Cut over to Kabandi's fortress. The guy is absolutely losing his mind, screaming, Fenris, that arrogant bastard. How dare he poke a hole in my noble hand and just run away? One of his flunkies chimes in. Against our massive army, those guys are totally powerless. Another lackey adds, but they obviously know we are running low on food. So they shifted to stalling tactics. Kabandi is practically grinding his teeth to dust, growling in pure rage. He is just waiting for us to surrender, but little does he know I still have the Duke's family backing me up. There is no way they would give up the biggest iron mine in the north, so reinforcements are definitely on the way. We just have to hold out until they arrive. But then a scout notices something weird and quickly reports. Count, it looks like they are actually digging a tunnel. Kabandi practically jumps out of his skin, yelling, what? He stands up, snatches his binoculars to look and sneers, absolutely ridiculous. How dare they act so openly and blatantly? The guy in purple says, it looks like they plan to breach our fortress through an underground tunnel. Watch closely now. A frontal assault is impossible. The yellow guy adds, considering our terrain. They can only exit at the south gate. Kabandi thinks for a few seconds, then barks out. Demon, shift all our stationed troops to the south gate. Demon crosses his arms, nodding. Yes, sir, completely understood. The plan is set. The exact second those rats pop out of the ground, attack them all at once. After that, throw the castle gates wide open so our Night Order can charge out and completely wipe out Fenris and his panicking army in one massive strike. Another guard speaks up asking, but what about defending the walls? Kabandi scoffs back, a pathetic group lacking even basic siege weapons. What could they possibly do? Most of them are just basic infantry or cavalry, so placing an absolute minimum force on the walls will be more than enough to stop them completely. He laughs to himself. Baron Fenris, even though my noble body took that vicious sneak attack of yours, I know what you were thinking, but wait. Cut to nighttime where a group is slowly hauling carts, pushing mysterious cargo up the mountain right next to Kabandi's fortress. These guys are sweating buckets, pushing like absolute pack mules. Ganveric is panting, totally exhausted, and curses out loud. Why the hell did our lord make us drag something this insanely heavy all the way up here? The guy beside him groans, and he banned us from lighting torches. We literally cannot see the road ahead at all. Another guy turns around and says, Ganveric, we built this thing exactly the way the Lord instructed us. But can we really use this crazy thing in actual combat right away? Ganveric suddenly looks super determined. Fully trusting his own crazy craftsmanship, he snaps back, shut up. There is no way my creation fails. Flashing back to just a few days ago. Hearing Gislene casually mention his plan to conquer the skies left Ganveric scratching his head in pure confusion. Wait, what? Do you somehow get your hands on the legendary airship blueprints? An ancient imperial tool that was completely lost to history. Hearing about ancient airships makes Gislene instantly curious. He straight up asks, what the heck is that? He just shrugs it off and explains, honestly, with your level of skills, once you see this simple demonstration, you will instantly understand exactly what kind of crazy machine I am trying to build. He pulls out a massive sheet of fabric and quickly drapes it over a rope hanging right above a crackling campfire. Almost instantly, the intense heat radiating from the flames makes the huge fabric shoot straight up into the air. It basically looks like a giant floating sky lantern. Watching this, Ganveric is still totally clueless. He stands up, steps closer, and asks in pure confusion. And then what? What exactly are you trying to show us here? Our main character casually taps the floating fabric and begins to explain. Right here, just look at how this thing is inflating. The hot air created by the fire naturally rises upwards, and as that heat shoots up into the top, a huge amount of air pushes outward against the fabric itself. Seeing this, Ganveric flinches in surprise, finally starting to piece the puzzle together. Meanwhile, the bald guy standing next to him is still completely lost and blurts out, so what? How is that any different from the wind just blowing over our heads? But Ganveric immediately cuts him off. No, you idiot. If it was just wind, it would flutter away sideways, not inflate straight up like that. Seeing that Ganveric finally gets his genius idea, he smirks, grabs a stick, and draws on the ground. Now trust me, you are going to want to see this. Imagine making an airbag 100 times larger than this little test run. Before he can even finish his sentence, Ganveric rushes over, snatches the stick right out of his hands, and excitedly takes over the explanation. And then we hang a giant basket underneath that massive fabric for people to ride in, using the hot air to fly straight up. Alright, stick with me here. He finally understands, but still turns around and asks, why exactly does this heat reaction happen? Why does heated air float upwards? Our main character has absolutely no idea how to explain basic science to him, so he just blurts out, I have no clue, I just randomly discovered it while lighting a fire to dry my clothes. Hearing this absolutely ridiculous excuse, Ganveric actually grinds his teeth in pure excitement. That is absolutely insane. How did you come up with something this brilliant from that? He instantly turns around, led the way, my lord. Our guy is totally confused and asks him, led you where exactly? Ganveric shouts with excitement, to your workshop, obviously. We need to build this thing and test it out right away. Fast forward to the present moment. Gislene is now standing at the very top of the mountain looking down below. Ganveric and his crew finally arrive with their wagons. Seeing them pull up, he smiles and says, you guys got here right on time. Ganveric lets out a heavy breath, scoffing. Moving this stuff was a piece of cake for us. But on the inside, he is cursing up a storm, thinking it was a total nightmare. Right then, Belinda steps forward. She hands him his knight helmet and reports, young master, all the mages and knights are completely locked and loaded. He nods, satisfied. Great, you should go get ready too, Belinda. Meanwhile, on the other side, Alphonse is absolutely furious. You bastard. If this was the plan, why the hell did you make us dig that useless tunnel? Godon immediately pins him down to shut him up. He threatens him right back. You better watch your mouth, or I will cut your tongue out. By now, everything is finally set. He walks forward looking down at the Cabanei base. Now pay attention, this is where the strategy gets absolutely wild. From right now, we are launching a direct strike into the center of the enemy camp, just like we practice in training. After we infiltrate the stronghold and capture the inner walls, we must immediately blast open the massive outer gates. This will allow the Gislene Knight Order to charge right in. That is the core mission of this operation. You all need to remember. The Cabanei army has the best military gear in the north. Even if you guys have mastered mana, you still cannot take them down easily. Plus, the crazy enemies we are going to face in the future will be so insanely powerful that the Cabanei troops will look like absolute weaklings compared to them. So if we cannot dominate a battle at this level right now, we have absolutely zero future. But then he cracks a confident smile to hype them up. But do not worry too much. We completely conquered a forest packed with deadly magic beasts that no one could ever clear before. We also managed to lead an impossible pack, territory war, with 0 odds of winning to a glorious massive victory. So answer me right now, do you think our battle preparation is lacking in any way? The soldiers roar back in perfect unison. Not at all. He shouts even louder. Are you terrified? The troops scream back. We feel absolutely no fear. With their morale completely maxed out, he pulls on his badass mask and tells them, exactly, you guys have leveled up at a speed no one could ever imagine. Now it is time to fly. Vanessa is already stationed inside the massive hot air balloons, casting her fire magic to blast them with enough fuel to take off. Inside the enemy fortress right now, the guards are still chilling, totally relaxed and suspecting absolutely nothing. One guy looks through his binoculars. Now you and I know what is coming, but he says those lunatics dug like crazy all day. Why stop now? The guard next to him chuckles. Obviously they have to sleep at night, idiot. Then 2 other soldiers walk over from a distance. Shift change. Everything looking normal over here. The first guy stretches and replies, yeah, I lost count of what day it is anyway. Are they even going to attack us for real? An artillery soldier finally manages to get a little bit of shut-eye nearby. Thanks to those bastards, we are stuck living this totally miserable life. But then right in the middle of a massive yawn, he looks up at the sky. He spots countless hot air balloons floating silently right above them. The guard is totally confused by the sight. What in the world is that? There are weird round objects floating towards us in the sky. Could it be some kind of monster? Suddenly, a dark figure shoots out of nowhere, diving straight toward them at insane speed. The second he hits the ground, Gislene swings his blade, slicing an enemy in half and sending him straight to the afterlife in a split second. Seeing his comrade get completely obliterated, the remaining guard is frozen in terror. But the sword does not stop, instantly ripping through the second guy as well. With the trash cleared out, Belinda and her squad start descending onto the fortress walls. I am taking the vanguard position this time too. Wipe them all out, no mercy. Meanwhile, deep inside the castle, 3 elite knights are rushing down a long corridor in a total panic. Leading the charge is the head of the Cabanei Knight Order, Leslie. He and his 2 trusted guards storm toward the Lord's room. When they finally arrive, a guard standing right at the door quickly speaks up to salute the knight commander. He urgently demands, where is the Lord? The guard stammers. He is actually still asleep. Without a single second of hesitation, he kicks the heavy door open. Cabby wakes up in a sheer panic. And that is where we leave it. Trust me, you are going to want to see what happens next. All right, let's dive right back into the chaos together. He immediately explains, this is an absolute emergency, my lord. They've already broken into the castle. Those words hit like lightning, making Cabanei jump out of his skin in pure panic. Meanwhile, outside, countless hot air balloons are floating in the sky, heading straight for the castle. The guards can only stare up helplessly. In another corner, Gislene's squad is still locked in a fierce all-out battle with the castle guards. Gislene, totally hyped, shouts out, let's go. Everyone, go rip off that butt-chin lord's one remaining ear and bring it right back here to our pier. True lord. Back inside, Kabandi cries out in absolute terror. What? How did those Fenris rats get past our giant walls? Did they use the tunnels? Leslie quickly explains, according to the soldiers' reports, they rode in on some kind of unidentified spherical object and literally flew in from the sky. Hearing this completely shatters Kabandi's mind into a million pieces. Flew in? Huh. What the heck are you even talking about, Leslie? He continues. How they got in here honestly doesn't even matter anymore. The enemy's momentum is way too strong, and they are taking over the castle at terrifying speed right now. We have to take action immediately. He then lays out a plan. I will head straight down to the underground tunnel leading outside the city to defend the gate with my life. That way I can also summon the main army currently stationed at the south gate to completely surround them. After thinking it over, Kabandi mutters, I specifically targeted their tunnels and even set up traps waiting for them to crawl inside. But it turns out I got completely played by their little distraction tactic. He trembles as he cries out, my fortress has never fallen once. Is the noble bloodline of the Kabandi family really going to end with my generation? Seeing his lord totally losing it, Leslie steps up and grabs both his shoulders to comfort him. Please escape through the secret passage with your retainers first, and then send a letter begging for emergency backup. I'll stay right here to protect the castle. Now pay attention, his voice drops real low. But if the situation still doesn't get better, then you must bring that guy out. Meanwhile, in another corner of the castle, the guards suddenly yell out in shock. Enemy ambush. But how did they even get inside? Not giving them a single second to defend, Gislene tightens his grip on. His sword dashes forward like a gust of wind and unleashes clean strikes quickly, sending two guards straight to the afterlife. The last guy tries to take the initiative, charging in and swinging his sword right at him. But the skill gap is massive. He effortlessly counters that incoming attack. Then he drops his stance low and delivers a brutal horizontal slash, completely cutting the guy's body right in half. Three more guards randomly rush over, screaming, what are you idiots just standing around for? Snap out of it. If you have time to panic, then shoot your arrows. There's only a few of them. Then one guard points up at the sky, screaming out loud, squad leader up there. Right now in the sky, a hot air balloon is wobbling wildly and about to crash down. Instantly it smashes super hard into the castle wall. This totally accidental collision actually wipes out a bunch of guards on the spot. Two guys crawl out from the crashed balloon, and it's none other than Infone's group. He angrily yells out, you completely brainless muscle pig. I literally told you that you were way too heavy to climb on board. Goat entirely replies, please stop yelling at me. Already I know what you're thinking, terrible timing, right? While they chat, two guards charge from behind, swinging weapons, yelling, die. The moment those words leave their mouths, two blades fly and out of nowhere, burying themselves right into their throats, instantly taking out the two guards. It's Gislene's crew coming in clutch. He walks over and casually checks on them. You aren't hurt. Right Cow chimes in from the side, Godon, you're a knight now, so why are you still acting exactly like your old self? Hearing this savage teasing, Godon just awkwardly scratches his head and forces a laugh. Suddenly, a massive noise erupts from deep inside the castle, grabbing both of Gislene's attention. The inner guards start screaming, defend the main gate with your lives. The enemy has already infiltrated the perimeter. The soldiers immediately scramble into battle positions. Looking at their totally rushed, panic-driven movements, Cow speaks up in awe, saying, what's this? They've already formed a defensive line. He adds, they reacted way faster than I expected. It seems there's still someone inside this castle with a really sharp tactical mind. He thinks to himself, the enemy forces that we scattered with our tunnel trick earlier are probably regrouping right now. We have to hurry this up. Then he turns and asks, everyone, has the whole team landed safely? The squad responds in unison, yes. He immediately starts handing out the mission assignments. Cow, you go block those soldiers on the wall and completely destroy all their siege weapons. Belinda, you go track down Count Kabandi. The two of them nod in confirmation. As for him, he stares straight ahead and declares, I will carve out a path right to the castle's main gate. Is everyone fully prepared for this? The entire squad raises their swords and screams out, there's that epic hype. Stick around because you're going to want to see this. He pulls his mask down and announces Fenris Knights commence the operation. Following that order, absolutely everyone locks into their assigned positions. Meanwhile, over at the main castle gate, seeing the massive crowd of, stick with me, you and I are about to watch Gislene's army attack. A guard turns and yells, Commander, they're coming. The commander stays completely calm. He knew they were targeting the main gate. Pointing his sword straight ahead, he screams at the top of his lungs, all units, raise your spears and stop them right here. We just need to hold them off until the main forces from the south gate arrive. Both sides violently crash into each other, sparking an absolutely savage battle, but with a beast like Gislene leading the charge up front. The power gap is just completely unfair. The raw difference in strength leaves Commander Leslie standing there with his eyes wide open in pure shock. His soldiers are getting completely crushed by Gislene's crew. Any poor guy who dares to step up gets knocked out cold in a single hit. Two guards watch this absolute massacre, their morale just shattering. How is this even possible? They can't stop this monster at all. But the most stunned guy here is Leslie himself. He realizes in total disbelief that every single one of their weapons is wrapped up in mana. Are all these invaders actually high-level knights? But wait, even a whole squad of elite knights shouldn't be able to push back his heavy infantry, defending the front lines this easily. He quickly turns his intense gaze straight toward the guy causing all this chaos, Gislene. He has to stop their vanguard leader right now. As the frontline soldiers lose ground and stumble backward, they frantically cry out to him. Commander Leslie, their momentum is way too insane. The outer city guards just cannot hold them back anymore. At this rate, the main gate falls before backup gets here. Leslie turns ice cold and barks his order. Break it, destroy the gate mechanism right now. I will buy you all some time. Now you're going to want to see this part. Leslie's entire body starts radiating this intense, pale purple mana. Meanwhile, Gislene's squad is slicing through them like butter. Gislene tightly grips his sword, charging dead ahead into the chaos. His eyes lock right onto Leslie's position. Without hesitating for even a second, he dashes straight in, throwing an incredibly fierce slash. Leslie has crazy good reflexes, throwing his sword up just in time to block the incoming strike. Their weapons clash and their eyes meet. The tension is thick. They immediately start trading blows back and forth without stopping. Gislene goes on the attack while Leslie desperately defends. Then they switch. Leslie counters and Gislene deflects. It is an absolute all-out war. The very second Leslie spots an opening, he takes it. He thrusts his blade straight forward for the kill. But Gislene is a total veteran. He easily sidesteps to the right, dodging the strike completely. After dozens of high-speed exchanges ending in a total tie, both fighters jump back into their defensive stances, staring each other down. Sparks are practically flying between them. Leslie speaks up to introduce himself. I am the commander of the Kabandi Knight Order. The name is Leslie, he states it with absolute confidence. You will not take a single step past me. Meanwhile, somewhere else, deep inside the fortress, Lord Kabandi approaches a massive iron cage in a totally abandoned section. Inside this dark cell, somebody is locked up tight, his entire body brutally bound by thick, heavy chains. It is honestly a terrifying sight. Standing right outside the bars, Kabandi begs him, Lucas, you need to buy me some time. Now I know what you're thinking. Who is this guy? The prisoner slowly opens his eyes, completely silent at first. Then a creepy, knowing smirk creeps onto his face and he replies with a totally cold voice. If that is what you want, why don't you take this off me first? He says this while casually grabbing the massive iron chain locked around his own neck. Cutting back to another corner of the battlefield, Cow is absolutely hyped out of his mind. He screams out, push forward. Leave nothing intact, whether it's their weapons or their bodies. He wildly dives straight into the fight like a total maniac. Over here, Belinda is not holding back either. She casually drops two enemy guards with one beautifully smooth slice. In complete contrast to this insane chaos, at Gislene's location things are intensely quiet. The two fighters are locked in another staring contest. Leslie firmly repeats his absolute warning. I am Leslie, commander of the Kabandi Knights. You cannot pass this point, okay? Gotta admit, this opponent is definitely not some easy pushover at all. Gislene narrows his eyes, his grip tightening hard on his sword as he aggressively steps forward. And just like that, he violently explodes off the ground. He closes the distance in a flash right in front of Leslie's deeply shocked eyes. Gislene unleashes a crazy flurry of rapid-fire slashes. They are trading deadly moves all over again. But this time around it really looks like Leslie is losing his footing. He is stuck entirely on the defensive while Gislene just ruthlessly hammers away at him. Both fighters are now completely locked in, glaring at each other with pure killing intent. They clash for another wild 300 rounds of straight action. Then, the second Gislene finds a tiny opening, he swings his blade right across Leslie's face. The strike cleanly cuts the guy's helmet mask entirely in half. Before Leslie can even process what just happened, Gislene lunges back in, throwing a few more heavy strikes straight at his exposed face. But Leslie is fast, instantly throwing up his shield to block. Every single one of Gislene's attacks hits like a literal sledgehammer, slamming right into him, forcing him to stumble several steps backward. Seeing their commander getting totally pushed back, his panicked soldiers scream out from behind him, Commander Leslie, but another soldier quickly snaps at him. You idiot, if you have the energy to worry about him, you better focus on stopping the enemies right in front of you. So what do you and I make of this? Leslie looks at his dented shield, thinking to himself, this raw power is terrifying. At this rate, my arms are going to break. But even so, it is still not enough. Let's jump right in. You and I know he can't match our guy's strength. Delaying just gets him surrounded by our main forces. He doesn't block directly. Instead, he deflects attacks to keep his distance, waiting for that one tiny opening to steal the upper hand. But the very second he loses his cool and throws a hasty strike, yeah, that is exactly when it's game over for him. The guy just plays defense. Our MC rushes in, totally mocking him. Is that really all you got? Before he can answer, he thrusts his sword straight at his face. The enemy tilts backward to barely dodge the hit. Our hero completely downloaded his fighting style. With zero hesitation, he steps right in and swings a brutal elbow straight toward his face, making him scream out in pure pain. Not giving up, he instantly swings his sword straight at our hero for a desperate stab. But he is just way too slow. The MC slashes down so hard the ground literally explodes, then does a quick roll to cleanly dodge. While still hanging in midair, he casually swings his blade for one super clean slash, completely slicing off the guy's left arm without hesitation. He lands softly on his feet, tossing out a quick compliment. Not bad. While the guy is totally stunned, he rushes in again. This time, he delivers a brutal finishing slash right across the waist, making Leslie's eyes roll completely white. Watch closely, because you and I are witnessing total destruction. Right? Count Desmond once warned him. Or, treat it like fighting the Northern King's top sword, Glen Fenris, as his broken body instantly collapses right down to the ground. Knights on both sides completely stop fighting. His terrified soldiers stumble over their words, stammering out "Commander." Meanwhile, on this side, our troops are totally hyped up, yelling out in awe. The red-haired devil, it really is him. He turns to his men. Whole army push forward, open the gates. Following his direct command, the super-hyped soldiers rush forward with killer intent, screaming, "Kill!" Meanwhile, Leslie struggles to sit back up, coughing out his words. Baron Fenris, things won't go the way you think they will. Just as he finishes his sentence, a frantic soldier runs back to report, "Sir, the gate is totally jammed. The control mechanism has been completely destroyed. At this rate, there is no way we can open the gates." He turns around looking impressed. He actually knows how to use his brain. The bleeding commander explains, "Look over there, Cabandia's main force is moving in. No matter how strong you are, getting surrounded by absolutely overwhelming numbers leaves you completely, totally trapped. As long as we protect this final gate, the absolute victory belongs to Cabandia." The exact second he stops talking, insane numbers of Cabandia reinforcements start flooding in from the outside. Godon starts panicking, nervously asking, "What do we do now?" Another knight steps right up. "We are knights. If you got guts, bring it on." The MC ponders for a few seconds, then winks at his crew. Seeing their mana is totally drained, he knows everyone is exhausted. In this state, they absolutely cannot fight the incoming enemy army, saying that he just starts walking alone toward the door, shocking Godon. He places his arm on the gate, tightly gripping his sword with his other hand. "I know what you're thinking. Can he do it?" He thinks maybe just for a second. Everyone get back. In this era, the master title isn't a realm anymore, it's just an empty label, because there is absolutely zero real standard left for the master tier. Mana sword skills are the basic standard for knights. Right now, he begins channeling the mana inside his body. Taking the wild energy radiating in all directions, he channels it directly into his sword, intensely compressing it to the absolute limit. The moment that mana compresses, an insanely powerful aura erupts around his entire body, completely blowing the soldiers backward. Godon covers his eyes, totally shocked. It's way too blinding. Down on the ground, Leslie screams internally. The ancient empire's ultimate legend passed down to the brave knights, even among those who push mana to the limit. It's the core requirement to be a master. The light on. His sword shines incredibly fierce. His eyes show pure determination, and a second later, he aggressively swings his heavy blade, striking straight at the gate with devastating force. A soldier in the back angrily shouts, "Surround those Fenris bastards. We need to ruthlessly punish the intruder entering Cabin City without permission." Just as they get ready to jump him, the allied army group, led by Gislene, shatters the gate, rushing in to fight the enemy. Leading the charge is one incredibly brave war horse that aggressively charges and violently stomping right on the enemy leader's face before letting out a massive, super hyped-up epic neigh. Breathing a little heavy, he turns to Gislene. "Why did you bring him along?" He smiles warmly, answering, "It is because he literally followed us on his own." Meanwhile, Leslie's men panic. The gate is split in half. What the heck is actually happening? A soldier heavily screams, "Commander, retreat, fall back into the city." Wasting no time, he instantly walks straight over to his warhorse. Sitting on its back, he fiercely roars, "Whole army charge. Don't spare a single one." Meanwhile, Belinda breathes heavily, locking eyes with a monster. "Trust me, you and I can't miss what happens next." "All right, let's jump right into the madness." She locks eyes with her opponent as he slowly steps toward her. Keeping that cold attitude, he casually drops a bomb. "What is your connection to the Dark Knights?" Meanwhile, Gislene's army crashes through like a raging storm. Cavenditti's soldiers panic, screaming to fall back before they are crushed. "We are totally dead." Leading the charge, Cal is hyped out of his mind, yelling, "You losers have nowhere to hide. The inner city is officially ours." Gislene turns around with zero chill, "Take no prisoners, wipe them all out." But suddenly he squints. A sharp pain shoots straight through his chest, making it super hard for him to even breathe. He thinks to himself, using Aura Blade at my current level was way too much. One mana potion down and I am already this completely exhausted. Yeah, fighting a long, drawn-out battle is going to be tough. Seeing him randomly freeze up, Cal walks over. Hey Commander, you use barely any strength and you are already gassed out. Gislene steps up to report. My lord, we have successfully suppressed their main enemy forces. Hearing all this good news, he praises them for their hard work. Then he turns around. What is the situation with Belinda? Alphonse lets out a tired sigh. Since she went into the inner city, we have had absolutely zero news. Cal smiles and adds that lady is way too slow. But underneath their confidence, Gislene secretly feels super anxious. He snaps an order. Gislene, there has to be a secret escape route somewhere inside. And I bet Count Perdium has not gone far. Take the cavalry and strictly hunt down that tunnel exit on the city outskirts. He nods firmly. Yes, my lord. Gislene continues. As for Belinda, I will personally go find her. Now watch this. He dashes deep into the castle, cutting straight to Belinda, who is currently losing against Lucas. He presses her. What is your deal with the Dark Knights? Shocked, she spits back. How do you know that name? He stays quiet for a few seconds. Suddenly, out of absolutely nowhere, a flying sword rockets straight toward his head. But with insane reflexes, he casually raises his spear and deflects that nasty sneak attack away. Taking advantage of his distraction, Belinda leaps high into the sky, spinning down to deliver a crushing dropkick from above. He immediately throws both arms up to block. Answer me, she screams. But Lucas just stays completely silent. The two of them clash for another 300 rounds. One strikes, one defends, an endless high-speed battle of pure adrenaline. The second she finds an opening, Belinda backflips away, safely landing on her feet. Refusing to give her a single second to breathe, Lucas shifts his stance, grips his spear tight, and charges right back at her for another strike. Belinda does not dodge right away, narrowing her eyes. Right as the spear is about to impale her, she twists and jumps. She dodges the fatal thrust by a literal millimeter. Exploiting his blind spot, she uses her momentum to throw another fierce kick. But Lucas totally saw this coming. He pulls his spear back, raising it over his head to block her attack. Then he finally speaks up. How do I know that name? He spins the spear, knocking her leg entirely away. Then he uses his leg to lock Belinda in place and instantly presses his spear against her throat. I know what you were thinking. Checkmate, right? He leans in and whispers, the reason is honestly no big deal. It is just because you look exactly like my ex-girlfriend. That mocking comment makes her curse. What the hell are you talking about? He continues, winning or losing this battle is not my problem anyway. But I cannot just abandon my role either. So if you keep throwing yourself at me, do not blame me for whatever brutal consequences come next. The moment those words leave his mouth, the blade touches her neck. Suddenly, something blasts right in between the two of them. Lucas narrows his eyes in absolute shock. The guy crashing the party is Gislene. Without hesitating for a split second, he rushes in, swinging his sword to deflect the spear. Seeing his sudden entrance, she gasps in disbelief. Young master, he coldly orders, step back. Belinda, I got this guy. Lucas glares at him with dead, icy eyes. Then a smirk creeps onto his face as he mutters, young master. Gislene does not bother explaining anything, instantly lunging forward to attack him again. But every single strike gets blocked with zero effort. They trade blows for a while until Lucas clicks his tongue. Man, chasing that woman is going to be annoying. Are you the noble who started this whole messy war? Right after speaking, he charges Gislene to seize the initiative. The exact moment his spear tries to lock down Gislene's sword, the young master rapidly twists his blade out of the way. He throws a vicious horizontal slash, sensing the fatal danger. Lucas jumps high to dodge it, but Gislene totally predicted that as Lucas jumps, he spins into a brutal kick. Trust me, you will want to see what happens next. A direct kick right to the face. Catching that surprise blow leaves Lucas completely stunned. He quickly jumps back to regain his balance and cool off. Let's dive in. The MC steps up laughing, saying it's great to see him again. Lucas actually flinches, totally spooked that this stranger knows his name. You know my name, he replies that he knows it very well. In his mind, he's thinking, Lucas, my former subordinate and old comrade in arms, wondering where you've been hiding and you're just rotting away in a place like this. Lucas wipes the blood from his mouth, glaring. You're really starting to annoy me, the way you fight. That is definitely not the style of any noble I know. It goes completely beyond standard combat logic. He then aims his spear directly at our guy. What exactly is your true identity? He doesn't hide it all, instantly answering, I actually worked as a mercenary for a while back then. This catches Lucas totally off guard, making him gasp out loud. A high and mighty noble working as a common mercenary. He ignores the question entirely and immediately throws one right back. How about I make you a little offer instead? If you beat me, I promise to pull my troops out of the city and restore everything. But if I win, you come work under my command. This wild offer makes Lucas freeze for a few seconds before he snaps back. Why are you suddenly spouting this absolute nonsense? You already have a guaranteed victory in the palm of your hand right now. Why would you risk letting everything be decided by some random petty little bet like this? Especially since I really don't have any personal connection or lingering attachment to this city anyway. This just makes our MC even more amused. Is that so? Then you might as well just come work directly under me right now. He smirks back. That won't work, my price is pretty high. The MC's eyes narrow slightly, his voice going ice cold. That is exactly why I suggested a bet. Now pay close attention here. Wagering this entire city against your price. Because to me, Lucas, you're actually worth way more than this whole fortress. He stares at him intensely, clearly deep in thought before speaking. Wagering the entire outcome of this damn war just to match my price. All these crazy offers being thrown around, yet he still has no clue who this guy is, leaving Lucas incredibly suspicious. What the hell is your name? The MC slowly reaches up, takes off his helmet, and finally drops the big reveal. The Lord of Fenris, Gislene. As the name drops, the iron helmet comes completely off. He speaks with absolute confidence. I am the man you are going to serve as your master from this day forward. That look of total, unshakable confidence actually makes Lucas incredibly amused. Your face looks awful, honestly. It seems like your mana is completely bottoming out. The MC's breathing is a bit heavy, but he tries to play it cool. Just think of it as a little handicap on my end so our power levels are completely balanced out. Hearing this makes Lucas's mouth twitch up in total contempt. Is that right? Since so many people want it that way, I guess I'll gladly play along. Following those words, he instantly leaps, launching himself straight at the MC for an attack. Suddenly, amid snow-covered mountains, we see someone packing their bags and stepping out of a tent. It is Lucas, bundled up in heavy clothes and snow boots, a trusty spear strapped to his back. A tight close-up reveals a nasty scar right across his left eye. As he walks away, he casually runs into Gislene and says, "Starting today, I am no longer your subordinate." You get it right. It has been 10 whole years since Moriana was officially recognized, meaning my contract is finally up. You and I both know what this is, a memory from Gislene's past life. Gislene just sighs heavily and answers back, "That went fast. Is it already time? You really aren't going to renew it?" Lucas gives a sharp reply as he walks right past him. "Give me a break." Gislene lets out a sigh, flashes a small smile, and asks, "Is it because of her?" Lucas shoots back, "Please, do not misunderstand me here. I cannot let my entire life get swallowed up by your endless battles." Gislene accepts it. "All right, then go ahead and find that precious woman of yours. Just like my personal quest for revenge, you have your own path to walk now." Lucas stops in his tracks, then turns back to Gislene with a faint smile, adding, "But I will promise you one thing. If the captain is ever in danger, I will come and help you no matter what." Snapping back to the present, these two are still brawling incredibly fiercely. Gislene is swinging a massive greatsword while Lucas fights back with his spear. Gislene slashes hard and Lucas blocks. They lock eyes, their intense gazes, not showing a single ounce of hesitation. Then they violently break apart, right as Lucas unleashes an absolute flurry of lightning-fast thrusts with his spear. Gislene manages to deflect everything before counterattacking with a brutal swing aimed right at Lucas's head. Lucas raises his spear smoothly, deflecting the heavy strike upward. Lucas counters from above, but Gislene quickly ducks down to dodge it. Gislene then aims a sweeping strike directly at Lucas's torso. Lucas avoids it by vaulting high into the air using his spear as a pivot point. They lock eyes again, and at that exact second, both smash into the other's weapon. Still floating in midair, Lucas does a midair roll and lands perfectly in a combat-ready stance. Lucas makes a comment, honestly impressive. "Just a minute ago, you looked pale enough to pass out." Gislene answers back through heavy, exhausted breaths. "I absolutely cannot afford to lose the bet I set up myself." Hearing this, Lucas breaks into a huge smile. "Ha ha ha, sorry man, but I definitely have to win this. Trust me, we know exactly why you can't let him win. Working under this guy, that guarantees a lifetime of trouble." He gears up for one final devastating strike, an intense blue aura wrapping around his arms as raw mana coats his entire weapon. Let's dive right into this crazy showdown. Gislene is totally shocked. This guy's mana is insane even before they officially cross paths. Gislene explains that back in his past life, Lucas lost a traditional mercenary ritual and actually had to serve him for 10 whole years. Serving as the right hand to the Mercenary King, he was the ultimate fixer, always executing absolutely every mission to perfection. But sadly, even a badass like Lucas could never find the one girl he searched his whole life for. On the exact day Gislene walked into a deadly trap, Lucas kept his ultimate promise. He charged in to save his boss, dying in the process. Gislene smiles slightly. He confidently tosses his sword right onto the dirt. Lucas stares at the dropped blade, stunned. He charges at Gislene with every ounce of power he has left. Gislene swears he won't let him die this time. Lucas thrusts his spear forward. Gislene ducks low, but the tip still slices his clothes. Lucas steps back to strike again. But watch closely here. Gislene leaps up and actually locks his legs right around Lucas's neck. He pulls off a literal Rey Mysterio wrestling slam using pure momentum to smash him down. Lucas slams down hard, kicking up a huge cloud of dust. He screams out in pain as blood literally bursts from his mouth. In a flash, Gislene is pinning him down with a dagger right at his throat. He declares his absolute victory. Lucas is gasping for air. Damn it, this just got way more complicated. He finally lost out. Gislene's crazy attack wiped out tons of the Count's soldiers. We see the Count totally defeated on his knees with his hands tied up tight. His giant castle is burning to the ground behind him. His allies stand ready. The Count is panting hard, mourning his legendary knights and the literal unbreakable fortress that had never fallen in all of history. All of it ruined. Gislene coldly calls out his full name, Amchong Duran Kabandidi. The Count violently flinches. Gislene's eyes are glowing as he warns him that absolutely zero fortresses in this world are completely safe. The Count just stares blankly before screaming out, demanding to know why he really attacked if this wasn't just about stealing money. Gislene coldly replies that he has plenty of goals and killing him is definitely one. The Count starts panicking, yelling threats. You think your family is safe. Even the royals won't bother protecting you from what is coming. If you kill me, a massive, unstoppable disaster is coming. People might not know, but I have a major shadow backer. Before he can finish, Gislene totally cuts him off. You mean the Duke Delphin family, right? The Count is absolutely shocked. Gislene already knows all about how they are secretly gathering neutral nobles to annex the northern territories. They are backing the northern conquerors by sneaking them iron ore to upgrade their weapons. The guy has totally done his homework. He even knows the Red Mage Tower is waiting to ambush the royals at the perfect time. It is all a giant scheme to trigger a massive civil war in the kingdom. The Count is totally mind-blown. You and I are probably wondering the exact same thing. How does this guy know absolutely everything? The Count desperately tries bargaining. If you know all this, let's make a deal. I will give you one absolute last chance. I swear I will hand over half our iron for 20 years. I will even personally vouch for your crazy skills to the Duke. Just join up with the Duke. You and your dad can live like kings in eternal peace without even having to lift a finger. Gislene is not buying it. Pure rage is literally popping veins on his face. The Count keeps desperately pushing. Isn't keeping me alive way better for you? Sadly, those end up being his famous last words. A flash of steel pierces right through him. Gislene casually sheathes his blade, saying he has zero interest in joining them. The Count is sliced clean in half. Gislene walks away, promising the rest of them will die by his hands. A massive pool of blood spreads as the corpse hits the cold ground. The scene jumps to Desmond. He is holding a messenger pigeon, totally shaking with absolute terror as he reads the brutal battlefield reports on the paper. He crushes the message and violently slams his fist down. You mean he snuck in during that tiny opening? Just like the Duke warned, they use an insanely methodical planning style, even if it burns up a lot of time. And the result, Desmond looks around a round table, admitting that every single attack on Gislene has completely failed. Every master plan he spent ages setting up ended in the exact same miserable disaster. Gislene is a total monster, and now he even has the loyal royals backing him. Totally enraged, he loudly orders that they have to crush this threat before it grows. He drops all the rules to do things his way. You're definitely going to want to see what this guy does next. The top priority was crushing Fenris and Perdium. Over in the Cadinia capital, Marquis Morris asks in total shock. You and I need to talk about this. Did Baron Fenris actually crush Count Kabandi, the legendary fortress master? What just happened? He laughs and adds, I never expected Baron Fenris to have such insane military skills up his sleeve. You really cannot judge a book by its cover. Rosalind beams with joy and adds, plus word on the street is he completely took over the fortress in an all-out war, and Count Kabandi never surrendered. Lord Gislene showed off some absolute monster strength during that wild Perdium siege, so his military power is undeniably the real deal. Marquis Morris can barely believe his ears and immediately starts arguing back. That is absolutely impossible, the guy just got super lucky. Without that massive famine hitting hard, he never would have won so easily. Silnot fires back sharply. Are you acting like that is even a problem? At the end of the day, the only thing that matters is his victory. Marcus Branford stays totally silent for a second, then turns to his guards. Any kind of movement over on Desmond's side? Torlio replies, yes, they are still keeping perfectly quiet. Marquis Morris finally relaxes a bit and admits, I wasted so much effort trying to set up the royal army on the road to Kabandi's fortress. But Count Annan chimes in, well, we have already profited more than enough from this season's harvest anyway. Silnot jumps back in, and now it is super obvious. Count Kabandi is getting massive backup directly from the Duke's family, so it will be tough for them to interfere right now. Rosalind thinks to herself, if Count Desmond actually made a move for this, we could have finally confirmed he is not some neutral noble but actually fully allied with the Duke's powerful family. Marquis Branford warns that it is way too early to jump to conclusions, though naturally, with Baron Fenris scoring this epic win, the Royalist faction's heavy influence is definitely going to spread up north. He continues on. That is exactly right. Now you and I need to pay close attention here. We secured major military power, but the Duke's family won't just sit around. So all of you never let your guard down. He finally stands up from his seat and wraps it up. All right, we are ending today's intense meeting right here. After a beat, count in size, the Marquis never changes. That was a huge, massive victory after such a ridiculously long wait. He should have at least cracked a single smile. But that cold attitude is exactly what let him lead the royalist faction all this time, right? Marquis Branford completely ignores them and as he leaves the room tells Rosalind, "Let's go." She answers, "Yes, father." But her eyes go wide looking at him and then she totally blushes. She probably just realized that her strict dad is actually incredibly pleased today. Meanwhile, up in the northern Lutan kingdom right near Cabandi's fortress, 3 heavily armored knights are galloping straight toward Gislene at absolute top speed. A girl is riding right behind one of the soldiers. One guy shouts out Captain Mac. The girl jumps in surprise. He asks, "Does this place seem way too suspiciously quiet for an active war zone?" Captain Mac replies, "Well, Fenris's army was probably wiped out already." The girl gets super anxious. "Then what exactly happens to our rescue mission?" "Lord Mariel and Marquis Branford specifically ordered us to go and rescue a guy named Baron Fenris. If we end up returning empty-handed, I absolutely cannot face those 2 ladies." Mac waves it off. "They are our royal allies, sure. But why waste energy stressing out? What can we even do if the fault lies entirely with Baron Fenris? You start a totally reckless war and obviously cannot hold out." The girl hates his harsh tone, but Mac just keeps going. "We are mercenaries, we only work for the cash, so do not sweat it too much." Another soldier suddenly spots something ahead and tells them to look. "I know what you and I are thinking, right? How are all these houses completely intact?" As they approach the fortress, they spot Godin calling the townsfolk into lines. There is plenty of food being handed out, so absolutely no pushing. "The new lord guarantees you will not go hungry for a while, so everyone come up and grab your share." Lo waits by a table, handing out stacks of official contracts. "Here, this is the paperwork all miners need to sign." The townsfolk are completely blown away, bursting with pure, genuine joy as they eagerly grab their packages. Some people literally cry out of relief and shout, "A new lord showing such unbelievable mercy. Are those hellish days of having absolutely everything stolen from us finally over for good? Maybe 0 unpaid labor from now on." The scene suddenly shifts to Ganvaric and the dwarves hauling heavy timber, where Ganvaric totally roasts Alphonse. "Hey kid, you are way too weak. Can you even carry a single log properly?" An exhausted Alphonse struggles and snaps back. "You damn dwarves, I am not a manual worker, I am actually a mage." Meanwhile, those 3 soldiers and the priestess notice every single mercenary in Gislene's camp is insanely busy right now. "Move all the necessary supplies for the temporary shelters over here immediately. If you guys do not hurry, the Lord will be furious." A shocked Captain Mac asks, "What in the world is happening around here? Is the war actually over already?" The priestess is equally stunned. Suddenly, somebody yells, "Count Cabandi, just how much epic loot did you hide away?" The priestess turns around and catches sight of Kao. "And trust me, you and I are going to love this." Kao flexes that the fortress is packed with gold, coins, artifacts, and insane items. "Look at this massive pile of valuable loot." Claire, who is totally obsessed with money, starts singing with pure joy over the high-tier weapons and iron ore. The shocked priestess asks, "Wait, is that really Count Cabandi's loot?" Mark just stands there completely stunned. "Let's dive in." Gillen suddenly pops up, scaring them half to death. He growls at these totally unfamiliar faces. He demands their names and purpose. Then the scene cuts straight to the main hall inside Cabandi's fortress. 2 guards stand at absolute attention. They open the heavy gates, revealing Gislene staring out the massive window. Gislene escorts the trembling priestess and Captain Mark right up to him. Gislene addresses Gislene saying, "My lord." Guests from the capital. Gislene slowly turns around to face them. Captain Mark immediately sizes the man up. His long life as a veteran mercenary taught him how to judge a guy's worth just by their posture and that lingering smell of fresh battlefield blood. Seeing those disciplined movements, he concludes this guy is definitely Baron Fenris. Gislene studies them with 0 emotion and simply asks, "And you are?" Both the priestess and Mark bow respectfully. Mark replies, "It is an absolute honor to meet you, Baron Fenris. My name is Mark, sent here by Marquis Branford. I was sent to rescue you from danger." Gislene just smirks at him. "You are way too late." Mark tries explaining, "We rush here as fast as humanly possible for this mission, but we never expected the war to end this fast. You really are the rising star of the royal loyalists." Gislene interrupts, "So where are you going now?" Mark starts shaking, wanting to leave immediately. "The war just ended and we lack manpower, so you're going to work." Mark immediately protests. "Now pay attention here." Gislene flips it, saying, "I was in danger, so aren't you going to help me?" Mark is totally speechless and sweating bullets. He thinks the war was over when we got here, so what should we do now? Gislene grabs his shoulder. "If your client asks me about your performance later, I really won't know what to say. Wouldn't it be better if we helped each other? Completely cornered, Mark has absolutely no choice but to yield. Yes, I understand. The priestess calls Mark's name. Gislene notices and asks, "Are you a priestess?" She nervously replies, "Yes, my name is P and I serve Saint Juana, the goddess of absolute beauty and fertility. I am on a special mission since Countess Mariel is our cult's patron." Gislene just quietly mutters to himself, "That goddess, I remember that faction avoids battlefields and impurity. There are practically zero priests up here in the north. Most stay in Delphi, which is why Gilan remained there for his daughter. A priest's holy power is super precious." He smiles, this is perfect timing. Gislene bows slightly and says, "Dear priestess, you suffered so much traveling this rough path." She awkwardly replies, "Oh no, there is no need for such formalities." Gislene instantly orders Belinda to escort the priestess away. Belinda and Wendy grab the panicked girl's hands and drag her off. She loudly protests, "I didn't come to work," Belinda replies. "Many miserable people desperately need your holy power. This way, priestess." Gislene approaches Gislene, noting that a priestess is a completely unexpected advantage. Gislene agrees. "Yeah, I never expected the royal loyalists to actually mobilize the entire church. With this, we can act freely. Now bring that man here." The scene abruptly shifts over to Kao. Watch closely, guys. Kao is getting absolutely beaten down by Lucas. The shocked mercenaries scream Captain Kao is defeated. Lucas steps up, mocking him. "You are the master's right hand, I really don't think so." Unable to handle the taunts and that arrogant smirk, Kao charges forward again like an absolutely rabid beast. He tosses logic aside, letting pure rage lead the way. Seeing Cao's reckless attack, Lucas's lips curl into a highly malicious smirk. The stupid fish finally took the bait. He lowers his stance, ready to punish this outburst. But right when they are inches apart, a huge shadow steps between them. Gislene stands there like an iron wall. This sudden interruption completely freezes the entire training ground. The knights who were just cheering for more bloodshed instantly go dead silent. Kao exhales furiously, his voice totally hoarse from anger and frustration at being interrupted. "Why did you block me?" But Gilan stands there, calm as a mountain, totally unfazed by the young knight's blind rage. That is enough. Lucas relaxes and casually steps back, taking a chance to poke the bear. He shoots a sarcastic look. "So he holds the real power. You and I know that mockery just lit a massive powder keg." His helpless rage boils like a caged beast. "Let me go, this fight is not over yet." "All right, stick with me." Gilan's patience had completely hit rock bottom. In one perfectly clean motion, he locked Kao's arm and delivered a brutal punch straight to his chest. That hit dropped like a sledgehammer, sending Kao flying and rolling across the dusty dirt. The second he tried to sit back up, blood spewed right from his mouth. His chest burned like a massive boulder was crushing him. Gilan casually walked over, staring down at Kao with absolute ice-cold eyes. "You have to maintain your dignity, no matter who is watching." Gilan then simply turned around and called out for Lucas. "Let's go, the Lord is looking for you." Lucas just shrugged and followed, a cocky smirk still on his face. Kao watched them walk away, his eyes burning with pure frustration. He dug his fingers deep into the ground, gripping the dirt tightly, face totally twisted in defeat. Just before disappearing, Gilan glanced back, clearly seeing that bitter resentment. As they strolled down the dead silent hallway, Lucas suddenly busted out laughing. Gilan shot him a look and asked, "Is something funny?" Lucas couldn't stop his chuckling, saying it was just his very first impression of this new lord. "The very first time we met, he actually made me go handle one of his own soldiers. Normal lords only ever care about their land and their money. But this guy, he's actively micromanaging the knight rankings. Super weird." Night falls, the training ground is deserted, leaving only the wind hitting the flags and one lonely figure. Kao was training like today's ghost was actively hunting him down. Every single swing packed the absolute humiliation of Lucas, laughing right in his face. That total helplessness against Gilan and the hot blood still stuck in his throat, everything kept replaying in his head, eating away at him non-stop. Now watch closely, here is where it shifts. A slight movement behind him made Kao spin and swing his sword straight at the newcomer. A loud clash echoed out. The blade was blocked flawlessly by Gislin's pitch-black sword scabbard. He did not even draw his weapon. His eyes were razor-sharp, piercing right through Kao's thoughts. "I heard you actually lost to the new recruit." Kao bit his lip and turned away. "If you came here just to mock me, then please leave right now. You are a busy guy anyway, you don't have time to care about a loser like me." But Gislene didn't care about that attitude at all, his face actually showing pure satisfaction. Gislene reached into his cloak, pulled out a small object, and tossed it right at Cao. His reflexes were still sharp enough to catch it instantly. It was a small leather-bound notebook, and the writing inside was completely handwritten. "That is the mana cultivation and sword art method I personally modified to perfectly suit you. Study it carefully." Cao was about to throw another attitude, but then he opened the notebook and quickly skimmed through the pages. Moonlight hit the incredibly detailed notes, leaving him totally stunned. The complex diagrams, the mana circuits, the deep logic, it was way beyond anything he had ever learned before. Cao's eyes went wide. His doubts vanished without a single trace. A huge wave of embarrassment suddenly washed over him, making him awkwardly mumble, "This thing, you should have given this to the new captain. Why give it to me?" Gislene calmly replied, "If you do not need it, hand it back." "No, no, I will keep it." Gislene dropped his hand, sighed softly, and gave it to him straight. "The reason you lost is simple. Your foundation is just way too weak. Experience and instincts both have their absolute limits." After saying that, he turned his back and casually walked away, blending right into the night. Cao called out after him, his arrogant pride suddenly shattering. "Captain." He bowed his head incredibly low, his voice actually trembling. "Thank you, sir." The seven dragons. Gislene simply smiled. "Get some rest. I will see you tomorrow. Time really moves fast up here in the north. You and I both know peace almost never lasts." 1 month post-war, the land felt completely reborn. After swallowing up Kabi's territory, we went through a massive expansion phase and stabilized incredibly fast. They seized all the assets from Kabi and his vassals to completely refill their completely emptied-out treasury. They handed out food to calm down the citizens who just survived the war and captured the North's biggest iron mine to boost production and heavily gear up their army. Fenris went from a dirt-poor land into an absolute powerhouse that nobody dared to underestimate anymore. Inside the meeting room, Gislene and his closest aides sat around the big table. The whole vibe was completely dripping with absolute victory. Thanks to everyone, Fenris won't be looked down on anymore. Clow, per usual, slammed the table hard. "Of course, let's take over Perdium too. That means a third of the North belongs to us. Our population and military power are second to none. Desmond or Ammon want smoke. Let them come." Gislene let out a sigh and glanced at Duana. Instantly, Duana yanked an invisible thread right on her finger. Claw's neck was suddenly choked tight, leaving him gasping for air like a fish out of water. Belinda shook her head. This idiot never knows when to shut his mouth. Gislene completely ignored the chaos and focused on the real issue. "We cannot celebrate just yet. The danger is still out there." When Duana released the thread, Claw coughed wildly, grabbing his bright red neck. "Can't you just give me one single peaceful season?" Vanessa then timidly stood up. "My lord, our mages are completely exhausted right now. They say they absolutely cannot take it anymore." Gislene blinked. "They are slaves, though." That ice-cold sentence made Vanessa freeze her face, going totally pale. But then Gislene smiled softly. "Do not worry, we have priests." Inside the makeshift medical room, the sound of prayers echoed out like some kind of final judgment. Bias placed her hands right on Ampon. Holy light exploded outward. "In the name of Goddess Wan, please rise." "No, stop healing me." Ampon bolted up and grabbed her clothes, tears and snot totally running down his face. "Please do not heal me anymore. I really don't want to work." But the knights pinned him down like a goat. "Lie still and get healed." Bias panicked. "And honestly, you and I just witnessed peak anime comedy here. All right, stick with me here. Using holy power to heal exhausted workers just so they can keep grinding. Seriously, when is the Lord finally letting her go back home?" Suddenly, Gislene's voice echoes from right behind her, making her jump. "Oh, priestess." He observes her for a quick second before pointing out that her holy power has actually increased. Pios's eyes go wide, staring down at her own hands. "Really?" Gislene quietly ponders. "You see, unlike mana, holy power cannot be trained at all. Only those truly blessed can possess it. And Pios is clearly not your average priest." He asks if she's uncomfortable staying here. She stammers a bit, saying not really, but nervously asks when she can finally return to the church. Gislene drops a gentle smile that completely stuns her. "You can go back now." Pios looks ready to drop to her knees in pure gratitude. "My Fenris territory has received an insane amount of help from you, so I want to offer a little gift in return." Meanwhile, back in the Cadinia capital, news of the Fenris victory is spreading like wildfire. Taverns and streets are absolutely flooded with crazy rumors. Stories of Gislene literally flying in or splitting the massive gates in half with pure sword aura. Some laugh it off, while others believe every word. But the name Fenris is suddenly everywhere. Gislene arrives at the Branford mansion, where Lady Rosalind warmly greets him right in the middle of the luxurious hall. The second he spots her, Gislene's usually icy cold as stone expression instantly softens up into something gentle. "My lady, have you been doing well lately?" Rosalind turns beet red. "As long as you return safely, that is all that matters." Gislene bows his head in thanks. "The people you sent over helped us out incredibly." Rosalind returns the smile, saying his words make her genuinely happy. Then she turns to Pios, telling the priest she can officially head back to the church today. Pios practically bursts into happy tears. "Thank you so much, Lady Marquise. My very first dispatch is finally over. The Fenris territory is a great place to live, but mentally, it's seriously way too exhausting." Right then, someone steps up from behind to report. "Baron Marquis Branford is currently waiting for you." He turns back to Rosalind, stepping way closer than necessary. "Could we maybe meet privately later?" She blinks, her face flushing completely red down to her ears. "Of course," she agrees. Meanwhile, inside the royal faction meeting room, the vibe is completely different, intense, tense, and super heavy. Marcus Branford sits at the head of the table coldly stating he's late. Gislene gives a perfectly polite bow, explaining that stabilizing the territory took a bit longer than expected. The Marquis frowns in pure annoyance, daring to be late in this situation, and nearby Judge chuckles softly, reminding him to keep his manners in check. He gestures for silence, glaring at Gislene with eyes as sharp as daggers. I told you already, every single move you make directly reflects on my reputation. If you had failed against Cabin, the royal faction, and I would be totally humiliated and the Duke's house would grab the upper hand. He leans dangerously close. Do not think I will tolerate your arrogant attitude just because I happen to be your sponsor. He orders him to explain the whole battle. Watch closely because his attempt to convince him is pure gold. The entire meeting room goes dead silent. Time literally stops. Gislene just speaks up calmly. I never fight a single battle that I cannot absolutely win. I saw an opening and I took it. I did not come here to recap the past. I am here to discuss our very next steps for the future. Marcus Branford is caught off guard by that bluntness. Gislene takes his seat, his deep voice steady, looking like he's prepared his whole life for this exact moment. I am asking you to officially appoint me as the commander of the Northern Army. The second Gislene finishes his sentence, the atmosphere in the room takes a nosedive, becoming totally heavy and flat-out suffocating. Count Ansbury and a high-ranking official standing nearby practically choke on air, their eyes going super wide in absolute shock. Even the Supreme Commander, a seriously disciplined veteran with years of hard-earned experience, just completely loses control of his surprise and raw emotions in that second. His calm facade totally shatters. Just what I know, you're as shocked as I am by this impossible request. Because of it, the Marquis's eyes immediately harden into pure stone, turning into literal shards of ice. He glares hard at the young man sitting across from him, searching for any trace of a joke but finding absolutely nothing. Then their fierce, intense gazes finally collide, locked tight in a completely silent, high-stakes battle of pure willpower. Finally, breaking the dead silence, the Marquis slowly stands up from his fancy chair and calls out his full name, Gislene Perdium. He paces slowly, his hands firmly clasped behind his back, stating that ever since he arrived, the royal faction has completely changed. The Marquis can totally feel a brand new wind blowing right through their ranks, a wind of major disruption and a massive shift in raw power. Looking proud and not flinching for a single second, Gislene tells him right to his face, I will be the wind at your back. The Marquis continues, his voice dropping low. The Northern Army Commander is a totally meaningless title during peacetime. It is just a sheathed sword. But it holds an insane amount of power during an actual war. Dead serious now, Marcus Branford stops pacing and directly questions him. You are seriously asking me to hand over that kind of massive power to someone as completely unpredictable as you? With ultimate confidence and zero hesitation, Gislene fires back. Yes, the Lutania military is currently organized into 4 major army corps, and regional commanders are handpicked way in advance to prep detailed strategies for all sorts of unpredictable worst-case scenarios. Like he said, it's just a symbol in peace, but in war, that's where we leave it. Trust me, you'll want to see what happens next. Alright, stick with me here. This grants the massive power to summon all regional lords. Gislene then offers a slight, highly respectful bow. I know the Northern Army Commander's seat is still sitting empty. If someone absolutely has to take that spot, please let it be me. Hearing this bold claim, the Marquis thinks it over for a second. The entire room just drops into dead silence. The Marquis deeply studies the young guy, mentally calculating every risk and reward. Then he slowly leans back into his heavy chair. Why is that seat actually empty? If it was just about filling a simple spot, literally anyone could do it. You do not just hand over a seat like that on request. But Gislene came fully prepared for this. He asks a sharp question, cutting straight to the political crisis. The Duke's family already controls the southern and western commanders, do they not? This totally catches the Marquis off guard. His eyebrow twitches slightly. He absolutely never expected Gislene to understand the board this well. Gislene pushes his advantage hard. The east and north are still safely under royal influence. But Count Desmond is super untrustworthy, and he wants that spot. As the Marquis knows, once this fragile balance collapses, restoring it becomes basically impossible. Right now, the royal faction holds the upper hand. This is the exact moment to solidify their absolute power by any means necessary, strong enough to crush even a massive civil war sparked by the Duke's power-hungry family. Hearing civil war drop from his mouth shatters the heavy atmosphere. The nobles in the room completely panic, eyes wide with pure shock. Now pay close attention here. Mentioning civil war triggers them because it is the exact unspoken nightmare they have all been secretly dreading. It is like they already know exactly where the kingdom is heading thanks to the Duke's endless, greedy ambition. Now, thanks to Gislene speaking up, the threat feels very real. The nobles are physically shaking, but the Marquis stays completely stone-cold calm. With a very subtle smirk playing on his lips, the Marquis asks, "How dare you play games with me?" He leans back again, his mind totally made up. He announces he will officially propose Gislene's big promotion to the royal court very soon. Hearing this, Gislene feels a huge wave of joy and relief. But hey, politics are never simple. The Marquis explains the catch. To be a commander, you literally must be a count. That is strict kingdom law. And to logically grant you that kind of title and raw power, Count Bum will also get a major promotion at the same time. The Marquis immediately grabs paper and writes the order. The quill loudly scratches in the silent room. But wait, there's one condition. Hearing there is a catch catches everyone off guard. A condition. Marcus Branford reveals an urgent backup request just arrived from the dark mountains of Turian. He looks expectantly at Gislene. Will you go? You and I know Turian Kingdom triggers some heavy flashbacks. His mind drifts back to brutal war times. Turian, the land of knights, covered entirely by those treacherous dark mountains. An unimaginably harsh place where insanely strong monsters endlessly poured down from the jagged mountain peaks. Because of that non-stop deadly threat, the locals value raw strength and combat skills above literally anything else. Their entire culture is forged in blood and battle. Their knights are easily among the strongest warriors on the continent. Gislene hunted and trained there in the past. He knows firsthand exactly how brutal it is. If they actually need outside hunters to handle their monster problems, something crazy serious happened. Like total disaster levels. The Marquis interrupts his deep thoughts. Seems they are really struggling to prepare for the massive monster wave this year. But for someone like you flew over giant walls and split fortress gates with pure sword aura. This should be absolute child's play. Gislene is stunned. The Marquis knows every single detail of his recent crazy combat feats. His underground information network is actually terrifying. Regaining his cool, Gislene nods. Understood. But acting as a seasoned strategist, he requests the Marquis deploy backup troops near the Fenris domain while he is gone. Just in case. Even though the Duke's faction looks a bit weak right now, nobody knows what they might try. After that, Gislene finally leaves with Belinda and the priestess. Walking down the palace's grand corridors, he gazes out over the sprawling city below. Peaceful until now. He thinks about his past life, recalling the dark tragedy of this land. In that original timeline, Duke Delphin fully controlled the previous commanders. He coldly manipulated all the pieces from the shadows. Then he sparked a brutal civil war, eventually stole the throne, and completely drowned the entire kingdom in an ocean of blood. The northern commander back then was Har. That guy basically paved the golden road for the Duke's bloody victory. With fresh determination burning intensely in his chest, he firmly decides to strike first this time around. He is going to conquer the north using the exact same aggressive playbook the Delphin family used in his past life. But he will use it to save the kingdom, not destroy it. The scene suddenly shifts from the lavish capital to a windy wasteland. Trust me, you and I are not ready for what is next. Alright, stick with me. Here you and I are jumping right into a broken helmet resting on a planted sword. A makeshift grave marking absolute defeat. A nameless knight, just an old guy with weathered skin and exhausted eyes, gently touches that blood-stained metal with pure emotion. His fingers shake as they trace the deep, dense, and dried blood. The wind blows his gray hair and pure sorrow completely takes over. It is a pain so deep it literally feels like death. Count Desmond slowly approaches from behind. His heavy footsteps crunch hard on the dry dirt. He stops short and asks, "How is it?" The nameless old knight slowly looks back, realizing it is Count Desmond. Zero surprise in his eyes, just absolute hollow emptiness. But then the old man stares at the horizon, watching the sun struggle through heavy clouds, and speaks with a crushed tone. Victor had such a bright future. This world is absolutely cruel. He does not even wait for a reply. The guy who murdered Victor was Gislene Perdium, right? Desmond nods. Yes, Gislene is now Baron Perdium. The nameless knight stays completely silent for a second, then turns his back on the grave and starts walking away. There is zero point in crying. In this dark world, those who run are always crushed by those who fly. A bitterly realistic mindset, accepting total defeat. Thanks for the intel, Count. But Desmond refuses to stop. We were the ones who backed Perdium into a corner, and we paid the ultimate price. Hearing that makes the old guy freeze, his shoulders shaking. Desmond steps even closer. Victor is already gone. Only after the dust settled did the Viscount restore Gislene as the undisputed greatest swordsman of the North. The royal faction backs Gislene, and now they use the army to watch us. Being a neutral noble means absolutely nothing right now. The old man spins around. Are you actually doubting the absolute power of the Duke? Now pay attention, you and I need to hear this. Count Desmond glares and says, "I am done taking orders from anyone. I will personally spark a massive war, wipe out Perdium and Fenris, and fight the Duke's family to the bitter end." He is totally willing to watch the world burn. The old man stays dead silent. Then he mutters, "The royal faction will definitely not ignore this. You are starting a full civil war. Fighting them without the Duke. Look, you do not need to hide your true feelings from me. Do you honestly think just giving up is enough?" That question shatters the old man's emotional walls. His tough warrior facade completely shatters. Trembling with pure rage, he snarls, "I can never forget that night." All those memories flood back to when Victor was just a kid. an undefeated prodigy who never lost. Yet he came back with a smashed helmet. Boiling hot tears of absolute fury well up in his eyes. That precious kid was my one and only student. I should have trained him harder, he blames himself. How could my training be enough? Losing all control, the nameless knight drops to his knees right in front of Desmond. You and I both know what is coming. He bows and begs, let me sever Gislene Perdium's head. Desmond glares down at Victor's devastated master. With a voice full of venom, he says, that time is coming. When the moment hits, unleash the Night Order and slaughter them. Gislene Perdium must die then. Back with Gislene before heading to the Turian kingdom, the vibe is super tense. Rosalind stands before him. Her delicate eyebrows are tightly knit. She cannot even hide her anxiety as she softly asks him, are you seriously going to the Turian kingdom? Gislene just calmly fixes his iron gauntlet, totally unfazed. Yeah, the Marquis gave the order, so I must go. Hearing that just makes Rosalind panic even more. She steps right up, her voice shaking slightly. Heading to such a dangerous zone, the last battle just finished. But Gislene immediately cuts her off. Look, it seems they still do not fully buy into my recent achievements. They probably want me to prove my worth again. He gives her a gentle, reassuring smile. Looking deep into her eyes, he chuckles. Do not worry about me, I am honestly sick of hunting monsters. Rosalind just stays silent, feeling totally embarrassed as she realizes she cannot hide her deep anxiety. Her cheeks turn slightly pink as she tries acting cool. She clears her throat and swaps to business talk. Anyway, that negotiation with the Wana Church went perfectly. You can keep Sister Pie with you for a while. Zero things to worry about. Gislene stands up straight, totally caught off guard by this. Even if you are the main sponsor, dragging a nun from such a hardcore church along is seriously tough. So what do you and I make of this? The strict Wana Church just folded. A soft, triumphant spark flashes. All right, you and I are jumping right back in. A playful spark returned to Rosalind's eyes. Honestly, there's nothing super special here. The one church leader might be a priest, but the guy has a massive soft spot for cold, hard cash. A knowing look quickly passed between them. Then Gislene bowed down slightly, a perfectly elegant and respectful gesture. My lady, I am once again in your debt. Rosalind's face turned completely red at his smooth move. The mix of heavy formality and genuine gratitude totally flustered her. She wanted to say something, lips parting, but not a single word actually came out. But then Gislene reached out his hand, an invitation straight out of a classic knight's playbook. Rosalind gently placed her hand in his. In a truly romantic scene right under the morning sunlight, Gislene pressed a soft kiss to her hand. He lingered for just a second, then looked up straight into her eyes. My lady, I will always wish for your absolute happiness. Time passed, and the scenery shifted fast. They were now miles away from the warm comfort of their home. At the foot of the Turian kingdom's dark mountains, the air was dead, silent, and bone-chilling cold as Gislene and his crew pushed forward. The terrain was super jagged, the sky a bleak gray. Suddenly, Belinda pointed ahead, her sharp voice cutting right through the freezing wind. Now watch closely because things are about to get wild. Here they come. A terrifying horde of monsters swooped down, shrieking and clawing everywhere. Gislene's group started slaughtering the monsters with absolute ease. Honestly, it was a total massacre, not even close to a real battle. Gislene sliced through the beasts like they were made of tofu. His blade moved so fast it blurred, slicing right through bone and thick hide with zero resistance. His horse seemed even more hyped than its master. It reared up, biting and tearing, charging straight into the swarm like an absolute maniac. Lucas took down the monsters using his lightning-fast spear. His weapon darted out like a deadly cobra, piercing right through hearts and throats with absolute lethal precision. Cao, armed with the new martial arts gifted by his lord, was also ridiculously hyped up. He moved with brand new strength, his body flowing smoothly through all the martial arts moves he had trained so hard to master. The pure rush of the battle completely took over his mind, and Cao started laughing out loud. A crazy manic sound echoing right off the mountain walls. He screamed out boldly, challenging the monsters, totally drunk on his own new power. Suddenly, Belinda, who was insanely annoyed by all his noise, whipped out a sharp chain hook. It flew with deadly accuracy and hooked right inside Cao's mouth. She yanked the chain hard, sending him flying backwards straight onto his horse. Tao crashed into his saddle, grabbing his aching cheek while angrily yelling, Hey, why the hell did you hook my mouth? Belinda calmly reeled her chain back in. She stared at him with totally dead eyes. Next time, do you want me to hook somewhere else? Cao froze entirely. He looked at her freezing cold expression and quickly realized he really shouldn't argue with women, especially not this specific one. He rubbed his cheek, grumbling internally to himself. We've been running into beasts this whole entire trip. So is this just a wild wasteland packed with high-level monsters? Right on cue, Lucas jumped at the chance to mock him. You knew that and still tagged along. Not sure if that's bravery or just pure stupidity. Cao's face turned bright red, trying hard to ignore Lucas's savage roasting. Say whatever you want, man. With a dead serious tone, Gislene told them to cut it out. Get ready, guys, we are almost there. Let's pause for a second and figure this out together. Gislene's mind drifted back to the Fenris territory preparations. A nice warm room, totally contrasting with his freezing journey. Gislene stood before his vassals and mapped out his whole plan. He explained why he had to personally visit the Turian kingdom and reassured everyone, "I won't be gone long." Hearing Gislene say he was leaving, Claw was cheering internally. Their minds were absolutely screaming with joy. They figured it was finally time to slack off without their scary lord constantly breathing right down their necks. But on the outside, they tried to stay cool, hiding all that excitement behind a perfectly fake layer of worry. Claw could barely hold back his laughter, his shoulders literally shaking. He had to cover his face with his hands to hide the hype and started acting. "If our lord isn't here, what will we even do?" Anphone instantly played along too. "If that's the case, we have absolutely no choice but to rest, endure this hardship." Gislene completely ignored their pathetic little theater act. He turned to the most reliable guy in the room. "Gislene managed the territory while I'm out of town." He pointed sharply right at Chloe and Anphone, making sure these clowns don't slack off. Pure joy instantly evaporated from those two guys' faces. Gislene gave a pained nod. "Understood." Gislene continued, his expression suddenly turning super dark. "I've stationed the kingdom forces right near our borders, but the truth is, we have no idea how Desmond will react, mainly because we've completely backed them into a corner. They might launch a full-scale assault." With a strict commanding tone, Gislene told Gislene, "If Desmond attacks, do not engage. Fall back immediately." That was a pretty shocking order for a proud warrior, but Gislene understood his boss's plan. Keeping everyone alive mattered way more than keeping face. He bowed deeply, accepting the order. Gislene stood up, officially ending the meeting. He looked at Belinda and Lucas. "Let's get moving." Right as they were leaving, Cal ran up and desperately blocked their path. He straight up begged to come along with them. Hearing Sao say that both Claw and Anphone were absolutely dumbfounded. "Why would anyone actually volunteer to go suffer out there?" Anphone whispered. "Why is that idiot rejecting a perfectly lazy life?" Lucas mocked him again. "Surviving there is extremely tough. Stick with me to see what happens next." "Let's dive right in." The Lord gave this guy a serious warning. "Your skills are too weak, just stay home and stay safe." Annoyed, Cal immediately threw a fast punch at him. But Gislene stepped in, catching that fist like it was absolutely nothing. Even with his punch blocked, Cal glared right past Gislene at Lucas. "Our last fight is not over, and this time I will win." Lucas just raised an eyebrow. "Oh really?" Gislene looked deep into Cal's fiery, determined eyes, silently assessing his raw potential. "I alone am enough," Gislene replied confidently, flashing a subtle smile that acknowledged. "Good. Cao, follow me." Snapping back to the present, that memory faded away as Gislene's crew finally arrived at their destination. A massive, imposing fortress of iron and stone loomed ahead, the iron-clipped stronghold in the Shadow Mountains. Inside, completely suffocating. It reeked of sweat, rust, and dried blood. Every hunter turned to glare the second they walked in. Beast-like eyes scrutinized the rookies, silently judging their gear, their confidence, and if they were easy targets. Belinda scoffed at the rugged faces and heavy architecture. Lucas, though, looked around nostalgically. "This place has not changed one bit." "You feel that heavy hostility, right?" Sao noticed one guy glaring like a predator. "Why are they staring at us so intensely?" Gislene quickly stopped him. "Do not start a fight." Belinda then asked, "Are we unpacking and hunting monsters right away?" "No." Gislene shook his head. "To hunt here, we must officially register at that guild branch over there first." Frowning, Belinda complained. "Wait, did we not come here directly under a royal relief request? Shouldn't we get special privileges? Why bother with annoying paperwork?" Smiling, Gislene replied, "Do not expect VIP treatment. That is just the law." They stepped into the dimly lit guild, packed with muttering roughnecks. Gislene walked up to introduce himself to his super sleepy receptionist. "I am Baron Fanis of the Lutania Kingdom. We arrived following an urgent aid request from the Turian royal family." Completely unbothered, the receptionist slowly opened his tired, unimpressed eyes. "You here to register as hunters or what? Noble titles mean nothing here. In this fortress, everyone is equal." Belinda flared up instantly. "What did you just say?" The guy completely ignored her anger, casually writing in his ledger. The scratching of his quill was the only response they got. "Do not play noble here, you will just make useless enemies. Turian knights only run this place to keep minimum basic functions going. Hunter disputes, you guys solve those entirely on your own," he casually reminded. "Just do not murder each other." "Anyway, you came to hunt monsters, right?" Cao scoffed loudly. "Ridiculous. You are literally so lazy that you are telling us to fend for ourselves." "Yup," the receptionist answered bluntly. Then he tossed 4 shiny badges onto the desk with a loud clatter. "With these, you can hunt anywhere in the Shadow Mountains. Make sure you carry them on you at all times." He gave him an almost mocking look. "Have fun, distant hunters." Gislene grabbed the badges with zero emotion. "Let's move." Belinda angrily kicked a rock. "Seriously, they beg for help and act like this." But before she could finish venting, a voice echoed. Watch closely, things are about to escalate. Three horribly scarred, arrogant thugs stepped up, blocking their path completely. The middle guy smirked with fake politeness. Welcome to Iron Clip. Did you fancy nobles from far away? Just finish registering. Who knows, Gislene replied coldly. He turned to walk away, having absolutely zero time for this pointless empty trash talk. Get lost, we are busy, Cal glared. But the guy blocked them again, flashing a special badge under his cloak. I work under Don, the absolute king of Iron Clip. I represent the elite Hunter Rights Protection Council around here. Cal sighed heavily. Everywhere we go, idiots pretend to be kings. He looked him up and down. So what, we just arrived? Pointing at the guild, the thug sneered. Kingdom Knights do not interfere, so us local hunters keep order around here. That is why we help newcomers adapt. Lowering his raspy voice, he whispered, just hand over a small guild fee. Pay up and you hunt without anyone bothering you. Lucas glanced at his lord, quietly waiting for orders. You dare extort us? Belinda narrowed her eyes. Gislene stood perfectly still, then finally warned, listen closely. When arriving at a dangerous new place, there is one major thing I always do first, especially in a lawless zone. The greedy hunter smirked totally, thinking Gislene was yielding. Seems you are smart, really know how to read the room. He nodded approvingly. Like it or not, we will bump into each other often. Best to avoid any useless friction. He stuck his hand out waiting for cash. Then boom, faster than the eye could track, Gislene punched his face. A terrifyingly loud crack echoed. The massive blow sent the thug flying backward into the dirt, knocked out cold before even landing. His two buddies completely froze in terror. Gislene casually shook off his hand, glanced at Cal, and finished the lesson. So what do you and I learn here? Fists speak first. Power is justice. The remaining thugs just stood there speechless. All right, stick with me here. This smug guy draws his weapon, thinking he won. Idiot. I offered you Lord Don Cat's protection, he sneers, clueless about what comes next. But you just had to dig your own grave. Huge mistake. Gislene reacts in a flash, instantly drawing two hidden daggers strapped right to his thighs. The blades whistle through the air, hitting the enemy's vital spots with absolute terrifying precision. Before the goons can even touch Gislene, Belinda and Sao strike back together. Total chaos breaks loose. Tables flip over and the loud crash of splintering wood fills the room. Seeing the furniture getting absolutely trashed, the Turian Kingdom Knight at the reception desk finally loses his patience. He stands up, heavy armor clanking loudly. That is enough? Are you punks paying for all this damage? Belinda glares at the knight with pure contempt. I thought you weren't going to interfere. Meanwhile, Cal is totally vibing with the team's combat rhythm. A sly smirk crosses his face as he looks at the wreckage, then turns to Gislene. I finally get what the captain meant. Skip the petty tricks and just use raw power to prove our status right here, right? Hearing Sao say that, a very faint knowing smile appears on Gislene's lips. As the dust settles, Lucas scrutinizes Gislene closely. You seem awfully familiar with how things work around here. Have you actually been to this place before? Gislene just replies with a short, low voice, yeah, pretty much. That answer leaves Belinda completely shocked. She has known this young master since he was a kid, watching him grow up with her own eyes. In all those years, she never once saw Gislene leave the Perdium territory. Following Lucas's question, now pay attention because here is where things click. Gislene lets his mind wander to his past life, remembering the absolute strongest guy in the Turian kingdom. That legendary figure was a massive milestone in his own past life experiences. So obviously he knows this place way better than anyone else here. Suddenly the tension spikes again as the punched hunter starts stirring. The guy slowly stands up, shaking violently from the pain. His face is totally unrecognizable now. That arrogant look gone, replaced by ugly, swelling and blood everywhere. You bastards still do not realize what you just did. You dared to touch me, a loyal man of Lord Don Cat, the literal king around here. But before the hunter can finish his threat, Cal casually lands another mocking punch right to his face. Cal scoffs. What the heck is this guy babbling about, Captain? What is our next move? No need to waste time with garbage. Once they realize who's actually on top, they will automatically flock to our side anyway. Gislene turns to the remaining terrified hunters and says, pass this to your king. If there's a problem, come find me yourself. Now watch this, we are leaving Turian's busy streets. Heading to the Lutania Kingdom's harsh northern border. The air is thick with smoke from burning roofs and screams of the dying. The Reborn tribe leader barks a brutal order, start harvesting the enemy's heads. Warriors enjoy this glorious moment. They sweep through the village like a plague, burning houses and slaughtering completely defenseless civilians. Later, back at the Reborn camp, a seriously grotesque celebration kicks off. These brutes are busy binge drinking the strong stench of grain alcohol mixing with sweat and steel. They laugh loudly, bragging about their conquests. One guy asks another, did you see that dude? He kneeled down, begging for his life just over a lost arm. The whole crowd erupts into roaring laughter. Another barbarian chimes in, that is just because your combat skills are trash. You idiot, if you just made a clean cut, you wouldn't have to watch that pathetic display. Let us see if you can still talk tough when you hit the dirt. Meanwhile, the Sorry leader drinks silently among the crowd. He's a massive guy built purely out of muscle and scars, a hardened veteran of thousands of brutal battles. Another barbarian approaches him holding a letter and asks the boss to look it over. Hearing about a letter, Kutsu looks pretty surprised. News rarely reaches them in such a formal way. He grabs the letter, scanning the characters. Suddenly, Kutsu grits his teeth in rage, the paper feeling totally foreign. The ink lines look like literal chicken scratches. He cannot read a single word and his frustration explodes. He chucks his wine cup right at the messenger's face, roaring, "If there is writing, you should have brought the village chief here. Are you actually stupid?" The messenger freezes in terror, eyes wide, and immediately apologizes to Kutsu. He stammers that he will fetch the chief right away and scrambles frantically back into the camp. "So what do you and I make of this?" The chief arrives, trembling as he reads it aloud. "All right, stick with me here." The message was short but heavy. "The north is empty. I officially grant your warriors permission to take Perdium." Those words hung in the air, cold and heavy. Taking over Perdium, every single demon present just froze in absolute shock. Perdium was a land of pure wealth and history, a place they had been drooling over for generations. One barbarian could not hold back his hype. He screamed out finally their chance had come to loot the rich lands the northern wolf treasured. Another guy started laughing like crazy. The time had finally arrived. They were going to conquer the exact territory their warriors had craved forever. Amid the rising whispers and wild battle cries, Kutu just sat there completely silent. He sat like a stone statue, deep in thought, telling me to go take Perdium. Then suddenly Kutu burst out laughing, a wild echoing roar. "Ha ha ha! What tricks are those sneaky bastards from Lutania playing this time? Sending an official decree straight to me, honestly, I am just happy as long as I get to fight. Plus, we always plan to invade Perdium anyway. So yeah, there is zero reason to turn down this sweet offer." Still hyped and laughing, Kutu stood up and barked orders. "Tell the other clan leaders to rally up all their warriors. The time to take over Perdium was here." Meanwhile, the scene shifts to the towering peaks of the Shadow Mountains. Kao was absolutely stunned. Gislene just told him he had to hunt at least 100,000 monsters to get stronger. Yep, if you want a real power-up, you gotta hunt at least that many. What is the point of coming here just to kill stupid mobs? Guys way stronger than monsters are everywhere around here. Now watch closely, this is where it gets wild. Belinda pointed ahead. "Young master, look. Some monsters are butchering another one." Bright red blood stained the pure white snow. And right then the beasts totally spotted Gislene's crew. They snapped their necks backward like owls, staring them down. Deep growls rumbled from their throats before they charged straight ahead. Gislene watched the incoming beasts and calmly told the group these are the top predators of the Shadow Mountains, owlbears. But arrogance completely took over Kao. He just saw dumb animals in front of him, not a real threat. "Every time we make noise, these freaks show up. I will handle them 10,000 or a million, it does not matter." But before he could even finish bragging, Gislene punched him right off his horse. In that exact split second before he even hit the dirt, an owlbear crushed his horse. The massive beast closed the gap insanely fast. Gislene calmly warned, "Never look away from an owlbear. These things make zero noise when they move." Kao quickly scrambled up, his heart practically hammering. "You could have mentioned that a bit sooner." Cao rushed the first owlbear and swung his sword only to slice empty air. The owlbear easily dodged his attack. Its speed was absolutely insane for something with such a massive, bulky body. It countered, instantly kicking Kao with its giant legs. Forced on the defensive, Kao struggled to block the heavy blows. Right then, the other owlbears ambushed him from behind. One clamped its jaws on his arm, thrashing to toss him into the snow. Before he could even recover, the beast pounced, pinning him with giant legs and razor-sharp claws. Flat on the ground with the owlbear crushing him, he barely had enough strength to block its claws with his blade. The metal groaned under the monster's insane pressure. "Captain, are you just gonna stand there and watch? You saw this coming, right?" Gislene teased. "You said you would handle it yourself. See it through." Lucas didn't miss his chance to troll him. "I told you your clumsy skills won't keep you alive out here." Kao ground his teeth, glaring furiously at Lucas. "Say what?" Lucas just sighed. "If you're struggling against some bird brains, I have no words." With Lucas mocking him non-stop, Kao's fury just kept boiling over. The two owlbears kept attacking with relentless aggression. He literally could not find a single opening to counterattack. Kao was stuck on defense, his stamina draining fast. Watching this, Belinda looked worried. "Young master, he won't die, right?" Gislene calmly replied. "He won't die from something this simple. Owlbears are insanely smart. If you just rush them blindly, you walk straight into their trap every time. They aren't the top predators of the Shadow Mountains by pure luck. Because of that, they absolutely never imagined becoming the prey themselves." Gislene watched Kao intensely. "Just like that time you managed to hit Victor. I taught you how to get stronger and you actually pulled it off before. The problem is you never use your full potential, unless your life is on the line. You need the mindset of a predator, not the prey. Stop rushing blindly. Wait for the fatal opening, and make that killer instinct yours. Trust me, you and I cannot miss what happens next, making the moment his own. With one sudden explosive movement, Cal completely slices off the giant beast's leg. You and I love a clean kill right. The monster stumbles and he lands a consecutive strike, instantly severing its neck. Seeing this absolute bloodbath, Belinda, Lucas, and even the surviving panther are totally stunned. Seeing its companion drop dead, the remaining panther immediately lunges straight at Cal. He dodges its razor-sharp claws with basically zero effort, and with one massive downward slash from above, he instantly finishes off the second beast too. Exhausted but totally victorious, Cal speaks up with absolute arrogance. You worthless trash really thought you could go against me. Seeing Cao finally break his limits and apply the lesson, a really satisfied smile naturally appears right on Gislene's face. Word of the group's epic hunting achievements quickly starts spreading. Over at the nearby fortress, the local hunters are constantly worrying and gossiping. These guys are professional hunters, making a living on the mountain, but they have never seen anything even remotely like this before. They start asking each other, did you see them? Just 4 people slaughtered so many monsters that this whole area is almost completely wiped clean. And yet not a single one of them died. At this rate, we won't even have any monster materials left to sell. I heard they even dared to mess with Donkat's subordinates. Oh man, this is definitely going to end badly. Oh really, then they will probably all be dead in less than 10 days because that guy will definitely handle things personally. It doesn't take long before Donkat actually arrives at the hunting grounds alongside his loyal subordinates. He looks out at the landscape ahead. But instead of the usual sight of roaming beasts, he just sees monster corpses scattered all over the bloody snow. Watch closely because this guy is furious. Not a single monster is left alive anywhere nearby. Donkat takes a very deep breath, cold air filling his chest. I was originally going to let them off since touching my subordinates was just a minor dispute, but now they dare to completely steal my meals too. While tightly gripping his absolutely massive weapon, the metal gleaming faintly in the light, Donkat speaks in a bone-chillingly cold voice that gives you goosebumps. Get ready, my fellow hunters. It is finally time to hunt. After the battle, Gislene's group stands right in the middle of a chaotic battlefield with monster corpses stacked up like small mountains. Cal casually observes the scene and drops a comment, wow, we actually caught quite a lot. He then turns to remind the cleanup crew, hey old men, hurry up and clean this out fast before more monsters show up. If you dare lose even a single material, I am not going to let it slide. Those guys hastily reply in absolute terror. Ah yes, of course. Seeing this happen, Lucas immediately speaks up. Stop putting so much pressure on them all the time or you might get stabbed in the back. Cao just coldly scoffs back. Hemph, if they can actually do it, tell them to try. He continues with a super disdainful tone. Is it necessary to be perfectly polite to trash who only rely on the name Donkat or whatever just to act tough? No way. Has anyone even dared to touch us these past few days? If that guy really wants to show his face, he will definitely feel the pressure. Gislene quietly observes the whole scene, his eyes showing deep thought. Cao turns and asks, my lord, how do you plan to handle all this? Just the amount of monster materials piled up in the warehouse right now is already massive. And now we have this pile too. Gislene makes the decision to split it up, sending some back to the Fenris territory and to Kabi. These are materials you cannot find in Lutania, so the wolf tribe is absolutely going to love them. He continues, I already sent a letter telling Clap to transport it, so they should be here soon. Before he even finishes speaking, Belinda comes rushing over. Let's pause here because this letter changes everything. Gislene takes it quickly, reading through, and his expression instantly turns completely serious. My father sent a letter saying Perdium is under attack. Over at the fortress, a relentless rain of arrows pours down, mixing with the enemy's aggressive battle cries. Castillo loudly gives the command, fire. Do not let the filthy heels of these barbarians trample all over our precious land. On the opposite side, the tribe leader Kut-Du rides ahead, roaring loudly. My warriors scale the walls. The land we have always aimed for is right in front of our eyes. Drag those wolves straight down here. The barbarians massively rush up, frantically setting up ladders while the commander grits his teeth and swears, damn it, what is up with these massive numbers? Are they actually planning to wipe out Perdium or something, these barbarian bastards, even though they constantly attack us anyway? But a siege on this insane scale has absolutely zero precedent in our history. Randon anxiously tries to step in and advise him. My lord, this current attack of theirs is seriously not normal at all. How about you request some backup from the young master? Please send a letter asking him for reinforcements. Castillo instantly cuts him off, his voice full of absolute resolve. Absolutely, do not do that. This is not Lord Fenris's battle, but a problem for Lord Perdium. We wolves of the north must handle this all by ourselves. He heavily emphasizes we do not need any backup. Cutting back to Gislene's group, they all stand in the snowfield, urgently discussing the situation. Gislene analyzes with a deep tone. According to the war letter, 6 barbarian tribes have formed an alliance and are attacking Perdium's northern fortress. These barbarian tribes attacking Perdium is honestly an everyday occurrence for us, but an alliance that didn't even happen in his past life. What do you and I think he'll do next? He just frowns deep in thought. Let's jump right in. Gislene is thinking, why would his father demand half the Fenris army for Perdium? It just does not add up. His father is not the type to send a declaration over something this small. Sure, if the 6 barbarian tribes actually allied, it might make sense, but his eyes narrow. Something is definitely wrong here. Belinda anxiously asks, young master, what should we do? Cal just grumbles, man, I barely even stretched my muscles yet. Gislene gives a firm order. We retreat for today. We do not know the truth behind this letter, so we head back to the inn. Suddenly, danger spikes. Scatter now. The group instantly leaps into the air, dodging a barrage of arrows and ranged attacks. Axe and hammer-wielding assassins appear out of nowhere, surrounding them completely. Gislene draws his sword, blocking a heavy strike. Absolute chaos erupts across the white snow. He ducks fast, dodging a lethal attack from behind. Belinda and Cal counterattack at the same time, quickly dropping the guys surrounding them. Suddenly, a giant hand appears. Gripping a massive stone pillar, Big Boss Don shows up, slamming it into the ground with terrifying force. Snow and rocks explode everywhere, totally blocking their vision. Cal yells out in shock and avalanche. Belinda panics and calls out, young master. Gislene stands firm, his sword radiating cold energy. Everyone get behind me. 2 powers clash, creating a huge explosion. As the snow clears, Don's massive figure appears, his eyes full of absolute contempt. Now watch this. Don smirks, guess you prepared well before coming here. Cal shouts out, who are you scumbags? Don answers coldly, that was a great chance for you to die peacefully. Too bad you completely missed it. I probably do not need to explain why I came here myself, right? Gislene replies, calm but razor sharp. Exactly. I told your little lackey to have you come find me yourself. Honestly, I did not expect you to actually listen, just like a dog. Don chuckles. Oh, so you are the idiot playing pretend king around here. Cal steps in. But I heard the rule here is to limit killing, right? Just because they call you king, you think you are above the law. He gives a fake smile. Of course, rules matter. Besides, I never once said I was going to kill you. The smile turns incredibly toxic. However, we are in the Liangcheng Shadow Mountains, a place where 1 or 2 people dying every day is totally normal. You know that perfectly well. Cal mutters, what a show-off. Don asks, who is the leader here? Cao tries speaking, but Gislene taps his shoulder. It is him. He will become the future king of Iron Clip. Don snorts. Him is it, not you, Gislene calmly replies, sorry, I have some urgent business right now. Cal gets the hint and grins, swinging his weapon. Go take care of your business, my lord. I will wreck this bastard right now. Gislene calls out, let's go, Belinda. Before leaving, he adds, try not to die. The assassins roar and charge to stop them. You scumbags, who gave you permission to retreat? Cal tightens his grip. With just 1 clean strike, 2 assassins drop dead into a pool of blood. Do not look away, your opponent is me. You gotta love that confidence, right? Don chuckles. Fine, indulge him. Understood. The assassins rush in. Cal watches calmly, spinning to block a sneak attack before decisively striking back. He fights like a beast. 1 by 1, they drop. Don suddenly leaps down, swinging his pillar. Cal constantly dodges, using all his agility. Ha ha, redhead, you actually fight pretty well for a guy on his own. Why do you not just work under me instead? I will make sure you get treated extremely well. We would definitely make a great team. Cao stands tall, his gaze completely steady. How could a wolf ever work under a pig? With an arrogant smirk, he declares, starting today, I am the king here. The scene opens on a snowy mountain forest. It is suffocatingly quiet, like nature itself is holding its breath, just waiting for the storm to hit. Suddenly, brutal explosions echo through the snowy woods. Blinding flashes of light totally rip through the freezing winter fog. Right on that pure white snow, warriors clash head-on in an incredibly fierce battle. Every single strike carries a killing intent colder than the blizzard itself. Cao takes his combat stance, facing a giant enemy, radiating absolute danger. Don swings that massive stone pillar like it is an actual weapon. Every heavy swing makes the ground violently shake. Cao grits his teeth against the massive pressure. Damn it, it totally blocks my vision. Who the hell uses a massive pillar like a shield? He flips nimbly to dodge a super powerful horizontal sweep. Right after the pillar smashes down, creating a massive shockwave. Sending snow blasting everywhere, Don gives him zero room to breathe, constantly rushing him with unbelievably heavy attacks. A massive blow launches Cao skidding across the snow. And that is where we leave it today. Let's dive into an absolute bloodbath in the snow. Our guy Cao is sliding across the freezing ground, fighting through insane pain just to prep his next counterattack. Panting heavy, Cao sizes up his enemy. Seriously, how is this pig-looking dude moving so fast? The guy is swinging a massive stone pillar, fighting like a total maniac, but he is leaving 0 openings. 1 clean hit from that thing means instant death. But how the heck is Cao supposed to strike back? Don CA spins, that heavy pillar whips through the air, creating a massive gale that instantly shatters a giant old tree. Wood splinters blast everywhere. Watching the chaos, Kao suddenly realizes this villain's actual deadly plan. He smashed that tree on purpose, knowing Ka would dodge. Now Don Ka uses the debris to trap him completely. He flashes a totally arrogant smirk. I have killed so many guys exactly like you. He keeps mocking him. You pathetic little insects always think you are some kind of main character. Trapped hard between the tree stump and that giant pillar, Kao takes a brutal hit. Blood instantly spills from his mouth. He completely collapses, pinned helplessly under the massive log in the snow. Meanwhile, Don CA literally sits on his weapon. This dude casually sparks up a cigar. Thick gray smoke drifts into the freezing air. He turns his back, just radiating pure disrespect. It has been forever since anyone challenged me, so I swung a little too hard. Fame is boring when everyone trembles before the fight. Trust me, you are going to want to watch this. He laughs coldly. You are exactly the same, running away terrified. You completely ruined my mood, so let us end this right now. I feel bad for that blonde guy who actually trusted you. Thinking it is over, Don CA shoulders his pillar and walks off. So boring, he mutters. But then an absolutely furious voice echoes from behind. Who is scared? Don Calf freezes. Kao staggers up from the wreckage, dripping blood, but his eyes are blazing. Oh, Don Ka gasps, suddenly sounding super entertained. Well then, how about you actually think about that little job offer I made earlier? Come work for me. It is not too late, and your precious pride will not put food on the table. Isn't being a well-fed pig way better than dying as a starving, pathetic wolf out here? Kao's face is a bloody mess, but his glare is icy. Despite his violently shaking hands, he grips his sword tightly. One of us is dying today, but it definitely is not me. Don CA just smirks. A sick blue aura explodes around the villain. What an idiot. Dead men cannot feel regret. Kao can barely stand. Damn it. My entire body feels like it has been totally crushed. It is always like this. I think I have mastered all my training, but the second a real fight starts, my brain just goes completely blank. That pig was totally right. I am literally too terrified to do anything. His armored hands are shaking like crazy. He fights the panic. I know what you are thinking. Is he really just terrified right now? Suddenly, castle memories hit him hard. A harsh voice echoes in his head. Who says I am scared? You were terrified. Lucas would steal your spot, and when you finally fought, he was way better than you expected. Shaking before the battle even starts. What is even the point of fighting? Why is my master bringing this up now? Even back in the Magic Beast forest or fighting that winged tin-can dude, I was never this scared. Flashback time. Gislene suddenly thrusts a blade. Kao barely dodges. This sparring match is getting crazy intense. Lord, what is with the sudden attack? In one breath, Gislene completely overpowers him. Checkmate. With the blade kissing his neck, Gislene speaks. Running away at the first disadvantage. That is completely normal. Every human acts on that exact same survival instinct. But if you actually dive in, you will find an opening. If you want to reach your true potential, fear is the one thing you must conquer. Snapping back to reality, Cao stares down that massive attack, zero shaking this time. Death must be avoided. But death is also the ultimate teacher. Fresh blood violently splatters across the white snow. In a split second, Cao's blade tears straight through Don Ka's defensive aura. Absolute impact. They clash again. Cao literally steps on the enemy's pillar, launches himself high into the sky, and slashes directly down at his shoulder. Don CA panics. He dodged me twice. That is no accident. Is this red-haired brat actually leveling up in the middle of our fight? I am the king of Iron Clip. How am I losing to this bug? Cao dances through the snow. Swinging wildly, Don CA screams out. What the hell kind of trick is this? Cao just answers, nothing special really. Just no more fear. Don Ka screams, impossible. His head flies right off. Total silence. You and I just witnessed a legendary level up. Alright, you and I are jumping right into a brutal siege today. The thick smell of death and fresh blood hangs heavy in the air as enemies close in. Enemy forces swarm the gates like an absolute flood. Blood is spilling, heads are rolling, and the defenders cannot catch a single break. These northern warriors are putting up a desperate, frantic fight. Everyone is gasping for air under this absolutely suffocating pressure. Right in the middle of this chaos, Lord Castillo shows up. His face is tense with pure rage, and despite his total exhaustion, his eyes are sharp and icy. He is burning with courage, using every last ounce of his strength to cut down the enemy numbers. He shouts that those bastards are just meat puppets and not to fear them. But honestly, the harsh reality is way worse than his pep talk. Pure exhaustion is etched into every single muscle. Our guys have reached their absolute physical limit, while the enemy waves just seem totally endless. One completely broken soldier screams in pure agony, asking if these dogs ever take a rest. He begs them to just pack up and leave. Like surely it is time to retreat, right? Meanwhile, on the flip side, Chieftain Cut Du shows up rocking this incredibly smug, contemptuous half-smile. His eyes are completely full of killer intent. It is the exact look of a triumphant predator cornering its helpless prey. He laughs his head off, noting that the northern wolves are finally running out of steam. Just like the kingdom promised 2 or 3 more attacks and the fort crumbles. Now pay close attention here because this is where it gets crazy. He treats their fear like an entertaining game, giving cold calculations to drain their remaining energy. He loudly orders the Shadow Wind tribe to fall back. He tells them to rest up while backup takes over. But these barbarian grunts are still totally bloodthirsty and buzzing with killing intent. They actually complain about leaving the slaughter. One mutters about retreating already, whining that it is not enough since they were just starting to have fun. Another tells the kids to listen to Chief Cut Do. Up on the defensive wall, the defenders just stare blankly, their faces completely hollowed out from pure exhaustion. They watch the enemy cycle their troops and absolutely panic. Damn it, are they swapping in fresh meat again? How many times is this now? Randon sprints over to Castillo, practically having a panic attack, reporting that all 6 barbarian tribes are working together. They are constantly tagging in and out to keep up an endless assault. Our squad is just way too small for this. There is simply no way they can survive this non-stop barrage. Scovin grits his teeth in pure anger, completely shocked that these brainless brutes actually know military strategy. Are they really planning to give zero rest and literally drain us to death? A sudden flash of doubt hits Randon. Everything from this crazy tribe alliance down to their highly coordinated attack patterns. It is all way too weird, like some secret mastermind is pulling the strings off screen. Right in the middle of these chaotic thoughts, Castillo just stays dead silent. He is brewing up an absolutely insane, downright reckless game plan in his head and makes the call. He orders them to throw the gates wide open if the enemy returns. The Lord bravely declares this northern wolf will personally take their chieftain's head. The whole fort is stunned by this totally suicidal move. But right at that moment, Randon frantically points out toward the horizon. His voice breaks in absolute panic, telling the Lord to look. Way in the distance, a massive dust cloud rips straight through the thick northern fog. Okay, you and I both thought they were done for, right? Well, look who shows up. A mysterious knight in pure white armor leading a terrifyingly fast cavalry charge. He is radiating a bone-chilling aura of pure death. Beside him are Belinda and Lucas, completely chill as they scope out the chaotic battlefield. They casually note that the filthy barbarians are swarming around like a bunch of ants. So the rumor about the 6 tribes teaming up was actually true. The White Knight drops a freezing cold tactical order. He tells Belinda and Lucas to take the flanks and set up a pincer formation. Then our mysterious knight readies his massive weapon. His voice rings out like a literal death sentence, promising to finish these bastards right here. The whole squad roars in agreement. They blast straight into the enemy mob like a supersonic arrow. Surprisingly, the barbarian army is not scared at all. They are insanely hyped up. They are thrilled about this new prey, wondering what the hell these dogs are, and if they are from Perdium too. Why attack from the rear? The chief laughs out loud, claiming the attack angle totally does not matter. He was getting incredibly bored of those cowardly hit-and-run tactics from the fort anyway. He thinks this head-on clash is a massive win for them, but that arrogant smirk gets completely wiped off his face in seconds. The White Knight crashes directly into the dead center of their squad. The barbarians roar out, demanding to kill them all for their grand blood festival. But unfortunately for them, they are not the ones hosting this festival. The knight kicks off an absolute slaughter. Swinging a gigantic axe, he draws literal arcs of death, farming enemy lives like wheat. Every single hit packs a completely devastating god-tier level of power. He blasts enemies away like ragdolls, leaking an aura so heavy that one look makes you shake. His absolute beast of a warhorse moves perfectly in sync, tearing through like a tornado. Wherever the rider goes, endless piles of dead bodies just stack up. Not a single barbarian can even graze this warrior's armor. And that pristine white gear, now completely dyed in dark red blood, looking incredibly terrifying and awesome. And that is where we leave it for now. Trust me, these panicking barbarians never expected a legendary Perdium warrior to warp right into their faces. He screams in pure terror, block him, run away. Alright, stick with me, we're dropping into pure chaos. Chief Q-Do senses bad news and roars at his men. What the hell are you doing? Are the great warriors of the Yin-Win clan seriously scared of one little brat? Right at that moment, a panicked soldier comes sprinting up. Chief, we're in deep trouble. Belinda launches a fierce aerial attack, syncing up perfectly with her teammates. The enemy is completely crushing our warriors from both sides. Lucas swings his spear, piercing straight through the trembling chests of the enemy forces, and hitting them from the rear. The northern wolves have finally charged out of the city gates. Castillo leads the charge, creating the absolute perfect pincer attack. Q-Do just grinds his teeth in pure fury. The northern wolf hadn't opened those gates once before, this why pick right now. Even so, Q-Do still fully believes in his massive numbers advantage. No matter how much they struggle, our warrior count still absolutely crushes theirs. Hear me, warriors, just push forward and sweep them all off the map. But his troops, they aren't listening anymore. One soldier just stares at the blood-soaked knight, his lips literally trembling. That guy is a literal demon dripping with fresh blood. Like he walked straight out of a nightmare, triggering a terrifying legend in their minds. Now pay attention here because the lore is crazy. Legend says when the forest monsters burned, a demon bathed in fresh red blood appeared, ripping away the souls of absolutely everyone. Glowing red eyes completely full of killing intent, his warhorse trampling through puddles of thick crimson blood. That name echoes out like a straight-up curse, the Blood Demon. Honestly, even Xiu-Du shivers for a split second. But then his violent nature takes over and he laughs like a maniac. The Blood Demon, now that is actually interesting. Never expected the North to have someone this strong. He spurs his horse forward, dual axes ready to swing. I am Q-Du, great warrior of the North. I'll chop off this demon's head with my own two hands. But the mysterious knight just fires back in a totally freezing tone. Absolutely disgusting. Just to play this barbaric warrior game, you guys have been endlessly chewing up the North for all this time. Q-Du screams, throwing his entire life force into the strike, but it's completely useless. The Blood Demon casually blocks his massive attack and counters with an insanely powerful kick that blasts Q-Du right off his horse. He crashes hard, groaning in total shock as he stumbles up. With a face completely twisted in pure hatred, Q-Du curses him out. Damn it, can't you fight like a normal person? You damn demon, Q-Du will absolutely end your miserable life. But before he even finishes, speaking a brutal, lightning-fast stomp from the White Knight's warhorse just slams right down on him. Q-Du collapses into a pool of his own blood, his eyes slowly going lifeless. The mysterious knight then boldly announces, starting today, a brand new legend will spread among you barbarians. The story that the Northern Wolf completely snuffed out the lives of every single enemy warrior who dared to invade this territory. Castillo walks up from behind, delivering one clean fatal sword thrust right through the enemy's chest, ending absolutely any hope of resistance. The enemy leader only manages to choke out one final word, wolf, wolf. Earth-shattering cheers erupt. The enemy boss is dead. Castillo doesn't give the remaining forces a single second to recover. Wipe out the rest of this barbarian trash. Make sure they never even think about looking at Perdium ever again. As the dust settles, the Blood Demon dismounts and walks toward the Lord. Under the sunset, that blood-soaked armor looks even more terrifying and majestic. I know you're wondering who's under the mask. Castillo softly says, "Long time no see, son." The mask comes off, revealing Gislene's face. He calmly replies, "Yeah, I'm a bit late." Randon joyfully throws his arms around him. "You were absolutely incredible. Young master, await Baron Fanis. Thanks to you, we can actually breathe a little easier now." Castillo looks at his son, his eyes full of deep thought. "How did you know to come here? And bringing all these troops too?" Gislene holds out a letter with an official wax seal. "I got a call for reinforcements stamped with Perdium's seal, so I came. It said you guys were being attacked by barbarians, and asked me to send part of Fanis' forces as backup first." "Did you not send this letter?" Father Castillo looks over at Randon in total shock. He quickly denies it. "It wasn't me, my lord. Back then you gave strict orders not to send anything out at all." "If that's true, then who sent this war letter?" Castillo mutters. Gislene stays quiet for a second, his eyes turning more determined than ever. "Father, please listen very closely to what I'm about to tell you." The strategy map glows bright, lighting up all the crucial strongholds: Fanis Stone, Haven Fortress, Perdium, and Desmond's territory. A top-down view captures the entire camp of the 2nd Legion from the Royal Army. In the pitch-black night, the camp glows with thousands of torches and storm lanterns, tents packed tightly together to form a literal maze of light. Inside the tents, the soldiers are just killing time by gambling on card games. One annoyed soldier slams his cards down on the table, totally whining. "Damn it, my whole week's pay is gone again." They turn to their commander with exhausted voices. "This is so boring, Commander. Seriously, when are we finally gonna get to go home? I'm so completely sick of this place." Another guy chimes in, "Yeah, I'm honestly starting to miss Kidinia too, sir." Dorn, the super calm commander of the 2nd Legion, just gives a slight smile at his subordinates' endless complaining. And that's where we pause. Watch how he answers. "We go home when the higher-ups say so. I heard we're stationed right here. Let's jump right into the madness. We are just guarding against Count Desmond attacking Paris, right?" He laughs, totally clueless. "It's been quiet lately. Plus, the Royal Army is standing guard here, so who would actually be crazy enough to attack us?" Dorn calms his men with sharp logic. "Hey, do not worry so much. Count Desmond is definitely not stupid. If he moves his troops right now, he is basically turning the entire kingdom into his enemy. Even as the strongest northern lord, unless he has completely lost his mind, he would never dare to attack." But literally right after Dorn says that, a terrifying sight appears on the distant hilltop. Massive dark silhouettes emerge, blocking out the starry night sky. A huge silent army radiating pure death aura, staring down at the camp like wild predators. Peace shatters instantly as a guard sprints into the tent. Panic in his voice, he screams, "Commander, we have a massive problem." He stammers. Count Desmond's army is charging straight towards us. Desmond's cavalry crashes forward like a devastating flash flood, absolutely crushing everything in their path. Dorn screams out orders to his men. Formation up front, prepare for battle. Royal Army commanders yell through the chaos, spearmen to the front, hold them off with a tight formation. Thunderous whoos shake the ground. Royal soldiers grip their spears, bracing against death itself for the impact. Watch closely here. The Northern cavalry's power is insane. The leader's glowing sword instantly shatters their defense. He sends unlucky soldiers flying into the air. The battlefield becomes a slaughterhouse, armor dripping red. Desmond's forces ruthlessly butcher anyone blocking them. The Second Corps formation completely crumbles apart. The camp gets trampled under enemy whoos. Zero order left. Pure panic spreads like a fast virus. Screams echo everywhere. "Damn it, we cannot hold the line anymore, Commander. Our formation is breaking. The Royal Army is literally the kingdom's elite, but they are collapsing in the blink of an eye." Seeing they're totally screwed, Dorn screams out a retreat. "Fall back, retreat to Paris, send an urgent message to Cadinia now." But right as they turn around, a fierce strike slams down completely, blocking their escape route. Another group of Desmond's cavalry suddenly appears from behind, tightly closing the deadly trap. Royal soldiers feel total despair. "Desmond's cavalry is behind us too. Our retreat is totally blocked off." Dorn freezes, realizing he stepped right into a trap. Face pale, he mutters in horror, "They dragged our attention forward. We both saw this coming, right? Timed perfectly to cut off our retreat. We are trapped." A massive horse approaches, casting death's shadow over Dorn. Har Desmond glares down at the defeated commander with pure disgust. Mocking him, he says, "A pleasure to meet you, Viscount Dorn." Sitting on his horse, his sword still dripping blood, he radiates the intense aura of a ruthless conqueror. Dorn grits his teeth, screaming out in helpless rage, "Are you totally crazy, Har Desmond?" Meanwhile, at Fenris Castle, news of the attack hits like a hurricane. Pure panic is obvious on everyone's faces right now. Cloud gasps in absolute shock. Count Desmond already wiped out the Royal Army's Second Corps. The messenger shakes, dropping more terrifying news. Yes, and he is not stopping either. He is heading straight here. Everyone in the room freezes. Anfone grabs his head, screaming, "Damn it, another war." Beside him, the young priestess trembles. "War." An official turns to Claw Manager. "What do we do now?" The Lord ordered that if Desmond attacks, we destroy key facilities and move all supplies and troops into the inner city of Paris. Gislene looks deeply serious. Right now is exactly the time to act on his orders. Anfone yells, pushing everyone to run away. "What are you all still doing here? Pack your bags and run." This place is done for. Gordon and Ganveric openly glare at Anfone's cowardly attitude with pure disgust. Vanessa just stands there tightly, gripping her staff, looking totally calm but hiding serious determination. Anfone keeps screaming, "You guys, the strongest Northern Lord is marching over to kill us. Why are you just standing around? Hurry up and pack your bags." "Yes, understood." Suddenly a voice cuts right through Anfone's noisy panic. "Absolutely not." Vanessa opens her eyes, glaring sharply. "I will use magic to stop the enemy at all costs." Her statement leaves Anfone's group stunned. The merchant stammers back, "What stupid nonsense are you saying? Staying here means certain death." Vanessa immediately fires back. "If we leave, won't the enemy just steal everything we have built?" Anfone backpedals. "I never said abandon it, just stay alive. And that is where you and I leave it. Let's dive right in. We know the Lord would definitely find a way to take this place back later," but Vanessa's voice rings out, absolutely resolute. "We've pulled off the impossible time and time again. So if we just go all out and throw everything into this fight, we can easily stop them right here." Ganveric steps right up, his deep voice showing full support from the major forges and facilities, built from scratch by the Dwarf clan and the Mage Corps, plus all the security practically established through the blood, sweat, and sheer effort of our elite knights. The citizens finally found a new life here. This place holds the Lord's greatest dream. Staring at the majestic castle, her skirt fluttering in the wind, Vanessa declares it again. "I will absolutely protect it." Priestess Phi watches, her eyes totally overflowing with emotion and pure admiration. Then Kao approaches Vanessa, his face completely serious. "Lady Vanessa, if you really plan on staying behind, I need to give you some absolutely critical top-secret intel." Desmond's army alone has a reported staggering 30,000 troops backed up by 8 massive siege towers and 12 heavy catapults. On top of that, Count Desmond brought his personal mage, and from what we know, that guy is tier 6. Now pay close attention to this. A tier 6 mage. That makes Anfone's jaw hit the floor in sheer terror. Even Vanessa looks genuinely worried. Gislene continues breaking down the grim situation. Paris's forces are currently scattered with a big chunk stuck over in Perdium. So if the siege starts, forget holding out for a week, we might not even last 3 days. Our stronghold will completely fall before the Lord even makes it back. Vanessa hesitates for a second, but Gilene's iron-clad fist clenches tight, visibly shaking as he tries to hold back his emotions. He stands up, turning his back to the whole room, his voice echoing heavy and deep. The Lord's orders are absolute. Grab the supplies and evacuate immediately. He pauses for a brief moment, then adds quietly, I am going to stay behind. Vanessa's eyes shoot wide open in sheer shock. Kyle glares at Gillen like he has lost his mind. Did you literally not just hear what I said? Gillen calmly explains, I heard you. But if we hold Stonehaven Fortress, the main gateway to the Kabandi region, we can actually slow down Desmond's massive advancing army. It seems Count Kabi was pretty cautious of Desmond back in his day. He clenches his fist, his voice totally filled with pure conviction. The Lord will definitely arrive in time, so I will stay and buy us some hours. The dwarf blacksmiths step up, two flashing massive hearty grins. We will use this time to forge way better gear for everyone. Guess we are not getting any time to rest anytime soon anyway. Seeing this, Golden simply can't sit still either. He steps forward. I'm staying too. Anphone panics, frantically yelling Golden's name in pure shock. The other soldiers clench their fists, fired up and ready to go. If we turn our tails and run now, what would Commander Gislene even say? We would rather fight and die right here than be mocked as cowards forever. That fiery energy instantly spreads across the entire room. Dozens of arms raise their weapons high into the air. I'm staying too. We worked way too hard just to get this far. You and I both feel this hype, right? Tell those invaders to bring it on. Watching this crazy scene unfold, Anphone just can't hold back his frustration. Sweating bullets, he curses under his breath. We barely just got a chance to escape this mess alive. What is actually wrong with all of you? How am I supposed to just leave now? Vanessa places a hand over her heart, smiling happily as she looks at her loyal comrades. Everyone. Cut to the northern fortress of Perdium. Blanketed in thick white fog, Gislene sits completely alone in his room, gripping a newly arrived letter in his hands. Every single line reads like a heartfelt confession from his deeply loyal subordinates. My lord, ever since we started following your path, we have watched you accomplish things that absolutely everyone else considered to be completely impossible. We also know that holding this specific land is absolutely necessary for you to fight against even tougher, much more dangerous enemies later. We will absolutely protect your dream, no matter the cost. Gislene lowers the letter, his eyes filled with a mix of sadness and fierce pride. Gillen, Vanessa, and absolutely everyone else. He grips the paper tightly, calculating the battlefield situation. Possessing a massive army of 30,000 is more than enough raw power to crush the kingdom's entire second corps. In the blink of an eye, Desmond cleverly sabotaged the intel network to scatter Paris's forces, using this exact moment to launch an attack while keeping Gislene totally pinned down here. Gislene's eyes sharpened dangerously. Desmond, I already factored in the possibility that this guy would make a completely independent move. But unexpectedly, Randon and Castillo both step in to anxiously advise him. Count Desmond is marching forward. You cannot just stay stuck up here forever. Gislene, you need to return to your territory immediately. Suddenly, the heavy door violently slams open and a panicked soldier rushes inside. My lord, it is a total disaster. The Manji rearguard is circling back and launching a massive surprise attack right at us. Randon and Castillo stand on the high fortress wall, looking down, absolutely stunned by the incoming sea of enemies. What in the world is that? Look at those numbers. Is this an all-out assault? I thought they would rest since the last attack literally just ended. Gislene perfectly understands how fatal this situation is. Even with his father here, Perdium's current fighting force is nowhere near strong enough to stop an endless wave like this. If I abandon my post right now, Perdium is absolutely going to get overrun by the Manji. Everything suddenly clicks into place and he knows exactly who pulled the strings. This was all your scheme from the start. Harm's arrogant silhouette flashes clearly in Gislene's mind. His eyes blaze with pure fury. You and I both know what is coming next. Looks like you bet everything on this war, Harm, Desmond. All right, you and I are dropping straight into an epic showdown. A hand rests on Gislene's shoulder. His dad looks serious, asking why he's hesitating. He stares right into his son's eyes. Stopping the Maji and protecting the citizens. That is the Northern Wolves' sworn duty, definitely not your burden to carry. Gislene is totally stunned. His dad just smiles, eyes full of absolute pride and trust. You are a lord of your own territory now. Aren't the people you need to protect waiting for you right now? Just go out there and do your duty as their leader. Hearing his dad's words, all that hesitation in Gislene's eyes totally vanishes, replaced by pure iron resolve. Outside, the Perdium soldiers are fully ready for a death match. The commander barks out, entire army prepare to fire. If we do not stop them right here, our homeland will be completely trampled, and that is never going to happen. Those damn barbarians, let's show them who the real winners are today. Gislene's father turns his back and walks straight toward the brutal battlefield, leaving one final message. Go do your job, Gislene. Gislene just stands there frozen, watching his dad's back fade away. Deep down, he thinks father is absolutely right. They are the exact people I have to protect. But then Gislene suddenly steps forward, standing right beside his father. His hand grips the handle of the weapon on his back, super tight, finishing his thought. They are also the people I trust the most. Gislene aggressively swings his battle axe. The weapon erupts with a brilliant blue energy. He gives the order to his two most trusted subordinates, Belinda and Lucas. We are going to wrap this situation up as fast as humanly possible and head back to our territory today. Watch closely because this is where it gets crazy. Gislene's eyes radiate freezing, killing intent. He declares a death sentence for every enemy at Stonehaven Fortress. Inside the fortress walls, the tension is insanely high. Shouting echoes everywhere as soldiers frantically hustle to transport all the military supplies. Hurry up and load the supplies, bring more stones over here, set the arrows down there. Gislene is aggressively commanding the troops. Move faster. Whoever is done prepping, gather up right now. Mid-shout, a loud voice calls out from behind him, making the old commander freeze completely. It is Ganveric, the legendary dwarven blacksmith. He is holding a heavy helmet, walking up and asking, has the entire army suited up in that armor yet? Gislene looks down at his soldiers, who are literally armed to the teeth, nodding. Yeah, the quality is outstanding, so who exactly made it? Normal arrows absolutely cannot pierce this stuff, and best of all, it is incredibly light, saving a ton of stamina. Ganveric explains further, saying the knight armor even has magic circles carved into it, fully upgraded thanks to the support of the mages. Just pump in some mana and you temporarily boost its magical defense. We see those epic knight armors glowing brightly with complex pulsing magic circles. Hearing that, Gislene turns to look at his old friend, his voice dropping low. Ganveric, you are a priceless talent. Are you absolutely sure it is okay for you to stay here? Ganveric stays silent for a second, then smirks. Humph, well, at least I won't die because the kingdom is packed with greedy nobles who desperately want my people. He looks up at the sky, eyes totally unwavering. If I have to live as a slave anyway, gambling my life for the 10 years of freedom the Lord promised might actually be the better deal. Ganveric turns and hands the helmet straight to Gislene. If the Lord isn't around by then, what is even the point anymore? Taking the heavy helmet from the blacksmith, a faint, subtle smile flashes across the old commander's heavily bearded face. You and I both feel the hype building here. Getting his serious vibe back, Gislene stands high up, shouting, is everyone gathered? Down below, thousands of spears stand tall like a forest of blades, and the soldiers scream back in unison. Yes, sir. Gislene starts the roll call. Priest 1. Phi stands there, face totally covered in sweat from the stress. Mages 10. Vanessa stands tall, gripping her staff proudly. Next to her is Alphonse, shaking violently while fixing his glasses. Knights 100. The most elite warriors with cold, deadly eyes are locked in. Soldiers 1,000. And finally, the absolute core force of the fortress. Gislene turns around, his intense gaze fixed on the incredibly distant horizon, right where the thick dust is starting to roll up. From far away, an army swarming like ants is marching and completely surrounding the tiny fortress. A massive stretch of land is entirely swallowed by the dark shadows of the enemy. Their marching footsteps literally shake the ground. Gislene squints his eyes, making a quick estimate. 30,000. The enemy forces are heavily armed with gigantic siege machines. Leading the charge are knights in blindingly shiny armor, especially Heron, looking icy cold with his blue hair while sitting on horseback. Those towering siege engines are slowly creeping closer and closer, signaling an incredibly unfair and brutal bloodbath is about to start. Looking down from the high walls, the sea of people below looks ready to devour the fortress. Phi goes pale, white, nervously stuttering. It is a 30 times difference. A soldier next to him forces an awkward laugh. Damn, that is terrifying. Alphonse panics, turning to literally run away. Honestly, just making a run for it is way better. Knowing our Lord's personality, there is no way he actually wants us dead, right? Crap, it is too late. Vanessa quickly grabs his collar, dragging him right back. Even though the ranks hold firm, they cannot hide their shaking. It is the natural terror of soldiers facing imminent death. Gislene turns back to them, his voice deep, warm, yet echoing loudly. Are you scared? He loudly declares. Our goal is not to defeat them. It is to buy enough time until our Lord finally gets here. If this wall falls, they take our territory instantly. He reminds them what lies behind. And trust me, you and I need to see what happens next. Your homes, your families, everything you have built. I am just like you all. Thanks to the Lord giving me a second chance, I finally have a dream worth holding onto. Gislene slowly pulls on his terrifying lion-shaped helmet. You can literally see his eyes burning through that heavy iron armor. Now it is our turn to protect his dream. Stick with me here because that speech just ignited an absolute fire in these troops. Fear gone, replaced by pure, raw determination to fight to the death. Even Vanessa clenches her fists, her eyes looking fiercer than ever. Across the battlefield, Heron coldly glares at the fortress. A knight steps up to give his report. Count, all catapults are loaded and ready. Heron does not even turn around, just mutters Willow. Instantly, a heavy magic staff slams hard into the dirt, making this loud, dry, cracking sound. Meet Willow, Count Desmond's personal mage and a total six-circle master. He bows respectfully. You called for me, sir. Heron asks if they found the rockworm traps from the last siege. Willow shakes his head. We have confirmed absolutely zero trace of rockworm aura in this area. Since this was a surprise attack, they obviously had zero time to prep. Perfect. Heron smoothly draws his heavy sword. He points it straight at the fortress and yells, fire. The command echoes and instantly massive boulders launch high up into the sky. Now watch this. Dozens of heavy catapults go full power, raining absolute hell down on Stonehaven Fortress. Pitch-black boulders crash down at terrifying speeds, aiming right for Gislene and his frontline soldiers. But he does not flinch. He raises his shield and roars, brace for impact. Massive explosions ring out as rocks smash the wall. Dust flies everywhere. Refusing to give them a single second to breathe, Heron instantly orders his cavalry and infantry to push forward. On the wall, Gislene casually brushes off the dirt. A soldier frantically reports, Commander, they are coming. He calmly orders, clear the broken artillery, ballista teams and archers get into your defensive positions immediately. On his mark, a massive wave of arrows launches screaming through the air toward the rushing enemy infantry. Shields up, do not stop moving, push to the wall. Meanwhile, Heron watches the fortress stand completely unharmed. He is actually shocked. Even after unleashing 12 heavy catapults, the wall barely has a scratch and their counterattack was way faster than expected. Wait, did the Prince faction really get dwarf slaves and use their legendary engineering to reinforce this place? Below the wall, the enemy commander yells, Archer units, 1 and 4, open fire, deadly arrows rip right through the wind. Wipe them off the wall, the enemy screams. But then something super weird happens. You saw that too, right? The arrows literally bounce right off their armor. Heron stares in absolute disbelief. Even our own soldiers are completely blown away. The arrows are just pinging off. What in the world did those dwarves actually forge? Hearing the praise, Ganveric flashes a smug little grin. Basic arrows like these mean absolutely nothing to us. While arrows keep dropping, Heron grits his teeth for the next move. Willow, his eyes scream murder. Make it rain fire. Willow raises his staff as raw magic surges. The mages behind him start chanting their spells together. He gives a creepy smile. As you wish. Up top, Ganveric panics and points. Gislene, look up there. Gislene looks up and instantly knows something is deeply wrong. Pitch-black clouds are swirling aggressively together. A massive violent red and purple magic tornado is forming right over the fortress. Gislene's eyes go wide with pure terror. Willow stands below, arms spread wide like he is hugging the sky itself. Ah, right. Staring at his masterpiece, he mocks them. Watch your heads. His face twists in pure, unhinged madness. Because a world-ending rain is coming. Instantly, massive fiery meteors drop from that storm right onto the fort. The soldiers totally freak out. Oh crap, their armor can block arrows, but huge magic attacks like this, absolutely no way. Everyone get under the roof. Amidst the chaos, Gislene stands his ground and wildly roars. Hold your positions. The panicked soldiers stare at him. Gislene says with zero fear, nothing to worry about. Just before the fire hits, he yells, because we have magic too. A bright blue light suddenly engulfs the fortress. It is Vanessa, standing there with her staff high, pouring her entire soul into casting a massive defensive spell. She shouts windshield. A gigantic green barrier erupts, forming an incredibly solid magical dome right over them. It absolutely blocks the blazing meteor shower. The brutal fire hits the shield, never even touching the ground. Vanessa grits her teeth, dumping all her mana into the defense, eyes flashing. In mere seconds, the vicious firestorm is completely shattered. The sky turns clear again like nothing happened. Looking up, Gislene flashes a proud smirk right under his heavy helmet. The troops are completely dumbfounded, doubting their own eyes. Down below, Willow is sweating bullets, his entire face turning pure pale. That magic, he finally realizes who she is. Trust me, you will definitely want to see what happens next. Alright, you and I are dropping right into the Galatas invasion. Up on the wall, Vanessa is completely gassed, holding her chest. Alphonse groans, damn it, stuck, relying on mana bags again. Vanessa snaps back at him. Alphonse, do not lose your focus. We have to prep for the next wave. Seeing their offensive flop hard, the Knight Commander turns to Heron. He asks, Count, please, give us our next command. But Heron just stays dead silent. Count, the Knight calls out again, seeing his master totally spaced out. Inside Heron's head, the gears are turning. Their catapult strikes totally blocked by those heavily reinforced walls, and their arrow barrages completely neutralized by heavy armor. Even his magic gets countered by magic. Realizing the enemy literally prepared for every single scenario, he curses his own oversight. He actually thought crushing the Fenris forces would be easy. Even with Fergus out of the picture, there is absolutely zero gap in their defense to exploit. He launched this massive war without even waiting for the Duke's official orders, completely ignoring the messy political fallout with the royal faction. I have been losing my cool lately, completely unlike me. Suddenly, a totally freezing smirk creeps across his face. He calls it heavenly fate. Gripping his sword hilt tight, Heron thinks to himself, if we do not make our move right now, we will never break their insane defensive lines. We are seriously lucky. He turns and barks a new order at his commander. No more wasting time on these weak probing attacks. Watch closely here. The commander asks what he means, and Heron's bloodshot eyes turn pure evil as he snarls. Gather the entire army. Time to wipe that fortress right off the map. The real battle officially starts now. Heron spurs his warhorse, taking the front line to lead his legion. He rips his sword from its sheath, pointing it straight up at the gloomy sky. His roar shakes the air. All troops advance. An earth-shattering battle cry answers their general. Thousands of hardcore warriors charge forward at once, their eyes locked purely on that massive, unyielding fortress. As the epic stronghold stands its ground, a pitch-black storm of arrows starts raining down, literally trying to blot out the entire sky. Up on the wall, the crazy, desperate defenders are frantically reloading their massive giant ballistas. The commander's frantic screams echo over the loud snapping of heavy bowstrings. Fire. Just keep firing. Down at the base, the attackers huddle tight behind heavy steel shields, desperately trying to survive the brutal metal storm sweeping over them. We have to stall these guys as long as humanly possible. Suddenly, a totally panicked soldier points up at the sky, screaming in pure terror. Hey, look up there. Shooting from afar, massive flaming boulders from the catapults tear right through the air, crashing down into the dust and heavy rubble. A trembling soldier stutters, flaming catapult strikes. Dwarf, is our armor actually going to block that level of heat? Ganveric furiously roars at them. Move out of the way, you idiots. Without a second of hesitation, Gislene drops in like an absolute guardian god. He swings his giant battle axe, creating a wind-tearing arc that completely deflects the flaming boulder flying straight at their faces. Seeing their leaders step up, huge morale boost. I know you feel that hype. Meanwhile, as Alphonse shakes on his staff, dodging arrows, Vanessa claps back with a magic strike. She blasts away an incoming boulder just to save her cowardly teammate. Watch your back, you absolute rookie, she screams at him, truly living up to the knight title. But that relief vanishes fast when massive, terrifying mobile siege towers start looming right up against the wall. The siege towers are right in our faces, using pure numbers to crush us. Gislene, rocking that majestic white lion helmet, finally speaks up over the chaos. He calms the troops. Do not fear this. Trust your squad and hold the line. Fenris Knight Legion take positions. He grips his weapon tight, a blazing aura wrapping his jacked physique as he readies for brutal close combat. His eyes lock dead on the enemy, flooding up like a raging waterfall. This very first wave is going to be incredibly violent. This clash is the main gear that shifts the entire war. Like a wild beast let off the chain, Gislene dives straight into the enemy swarm. Every single axe swing literally slices rows of enemies in half. The man is just fighting without an ounce of fatigue. He is breathing heavy, but the aura is insane. The White Lion's overwhelming power makes it impossible for anyone to get close. The unlucky ones just get launched right off the wall. Seeing that absolute nightmare unfold from below, the enemy forces start seriously panicking. What the hell is happening up there? The only answer they get is a giant, merciless axe blade dropping right on their heads. Standing tall in a literal sea of blood, Gislene looks like a war god. Those glowing eyes under his helmet leave the enemy shaking. Too terrified to even step forward, grabbing the momentum, he orders a full-scale counterattack, roaring, "Wipe every last one of them out. Do not let a single boot touch this wall." Way back, Heron coldly watches the chaos, his eyes completely locked onto the rampaging general up above. The white-haired lion. He turns to his men, calmly dropping a note. The level of these knights is actually pretty solid. If we only rely on standard foot soldiers, this is going to drag on forever. Instantly, he deploys his ultimate trump card, the elite Twin Flame Knight Legion. Understood, the reply booms loudly. Heron starts barking out cold, razor-sharp orders, telling them to dismount and merge with the infantry lines. Scale those siege towers and force their knights right off the edge. Platoon 1, link up with the battering ram unit immediately. While our towers put the heat on the walls, strike the main gate hard. He then pivots to his mage, who is already chanting spells. Willow keeps stacking that mana for an area of effect nuke, and that is where we leave it. You and I are in for a wild ride. Alright, let's dive in. He finally calls his right-hand man, Heron, aiming his razor-sharp sword straight at the castle walls. His eyes flash with a look of pure murder. That white-maned lion really annoys me, just kill him. Swish. The fierce warrior with a rugged, bearded face excitedly spurs his horse forward in a rush. I have been waiting for your command all this time. Meanwhile, over at the bloody battlefield in the capital Cadonia, the meeting room atmosphere is suffocatingly tense. Count Bewood is literally sweating bullets. Under the massive pressure coming from the royal faction leaders, Branford sits there looking incredibly majestic, frowning hard at Bewood. What is the reason? Bewood stammers and tries dodging the question. What do you mean? Branford slams the report onto the table, his voice freezing. Count Desmond wiped out my entire 2nd Legion and attacked the Baron, who literally just joined the Crown Prince's faction. An entirely unilateral decision. made without a single valid excuse. Is this absolutely all? According to the will of the Delphin Duke family, Wood quickly rushes to deny it completely. That is nonsense. I totally understand your highness's current anger, but how exactly is a neutral count like Desmond actually connected to us anyway? Rosalind completely cuts off his clumsy excuse with a razor-sharp glare. Stop playing dumb right now. Cavendish's post-war investigation clearly showed the truth that Count Desmond and the Duke's family are absolutely working together on this. Do you honestly think I deployed the 2nd Legion for zero reason? Adding a freezing cold warning, you better watch your words carefully. The price to pay for touching the royal army is incredibly high. B. Wood grits his teeth bitterly. Tisk. I never expected them to show such obvious dissatisfaction so openly. He secretly curses the guy who trapped him in this corner. Viscount Round, how dare you toss this mess to me? Now pay attention, here is where he plays defense. Please relax, royal nobles. The only person responsible for all of this is Desmond as an individual, not our Duke's family. We promise right now that the family will not get involved in this situation. We will absolutely never launch a pincer attack on Baron Fenris. Branford still doesn't even flinch at all. You're the same faction but playing totally dumb and dodging all responsibility too. Bewood tries dropping a hidden threat. Last time we also stayed out of the whole Cavendish mess, right? Just like that time, your highness should really just stay far away from this battle too. Bewood's face completely twists up with pure rage, seeing them stand their ground. You're just making everything way more complicated now. Branford stands up boldly, declaring the complete fall of Fenris is already a done deal. Are you really planning to use Desmond just to provoke us? If the royal faction attacks, the royal army gets weakened. If we retreat, Fenris falls right into your Duke's family's hands without zero effort. No, it's a huge misunderstanding. We honestly do not want war, which is exactly why we promise we are staying out. Is that right? But I literally cannot ignore your shady schemes anymore. He instantly issues a brutal, unyielding order. Arrest this guy immediately and round up absolutely every Duke faction noble currently present in the capital. You saw that coming, right? Bewood goes totally pale. What he screams and struggles as the guards grab him. Wait, what is this? I am the official spokesperson for the Duke's family. By traditional law, you have to guarantee my safety. Branford just turns over to ask Maurice. Maurice, out of all the Duke's territories, which one has the absolute weakest military force? Maurice calmly replies. Fastest places to strike are Baron Harrington up north and Baron Colin. We can absolutely occupy both of those locations right now today. Excellent. The exact second Baron Fenris loses the battle, immediately occupy both of those enemy territories. Order the northernmost royal army units to instantly march out right now and support Baron Fenris. As for Desmond, I will personally organize a separate specialized squad just to strike him down. Meanwhile, back at the Fenris territory, the final city gate gets completely smashed open. Terrified screams echo out loudly. The blazing twin knights, they fully breach the inner walls, but Godin is already standing right there waiting for them with a massive war mace in his hands. Come on in, you bastards. If you brought those flat heads, I'll smash them perfectly smooth. An absolutely deafening clash erupts between Godon and the elite blazing twin knights. A massive earth-shattering strike makes Godon grunt in pain. Just before the enemy blade connects, Gislene dashes in perfectly on time, deflecting the enemy weapon away, totally saving his teammate's life. You almost lost your entire head right there, Godon. Right at that moment, another knight furiously charges in at them like a wild tornado. But Gislene cleanly blocks it and counters hard, sending the guy violently flying backward. Rumors say Baron Fenris mostly uses random hired mercenaries, but this guy is an absolute monster. He glares menacingly. Who the hell are you? Heron confidently stands tall, drawing his sword to declare. Captain of the Blazing Twin Knights, tell me your name, white-maned beast. Gislene arrogantly shoots back at him. My name is not worth revealing to absolute nobodies like you. I am literally just Lord Fenris's living weapon. Bring it on, you pathetic little hound of Desmond. Heron bursts out laughing, completely thrilled by the sheer arrogance. Ha, you really are exactly like a wild beast. The battlefield completely drowns in fire and endless screams. Enemies rush forward frantically like a savage tidal wave roaring out. Destroy those Fenris bastards. A massive looming siege engine slowly rolls right up to the main gate. The creaking wood sound gets completely drowned out by the commander's roar. Push the siege engine, break that gate. Looking up at the massive walls, smoke completely hides the sky. And that's where we leave it. Trust me, you're not ready for what's next. All right, you and I are dropping right into an absolute war zone. The invaders want this fortress completely flattened. Boom, purple energy absolutely explodes as a massive battle axe and a sword clash, metallic sounds ringing everywhere. Gislene swings the heavy axe straight for the commander's head, but the enemy blocks it instantly. Zero wasted movements. These two absolute powerhouses lock eyes with pure killing intent. That purple aura surges wildly as Gislene forces his whole weight into the strike. But Horn isn't backing down either. He grips his sword tight, holding his ground against that giant weapon in an epic power struggle. Gislene shifts around like an alpha wolf on the prowl. Cloaked entirely in that purple aura, he constantly changes directions, launching some seriously tricky, devastating attacks. Horn just squints and lets out a cold scoff. This guy is bringing pure muscle combined with absolute top-tier technique to the fight. Their weapons collide head-on, literally sending shockwaves shaking the ground beneath them. It is a fierce tug of war, nobody giving an inch. Riding his weapon's momentum, Gislene leaps up with a wind-tearing flying kick. Horn barely manages to dodge it by a hair. Instantly, the veteran Fenris warrior spins in mid-air, turning himself into a literal human tornado, rushing straight at his opponent. This crazy, unexpected agility totally catches the enemy commander off guard. Oh ho, a wild fighting style those uptight knights could never pull off. He launches a fierce counter-slash, a thrilled grin on his face. This is fun, Gislene grits, his teeth barely defending. The sheer weight of that slash leaves his hands shaking violently, but he absolutely refuses to lose. He unloads a terrifying horizontal sweep, packing enough destructive power to force Horn backward. They break apart, creating some quick distance before the next bloody clash. Blood starts soaking through the wound on Gillen's stomach, but his expression stays ice cold. He doesn't even flinch. The enemy charges back in like a hurricane, throwing attacks and insults. Not bad, old man, but you leave way too many openings. Fresh blood splatters the air, proving just how brutal this duel really is. Cut to Heron with his signature blue hair silently watching everything from afar. He coldly calls out, "That is enough." He signals the troops to pull back their siege gear. Willow, break the gate down. Willow eagerly responds to the long-awaited command. Up on the defensive wall, the soldiers start panicking as they witness a completely horrifying sight. Now pay attention because things are heating up. Literally. A massive blazing fireball appears, radiating scorching heat across the whole battlefield. Sweat pours like rain as the mage channels every drop of his magic. Willow smirks, "No way, they are blocking this one like last time." He screams out, activating his ultimate magic. A giant solar flare fireball comes crashing down right toward its helpless target. Under that terrifying pressure, Godin and Alphonse just freeze. Pure horror is written all over their faces. Meanwhile, Vanessa keeps her eyes tightly shut, pouring all her mental focus into the chant. Boom. An earth-shattering explosion absolutely rocks the area. Smoke, dust, and rubble fly everywhere as the supposedly unbreakable fortress gate gets completely blasted open. Heron smirks with sharp, satisfied eyes. It is game over now. The gate falls and the enemy troops flood inside like a raging waterfall. The wall is breached, infantry and cavalry charge forward to claim the fort. Meanwhile, Gislene is still hopelessly pinned down by the enemy commander. Their intense duel is still going strong when Horn spots something weird. Oh, is he actually pulling a sword from his back right now? The weapons lock up again. Gislene goes full berserker, relentlessly attacking with an axe in one hand and sword in the other. Sadly, all of his tricky sword strikes get easily countered. Horn casually keeps fighting while bringing up his old student. What a total waste. If I had trained him instead, he could have been a much greater warrior. Promising kids, like Victor, always die way too early. He glances over at the completely shattered gate and gives a faint, mocking smile. Looks like your fortress is falling before we even finish our little match. Still want to keep fighting? Gislene stays dead silent. His eyes look brooding but totally unflinching. Right then, Claude's strict orders from before the battle flash through his mind. Flashback time, Claude sits there looking absolutely majestic, his sharp eyes scanning the entire room. If you genuinely want to proceed, strictly obey the Fenris family's head manager. I know what you and I are thinking. Wait, wasn't this guy a slave? Claude just drops a highly provocative smile in response. I am the head manager and the Lord's official representative here. Unlike a certain someone, our enemies mobilize a literal national-level army for this massive all-out invasion. No matter how solid our internal defenses are, we cannot beat these insanely overwhelming numbers. Having laid out the hard truth, Claude smiles confidently. Tapping the strategy map, he says, "From now on, here's the plan. Our real campaign kicks off the exact second that wall breaks." The battle memory shifts to a dramatic grayscale tone as Claude points straight to the escape route. Soldiers and mages, the moment enemies scale our walls. Retreat through the back gate as fast as humanly possible. Fighting a hopeless battle just means useless deaths for everyone. The knights will briefly distract them, then fall back on Gillen's signal. Snapping back to the present, Gislene suddenly speaks up, making Horn pause. "Wait, Victor was your disciple." He flashes an incredibly mocking grin. "A completely mediocre fool who challenged a lord and died young because he lacked fear. If you were his master, you honestly are not much better." Horn's eyes go wide and he roars in pure anger. "You bastard, how dare you!" But before he can even finish, Gislene charges in. He grabs his collar. Bam! An epic headbutt leaves Horn seeing stars. And that is where we leave it. Trust me, things are just getting started. Let us dive right into this. Quick as lightning, he snatches up the massive crossbow from the ground, aiming it straight at his enemy. Heron freezes, clutching his face, growling in pure pain. Hemph, do not think these cheap little tricks will work on me. But here's the thing, Gislene is not even aiming at him. He pivots the crossbow and fires right at the bell tower. The arrow tears through the wind and a massive ringing echoes, signaling a total retreat. Our guys instantly kick the plan into motion. Gislene shoots the enemy, one last defiant glare, then launches himself right off the fortress wall, vanishing into the thick smoke. Heron glares after him, absolutely fuming. Running away with your tails tucked. You cowards do not even deserve to be called knights. But then a heavy sense of dread hits him. He looks down at the courtyard, a place that should have been an absolute bloodbath. Not a single soul is there. The entire fortress is chillingly empty. A panicked soldier sprints over to report to the commander. They all retreated right in the middle of the battle. Should we chase them down? Heron just frowns. His gut screams that something is very wrong. He remembers their insane resistance just moments ago. Even at a massive disadvantage, they were ready to fight to the death here. The gates broke and they just gave up this easily. A thought suddenly clicks in his head and he screams out, is this a trap? The Fenris remnants are escaping through the back gate. After causing me this much trouble, the enemy forces charge after them, roaring to leave no survivors behind. At the end of the escape route, Gislene covers their tracks. Facing the retreating Fenris army stands Vanessa, completely silent in her pure white dress. She faces an entire pursuing army completely alone. Gripping her dark staff tightly, a mesmerizing purple energy starts radiating all around her. Amidst the chaotic battlefield, Vanessa tightens her grip on the staff, channeling her magic. A massive wave of magical energy surges right through her hands, making the very air around her shake. Watch closely. You are going to love this part. A giant magic circle glows beneath her feet, shooting a massive blue pillar into the sky. From the heavens, a relentless barrage of lightning strikes the enemy formation like absolute divine wrath, catching them completely off guard. Vanessa's eyes glow a wicked purple. She screams out the name of her ultimate spell, Raging Fire Strike. The utterly devastating impact is so insane that the enemy commanders, including Heron, can only stare wide-eyed in pure sheer shock. An earth-shattering explosion suddenly erupts as blazing crimson flames violently swallow up a massive section of the battlefield. From a distance, Heron watches this pure destruction in absolute disbelief. His face is now twisted, completely covered in dirt and ash. He stands completely frozen, watching the fire incinerate his own soldiers. The hooded commander breaks into a cold sweat, stammering in total panic. No way, this amount of magic, is she using a rune stone? The sea of fire consumes the unlucky ones, their screams echoing everywhere. Arg, it is too hot. Amidst the blazing chaos, Heron desperately tries to restore order, screaming his lungs out, everyone retreat from the castle now. The twin-winged knights rush to rescue the wounded and check their numbers. Heron spurs his horse right through the flames, yelling out for Horn. Horn replies, Count. His eyes are completely bloodshot from the smoke and pure rage. Heron snaps back, give me a situation report right now. On a distant hill, Gislene's group calmly watches the castle drown in a sea of flames. A voice chimes in, wow, that is a beautiful fire, right? Vanessa spots blood dripping from the old general's hand. She gasps in worry, Gislene, you are bleeding. But Gislene calmly replies, I am fine. Alphonse grimaces, mourning the massive waste of money. I know what you were thinking, what a waste. These guys have zero concept of money using a rare red earth rune stone like that. But Godin just laughs, who cares? Our captain is totally loaded anyway. Plus, if we lose, they are just going to steal it all from us. Gislene, looking fully majestic in his lion-headed armor, nods along in total agreement. Klaus's strategy was absolutely brilliant. He turns around to face his surviving soldiers, shouting loudly, is everyone all right? A roaring cheer echoes right back at him. Yes. Staring at the blazing flames wiping out the fortress, Gislene mutters, they will chase us soon. Without any hesitation, he firmly orders an immediate retreat to assembly point number 2. Meanwhile, in a completely different spot, the exhausted barbarian commander rides his horse through a massive field of dead bodies. The barbarian warrior's face is completely soaked in crimson snow, panting heavily after enduring endless back-to-back battles. Suddenly, a dark shadow lunges, a razor-sharp axe swings right for his head. A deafening metallic clash rings out as the barbarian commander barely blocks the lethal strike with his weapon. Instantly, he gets sucked into a brutal, non-stop whirlwind of attacks coming straight from Gislene. He has to constantly parry just to stay alive. Gislene swings his axe, sweeping horse and rider together. His horse also delivers a brutal kick, landing a critical blow right on the enemy's mount. The enemy violently crashes to the dirt, but still desperately scrambles back up. The barbarian glares at Gislene, weapon tightly gripped. Unable to hide his boiling rage, he screams, do you not know when to stop? Red Demon, you are even more of a battle-crazed maniac than our own warriors. He desperately tries to reason with Gislene. Red Demon, if you have any sanity left, lower your weapon and listen to me. I am Oroka, and in the name of the tribes, I propose a truce. Waroka points frantically at the mangled corpses scattered everywhere. Just look around us. So what do you and I make of this mess? Everywhere you look, poor souls are crushed into gruesome meat. We are only acting. Stick with me here, you and I are jumping right into the madness. The enemy begs, claiming their dead chief means no more killing. The only answer to that plea, dead silence and a terrifying cold glare piercing straight through Gislene's heavy helmet. Memories from his past life suddenly flood Gislene's mind. He remembers Wara, the Manji general who previously helped the duchy for some barren wasteland. Out of all those simple-minded barbarians, this guy actually had a brain. Wara was desperately hoping to secure peace. He yells to stop this senseless massacre, pleading that both sides have already sacrificed way too many brave warriors today. He even promises to leave the northern forts alone, but the response he gets, pure ice. Gislene just dashes in, enough stalling. A lightning-fast axe strike rips the wind, cleaving Wara clean in half. A freezing voice echoes right from behind the steel armor. Since when is war ever peaceful? Wara collapses, silently, cursing this absolute demon. Gislene's eyes glow with pure freezing intent. Meanwhile, Gislene is still leading his army retreating from pursuit. Suddenly, a desperate scream completely shatters the air. Captain Gislene, the enemy troops have caught up. The scout reports to the Count that the cowards finally showed up. Heron instantly orders a full-scale attack. If not now, they will never crush the Fenris family. Alphonse looks back, totally unable to hide his horror. How did they move so fast? Even after taking massive damage, they still caught up. Gislene quickly calculates. He knows perfectly well their lives are hanging by a single thread here. Without a second thought, he turns his horse around. This is the absolute limit. He screams, you guys hit the rally point. I will hold the line and buy us some time. Everyone freezes. What? They immediately spin their horses around, directly facing the massive ocean of enemies. Now watch closely, you are going to love this part. A knight actually jokes about the massive enemy crowd. Even if 30,000 troops got cut in half, 15,000 remain. The numbers gap is just totally insane. Staring literal death in the face, they keep their crazy optimism. Honestly, those flat-hatted guys are no joke. They do not just have raw power, their technique is an absolute fortress wall. What are you scared now? Then hand over those useless muscles of yours, I will go tell the captain. Godin flashes a totally cocky smirk. Damn it, since we are backed into this corner, let us drag down as many as possible. The captain will avenge us. Gislene tightly grips his weapon, growling back. That is right, our lord will absolutely crush anyone who dares attack him. Raising his massive battle axe high, his roar shakes the earth. Fenris knights prepare for battle. The entire squad responds with an earth-shattering war cry, charging forward like two tidal waves of pure steel colliding. These fearless Fenris knights smash into the enemy lines without hesitation. Their loud battle cries echo through the heavy metal clashes. Instantly, the battlefield turns into an absolute meat grinder. Blood and broken steel blend perfectly together. Gislene swings his weapon like an absolute beast, every terrifying slash sending endless streams of enemies flying backwards. His loyal knights furiously scream, you bastards will never dare to look at the Fenris family again. They fight like completely cornered wild beasts, fully determined to protect their family honor until their very last breath. You and I both know this looks bad. Heron just stares down at their stubborn resistance with pure disgust. He points his glowing sword right at Gislene. Vanguard mage formation, move up now. A massive barrage of blazing fireballs whistles straight toward the trapped knights. Spotting the danger, they desperately scream out warnings. Incoming magic attack, brace yourselves and pray to the gods, our heavy armor is built with that premium dwarven tech. In that critical life or death moment, blinding magic lights suddenly erupt from multiple floating staffs. A massive energy wall shoots up, totally blocking the fiery rain and triggering huge explosions in midair. Heron and his lieutenant are totally shocked. Magic. Suddenly, a female voice echoes. I cannot just watch these brave knights sacrifice themselves right here. Boom. Vanessa is literally floating midair. Her black hair whips around in the swirling magic. I am joining this fight. Her sudden goddess-like entrance makes the whole battlefield pause. Meanwhile, the enemy's hooded commander finally locks onto his main target. He rides his horse much closer, glaring down at Gislene with a super-mocking smirk. So now I finally know your real name. Former captain of the Ratato's mercenary group, Gislene. Gislene stays totally silent, just flashing cold killer eyes right through the tiny slits of his lion-shaped helmet. The guy recalls that was actually a mercenary group we hired a lot, mostly thanks to their absolutely insane skills. But they vanished, so I completely forgot. He sneers, why sell yourself? So what do you and I think happens next? Alright, stick with me because this battle gets insane. Throwing your life away for Baron Fenris, you think playing knight erases your dirty mercenary past. If you actually believe that absolute beast Fenris has what it takes to conquer the entire North, then let me give you a little reality check. He spits every word with venom, calling it all a stupid pipe dream. But Gislene, he just stands there totally calm despite the heavy trash talk. Speaking in a deep, steady voice, he slowly fires back. that low-life mercenary from the past, is completely dead. Gripping his massive axe tight, he declares his absolute truth. Lord Gislene has given me a brand new life. His eyes are practically burning with this unbreakable determination. His dream. That dream is now my dream too, and nothing will change that. Charging on horseback, Gislene fiercely blasts straight toward Horn right in the middle of the battlefield, his giant axe raised high, ready to totally crush anyone blocking his path. Boom! A deafening shockwave explodes the second Gilene's heavy weapon directly clashes with Horn's giant sword. The raw power behind Gilene's strike is absolutely terrifying. Sparks fly everywhere, and the sheer impact alone blasts Horn flying straight backward. It clears out a deadly empty zone in the chaotic battlefield. Gislene grits his teeth, his fierce gaze completely unbroken and unflinching. Facing this monster strength, Horn has to push his body to the absolute limit. He growls deep in his throat, feeling the crushing 1,000-pound weight of that single attack. Now watch closely, because this gets crazy. Giving zero breathing room, they clash again, swords and axes ripping the air apart in this insane dance of death. Horn swings his massive sword down with terrifying speed, but Gislene perfectly deflects it at the last possible second. The loud screech of metal violently clashing rings out again. Gislene firmly blocks the storm of attacks, just waiting for the perfect opening to strike back. Using his freakish muscle power, Gislene knocks Horn's weapon completely aside, leaving the guy wide open and totally unable to react in time. Gilene's axe tears through the wind, landing a brutal slash right across Horn's body. He takes a direct heavy hit, and blood instantly splatters. He lets out a shocked gasp. The impact is so ridiculously strong, it sends both Horn and his horse tumbling straight into the thick dirt and dust. Shaking from the pain, Horn suddenly realizes something horrifying. This force, this raw power, it feels entirely different from the last time. If we are just talking numbers, we are totally losing right now. But wait, he's already heavily injured, so where is he getting this unbelievable crazy strength from? He looks up at his rival, his eyes full of pure disbelief. I just cannot wrap my head around why someone like you. Horn screams out, furious and totally confused. Why would some lowly trash mercenary risk his own life just to follow that wild beast of a lord? It makes no sense. Gilene's stance stays rock solid, his deep, commanding voice booming over the chaos. Nobody is ever allowed to call Lord Fenris a beast. Not on my watch. He tightens his grip on his weapon, delivering an ironclad warning. And I definitely will not let anyone insult his dream. That simply is not happening, because that is my true knightly spirit. Horn is literally left speechless, completely frozen as these wild new thoughts race through his panicked mind. What kind of greedy mercenary shows this level of absolute die-hard loyalty to their master? Seriously. They are supposed to be cheap scum who only care about cash, acting purely on base instincts, without a single ounce of honor or manners. Then he pictures that proud, imposing figure in his head, the infamous Baron Fenris. I know what you are thinking, right? Did that cruel monster actually tame a wild lion and somehow forge him into a loyal knight? Giving him zero time to process things, Gislene raises his weapon, high gearing up to drop an absolute lightning bolt of an attack. Horn grits his teeth, scrambling to raise his sword and block this incoming fatal strike. Gislene dives like a ferocious lion hunting its prey. His terrifying strength makes it feel like space itself is tearing apart. But Horn is no pushover either. He spins out of the way and launches a massively heavy counterslash of his own. The two warriors brush past each other by mere inches, leaving fresh blood stains splashing across the freezing dirt. Right in the heat of battle, Horn's voice drops into this deeply respectful tone. Please forgive the sheer disrespect of my legion. As a fellow knight, I officially challenge you to a duel, White Lion Gislene. Meanwhile, over on another front, Heron is screaming at his troops. Attack the enemy flanks right now. Looking down from above, the enemy forces look like a massive ant swarm tightly closing their encirclement formation. Talk about hanging by a thread. Alphonse panics, turning to Vanessa. With this crazy difference in numbers, if we get surrounded here, we are absolute toast. Ganvera chimes in too. Is there seriously no other way out? Vanessa, sweating buckets, just screams out her next intense command. Alphonse, get all mages into a circular formation. She slams her staff into the ground, sparking up a massive glowing magic circle right under her feet. Instantly, these giant ice pillars erupt from the earth, locking together to form an unbreakable protective wall all around their entire army. The enemy troops freeze, staring at this towering ice fortress. They blocked off the whole area. How the heck are we supposed to surround them now? Heron clenches his jaw, shooting a glare colder than the ice itself. This is so incredibly annoying. He barks an instant order to his men. Willow, deploy the magic now. Willow instantly replies, understood. The enemy's heavily armored cavalry starts charging ahead like an avalanche. The Twin Wings' second company pushes ahead, trying to wipe out the mages first. But Godon and his knights bravely rush to block their path. That is where we leave it. Trust me, you will want to see what happens next. Alright, come along with me and let's jump straight into absolute chaos. Swords are clashing and screams are tearing through the sky. Jillian's knights are putting up a crazy good fight, pushing back enemy waves, but honestly they are getting totally overwhelmed by this insane power difference. Staring down a massive enemy force, Vanessa steps right up to the front lines, facing down a wild stampede of beasts rushing like a storm. Pushing past her absolute limits, she screams out and launches her next magic attack. Massive streaks of lightning erupt right out of her hands. It blasts into enemy lines like absolute thunder. But after that heavy hit, Vanessa completely collapses, panting hard and totally out of energy. Fighting for his life, Alphonse turns around and screams, "Vanessa, if you keep spamming spells that drain your mana like that, it is literally going to kill you." "Hey, are you okay?" Trembling but looking fiercely determined, Vanessa clenches her fists. "Ignore me, just worry about saving those knights out there right now." Suddenly, her eyes widen in pure shock. She spots a truly terrifying amount of energy gathering right in the distance. Across the crazy battlefield, Jillian feels that massive disturbance too. That absolute menace Mage Will Lao is charging up something huge. He summons a gigantic blazing ball of energy high up in the sky. The destructive heat coming off this firewall has everyone completely shaking in fear. Wait, is that the exact same magic that blasted our gates open? Damn it, if that hits ice walls and everything else will literally get vaporized instantly. Now watch closely, even a powerhouse like Jillian is sweating over this. But of course, his opponent totally exploits that tiny distraction. Heron lands a brutal hit that knocks the captain back. Roaring like a maniac, Heron forces Jillian to refocus on their duel. "I thought you were fighting me." The enemy mage just stands there smirking proudly under the blinding light of his insane spell. "Fenris Mage, thanks to you, I've finally reached enlightenment. It does not matter how brilliant you are if you choose the wrong side. You just end up as a pathetic pile of ashes." His face totally twists into pure madness. "Game over for you guys." But Jillian unleashes an earth-shattering roar, pouring every last ounce of his strength into one final desperate strike to knock Heron far away. He rips a blade off his back and throws it. The weapon slices right through the wind with completely unbelievable speed. An incredibly sharp sword aura explodes from Jillian's blade, flying straight like a missile toward the smug mage floating up there. The mage's eyes go wide with pure terror as the attack reaches him. It completely pierces his body, totally shutting down his mana flow and sending him free falling into the dirt. That massive energy sphere loses all control and explodes high up in the sky, creating a deadly, gorgeous fireworks show that thankfully does zero damage to our troops. The blinding flash instantly vanishes, leaving nothing but a quiet night sky. Heron just stares up in absolute shock, totally refusing to believe it. Godon and the rest of the soldiers scream in pure joy. "We survived. Captain Jillian really just landed the ultimate critical hit." Tears well up in Vanessa's eyes as she silently thanks him. Despite throwing that full power attack, Jillian is still completely focused on the mission. He yells out to steady the troops, ordering them to hold a tight defensive circle. But right then, a freezing cold voice echoes right behind him. "You and I both know a happy ending was too easy, right?" A razor-sharp blade suddenly pierces right through Jillian's chest from behind. Blood sprays out everywhere. Vanessa stands there totally paralyzed, her face completely pale with horror. Heron leans in close to his rival and whispers ruthlessly, "This is the exact price you pay for losing focus in a sacred duel." Jillian just grits his teeth. His eyes burn brightly one last time as his life fades, and he violently shoves Heron away before swinging his heavy axe. He swings a wide arc to create some precious space. But giving zero chances, Heron charges right back in with a series of utterly brutal slashes. Jillian desperately tries to block, but totally drained of energy, he gets completely overpowered. Then another devastating fatal strike crashes down on him. It easily tears right through the old general's sturdy armor. With blood dyeing everything red, Heron looks down at his defeated enemy with a tiny flash of pity. "I honestly did not want it to end this way either, but this situation leaves me with absolutely no other choices." The battlefield literally never plays out the way anyone imagines. And just like that, the massive heroic body of White Lion Jillian slowly collapses to the dirt, hitting the freezing ground. Heart-wrenching screams of pure agony erupt from all his loyal comrades. Vanessa is just screaming in absolute despair. Tears are flooding down her face while Heron roars in victory. Jillian lies there completely motionless while the chaotic battlefield keeps raging around him. His breathing gets dangerously shallow and his vision starts blurring out. He can actually feel the icy chill of death creeping into his fading body. Epic memories of his glorious past battles suddenly rush back. He used to be this totally untouchable, invincible warrior out on the front lines, crushing countless enemies effortlessly. He remembers all those amazing comrades who stood by him through life and death, Vanessa and Braven Scoven. It is like those heavy final words are echoing in his fading mind. This is it. The image of his young master flashes perfectly clear in his mind. The day he kneeled and swore absolute loyalty, Gislene smiled warmly and said, "Keep moving forward and never look back." Jillian's eyes weakly flutter for a second. This beautiful second life that I received from my master. Those warm days spent living like a real family, fighting together for an epic cause. Gislene, Cal, Rosalind, and absolutely everyone else in his crew. All of those connections are seriously the most precious treasures he could ever own. Lost in delirium, he spots a very familiar shadow standing right there. That's where we leave it today. A legendary hero fading away, seeing his precious little girl and feeling a warm hand on his shoulder one last time. Let's dive into a wild awakening story where loyalty literally brings you back from the brink. Gislene lies defeated on the ground. He whispers his last breath, a heartbreaking, sorry. But then a voice echoes deep in his mind, Master Giselle. Suddenly, Gislane's eyes snap wide open. The spark of life reignites. Right in front of him, a very familiar figure stands tall and imposing. That person completely blocks death's door. Gislene gasps out loud, Master. That familiar voice rings out right in front of his loyal subordinate. Maintain your dignity. Cao turns around, his sharp eyes staring directly at Gislene as he issues a cold command. Stand up now. Let's rewind a bit. At the Shadow Mountains in the Turian Kingdom, the absolute silence is shattered by an earth-shattering, terrifying monster roar. A massive pack of snow monsters with pure white fur and razor-sharp teeth rushes forward like absolute maniacs. A total monster wave. Down below, a terrified soldier completely panics at the massive monster horde. High up on the towering defensive walls, thousands of deadly arrows rain down, pinning the bodies of the vicious monsters trying to climb up. It is an absolute nightmare scenario as the panicked soldiers scream at the top of their lungs. Hey, they are stepping on dead bodies to climb. Block them, do not let them up. They use every ounce of strength to stab their long spears down, thrusting and screaming in a wild mix of rage and terror. Die, die. Now pay close attention here, this is where things get truly insane. A giant beast appears holding a massive rock, and in its right hand, a colossal club glowing with strange blue energy. It winds up its massively muscular arm and uses that club to smash the boulder straight at the wall with terrifying force. The giant rock's dark shadow completely covers the helpless soldiers below. One guy barely has time to scream out, hey, that is a boulder. The giant rock slams into the wall, causing an earth-shattering explosion. It blasts both men and stone into the air, but the beast does not stop there. It simply grabs another massive rock. The soldiers, completely horrified, realize it is a snow demon. Absolute despair washes over the troops. Trembling in fear, they mutter to each other, what kind of monster uses a magic club to bat a house-sized boulder like a baseball? Damn it, even the arrogant Turian knights are struggling here. They already joined the battle, but we are still getting pushed back. What do we do? Another soldier silently prays, if only Sir Don Cat was here right now. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream rings out. Incoming. Get out of the way, a massive black object comes hurtling down from the sky. Insanely fast footsteps leave zero trace on the ground. Suddenly, Cal appears out of nowhere, looking like a total boss. You and I both love an epic entrance, right? Watch. This red-haired hero swing a giant stone pillar batting away the demon's rock. He literally uses a massive stone pillar as a baseball bat, knocking the boulder right back into the monster horde. Seeing this unbelievable flex, the soldiers erupt into wild cheers. We are saved. That red-haired beast is the new king of Iron Cliff. The troops chant his name. Sir Cal grits his teeth, physically struggling under the insane weight of the giant stone pillar, thinking to himself, how the hell does that fat pig Don Cat carry this ridiculously heavy thing around all day like it is absolutely nothing? Tao's massive sweep unleashes a devastating shockwave, violently tossing and completely crushing a massive line of monsters standing in his way. Tossing aside the clunky pillar, Cao smoothly draws the sword at his hip, diving straight into the monster wave like an absolute tornado. His blade slices cleanly through monster flesh like butter. He moves with lightning agility, flawlessly dodging their heavy swipes, and counterattacks with brutal fatal slashes. Mid-fight, Cao flashes back to his intense training sessions with his legendary master. Master the absolute basics, conquer your deepest fears. Once you figure out how to dig deep into the core problem, the next step is flawless execution. Cao's eyes suddenly ignite with a mysterious bright blue glow. Standing directly in front of him now is Horn, an incredibly experienced veteran knight. Cao hyper-analyzes every micro-movement, the shift of a shoulder center of gravity foot placement. He instantly processes every subtle physical tell his opponent emits, giving him the ability to completely predict the next move. Thanks to this overpowered ability, Cao effortlessly reads and flawlessly dodges Horn's wildly powerful slash. He casually blocks the strike and confidently declares, no matter who the enemy is, I can easily take them head-on. Horn does not flinch, unleashing a barrage of heavy-hitting attacks. But Cao is like a phantom, smoothly slipping past the enemy's blade every single time. Horn starts panicking. What the hell is going on? Is this guy literally reading every single one of my movements? Refusing to accept this, Horn roars to hype himself up. They clash again, their blades violently grinding and sending sparks flying everywhere. After a brutal exchange, Horn gets shoved back. He is panting hard with blood dripping down his weathered, scarred old face. He shivers in cold sweat, If he ducked even a fraction of a second slower, it would have been game over. Just who exactly is this ridiculous rogue? Horn fiercely studies his opponent. Neither his physical build nor his mana capacity look remotely special in any way. So how does he possess such unbelievable power? Unable to hold back his burning curiosity, Horn shouts out loud, what is your name? Chow coldly shoots back, why do you even need to know? Horn scoffs loudly, judging by your attitude and tone, you are clearly no knight. You are just some hired gun the kingdom paid a massive fortune to bring in, aren't you? Cow genuinely chuckles. Man, you really. So what do you and I take from this? Do not judge a book by its cover. I am the Paris Knight Commander Cow. Let's jump right into the madness. Horn is stunned. Commander isn't the commander, the white hair lion. Even a dying Gislene mutters in disbelief. What kind of nonsense is that? Cow glares down at the guy lying frozen on the dirt and sneers. If you are already knocked out cold, just keep your mouth shut and stay down. Old man Cow charges straight at Horn, making sure to drop a sarcastic remark to Gislene on his way. If you are that frustrated, get up and fight back. Horn completely loses, it's snarling in rage. The battle kicks right back off, both of them clashing with absolute pure killing intent. Cow perfectly blocks the strike, but Horn immediately trashes his opponent's skills, laughing. Ha, what a totally reckless, unrefined way to move. Baron Desmond really only takes in wild beasts to raise. Horn screams at the top of his lungs in pure fury, bragging that he has won the Grand Knight tournament 5 whole times. A battle where the entire territory's fate was on the line. Do you lowly trashes really think you are worthy of being my opponent? Cow casually blocks another hit and throws back a look of pure disgust. 5 times. Honestly, that so-called Grand Knight tournament of yours really is no different from the cheap petty little wagers us mercenaries make on a daily basis, right? Our lord said he has done that over 100 times already. Hearing that insane number makes Horn completely freeze up in total shock. 100 times, suddenly Cow launches a brutal uppercut kick straight from the bottom. Horn eats the entire hit, losing his balance and falling backward. Cow raises his sword, getting ready to end it. Horn desperately throws his blade up to block. He roars out in absolute rage, screaming to cut out that worthless, completely ridiculous garbage. The two swords lock together, dead center, neither guy giving an inch. Suddenly, Horn grabs his own blade with one hand, dropping his stance using the hilt. The hilt violently sweeps Cow's planted leg, throwing him off balance and knocking him down. Cow is completely caught off guard by the dirty move. Horn swings his sword down hard, vowing to destroy anyone who dares cross Earl Desmond. Watch closely, you and I both thought he was dead meat, right? But luckily for Cow, an axe suddenly slams in to block the blade. Gislene just saved his life. Both of their eyes go wide in total shock. Gislene fiercely shoves his axe forward, sending Horn flying far back. Gislene smirks, noting that he has actually gotten stronger. Cow looks at the heavily panting old man and replies, "Old-timer, you still have the energy to fight." Gislene forces himself up, remembering how Priest Pios gave him some emergency healing. It is at least enough to let him jump right into the battle right now. Horn snaps back. "White hair lion, if you already lost the duel, just admit defeat and back off. Why the hell are you cutting in like this?" He keeps throwing insults. "You cowardly bastard, have you still not shaken off that completely pathetic, filthy mercenary nature of yours yet?" Gislene gives him a quick tip. "Do not worry, that guy is Victor's master, the very same one who pushed you right to death's door." Sal replies, "Damn it, no wonder that old guy was so strong." His voice drops serious. "Honestly, your condition is looking incredibly rough right now. The very next attack is going to be your absolute last hit, right?" Gislene nods. "Yeah, we only get one single chance to make this work. One chance. Now here is the part you're going to love." Cow screams, "That's plenty," and they both charge in for the final kill. They crash into each other. No more fancy swordplay, just raw, absolute life or death combat. Gislene violently knocks Horn's weapon right out of the way. They dive into a brutal bare-knuckle brawl. Both of them are rolling in the dirt. Cow rushes in, throwing a heaven-shattering absolute powerhouse punch. Then Gislene unleashes a rapid-fire combo, not missing a single strike. Those heavy, brutal fists smash straight into Horn's face over and over. Cow delivers a savage kick to the guy's gut. Gislene uses fingers like steel to grab Horn's collar, then viciously headbutts him right in the face. The headbutt leaves Horn dizzy and falling backward. He collapses onto the ground, completely out of energy, his breathing becoming incredibly heavy and broken. As he lays there dying, he weakly gasps out, "You vile cowards, does doing this really make you worthy of being called real knights?" Cow coldly fires back. "Who cares about being knights?" Cow and Gislene each grab the axe with one hand. This right here is a battlefield. Both of their faces show absolute madness and cruelty. On the battlefield, the result is literally everything. Horn lets out one final scream full of pure agony and despair. The axe comes crashing down. Without a single second of hesitation, they deliver the finishing blow. Blood splatters everywhere, violently staining the entire area red. The brutal battle ends. Herod is riding his horse past the scene. Seeing his subordinate destroyed, his eyes go wide in shock. He just cannot believe his own commander was defeated. Herod screams out horn. Meanwhile, Earl Fow's territory stands tall and massive right among the mountains. A massive impenetrable fortress totally surrounds the rich, thriving settlements, all perfectly shielded by a calm, peaceful river flowing right through. Inside her incredibly luxurious office, Emilia Fow casually pets a white cat, quietly listening to the latest field report from her loyal subordinate. A man sitting across from her speaks up. According to the intel gathered so far, while Earl Fenris took part of the army to guard the northern Perdium fortress, Earl Desmond officially sparked a massive war. He is marching in with a heavy army of 30,000 men. He totally crushed the kingdom's 2nd Legion station there, and right now he is launching a direct strike straight into the Fenris territory. The man wearing a red beret looks fully anxious and continues. They attacked at the exact moment when the Fenris forces were completely scattered. Even though he went rogue and ignored the Duke family's wishes, the timing was just too flawless. A woman beside Emilia strictly analyzes the heavy situation. If this chaos keeps up, not only will Fenris be completely wiped out, but even Perdium could end up suffering massive, devastating losses. Emilia stays silent, weighing her next moves. And that smile, trust me, we know chaos is coming. All right, stick with me here. Emilia just smirked and declared war on Desmond's turf. Her wild decision completely shocks her underlings. They can't even believe it. The red beret guy stutters, frantically analyzing the situation. Desmond's whole territory is wide open with his main forces gone. But what happens next? Byrne frowns quickly, pointing out the massive risks of this move. If they do this, they gotta brace for all-out war with the absolute strongest Northern Lord. Emilia doesn't even flinch. Her red eyes flash with crazy determination. Not acting now is stupid. She breaks down the messy politics. If Desmond absorbs Fenris and expands, he instantly becomes the ducal family's worst nightmare. Phantom images of Herod and Gislene pop up. If Gislene pulls off a win, he dominates the north. And the ducal family won't just sit back and watch. A super shady smile crosses her face. Win or lose, Desmond's already fallen out of favor. If we replace him, won't they totally back us up instead? You saw that too, right? Her lackeys are literally stunned by this insane master plan. Exactly, Byrne can't hide his hype. The lady's genius strategy completely locks down Desmond and Fenris. Whoever wins, it's a massive power play with pure benefits. Wasting zero time, Emilia barks out orders. Byrne, gear up and march. This is our golden ticket, he screams back. Yes, my lady. Outside in the pitch-black night, the Gayfow army starts rallying. They're ready for blood. Byrne whips out his sword, points it skyward, and roars like thunder. Prepare to march. Epic cheers shake the entire camp. This is Gayfow's moment to prove they run things now. Thousands of hyped-up soldiers fall into formation. Standing on her high balcony, Emilia proudly watches her massive army marching out, absolutely convinced they've already won. She smirks, thinking, Gel, I don't care how overpowered Desmond is. You won't get beaten that easily, but you're dragging too much attention. Just wait for it. I'm about to deal you a fatal blow. Close up on Emilia, rocking that purely evil smile. Suddenly, a chilling voice drops from behind. Long time no see. Emilia panics and whips around. A hooded woman is just standing there. Emilia totally freaks out, eyes wide open. Belinda's glowing red eyes look dangerously lethal. She whispers, Lady Emilia definitely wouldn't pass up this perfect opportunity. Exactly as we totally expected. Don't blink now. Lightning fast, Belinda casually presses a deadly needle right to Emilia's exposed neck. Emilia breaks into a cold sweat, stuttering. You're Gel's personal maid, right? Why are you even here? Belinda literally shushes her. A direct message from Count Fenris. Her flat voice warns, don't do anything stupid. Belinda's icy glare bores into Emilia's soul. Looks like we're adjusting your little master plan, lady. Meanwhile, back at the main battlefield, things are absolutely brutal. Weapons are loudly clashing everywhere. A massive battle axe punches straight through heavy armor, instantly ending Horn's life on the spot. Even the elite Twin Wings Knights are stunned. Herod watches in sweaty, panicked horror. Horn is down. He lets out a furious roar, then charges his horse like a literal tornado straight toward Cao and Gislene. Swinging his weapon for bloody revenge, Cao is panting heavy, totally exhausted. Is that big guy Desmond? He's coming, Cao turns and urgently yells, brace for impact. Old man Gislene literally can't even stand, collapsing completely. So be it. Cao's face hardens. Damn it, we are totally finished. Refusing to quit, Cao hoists his bloody giant axe, roaring a challenge. Come and get it. He wildly charges into the enemy mob, screaming his title, I am Cao, commander of the Zeburu's mercenaries, king of Iron Cliff, and captain of the Fenris Knights. Far away, a black-armored knight coldly draws a sharp arrow. The arrow rips wind at terrifying speed, aiming straight for Herod. Herod desperately blocks with his sword. That shot just saved Cao's life by a hair. Herod looks terrified at the shooter. Impossible. Gripping his axe, a huge grin spreads across Cao's face. Captain, the black armored gel bursts onto the scene. His axe glows with freezing blue light. The surviving soldiers go absolutely wild. The captain is here. Lord Count and Foy screams out, sounding super mad but totally unable to hide his massive relief. Damn it, where were you messing around all this time? Vanessa gets totally emotional too. Welcome back, Master. And that's where we leave it. Herod's face twists in pure rage. His master plan is officially ruined. All right, stick with me. You're about to see a totally insane ambush. A knight blasts forward, kicking up massive dust clouds. No, wait, he's completely solo. Looks like he ditched his squad and just sprinted all the way out here. Herod lets out a massive sneer. His eyes scream pure contempt. What can one guy even do? Your impatience just doomed you, buddy. The view shifts right back to the hillside where he just stood. Castillo watches closely, a gold-armored knight right beside him. He speaks up, "Are you seriously sure about saying that?" The gold knight answers loud and clear. For this battle, partial command of the royal army goes to the Fenris and Perdium families. That's a direct message from Marquis Branford. Castillo gives a nod of deep gratitude. "Thank you, sir." Randon chimes in right next to Castillo. "Guess we aren't too late after all." Castillo agrees. "Yeah, just leave Desmond to Gislene. As for us, we're wiping out these absolute nobodies." Castillo draws his sword, yelling, "Knights, draw your blades." Thousands of blue-armored knights draw their weapons in unison. A massive roar shakes the earth, screaming for Fenris. This absolute powerhouse army charges forward. Like a raging flood, the enemy forces absolutely panic, screaming out in pure terror. An entire army is closing in from all sides. Where the hell did all these troops come from? They're completely swarming the hilltop. Herod stands there, eyes wide with pure absolute dread. That armor belongs to Perdium, and wait, the royal army is here too. The Crown Prince's faction just made their massive play. He grinds his teeth, cursing totally helplessly. "You useless Duke family trash." Losing his mind, Herod recklessly charges right toward the front. Screaming his challenge, "Fine, bring it on." Gislene dives straight into the massive enemy encirclement. The twin flame knights quickly shout out, "Our target is Count Fenris and nobody else." They scream out, "If we just kill that one guy, this victory is totally ours." Watch closely now. Gislene doesn't even flinch, spurring his horse straight into the angry mob. "Let's fight." For Gislene, a massive wall of spears points right at Gislene, but his warhorse, an absolute beast, leaping powerfully right into the air, setting its master up for the perfect strike. Knights get flattened one by one. Every single axe swing unleashes an absolutely terrifying wave of power, blasting every single obstacle out of his path. Finally, Gislene closes the gap and reaches Herod. Gislene's freezing eyes lock onto his enemy, and he roars out, "Herod, Desmond." Herod holds his ground, his face completely twisted in pure rage. These two absolute beasts slam into each other, their weapons clash, triggering a terrifying explosion of raw power that physically shakes the ground. With completely overwhelming strength, Gislene lands a brutal hit, blasting Herod right off his saddle. The guy crashes hard into the dirt, face planting straight into the dirt. He violently coughs up blood, groaning in pure agony. Gah. Gislene doesn't even stop riding right past Herod. He yells out, "Over here, right here." His massive warhorse pulls off an absolutely perfect slide, scooping up Gislene and the priest smoothly. Someone yelps out in surprise. Meanwhile, Herod pathetically scrambles back up. You feel that tension, right? Gislene towers over him, weapon ready, while his horse rescues the crew. These two absolute rivals just glare at each other. The tension is absolutely suffocating. Herod grinds his teeth, hissing out, "You absolute bastard." Herod flashes back to all the massive losses Gislene caused him. "You destroyed the master plan I spent years building. Even my most loyal knights, Horn and Victor, are totally dead because of you." He violently screams out in absolute pure resentment. "You constantly shoved your nose into every single thing I did. And right to the very end, you never once played by my rules. But now, you practically delivered yourself right to me." He fiercely glares, aiming the tip of his sword straight at Gislene, roaring out, "You're fully prepared to die, right?" Gislene just stands there totally silent like a stone statue before his dark voice echoes out, "I've been waiting for this exact day." Gislene steps slowly toward Herod, his killing intent radiating everywhere. His freezing eyes pierce right through his iron helmet. He mutters for a very long time. Meanwhile, Castillo raises his sword, eyes burning with insane determination. He screams his final order to the troops. "Push forward, attack with absolutely everything you've got." The massive cavalry moves like a literal tornado, rumbling straight forward with this completely terrifying, overwhelming momentum. The front line immediately shatters. A Desmond soldier gets speared clean through, blood spraying everywhere, while the rest absolutely lose their minds, screaming in terror. Our front line is collapsing. Their momentum is way too insane. "Count, we desperately need your next order." "Wait, where the hell is Count Desmond?" With reinforcements backing him up, Godin fights like an absolute maniac. He roars out, "Get off your horses, you bastards. It's your turn to suffer." Watching their army get totally crushed, a Desmond soldier frantically screams out to his squad, "Hey, we are the elite Twin Flame Knights. Stop waiting around for orders. Do not break the defensive formation." He keeps desperately shouting, trying to hype up his terrified teammates. Wipe out the enemy right in front of you. Fenris's army is directly ahead, marching straight toward their broken lines. So what do we take from this chaos? Godon pants, heavily groaning in disbelief. A teammate scoffs, "That idiot always goes too far," drawing enemy attention with his fiery energy. He groans, "Damn it, I don't even have any mana left. Let's jump right into the madness." Fire. Suddenly, a massive shower of arrows rains down, catching Desm's forces completely off guard. From a distance, a smug voice echoes out, "We waited way too long at the rally point, you stubborn rebels." It is Chloe, looking absolutely majestic on his horse. He leads a massive wave of reinforcements. Morale instantly shoots through the roof. He screams the order. All units move out. They roar back, rushing to support their allies immediately. Arrows keep pouring down. Amidst the chaos, Castillo swings his sword, fighting like an absolute beast. Meanwhile, Gislene's warhorse charges straight through the battlefield, pulling endangered comrades right out of the fire. Blood and stray arrows flying everywhere. Cut to the main event, Gislene versus Herod. They clash hard. Weapons smash with a deafening screech. Gislene blocks a massive swing with his axe shaft. Herod instantly spins into a backhand. Using the handle to vault himself up, Gislene spins mid-air and launches a brutal roundhouse kick. Bam! Herod takes the boot to the face, spitting blood. Gislene follows up with a heavy vertical slash. Herod barely blocks it. Now, watch closely, this fight is an absolute bloodbath. Gislene charges straight at Herod. Herod, face covered in blood, he roars like a maniac. "I lived a flawless life, my plans were always perfect. I guided my family perfectly. Trial and error never existed for me." Suddenly, he takes a massive kick right to the gut. He coughs in pure agony. Then Gislene spins his weapon in the air, slamming the axe straight down. The terrifying strike hits the dirt, creating a massive crater explosion. Full of bitter hatred, he spits out a name. "Gislene. Who do you think you were pushing me this far? The second you started moving, my perfect plan crumbled. Everyone who trusted me died by your hands." Herod screams at the absolute top of his lungs. "I swallowed so much humiliation." Using every ounce of strength, he deflects the axe and leaps back. Then they instantly clash again. Still playing the victim. "It's all your fault." Endless strikes rain down. Herod repeats crazily, "All your fault." A devastating slash crashes down. The blade rips through the air toward Gislene. The sheer power triggers another shockwave explosion. The warriors face off. Gislene mutters to himself, "This crazy power." He's shoving everything into his core, burning his own life force. Herod stands still, channeling mana as wild lightning wraps his body. "I cannot lose. You think I'll just let everything I built turn to dust?" Herod presses a hand to his chest, unleashing a massive wave of raw energy from his palm. Only one way to fix this. Eyes burning with pure murder, he makes his choice. "Killing you." He charges with absolutely everything. Sword pointed dead at Gislene. But Gislene stands his ground, not flinching, and launches a godlike thrust. Gislene's helmet gets sliced off, spinning wildly through the air. The blade stops literally inches from his face. "Are you seeing this?" Gislene blocked Herod's sword hilt barehanded. Then he drops a name. Harmon. Voice dead calm, Gislene spits out every word. "I still cannot forget that hollow feeling when I killed you. Even if I hack your corpse to pieces 1,000 times over, the people I care about are never coming back." Crystal clear memories of his loved ones flash by. But it's different now. Eyes locked and absolutely resolute. "I'll cut you down for them." Core unlocked. A terrifying purple mana orb erupts right at his chest. Herod's eyes practically pop out of his skull, shocked by the power exploding from Gislene's core. Lightning fast thrust, Herod barely dodges, but still gets a hole punched straight through his arm. Light swings, but they hit like absolute trucks. Herod is struggling big time now. Close combat. His free hand swings the axe to block the blade. The sword effortlessly punches a hole in Herod's stomach. Eyes bulging from the critical hit. He's dying, but stubbornly swings back. Slashed again, Gislene is completely unfazed, his eyes cold, empty, and totally lifeless. The sword slices through the enemy right in front of him. An arm flies into the sky. Blood absolutely spraying everywhere. Herod is ruined. One arm gone. In the most brutal, agonizing pain, regret finally hits him. "Back then, I should have targeted you, not your sister. I should have crushed you from the very beginning." Too late. Gislene runs him through. "Trust me, you'll love this pivot." Hands grip a snake cane. Inside a super luxurious office, someone speaks up. Silence. It's Duke Joseph himself. He looks at the other two. Everyone seems pretty anxious. "Does Count Desm sparking a raid really shock you all that much?" One of them replies nervously, "This is clearly an insult to the Duke's estate. Because of this mess, we've caused huge dissatisfaction for the royal family, and I heard that the entire..." "Stick with me here." The Duke's noble faction gets arrested, but Joseph just mocks their panic over one tiny variable. He points out that Count Desmond hasn't exactly been crushing it lately on the battlefield. We see Harm's massive silhouette. He knows Desmond is completely frustrated, a guy who spent his whole life being absolutely perfect. Desmond is just trying to wipe away a massive stain on his record. Honestly, totally understandable. Joseph glares with pure disgust. If you fools can't understand one man's mindset, how are you even advising His Highness? One guy awkwardly scrambles to explain. Obviously, they don't doubt Desmond will conquer the North. Their real panic is about what happens after he wins. Once Desmond takes the North, will he actually still take orders from the Duke's estate? Joseph flashes a crazy evil smirk. Once civil war drops, he'll obey orders whether he likes it or not. Tense silence hits the room. Then Ken Banzak speaks up. What if Count Desmond actually loses? Even Joseph shoots him a side eye. Someone immediately barks back that is completely impossible. How could 30,000 elite troops lose to the Paris family's measly few thousand soldiers? Joseph coldly asks. Does that genuinely worry you? Ken replies smoothly. Like I said earlier, Gislene is not an easy opponent. His eyes narrow. If Gislene actually beats Desmond, now pay attention. We cut right back to the chaotic battlefield, blood literally soaking the ground. A heavily injured Herod faces Gislene. Ken's warning echoes Desmond, unleashing that terrifying last-minute power. Herod's face totally warps. His eyes go pitch black with yellow pupils, radiating pure evil dark energy. Gislene violently stabs him right through the chest, triggering a massive black energy explosion. Flames violently erupt behind him. Herod is now completely engulfed in this bizarre dark power. Despite being skewered, he grips the blade tight. Crack! Herod literally crushes Gislene's weapon into pieces. He did that barehanded. Gislene is absolutely stunned watching Herod explode with this insane strength. He instantly jumps back to get some safe distance, staring in shock at his broken sword. Gislene is sweating, snapping a mana-infused blade barehanded. Just what kind of broken power is this? This is it. Herod finally drops his limits. A black energy orb forms on his chest, surrounded by thick dark aura. Covered in brutal wounds, Herod groans. He seriously didn't want to use his family's forbidden strength. But hey, it beats dying to you. He rips off his broken, annoying armor pieces. You saw that right. He flexes massive muscles, realizing he absolutely cannot back down now. Herod lunges with terrifying speed, totally out of time. Gislene's eyes glow, hyper-focused on countering the attack. Herod throws a wild half-moon slash. Gislene swiftly swings his halberd up to block it. Herod flips mid-air, dropping a heavy X-shaped slash. Gislene swings his axe to meet it. The battle goes absolute beast mode. Gislene and Herod crash together like two raging animals. Weapons clash with deafening sparks. Herod coldly glares, growling, totally useless. Gislene puts everything into one brutal swing, launching a giant X-shaped shockwave straight at Herod. But Herod just smoothly sidesteps, dodging the lethal strike without even trying. Gislene charges in again, but Herod casually flicks his sword, deflecting the heavy blow away. Herod spins, using the momentum to parry Gislene. They cross paths, then boom, Herod teleports behind him. He whispers right in his ear, I can see through every single move. Herod unleashes a horizontal slash. Sensing the deadly threat, Gislene instantly leaps backward. His reflexes are insane, but he still gets clipped in the chest. Crimson blood splatters. Gislene counters with a sick 360-degree spin kick, but Herod easily leans back. Herod returns a nasty roundhouse kick. Gislene blocks with his axe handle, both jumping back for space. Gislene is panting hard, face covered in sweat and blood. Damn it all. His attacks bounced off. He just cannot match that crazy defense speed. Herod charges like a complete monster, roaring loudly. Against this raw power, resistance is completely futile. Gislene grits his teeth, focusing his spirit. A brilliant blue light ignites on his axe. He unleashes a massive half-moon strike. Herod counters it, and trust me, you and I are going to want to see what happens next. Alright, jump in with me. These two powers just clash with an earth-shattering boom. Gislene doesn't even pause, launching a relentless assault, forcing Herod to stumble back. Spotting an opening, Gislene launches into the air, bringing a devastating strike, crashing down right toward his head. But Herod dodges just in time, swinging his blade back once twice. Gislene is forced into a wild mid-air flip to avoid that dicty counterattack. They both hit the ground, locking eyes in a tense standoff, completely geared up for the next brutal round. Herod's gaze is straight up, radiating murder. Gislene takes the initiative and strikes first, leaping high and swinging his weapon straight down for the kill. Herod raises his sword to block. The sheer impact blasts a massive shockwave, blowing away literally everything around them. This battle is just getting insanely intense. Both are moving at absolute lightning speed, constantly trading what should be totally fatal blows. Their eyes meet with fiery intensity, pure battle rage pumping through their veins. Gislene swings his weapon, unleashing a massive wave of blue energy, slashing straight at his enemy. But Herod reads the move perfectly and with one decisive motion slips his blade right into the hole of Gislene's battle axe. He locks the blade, then launches a brutal kick straight into Gislene's gut, sending him flying into the air weapon, slipping from his grip. Gislene coughs up blood, his body completely drained after that crazy chain of relentless attacks. Seeing the opening, Herod shoots forward like an arrow, raising his glowing sword and roaring out, "It is over for you, Gislene." Now watch closely because everyone around them is absolutely panicking, hearts pounding as this terrifying scene unfolds right before their eyes. Lucas, one of the bystanders, desperately draws his own sword from its sheath and hurls it with everything he has toward Gislene. My lord catch Herod's deadly blade is inches away, but the thrown sword reaches Gislene just in the nick of time. He raises, his hand catching it. The strike slams into the ground, triggering an epic explosion that rips up the earth. Scene shift. Ken crosses his arms and says, "The most worrying part is that Desmond unleashed that kind of power at the very last second." Joseph, sitting nearby, frowns deeply. Is that the power they got from dealing with them? Clenching his fists, Ken continues to break it down. Even if it is just a half-baked technique, the results are more than enough to completely shatter their own physical limits in a single flash. Inside the luxurious room, the two keep talking. Joseph points out if Desmond actually managed to activate that insane level of power, Ken replies, then Gislene is definitely going to struggle to handle him. But right then, Ken's eyes flash with a sharp crimson gleam. As he points something out, there is something highly suspicious here. Why is the core nature of Gislene's mana so incredibly similar to that power? Back on the battlefield, Gislene uses Lucas's weapon to completely block Herod's full-force attack. Herod is grinding his teeth, his face completely twisted in pure rage. You block that, an attack where I put literally all of my strength into it. Gislene thinks to himself, what terrifying power. Even after releasing 3 whole mana cores, I still cannot hold back this insane level of strength. Last time I killed you, I sliced you in half instantly, so I missed it. Memories flood back. Now you and I need to see this flashback. Gislene remembers. I have faced a few guys using this exact type of power before. When Vanessa went completely insane, she used a very similar mana. My enemies are still out there and some are way stronger than you. If his current level of power still is not enough, Gislene focuses intensely. His entire body erupts in a blinding pinkish-purple light. Then I just need to step up to an entirely new tier. The light glowing from his chest gets brighter and brighter. Gislene swings his massive sword, aiming a devastating slash right at Herod. Herod leaps backward to dodge the strike. Tiny glowing blue orbs of pure mana are left floating beautifully in the air. Gislene says, if the mana attribute you are giving off is the same as mine. He closes his eyes, focusing hard to absorb all that mana. Then this much power is enough for me to create a brand new core, fusing it into an even bigger vessel. To surround the other 3 Gislene channels, his energy and the 3 mana cores inside his body actually start merging into one massive super core radiating brilliant blue light. To absorb the recoil from this power explosion, something my past self could never even hope to survive. Every single drop of mana condenses, dripping down into a massive internal reservoir, signaling that an entirely new legendary power has just awakened. 4th core release, Gislene steps forward with absolute boss energy, his whole body wrapped in a glowing, blinding sphere of golden light. The raw pressure radiating from him literally makes the space around them shake. Herod stands there completely unable to believe his own eyes. His face is distorted with pure terror as he stammers out, "No way. Impossible." Cold sweat is just pouring down his face. Herod mumbles in total despair, "This light, could it be?" Gislene's voice rings out super cold and dripping with absolute authority. "Earlier you said you could see through all of my attacks, right?" Gislene raises his glowing sword high, the blinding light shining just like a literal miniature sun. "Well then, keep your eyes wide open and watch this very carefully." With that, Gislene dashes forward so ridiculously fast, he leaves blurred after images behind. In a split second, he is right up in Herod's face, unleashing a fatal strike. The blade is right there, impossible to block. And trust me, you and I are about to witness the craziest finish. Gislene dashes right past Herod, landing a vertical slash that slices straight through him, a sharp blade splitting memories and reality in half. Herod Ken's face says it all. He is thinking if Desmond unleashed all that power and still could not kill Gislene. Cold sweat is literally pouring down his cheeks, and let's be real, you and I are probably wondering the exact same thing. Just what insane cultivation tier has Gislene actually awakened to pull this off? Meanwhile, Gislene's face is completely emotionless. Cut to the bustling, glorious capital city of Catania, standing tall and proud, totally surrounded by massive, unbreakable fortress walls. Right now, Marquis Morris Marquarrie cannot hide his absolute shock. Eyes wide, jaw on the floor, sweating like he just ran a marathon. He gasps out loud. "The #1 sword of the North. Did I hear that right? that guy Baron Boris. He is supposed to be the greatest swordsman in the north. The golden armored knight immediately confirms the news. Yes, it is absolutely true. The Paris Knights possess pure strength and loyalty that completely outshines even the legendary Twin Flame Knight Order. His personal mage is seriously no joke either, easily matching Willow. We are talking about a 6-ring magic user whose solo combat power has hit master level. Baron Gislene Perdium has the crazy power to completely back up that title. Hearing this, Rosalind definitely cannot hide how worried she is. She nervously asks, so Lord Gislene is still safe and sound, right? The knight quickly replies, yes. Right now, he is cleaning up the battlefield and preparing his troops to take over Desmond's territory immediately. Hearing that Marquis Maurice Marquardt looks like somebody just dumped ice water on his head, he scowls. Taking over Desmond's territory already, but unlike the furious Marquis blocker, Norton actually looks pretty satisfied. He chuckles. Just as expected, the man totally lives up to his legendary reputation. Count Ellsberg chimes in. From now on, calling Paris the absolute strongest guy in the entire North isn't even an exaggeration anymore. It is just facts. Marquis Maurice Marquardt is still crazy jealous though. Isn't he growing way too fast at this point? Now pay attention because here's where the scheming starts. Shouldn't we find a way to hold him back? Rosalind glares right at the Marquis. Meaning what? Marquis Maurice Marquardt gets dead serious, clenching his fists as he explains. No, that guy was always a stubborn headache doing whatever the heck he wants. If we just let him become the supreme overlord of the North, how are we ever going to control him? What our royal faction actually needs is for him to balance the power up north, not for him to rise up and conquer everything like a king. Tolio nods in agreement. The Supreme Commander's words make a lot of sense. Lord Marquis, could you please reconsider adjusting the plan so that it actually benefits the royal faction much more? But Branford, who had been quietly listening this whole time, immediately shoots that idea down. Absolutely not happening. He keeps explaining, his sharp eyes scanning everyone in the room. Baron Paris is going to be our main core force in the upcoming war against the Duke's family. We can worry about those petty little details later. Right now, our real enemy is the Duke's faction. With a piercing glare, Branford issues a strict order. Absolutely nobody is allowed to lay a finger on Baron Paris. Blocker Norton stays completely calm and offers some advice. Do not worry too much. Baron Paris didn't win this battle just by relying on his own raw strength, you know. This victory only happened because of backup from the Royal Army and the Perdium forces. Count Ellsberg also adds in, you are totally right. Without the royal troops provided by Marquis Marquardt, they never would have won this fight at all. Hearing all that sweet flattery, Marquis Maurice Marquardt cannot hide his smug little smile. I know what you're thinking, this guy's ego is huge. Obviously, he brags, it was all thanks to my army. Finally, the tense meeting wraps up. Branford's voice rings out flat and steady. All right, today's meeting is officially over. Everyone is dismissed. After everybody heads home, Branford calls out for Tolio. Tolio immediately answers, yes, Lord Marquis. Branford's voice turns ice cold. Go bring Count Foe in here. Before long, the heavy wooden doors swing open. Count Foe is escorted inside by 2 guards. Sweating nervously after being suddenly released, Count Foe thinks to himself, it looks like me being freed proves Baron Paris actually won the battle. Branford sits menacingly on his throne, coldly delivering the news. You can go home now, Count Foe. The nobles from the other Duke families will also be freed soon. Be a lot more careful from now on. Don't let a shameful mess like this happen again. Count Foe just stays silent. After a long pause, he finally speaks up. Marquis, you have made a massive mistake. Count Desmond is dead, which means the kingdom's balance is totally shattered. A civil war is practically unavoidable at this point. Branford raises an eyebrow. I have no idea what you are implying. Everyone knows the Duke's family has been scheming to swallow up this entire kingdom. And it is our royal faction that has constantly been trying to stop a civil war from breaking out. Foe instantly fires back. The only ones actually holding off the civil war are the Duke's family, not the royals. Branford gets furious. You still dare to speak such absolute nonsense. Keep your big mouth shut, but Foe pushes deeper. The king has been sick in bed forever and is basically just your puppet now. Is there a single thing in this entire kingdom that doesn't follow the Marquis' exact orders anymore? Branford finally snaps. He roars in pure anger, his eyes burning like fire. How dare you? Shut your mouth right now. Even under threat, Count Foe still issues a bold warning. Have you forgotten what kind of monster Duke Delphin really is? We only want it, and trust me, you and I gotta see what happens next. Stick with me, we're diving right into the chaos. Count Foe gets dragged away to stop a civil war, but he still screams one last echoing warning. His voice rings across the massive room. Soon this whole kingdom will drown in a sea of blood. The heavy doors slam shut, bringing dead silence. Back inside, Branford sits there, looking completely lost in thought. He quietly mutters a single heavy name under his breath, Delphin. Memories hit him hard, pulling Branford way back to his younger days. A familiar voice calls out his name. It is his old friend Delphin, chilling right beside him on a balcony staring blankly into the distance. Delphin asks, do politics and power actually mean anything in the human world? Are they really that important? Delphin just keeps talking, his voice dripping with pure sadness. He says it doesn't matter because eventually when time passes by absolutely everything is just going to crumble into dust. The younger Branford turns to look at his buddy looking incredibly confused. He asks, why are you suddenly spitting this total nonsense? But Delphin argues that's exactly why it matters so much, especially for guys standing at the absolute top like us, because the lives of countless people are entirely decided by the choices and actions we end up making. Delphin doesn't even talk back. He just quietly stares at some ants crawling across the floor tiles. After a long pause, he finally speaks again, his voice dead flat. For creatures who can't live forever, what is even the point of worrying about all that useless stuff? Bam, a shoe suddenly stomps down hard, completely crushing those poor little ants. Delphin slowly turns his head to look right at Branford, his eyes totally freezing cold. Hey Branford, those old words from Delphin are still loudly echoing inside Branford's head today. I want to see things way beyond this. Branford lets out a heavy sigh and mutters, Delphin, it's been a really long time since we've faced each other. Scene change to Duke Delphin's territory. The massive Eclipse Castle stands tall and insanely intimidating right under a magical dark night sky. Now watch closely. Inside, Joseph and Ken are rushing down the hallway after being summoned. Joseph nervously turns and asks Ken, his voice shaking slightly. Is Duke Delphin throwing an absolute fit right now? Ken just nods and replies, yeah, looks like it. Even though the boss left him in charge this time, he seems totally determined to get to the bottom of things. Hearing this, Joseph just stays quiet, cold sweat starting to drip down his forehead. Seeing Joseph freaking out, Ken tells him you need to calm down right now. This is totally unlike your usual style. Joseph just scoffs loudly and says, whatever, let's just drop this pointless conversation right here. The two stop in front of massive, incredibly detailed doors. Ken says we made it to the main hall. Creak, the heavy doors slowly start to swing open. Inside the main hall, a crazy heavy dead, silent atmosphere fills the room. Up on a golden throne placed at the very top, a shadowy figure sits with his back turned. That is Duke Delphin himself, the absolute powerhouse ruler of this entire dark territory. Zooming in on the throne from behind, long white hair flows down. Joseph and Ken hurry forward, dropping to one knee right on the red carpet to pay their absolute respects. Greetings, Lord Duke. But Duke Delphin just sits there completely motionless without making a single sound. Then a freezing, commanding voice shatters the silence. So Desmond is dead. Joseph keeps his head bowed, his voice trembling as he reports back. Yes, he was defeated by Baron Gislene Perdium. Delphin slowly repeats the name. Gislene is a name I have been hearing a lot lately. Seems like his actual power is no joke, huh? Joseph panics, begging for forgiveness, admitting it was his mistake for completely underestimating the guy's insane abilities. Totally ignoring Joseph's pathetic apology, Delphin calls out Ken's name. Ken instantly snaps to attention and replies, yes, Lord Duke. Delphin says, I heard you saw this Gislene with your own eyes. How are his skills? Ken gives his honest review. You and I both saw this coming, right? Ken admits absolutely nobody in the north is his rival anymore. If they leave him unchecked, there won't be anyone left who can actually fight him. Hearing that, Duke Delphin lightly taps his long, sharp fingers on the armrest and calls out to Ron. I know the pure joy of waiting, which is exactly why I let you handle everything yourself and just kept on waiting. A blood-red eye suddenly snaps open, glowing brightly in the dark shadow, and he growls, but right now I am really starting to feel a little bit bloodthirsty. A massive wave of killing intent explodes out, filling the entire room, making both Joseph and Ken feel completely suffocated as sweat pours down like crazy. Delphin coldly scolds him, are you still refusing to change that stubborn mindset of yours? Joseph trembles and stammers out, rushing things will only bring disaster. My lord. Delphin shoots back, you have already lost both Desmond and the entire north. Joseph quickly replies, I have already contacted them for backup. Joseph yells out desperately, trying to salvage any last bit of hope. They promise to send reinforcements. I will completely fix this whole mess before your thirst for blood gets any worse. I swear it. By now, Joseph's forehead is completely soaked in sweat, looking incredibly pale without a single drop of color left. Delphin coldly remarks, you're still obsessing over all these tiny little details. You really haven't changed at all, have you? Since you put it that way, I'll go ahead and wait just a bit longer. However, we don't have endless time to waste like before. Looking like a massive weight just lifted off him, Joseph shouts, yes, Lord Duke. Delphin waves him away. If there's nothing else to report, then get out. Ken, you leave too. Ken hesitates for a second, but my lord, suddenly, a pitch-black aura violently wraps around the massive throne. Delphin snaps, I want to be alone. Trust me, we're in for a wild ride. Ken obeys. Let's dive into a story that will mess with your head. The old man bows and leaves. The massive room falls dead, silent, leaving Duke Delphin totally alone on his freezing, lonely chair. Heavy footsteps instantly shatter the silence. A man decked out in blinding, shiny armor strides straight toward Delphin. He speaks up, should we proceed with the plan right away? Delphin replies coldly, no. Let's observe the situation just a little longer. He then calls out the man's name, Aiden. Aiden bows slightly. As you command, Duke. Cut to Gislene, totally exhausted from endless battles, currently resting in his bed. His face twitches, sweating buckets, breathing super heavy. He is definitely having an absolutely terrifying nightmare right now. Suddenly, his eyes snap wide open, pupils shrinking. It is like he is witnessing something totally unbelievable. Inside the dream, the sky is blood red. Purple lightning rips through space, forming a massive swirling vortex. Right below, a gigantic city is completely drowning in an ocean of roaring flames. Now pay attention here. Screams echo everywhere. He sees himself floating midair, completely surrounded by a massive, endless monster army. Under the dangerous, stormy sky, Gislene is still sweating, looking incredibly tense. He wonders, are these memories from my past life? It is a pure nightmare. A dark crimson sky and mysterious cracks appear all across the continent. Bizarre creatures step out and literally turn the world upside down. A giant monster stands right in the middle of a smaller monster army. He remembers holding a massive sword. That is exactly when the 7 strongest fighters on the continent, including him, finally took real action. Glowing blue light surrounds him, looking deep in thought. He grabs his head, confused. Why? Why am I seeing this scene right now? Sweat pours down, his eyes gleaming with absolute extreme tension. Suddenly, mysterious knight appears, fully armored, holding a blade that looks unbelievably incredibly sharp at first glance. The mysterious knight faces the gigantic monster. Gislene thinks to himself, and that knight too. Close up on an armored arm, gently swinging the blade. The monster crazily charges, and the knight just slashes it. Consecutive slashes rain down, creating blinding flashes of light. He uses full power, stabbing his sword straight into the monster's glowing chest orb. After that fatal strike, watching the beast roar in pure agony, Gislene asks himself in absolute shock. So weird. He is definitely not in my memories, but for some crazy reason he feels incredibly familiar. Gislene suddenly recognizes the technique. It is the Perdium family sword art, an ideal strike that totally surpasses every single technique our family has. The knight stands proud with a glowing blade. Right now his back is totally turned to the giant monster. From behind, the monster rushes in, swinging its weapon, ready to slice the knight. You saw that coming, right? Gislene screams, watch out, as the massive sword crashes toward the knight. But it only scrapes the knight's mana shield. With one clean, sharp motion, the knight spins around and casually blocks the monster's attack. With insane, unbelievable strength, he swats the giant sword away, tossing in an extra slash on the monster just because. He didn't even look at the blind spot attack. The knight is fully wrapped in a glowing blue mana shield. Gislene keeps thinking, did he actually sense it just by expanding his mana shield around his body? Desperate to see more of these god-tier skills, he craves it. More. Show me, way more. Just a little bit more. Gislene reaches for the knight. But suddenly, a soft hand touches him, instantly pulling him right back to reality. Gislene wakes up startled. On pure reflex, he accidentally grips Belinda's hand tightly as she leans over to wipe his sweat. She yelps, "Ah!" Belinda tumbles onto the bed, flustered. "You startled me. I was just wiping you down because you were sweating so much." Nightmare Gislene stays quiet. He rubs his face, trying to calm himself down. "Sorry, just a crazy dream." Belinda asks sweetly, "Are you hurt anywhere? Do you want me to bring a potion?" Gislene waves it off. "No, I'm fine." He stands, grabs his coat. "Belinda," continue the report. "A messenger from Marcus Branford arrived. Since you level up to Count, you can officially take over as the commander of the entire Northern Army." Gislene smirks. "From now on, I am Count of Paris." He turns around. "But what about Gislene?" Belinda smiles brightly. "Do not worry, he is full of energy. Priest Pios's intense healing treatments seriously work like absolute magic." Gislene sighs in relief. "That is great." He orders Belinda, "Call everyone here for me. We are prepping for the next stage." Cut to Paris Castle. Elsewhere, Anfo is totally scowling. "You're seriously asking me for a donation?" he yells. "Pios, how dare you guys try to extort me?" "I am Anfo, the Paris Magic Tower branch head." Pios shakes. "No, we are not extorting anything." She stammers, "Just for the poor. And trust me, you're gonna want to see what happens next." Ampon sneers. "Don't make him laugh. He's actually the poorest guy in this entire territory. Sure, he might be the official heir to the Fire Magic Tower. But trust me, you and I are watching him live like an unpaid slave in the absolute middle of nowhere. How broke must he be that she's begging him?" Pios shyly holds out a tiny pouch. She stammers that it is just a measly couple dozen gold coins. Ampon's eyes go wide. "Say what?" Seeing his extreme reaction, Pios quickly bows her head, apologizing for being totally clueless about his awful financial situation. She promises to go bother someone else and literally turns her back to walk away. but Ampon frantically calls after her, telling her to hold on. He grips her shoulders tight, flashing this incredibly sly, wicked smile. He never actually said he wouldn't give her the money. Pios just looks utterly confused. Ampon leans in and whispers right into her ear. If he, as the esteemed branch manager of the Magic Tower, just hands cash to a holy priest, it's totally going to look like a sketchy bribe, right? Pios blinks in surprise. Ah, that makes sense. So he smoothly continues his little trap, offering her a fair and square chance to earn his money outright. Now Pios is super curious. How exactly Ampon simply pulls out a single coin and casually flicks it high into the air. The two sit down at the table. Ampon quickly explains the rules. Heads means odd, tails means even. Innocent little Pios still has absolutely zero clue. When Ampon gives a faint chuckle, what is wrong? Does she not know the rules? She just has to guess which side shows up when the coin lands. Super simple, right? Pios panics and wildly waves her hands. No way, gambling is strictly forbidden. Because the root of gambling is pure greed, it is a massive sin for a priest. Ampon just shakes his head, totally gaslighting her. Man, she still has so much to learn. Watch closely because we are about to see a masterclass in scamming. He claims it's not gambling, just an excuse to donate. He flips first, telling her to watch. He slowly lifts his hand off the coin, calling odd. But when his hand moves away, the coin clearly shows an even result. Ampon fakes this exaggerated sigh of regret. Tails, so it's even. Dang it, he lost. He hands a shiny gold coin right over to Pios, telling her to take it. Pios awkwardly takes the gold. Ampon flashes a super friendly smile and asks if she finally gets how to play. Pios hesitates. Nope. He keeps pouring on the sweet talk. He reminds her she isn't doing this for her own wallet, but to help all those poor, starving people in need. What kind of absolute fool would call a priest saving lives? Greedy Pios starts falling for the trap. Yeah, that actually makes perfect sense to her. Ampon slaps the table hard. Boom, now they are finally on the exact same page. Pios gives a timid nod. Okay, let's get this game officially started. The game kicks off and the coin goes flying up again. Pios squeezes her eyes shut and blindly guesses even. Right behind them, two assistants are quietly watching the action, but the result is heads. One of the guys chimes in, oh, what a shame, it's odd. Looks like Lord Ampon takes the win this time around. Next round, Ampon slams his hand down to cover the coin. Pios nervously guesses odd, but the result is somehow even again. She pouts, crying out that she lost again. The next round, another wrong guess. She desperately screams odd, and then finally even. But luck just refuses to smile her way. Pios's entire donation bag keeps shrinking faster and faster after every single brutal loss. Finally hitting her breaking point, Pios bursts into straight-up tears. Why can't she guess right even a single time? It's just not fair. Ampon smugly counts his fresh stack of cash. Wow, this is amazing. How much gold is this? He totally hooked a massive gullible fish today. Pios refuses to accept defeat. It's not over yet, she begs for just one more round. But right then a bystander speaks up to warn her. I know exactly what you are thinking. The bystander finally tells the priest to stop exposing that the jerk is using magic to cheat, meaning she will absolutely never win. Cheating. Realizing she got totally scammed, Pios furiously grabs Ampon by the shirt. She calls him a filthy cheater and demands her money back right this very second. Ampon aggressively tries to pry her hands off him. Whoa, what is her problem? He asks why in the world she thinks this is her money anyway. He loudly yells right back at her. Are they going to keep playing or what? Doesn't she want to help those poor, starving people? Pios can only sob uncontrollably, staring at the absolute last coin dropping onto the table. Sniffling, she wipes away her tears, pushes her final coin forward and asks for another game. Ampon forcefully launches the coin up once again. The metal spins wildly through the air, actually glowing and twirling right in front of his eyes. Pios shuts her eyes tight and clasps her hands in prayer. Ampon just mentally mocks her. Praying is going to be completely useless here. With his specially researched coin-swapping magic, not even a literal goddess could ever defeat him. He arrogantly smirks to himself loudly, claiming he is the absolute god of the even-odd game. Meanwhile, Pios is praying with her whole heart, begging for forgiveness. She tells Goddess Duana that her own foolishness dragged her straight into this deep, messy swamp of pure sin. With heavy tears rolling right down her cheeks, she pleads, Beautiful and almighty Goddess Duana, please just help her win this one time. Suddenly, a blindingly bright beam of light crashes down from the heavens. The divine energy completely envelops the tower, leaving every single bystander absolutely stunned. Inside, Pios is literally floating midair. Her entire body radiates a brilliant glowing light just like a descending deity. Ampon falls flat on his back, utterly terrified by the sight. The witnesses just drop their jaws. What on earth is that? A giant pillar of holy light. Ampon stammers in pure shock. He's actually seen this in the ancient text before. This is the exact moment a chosen saint receives a blessing from the goddess. A literal divine descent. Pios keeps her eyes closed, absorbing that insane heavenly power. Anpon is sweating bullets, completely unable to believe what his eyes are seeing. But why? Why would a supreme goddess interfere in a cheap, even odd gambling game? Then Pios's voice echoes out, completely dripping with heavy divine authority. Even. She opens her glowing eyes, coldly ordering him to open his hand. Trust me, you gotta love this. Blinded by the light, Anfoy panics and falls backward. Inside that glowing pillar, Pius appears. Her body is fully possessed by divine power right now. Stick with me here. Pios looks absolutely majestic, raising a hand and commanding him to stop with glowing eyes. Massive pressure fills the air. She orders him to open his hand. Anfoy is sweating bullets, completely terrified but furiously angry. He desperately tries casting a spell, screaming to use displacement magic, but absolutely nothing happens. His eyes go wide with pure shock. Realizing the terrible truth, he stammers, "My magic is broken." The glowing light from Pios grows even stronger, completely crushing all of Anfoy's power, a divine energy actually canceling out his magic. Absolute despair crushes him. Trembling, he mutters, "Are you kidding me? Just because she's a goddess? I already lost my only chance at becoming the family heir anyway, so what is wrong with having a little bit of fun right here?" He screams in total agony, acting exactly like a cornered beast. "At the very least, just let me enjoy this one little thing." His desperate screams echo loudly while the possessed Pios yells back. Godon rushes inside and freezes in absolute shock at the crazy scene. "Watch closely," Godon yells. "Anfoy, what is that giant light pillar?" His face shows pure disbelief. Right in front of Godon, both Anfoy and Pios collapse onto the floor. Pios lies there breathing heavily, looking like she completely drained all her strength. Anfoy also lies perfectly still with his hands clamped together. His fists are gripping super tight, clearly, desperately trying to hold on to something. He slowly opens his hands, revealing a single gold coin. A satisfied smile flashes across his face as he whispers, "I won. Not even a goddess could beat my magic today." His voice echoes loudly, "I am the guy who finally defeated a literal god." Meanwhile, at another location, Gislene sits at his massive desk, looking super serious. Priest Pios was actually chosen by the goddess herself. She became a holy saint, and you somehow defeated that insane power. Anfoy stands right in front of Gislene, bragging incredibly proudly. "That is right, I beat a god." Everyone around Anfoy looks completely stunned and absolutely speechless. Gislene stares confused and asks a fatal question. "But Priest Pios is a guy." Anfoy immediately flinches. Clow instantly lunges and puts Anfoy in a chokehold. "You dare lie right to our leader's face." Anfoy panics and desperately explains. "No, boss, it is the truth. You guys saw that light pillar too, right? I seriously defeated a divine god." Gislene strokes his chin, lost in deep thought about this. A chosen saint can use the literal divine power of their deity. He quickly recalls a past memory. In his past life, a saint chosen by the war goddess actually ranked among the top 7 strongest fighters on the entire continent. That guy will definitely be massive help during the upcoming disaster era. Gislene claps to grab everyone's attention. The room silences. "Let that sink in for us." Gislene announces our biggest threat. Desmond is finally dead. Our Paris family has officially become a powerhouse territory, taking over more than 20,000 troops and 3 entire northern regions. The map lights up, showing the claimed areas. Gislene looks at his loyal subjects and smiles. "Without you guys, we never could have achieved this. You all worked incredibly hard." Hearing praise from their lord, the retainers feel absolutely overjoyed and proud. They all shout together, "Yes, my lord," but little did they know right after that praise comes absolute torture from their beloved leader. "All right then, let us start our next job," Clow angrily screams out. "Even more work." He points at the massive paperwork pile on the desk. "Do you not see the mountain of tasks right over there? Why are we always adding more manpower?" Gislene replies with absolute indifference. "You handle that yourself. Let us review our current situation. We have officially joined the Crown Prince's faction now, and we became a massive northern powerhouse. Everyone knows exactly who we have to fight from here on out, right?" Everyone listens in total silence. Gislene answers super seriously, "We are directly facing Duke Delphin next." Anfoy grabs his head and whines, "Damn it. What did I do wrong to get dragged into a massive war like this?" Clow brutally mocks him. "Wait, are you not the guy who beat a god? Why are you suddenly terrified of normal humans?" Gislene stands by the map, Belinda assisting him. He emphasizes, "Whether we like it or not, we must face this." Touching the map, Gislene faces everyone and continues. "The battlefield will no longer be limited to just the north. It is the entire kingdom." Pointing at the map, "Our next target is right here." Everyone immediately recognizes it as Marcus Roderick's western territory. Gislene starts breaking down his grand strategy. "The eastern region is fully controlled by the Crown Prince faction, so we do not need to worry about that side at all. If we successfully take over the west, we can put massive all-out pressure on the south, where the Duke is currently stationed." Clow objects, "That is absolutely impossible. Trust me, we need to watch this. Marquis Roderick's territory has a massive market. Stick with me here, we are looking at an enemy backed by countless wealthy merchants and nobles. Their gathered money and raw military power is basically a miniature kingdom already. The insane difference in scale compared to the north is just completely and utterly absurd. So if you still want to attack a place like that, Gislene calmly reassures them, I never said we are attacking right now. I am saying we must prepare everything for that ultimate goal. Cao asks in pure confusion, are we really not prepared enough? Gislene nods. Exactly. He remembers the brutal battle from before. I felt it deeply during our last clash. Even though every single one of our combat units is incredibly elite, having way too few soldiers out there means our overall battle strategies and backup plans will always be heavily restricted in the end. Belinda asks, so how exactly do you plan to prepare? Without even turning around, Gislene replies, I am going to bring every single mercenary in this entire kingdom right under my command. I will build the Paris mercenary group. The image shows Gislene standing tall before a massive, powerful mercenary army. Hearing this wild ambition pouring from their lord, Cao looks completely shocked. Mercenaries, Lucas smiles and asks, oh so you are not planning to boost our regular army or knights? Gislene analyzes the situation. The West has the absolute highest number of active mercenaries in the entire kingdom, and the biggest mercenary force of all, the Drake mercenary group, is currently serving right under Marquis Roderick. So you are. Now watch closely, this is where the genius kicks in. Claw rubs his chin, catching on. So if the enemy is way too strong, we just need to weaken their total forces until we are on equal footing. Seeing that his loyal retainers fully understand his plan now, Gislene smiles in deep satisfaction. Then he starts handing out specific missions to each person. Cao, you two will go recruit every single mercenary group up in the north. If anyone dares to refuse, use absolutely any means necessary to make them drop to their knees and submit. I will personally handle the West. Cao confidently shouts, understood. That is exactly what I do best. Gislene suddenly drops a warning. In the West, just like you said, winning over the Marquis and his Drake mercenaries should be enough. But Gislene pauses with a deadly serious look on his face. He continues, the absolute best swordsman in the West might actually interfere. Gislene stares off into the distance with glowing eyes as a legendary name drops, the #1 sword of the West Tenon. Leaving the meeting, his group travels straight to the western part of the Lutania kingdom, right into Marcus Roderick's territory. Lush green mountains come into view and a small wooden cabin appears in the distance. Outside the cabin, someone is panting heavily as a supportive hand rests gently on their back. A grown man kneels on one knee, carefully guiding a young boy through his basic sword training. Right in front of him stands a simple wooden dummy. The man offers some warm encouragement. Let's try that one more time, he instructs. Just relax all the tension in your arm. Following those instructions, the boy slowly raises his heavy wooden sword up high. Yes, exactly like that. He points out the exact details. It is not just chopping down, but smoothly connecting the downward motion to set up your very next strike. The kid obediently follows along, hyper-focusing on the wooden target ahead. The man's voice keeps ringing out, guiding every single step. Just take it slow, and fix your breathing rhythm. The boy breathes super steadily and finishes softly with the tip of his blade. He swings his sword, cleanly slicing the wooden peg in half, his mouth dropping wide open in pure shock at his own success. The boy happily brags, Master, I know you and I both love this little moment. He yells, I actually did it, Master, look at me. The other kids clap, wow, so cool. The man laughs so warmly. All right, I will take a look at each of you. Suddenly, a new voice interrupts. You really have not changed at all, huh, Master Tenon? A strange man steps into view, fully decked out in super flashy noble clothing. He continues speaking. Your old disciple, Ma-Ern, has finally come to visit after such a long time away. Turns out this middle-aged guy is the legendary sword master Tenon that Gislene was talking about earlier. He glares at Ma-Ern with eyes that are definitely not happy to see him. Ma-Ern pushes on, I have some important business to discuss with you, so tell these brats to step outside. As if splashing freezing water on him, Tenon firmly demands, please, sir, just wait. Tenon answers with dead seriousness, I am still right in the middle of teaching. Ma-Ern looks incredibly annoyed, his face twisting up in pure frustration. Night finally falls and Ma-Ern sits, waiting by a campfire. Tenon approaches, sitting right across from Ma-Ern. I sincerely apologize for making you wait so long. Ma-Ern aggressively complains, Tisk, you dare make a busy man like me waste my precious time. Did you seriously think I wanted to just stand out here waiting? Tenon calmly replies back, I am truly sorry. Sir, Ma-Ern snaps at him, your attitude looks way too relaxed, and it is honestly ticking me off. As expected of the absolute best sword in the West, you think nobody dares to mess with you. Tenon cuts straight to the chase. Let me warn you right now, I do not have any intention of going back to the Marquis' estate. The young master of the Roderick family, Ma-Ern, brutally interrupts him. Let me finish my sentence. First, out here in the West, there is absolutely no one who possesses actual strength on your level. Tenon stands firm, even without me being there. Couldn't you just hand that job over to the Drake mercenary group? That guy Dominic, your loyal mercenary buddy over there, is incredibly skilled too. A subordinate shouldn't interfere in a succession war, and trust me, you and I will want to see what happens next. Let's jump right in. Roderick was absolutely furious, screaming, "To hell with the family succession. If you had just helped out a little, I wouldn't be stuck dealing with this massive mess all by myself. I've had enough of this, so just come back already, will you?" Tenon let out a soft sigh. Calling out to the young master, he asked, "What level do you honestly think I have reached by now?" Roderick shot back, "Do you even need to ask?" Looking straight at Tenon, he continued, "You're already standing at the absolute peak of power." The peak, Tenon repeated quietly. Gently gazing up at the night sky, the old master let out another heavy sigh. He began to reminisce, remembering a specific time when someone far stronger than himself had actually appeared. Staring down his own trembling hands, he continued, "When I stood face to face with that monster, my entire body shook uncontrollably. I felt exactly like a helpless child." Roderick stuttered in pure shock. "You actually trembled. Was it because you were afraid?" Staring off into the distance, Tenon calmly denied that it was fear. He described that insane feeling on the razor edge of death. That exact terrifying split second when their two blindingly fast blades finally clashed against each other. Flashing back to that overwhelming opponent, a deadly blade had come insanely close to taking out one of his eyes. Sitting perfectly still, Tenon admitted it was an absolute rush of pure indescribable excitement. Wait for it. Hearing Tenon's story, Roderick was completely stunned, a freezing chill running right down his spine. Tenon bluntly stated that with his current swordsmanship skills, absolutely no one in the entire Western region had even come close to reaching that legendary level of power. Tenon's eyes burned with intense desire. If only I could stand on that deadly boundary just one more time and feel that ultimate adrenaline rush all over again. A heavy, endless rain poured down on a massive, magnificent classic mansion. Inside, Roderick, his furious face perfectly hidden underneath a wide hat brim, gritted his teeth and aggressively growled. Master Tenon is literally just flexing his completely useless pride for absolutely no good reason. He sat there cross-legged on a super luxurious sofa, casually twirling his feathered hat in his hands, his tone dripping with absolute arrogance and pure disdain. I actually used to learn from him, but the guy is seriously insane. Just completely wasting his god-tier talent while waiting around for someone to literally push him to his death. Slipping the fancy hat right back onto his head, Roderick coldly shifted his gaze toward the person sitting across from him. "Do you even understand that?" Dominic answered him with absolute silence. The massive guy was just sitting perfectly motionless, completely wrapped up in heavy dark armor. After a long pause, Dominic finally spoke up, his sharp face barely visible under the hood. "Why did you call me out here in person? What do you want?" Roderick shot Dominic a quick glance, his face looking super calculating. "Ah, right. Of course." He leaned way back into his seat and started venting. "My older brother seems to have been completely blinded by his own thirst for power. He even started a brand new merchant guild totally outside his expertise, and it really looks like he's trying to challenge me. But this place is my territory." Dominic coldly asked him the ultimate question, "What do you want me to do?" Roderick crossed his arms, his tone ridiculously casual. "It is really nothing major. Just make him realize that our side is absolutely not someone he wants to mess with." Saying that, he slammed a sharp dagger right onto the table. "Wipe my older brother's combo merchant guild completely off the face of the map." He added a dark order. "And do not forget to plant that at the scene." Dominic examined the blade quickly, realizing this dagger actually belonged to a completely different noble. "I know what you're thinking." Roderick set an insane deadline for next week, right before the big competitive auction actually begins. Dominic looked slightly surprised, but stayed totally silent. Meanwhile, Roderick aggressively threatened him. "You had really better do this job perfectly. Just remember that your precious kids are currently in my hands." After saying that, an incredibly sinister, threatening smile spread right across Roderick's face. Leaving the mansion, Dominic walked slowly through the heavy pouring rain. His hand gripped the dagger incredibly tight, doing everything possible to suppress his boiling anger. Later on, at a local tavern, angry curses rang out loud and clear. "Roderick, you absolute crazy little bastard." Inside the rowdy tavern, the members of the Drake mercenary group were absolutely furious. One guy yelled out, "So he wants to frame another noble, just to brutally wipe out his own flesh and blood brother's merchant guild." Another mercenary quickly chimed in, "Seriously, how much longer is this punk going to use Boss Dominic's kids just to blackmail and threaten us?" Another guy sounded completely outraged. "Isn't he basically just treating our elite Drake mercenary group like disposable cannon fodder in his own selfish succession war?" A furious underling wearing a red scarf made a wild suggestion. "Captain, I absolutely cannot take this anymore. Let's just go break that bastard Roderick's neck right now." The rest of the crew completely agreed, shouting, even those of us just watching from the outside are about to go insane with anger. They even talked about burning that brat's fancy mansion to ashes, but from start to finish, Dominic just sat there in absolute deadly silence. He casually held a glass of alcohol in his hand. Seeing his rowdy men getting way too extreme, Dominic finally issued a cold command, silence. Unless you know exactly where my children are being held captive, all of you need to shut your mouths. Hearing his freezing tone, everyone instantly went completely quiet. A blonde girl sitting near the back finally spoke up. Hemph, the mood in here is seriously messed up right now. What is even the point of becoming the strongest mercenary group in the kingdom? In the end, we are all just obedient lapdogs for that pathetic Roderick brat. The guy in the red scarf felt insulted being called a dog, so he snapped back. What did you say? The blonde girl just slowly broke it down. Because the eldest young master of the Roderick family completely sponsors the Combel Merchant Guild, their personal escort force is absolutely not something to joke around with. Attacking them is basically a suicide mission. So what do you and I make of this? Trust me, the real bloodbath is just getting started. Come along with me for a wild ride. The crew agrees to follow orders, but living under young Master Mayon's shadow is literally a death sentence waiting to happen. Dominic listens closely, his mind racing with doubts. One guy clicks his tongue, complaining they should have just packed up and moved to the north way sooner. Another mercenary snaps back. Watch your mouth, the past is the past, so why even complain about it now? A guy in a hat size completely regretting it. If they had just settled up north earlier, they would be living the absolute dream under that legendary Count by now. Rumor has it, the Count treats his mercenaries like absolute gold. Even the notorious Cerberus mercenary group, the biggest pain in the Jimba territory, already bent the knee and surrendered to Paris. And get this, even the legendary Whitemane captain of the Ratatos mercenaries joined. The men shudder, remembering Gillen's massive terrifying figure from a past battle. Dominic's face tightens as he mutters, Paris. I would honestly love to meet the guy just once before I die, but he instantly brushes it off. If they ever actually cross paths now, it would only be as enemies on the battlefield. Right in the middle of his deep thoughts, a panicked soldier kicks the door open, completely out of breath. Captain, you have a visitor waiting outside. The guys in the tavern start whispering. A visitor, a client who the heck is crazy enough to show up in the dead of night. The soldier stutters, saying the guy claims to be the Count's personal messenger. Heavy armored boots step inside. The guest introduces himself as the former Ratatos captain now serving as the vice captain for Paris. His name is Gislene. Watch closely because Dominic is absolutely stunned. The legendary Whitemane captain is actually standing right here. Gislene does not waste time. Captain Dominic of the Drake Mercenaries, someone is waiting for you. Follow me. Gislene leads a confused Dominic to a rundown wooden tent in the pouring rain. Dominic pushes the door open. Inside, a mysterious cloaked figure is quietly warming up by the fire. They step inside in dead silence. Gislene respectfully reports, My lord, I have brought him to you. The cloaked man speaks, revealing himself as Count Gislene Perdium. Sorry for calling you out here like this. Have a seat. Dominic is secretly shocked. This kid is so young, he seriously asks if this guy is actually the famous Count Perdium. Gislene confirms it. Yes, I am Count Gislene Perdium. Dominic thinks to himself, normally I would call total bluff on this. But the man standing right behind him is definitely Whitemane. If this is the lord he actually serves, it changes everything. Dominic sits down. All right, let us say I believe you. What do you want from me? Gislene cuts straight to the chase. I want the Drake mercenaries under my command. Hearing this, Dominic completely freezes for 5 seconds, his jaw practically hitting the floor. That makes zero sense. I heard Paris already swallowed up some top-tier mercenary groups. Why would the great northern lord be so interested in recruiting a totally average western mercenary crew? Let that sink in for a second. Gislene explains he needs their carefully built mercenary network because his master plan is commanding every single mercenary group in the entire kingdom. He offers them a spot under Paris. Dominic is completely floored by Gislene's insane ambition. You can see the hesitation in his eyes, but then his face darkens with pure dread. Maun Roderick's greedy smile flashes in his mind. Dominic gives a bitter smile and finally makes his choice. It sounds like an absolute dream. I really appreciate the offer, but I just cannot accept it. Getting up to leave, he drops the truth. The West has its own complicated situation, so even for the great northern lord, Gislene suddenly cuts him off. Your family is being held hostage, right? Dominic's eyes go wide with absolute shock. Gislene pulls his hood down and offers a deal. I will handle that problem for you. Staring Dominic down with serious authority, Gislene promises to completely free him from the tight grip of Marquis Roderick's nasty family. Gislene remembers the last mercenary leader who actually had the guts to face off against the Mercenary King Dominic Drake's army. Memories of their fierce clash flash by. Meanwhile, heavy rain pours down relentlessly at Maun Roderick's mansion. 3 figures in black cloaks watch the mansion from the roof. Lucas whistles. Wow, talk about luxurious. So this is young Master Roderick's place, Belinda complains loudly. Why do we always end up doing stuff like this wherever we go? Gislene just smirks at her. A Northern Army general acting this recklessly feels a bit out of place, does it not? Lucas jumps in. I think we are already acting pretty crazy as it is. Gislene turns to ask Belinda a question. Belinda, did you bring the package? Hand it over to me now. Belinda nods. Yes, but why do you need it right now? Gislene gets ready to jump down immediately, issuing his orders. Everyone needs to secure Dominic's family first and make sure they are totally safe. Trust me, this is where we leave it. What are we not breaking in together? All right, stick with me here because we are about to watch a total boss move. With a confident smirk, our guy says he is taking the front door. Cut to Roderick carefully inspecting a wolf head badge inside his mansion. He looks right at his unexpected guest and says, I was definitely a bit suspicious seeing you show up here without a single guard. But seeing this badge, I'll admit you really are Count Paris. But so what? Gislene is sitting there completely alone directly across from Roderick. The young master continues probing. Are you really here to buy the Drake mercenary group? You seriously came to find me in total secret in the dead of night just for some pathetic small-time mercenary band? Gislene doesn't even blink. Calmly, he replies, I didn't come here for some mercenaries. I came looking for a truly useful sword. Roderick instantly fires back, asserting that sword is already mine. Gislene just shrugs and responds exactly. That is why I said I am buying it. Roderick narrows his eyes, sneering. Ha, such absolute arrogance. Without a word, Gislene drops a massive bag on the table. It falls open, revealing glowing, sparkling magic stones inside. Roderick is completely stunned, thinking to himself, rune stones. Just this amount right here is easily enough to buy 2 entire small castles. But his shock quickly turns into anger as he snaps. You expect me to sell the Drake mercenaries for just this? Gislene casually brushes it off. If that is not enough, I will just give you more. Honestly, my castle is so overflowing with these things that they are literally rotting away. Roderick glares fiercely at Gislene. Do you even have a clue what I'm dealing with right now? Outside, the rain is pouring down heavy. Gislene's voice cuts through the tension as he answers, a brutal war of succession. Now here's where you need to pay close attention. Roderick scoffs, realizing the absolute truth. You are really asking him to sell his main firepower during this critical period. His eyes flare up, glaring with absolute fury as he snarls. Do you think I'm some idiot? Gislene calmly fires back, mixing in a little mockery. Not an idiot, you are just way too low level. You are right in the middle of a major succession war, yet entirely obsessed with one pathetic little mercenary group. That is exactly why the eldest young master sees you as nothing but easy prey. Hearing this brutal truth, Roderick completely loses his mind. You absolute bastard. He draws his blade, preparing to charge Gislene, screaming at the top of his lungs. You really have a death wish, huh? Gislene just sits there in front of him, bluntly pointing out, you are not stupid at all. It is just that your actual power is unbelievably weak. His eyes shine with intensity as he keeps dropping these absolute roasts, desperately clinging to some trash mercenary band while fighting for the head of the family seat. That is precisely why the eldest does not even bother looking your way. Hearing those insults, an enraged Roderick violently brandishes his sword, cursing through his gritted teeth. You piece of trash, I am done holding back. Roderick swings his sword and charges forward, roaring loud. You are begging for death, aren't you? Watching Roderick rush, and Gislene just gives a small, highly confident smile. Roderick brings his heavy sword crashing down while Gislene simply kicks the table right up into the air. With his vision completely blocked by a shower of glowing rune stones, Roderick widens his eyes and yells out, my eyes. Shaking off the surprise in a split second, Roderick thrusts his blade downward, shouting, cheap trick. His massive slash cleanly splits the wooden table right in half. But Gislene smoothly glides right past Roderick like an absolute ghost. Meanwhile, all of Roderick's intense focus is completely locked dead ahead. We all knew that was a huge mistake, right? Finding nobody there, he panics and turns, but it's way too late. Right then, the door bursts open and 2 knights rush inside. They yell out in total panic, Young Master Ma, what is happening here? By now, Roderick is completely trapped with Gislene's cold blade pressed firmly against his neck. The floor is an absolute mess, scattered everywhere with precious rune stones. Keeping his sword against his target's throat, Gislene leans in and speaks in a gentle tone. This is definitely not the proper combat style of true nobility. The Lord of the West, the young master of the Marquis Roderick family, acting with such zero dignity. Sweating bullets and gritting his teeth, Roderick furiously bites back. You bastard, what exactly is your insane scheme here? Pointing a blade at the Roderick family's young master, do you seriously think you will be walking out of this place alive? Gislene just gives a soft smirk, showing exactly zero fear at Roderick's angry death threats. Then he actually withdraws his sword and casually turns his back on his target. He casually takes a few steps away, spins right back around, points his sword straight at Roderick and fiercely challenges him. You and me. A one-on-one duel. Count Gislene Paris officially requests a knight's duel with young Master Roderick. Roderick and his two armored knights are left completely and utterly stunned. One knight stammers out, "A formal knight's duel, right here and now." Roderick violently snaps back. "Stop making a total joke out of this situation. I absolutely do not need to play your little trick. I can simply order my knights to end your life right now, and it is over." Keeping his incredibly cool and unshakable expression, Gislene replies, "For us, high nobles aren't pure legitimacy and official witnesses, extremely important things to have on record. We are not just a bunch of cheap street thugs, right?" That single sentence strikes a massive nerve, and an insulted Roderick fiercely roars out, "How bold, daring to treat me like some kind of joke." Gislene keeps up that highly provocative smile, then casually drops an insanely disadvantageous condition. "All right, fine, I will compromise just a bit. If you can land even the tiniest scratch on me, I will immediately admit total defeat. I will cancel every single deal and hand over all these rune stones. But if I pull off the win, I am taking the entire Drake mercenary band. And all of your hostages too." Roderick gets so insanely furious that thick green veins literally pop on his forehead. So what do we think happens now? Will he take the bait? The knight beside him whispers about this insane arrogance, asking what the young master will actually do. "All right, you and I are diving right into this wild showdown. Arrest him now." Ma and just smirks, clearly plotting something incredibly nasty. "Gislene Paris," he says, "I heard rumors back when you were the Pum family's young master. They said you were just a useless, spoiled playboy. But turns out you are a complete lunatic." His eyes are shining, absolutely oozing with confidence. "You told me that if I land even a single tiny scratch, I win this right." The scene cuts outside. Three figures stand before a massive castle in the pouring rain. Ma unsmugly declares, "You are digging your own grave." They face off, ready for the duel. Ma draws his blade, proudly announcing himself as the Roderick family heir. Gislene tightens his grip on his own sword, firing right back as Count of the Paris family. A knight steps up to witness the match. "In the name of justice and honor, do you swear to accept the final results with absolutely zero grudges?" Gislene doesn't hesitate, "I swear." Ma's face darkens. He stays quiet, but a wicked smile creeps up his face. He turns to his goons. "Listen up closely." The knights reply in unison, "Understood, young master." Ma, and sneers wickedly. "If anything goes wrong for me, no matter who wins, murder him on the spot. Watch what happens next." Gislene just smiles. "I completely predicted that, which is exactly why your level is garbage. Falling for my taunt that easily." Ma loses his mind, screaming, "Shut up." Then he violently charges forward. He swings his blade with brutal force, but Gislene is way too fast, smoothly dodging the strike. Ma goes absolutely crazy, spamming wild slashes while Gislene casually steps back. Launching into the air, Ma drops a full power strike right onto Gislene's head, only to be totally blocked by a horizontal slash. Gislene slides back a step to create some space, but Ma just keeps aggressively pushing forward. Gislene does a clean backflip, dodging a flurry of attacks. Ma misses, completely burying his sword deep into the door. Yanking the blade out, he jumps off the door to gain high ground momentum, perfectly dodging Gislene's counterattack at the exact same time. Dropping from above like an absolute missile, Ma screams out, "Let us finish this right now." Facing this tricky drop strike, Gislene stays totally calm, wrapping his entire body in a glowing mana shield. He learned this defense dreaming about a mysterious knight. Ma-Ann's heavy blade slams right into the pure mana. Without even turning around, Gislene instantly raises his sword behind his back, accurately blocking the fatal blow like a total boss. "You and I both saw that, right?" Ma-Ann is stunned. He blocked a complete blind spot attack. Gislene smirks. "Your skills are better than I thought." He forcefully parries the sword, launching Ma-Ann up before delivering a devastating kick to the ribs. The sheer force makes Ma-Ann cough up blood. Sent flying backward, mouth bleeding out, he grits his teeth in pure agony and swallows hard. Gislene just stands there casually, waving him over. Ma-Ann growls, "Enjoy your little arrogant moment while it lasts, because very soon you will completely regret this." Ma-Ann glares, panting heavily. "There is one major thing you do not know." He proudly declares, "I am the sword inheritor of Tenon, the absolute #1 Western swordsman." Instantly, Ma-Ann charges in with terrifying, blinding speed. Even Gislene is slightly surprised by how fast he moves. He swings down hard, forcing Gislene to quickly block. Ma-Ann's eyes are practically burning with insane determination. He unleashes an endless combo, screaming, "This is the secret ultimate technique my master handed down to me." Gislene is forced backward, dodging and frantically blocking the completely overwhelming barrage of attacks coming his way. Fighting like a madman, Ma-Ann pushes him back. He winds up his ultimate finishing move, "End it here." Gripping the hilt with one hand and the actual blade with the other, he thrusts with devastating force. The shockwave from this killing move completely shakes the entire ground behind Gislene. Ma-Ann completely freezes. Gislene looks at him. "You seriously think you mastered the top Western swordsman's technique?" His killing move was neutralized with absolute ease using bare hands. Gislene presses on. You really are his precious disciple, right? With that, Gislene throws a brutal front kick, sending Ma skidding far back. The impact is so massive he struggles to breathe. Closing the distance instantly, Gislene says, speaking of your so-called master. Then he swings his sword with lethal intent. Ma barely manages to parry it. Gislene's eyes lock on him. Even as his disciple, that swordsmanship still does not belong to you. Gislene goes off with blinding continuous slashes. Fresh blood violently splatters from a nasty gash on Ma-An's shoulder. It is the exact same killing move. Gislene has one hand gripping the hilt, the other grabbing the blade. Ma-An realizes in pure agony that was my attack. Giving him zero time to process, Gislene brutally drives the sword straight through his chest. Coughing up buckets of blood, Ma-An is losing his mind. He cannot believe someone perfectly memorized Master Tenen's signature move just by looking at it once. He actually upgraded it. So what do we make of this? Gripping the blade inside him, Ma-An chokes out. You might just summon Tenen himself. Stick with me here because we are dropping right into the absolute madness. Spitting out his final words, Ma-An's eyes burn with pure hatred. You will still meet your doom. With that, Ma-An collapses face first into a pool of his own blood. His panicked knights rush over screaming, "Young Master Ma-An!" Drawing their swords all at once, the furious mob yells, "Kill him now, avenge the young master." But Gislene, he just stands there, his eyes totally cold, without a single drop of fear. I already saw this coming. Suddenly, white blurs crash down from above, landing right in front of Gislene to block the charging knights. It is his three loyal squadmates, making an epic entrance: Gislene, Belinda, and Lucas. Gislene smirks and says, "You guys are not even on our level." Massive thunder rolls across the dark sky, signaling a totally brutal bloodbath is about to drop. The scene shifts over to Eclipse Castle, the main headquarters for the powerful Duke Delphin family. Inside a ridiculously fancy office, Ron is sitting behind a massive desk. A woman walks in and calls out, "Lord Ron, sir, your guest has finally arrived." Ron looks up from his paperwork, his expression dead serious, and orders, "Send him in." Heavy footsteps echo softly across the expensive carpet. Ron puts on a fake smile. It is an honor master of the Crimson Magic Tower. A guy with long white hair draped in a super intimidating black cloak swaggers into the room. This is the legendary 7th Circle Archmage Demut. Ron looks up and formally greets him. "Welcome." Demut just stands there looking like an absolute boss in his red-trimmed black cloak, radiating some seriously terrifying energy. Answering the polite greeting with a cocky smirk, he stares straight at Ron. His tone is totally arrogant as he says, "You calling me here proves we have absolutely zero time left to waste." Right, Ron skips the small talk and gets real. His Grace the Duke is incredibly furious right now. Now watch closely, things get crazy here. Remember that night, the night His Grace literally wiped out his entire family from the face of the world. A flashback of that bloody massacre hits us, Delphin standing in a room packed with corpses, gripping a longsword dripping thick with red blood. Ron keeps talking in that flat tone, only then could he actually manage to break one of those heavy chains tying him down. With hands completely soaked in fresh blood, he slowly dropped the sword, finally tasting a tiny bit of freedom. Delphin laughed like an absolute maniac, throwing his head back, his face and white hair completely painted red, just relishing the pure thrill of slaughter. Back in the present, Ron sighs deeply. I seriously can never forget the smile he wore that exact day. Demut keeps his ice-cold expression and replies, "Obviously, I know about it." Right after that, Ron extends his hand, offering a scroll straight over to Demut, saying, "Take this." With a super casual flick of his wrist, Demut uses magic to make the scroll float midair. He raises an eyebrow and asks, "What is this?" Ron explains real quick, intel on the absolute core members over in Paris. Ron's eyes flash with something totally sinister. They claim they would send someone useful soon, but we cannot afford to just sit around and wait for that. Anyone trying to block the Duke's New World Order has to be wiped out. The scroll unrolls, dropping some massive details about our hit list targets. First up is the ex-captain of the Radato's mercenaries, the White Lion Gilan. Next is the captain of the Zabikis Mercs, the Mad Dog Gao. Target number 3 is the piercing spear Lucas. Then we have an unidentified assassin, which is actually just a picture of our girl Belinda. Plus the saintess of the goddess of beauty, prosperity, Joan Piot. And finally, Paris's very own exclusive mage, a crazy 6th Circle user named Vanessa. Hearing this, Demut frowns, looking completely skeptical. A 6th Circle. From what I know, the Magic Tower in Paris was literally just established. Does it make sense for a 6th Circle mage to pop up so fast? I know you and I are both thinking that sounds sketchy. The visual shows Vanessa totally carrying her team, throwing up a massive shield to block incoming fireball magic. Ron is basing this off the intel that she fought evenly against Willow, a legit 6th Circle master, during the battle with Desmond. Even if she is not quite at that peak level yet, we should play it totally safe. Ron's eyes suddenly get dead serious. There is really only one specific thing bothering me. He points right at another sketch on the scroll. The guy who defeated a literal god, Alfoy. Demet jumps back, defeated a god. Ron nods, looking completely stressed out. According to reports, he might be a mage strong enough to overpower the divine energy used by the Saintess herself. And worse, he is the designated successor of the Red Flame Magic Tower. Clasping his hands together, he concludes. Everything heavily suggests he is Paris's ultimate hidden trump card. Demute strokes his chin, eyes full of deep thought. So that is it. A nasty, wicked smile spreads across his lips, a situation we definitely cannot ignore. He waves his hand using magic to cleanly roll the scroll back up, saying confidently, "Do not worry, Ron. We literally just need to smash the Red Flame Magic Tower, completely destroying the foundation of their power." Demet turns his back and walks away, leaving behind one rock-solid promise: "I will be bringing you some good news very soon." Ron watches Demet leave his chilling voice, dropping a serious warning. "Do not get sloppy. Both you and I are literally just tiny ants in front of His Grace, Duke." Meanwhile, over at a massive sprawling base located right at the foot of a mountain, the morning sunlight is just starting to break. Dominic, this massive muscular guy, is kneeling down, hugging two kids tightly, while mercenaries surround them. "So where do we go from here? Stick around." "All right, stick with me here." The whole mercenary camp is absolutely buzzing. Whispers are everywhere about Dominic being held hostage. Is that crazy offer actually real? Obviously. Dominic snaps his head up, face painted with pure shock. "What is this? What did you do to young Master Roderick?" Facing him, Gislene, standing there in his black cloak, coldly replies, "He died in a completely fair knight's duel." The news hits them like a truck. One terrified soldier blurts out, "Dead Marcus Roderick's son." Yep, absolute panic immediately rips through the crowd. "You guys are insane. You just caused a massive disaster." Chaotic screaming erupts. "Damn it, we need to run right now. Roderick's army is going to hunt us down." Over the chaos, Gislene calls out, "My lord." Gislene's crew stands their ground against the panicked mob. Silence. He raises a hand, slowly pulling back his dark hood. Revealing striking blonde hair, Gislene stands tall, his voice booming clearly across the entire camp. "Listen up, the whole Drake mercenary group. I am the supreme commander of the Northern Army, Count Gislene Paris. I have shattered every single chain holding you down. You don't have to live as clueless puppets anymore. Now watch closely." That still isn't enough to kill their fear. One guy panics. "Even if we're free, we can't survive the West. Roderick's army will wipe us out." Gislene stares right back, his gaze rock solid and packed with absolute authority. "Relax, I will take full responsibility and protect you." A literal count's promise leaves the mercenaries completely stunned. "Protect us? You'll actually take responsibility for trash like us?" A massive set of armored legs slowly marches right up to Gislene. A heavy voice booms out, "So what do we do now?" It's the Drake mercenary leader squaring up to Gislene. He replies without missing a beat, "Follow me," saying that he grabs his hilt and smoothly rips the sword right out of its sheath. He raises the gleaming blade sky high, catching the brilliant light. His voice rings out, "I won't hide and I won't run." Gislene looks absolutely majestic, cloak whipping in the wind. "I will always lead you from the front lines." His eyes are burning bright. "Stand by me on those front lines." Those words hit Dominic right in the soul. You can literally see the intense emotion taking over his face. Without hesitating for a second, Dominic drops to one knee, right hand over his heart, showing total, absolute respect. He roars, his voice booming like literal thunder. "We will do it. I, Dominic Drake, mercenary leader, swear to always fight alongside the Count's front lines." Gislene gently rests his sword on Dominic's shoulder, officially accepting the guy's loyalty oath. He smiles, completely satisfied, thinking, "Bam, just recruited one of the biggest factions in the entire West." Then he speaks up. "All right, time for your missions." Cut to inside the tent. Gislene slaps the massive western map on the table. "Lucas, take the mercenaries ahead and build a base in Paris." Clow and Cow should have already finished up their mission by now anyway. Dominic and Gislene go absorb the rest of the mercenary groups across the West. "I know what you're thinking. Peaceful diplomacy? Nah." Gislene looks at Dominic. "You know the West best. If they're stubborn, just use brutal force." Dominic actually sweats a bit, muttering, "Damn, that's harsh." Lucas asks, "Wait, what? You're not coming with us?" Gislene shakes his head. "No, I have something that only I can handle right now." He turns to Belinda. "Belinda, you're heading down south with me." She blinks, totally surprised. "Down south?" Lucas worries. "Isn't that Delphin Duke family territory?" Belinda adds. "Plus, young Master Roderick is dead. The Roderick family won't sit still. Why go down south right now?" Gislene just gives this super confident smile. "True, but they won't make a move immediately. It was the result of a legit knight's duel, so technically this all belongs to me now." He points right at the map, marking southern Lutania and the Roderick territory. "I'll be back in exactly 1 week." A few days later, down in southern Lutania's Roderick territory, Gislene and Belinda, hiding under black cloaks, ride their horses right through the castle gates. The massive iron gates slam shut behind our strange guests. Inside, it's completely empty. A suspiciously dead silence covers the whole place. Belinda actually shivers, looking around the empty yard. Wow, it is really quiet here. Gislene casually explains. Rumor is the Lord here had a little accident, so everyone is on super high alert right now. Belinda tilts her head. An accident, Gislene smirks. And for me, that accident is the perfect opportunity. Belinda teases him, elbowing his chest. You're trying to act all mysterious again, aren't you? Spit it out already, it's literally just the two of us here. Gislene gets dead serious, his voice dropping low. I need a brand new power. Trust me, you need to see this. A core Delphin powerhouse, the 7th Circle Illusion Master Wylo. We see the mage wearing. Stick with me here. See that glowing star cloak? That is some nasty mind control magic right there, making straight-up illusions. Close up on Wylo, crossing his arms to cast the spell. While he talks, the battlefield just descends into absolute total chaos. Because Wyloa can literally spread this twisted magic across the entire war zone. Imagine your own soldiers slaughtering each other, thinking they are fighting the enemy. Just the thought of that horrific bloodbath makes Belinda visibly shudder. But Gislene locks his eyes dead on the castle ahead. The power to crush that guy is hiding right in there. Now pay attention to this part. They walk up to the guarded castle gates and immediately a lookout on the wall screams out. He points his spear right at them. Halt, you are at Lord Roderick's castle. If you have no official business here, turn back now. Belinda does not even flinch. She says, this is Baron Dougal from the east. Tell the Count we are here to solve his problem. The guard stammers in shock. Problem? Gislene steps up and clarifies about young Master Roderick. Yes, Edwin Roderick. He flashes this cocky smile. Just tell him an exorcist mage arrived. We both know this heavy vibe, right? Up in a gloomy tower, a totally exhausted, hollow-eyed Count Roderick drags his feet up the spiral stairs. He pauses halfway up, letting out a massive soul-crushing sigh of pure grief. A guard sprints over in a total panic. Count Roderick. The Count croaks out with a raspy voice. Any updates on Edwin? The guard bows his head. Still nothing new, sir. Count Roderick goes dead silent, his face twisting with absolute heartbreak. Let me see him. The heavy wooden door slowly creaks open, spilling light into the pitch-black room. Count Roderick steps inside. And trust me, you are not ready for this horrifying face. His own son Edwin has this totally deformed face with huge, empty, soulless eyes just staring.